Watching the workers cut down the forest, the father said to his son, "Tell me, son, what do you think is the most important character trait in every person?" Hearing such a sudden question from his father, the son was surprised to hear such a question and wondered why he was asking such questions. Having received an answer to his question, the man folded his arms to his sides and smiled and said, "That's a good answer," to which his son replied with a grudging smile, "What would be a good answer?" Hearing the discontent in his son's words, Lord Leschel Richard Valentia confidently spoke the main thing, this good heart. Hearing such a strange answer from his father, the son said in surprise that he was sorry, to which his father added that to a large extent the virtues of a lord should depend on character. This applies to your friends as well as your family, and from time to time, even with thieves, you will have to use each of these roles. And in whatever situation you find yourself, you have to give it your all. You will definitely be able to create a connection with everyone around you. After listening to his father's instructions, the son just sighed heavily. The next moment, not far from him, Lord Leschel Richard Valentia heard someone's voice calling out, "Hey, sir!" Approaching his lord, the subject, breathing heavily after the cross-country, said, "I am sorry to interrupt your conversation, but may I ask you the same thing, if it does not bother you?" To which the lord replied, "Of course, Charles." Hearing the request from the worker, Richard Valentia stepped forward a little and said, "Simon, move back a little, Charles. You too." As soon as everyone moved to a safe distance, Lord Leschel Richard Valentia began to recite his spell to summon the dead. A few seconds later, skeletons appeared from his magic circle. As soon as the ritual was over, the skeletons immediately went to Charles with a request like, "What do you want to do?" With an awkward smile, Charles pointed to the logs behind the shed that needed to be moved. Having received the task, the skeletons immediately set to work and began to haul logs. Having received help from his lord, Charles joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you very much, sir," to which he joyfully replied, "Yes, yes, keep up the good work." At the same time, looking at his father, the son mentally said, "He created an additional workforce using the dead. What a great necromancer he is after all." Necromancers are special magicians who are able to use forbidden black magic. A long time ago, to get rid of the influence of necromancers, the ruler of the Talhern Empire sent 50,000 soldiers. In response to this attack by the enemy, the rulers of Kaizen sent 10 necromancers to counteract them and hold back this gigantic army. There were only 10 necromancers, but soon all 50,000 soldiers were turned into the dead, and they left absolutely nothing of the Thalhern Empire. And the result of this campaign of the so-called Roses team was the surrender of the Thalhern Empire. And so, as a result of a reckless attack, the rotting corpse of the emperor met his miserable end, sitting on the throne of a fallen empire. This is how the era of the necromancers began, during which they were able to capture half the continent. But another force that interfered with the necromancers' rule and ruled the other half of the continent was the humans. Priests are the only rivals of necromancers who use the divine power granted to them for serving the goddess Dave. As Simon watched the summoned skeletons help the workers with their duties, he thought to himself, they did a pretty good job, but it had nothing to do with feudal law. Lord Leschel's town, Richard Valentius, was located somewhere almost at the very edge of the map. It was a small town. Even the villages nearby do not know about it. And I am Simon Valentia, a descendant of the ruler of these lands. After spending some time with his father, the boy returned home and said to me at home. Hearing the voice of her son, Anna Valentia, who was Simon's mother, happily said, "Simon, you're back." To which he replied, "Yes, I was helping with the reports." Hearing that he was helping his father with his work, Simon's mother said, "Wow, you must be hungry, wait a bit." When he approached his mother and looked at what she was cooking, the boy asked in surprise what was it, and she replied that it was a broth infused with laharka mushrooms. When he heard what the food was made of, the boy was disappointed and said, "But they're poisonous, Mom?" To which she confidently replied, "Yes, but don't worry. Your mother made them edible, and then she used divine magic to purify the food from all the bad things." Watching the process of purifying the food from poison, Simon mentally said a blessing. "My mother was a priestess in the past. Every time I see her strength in action, I wonder how my mom and dad met. They are so different." The next moment, the boy heard Simon still looking at the mushrooms. "Why don't you sit down and have a bite to eat?" And he replied, "Oh, sure." Approaching the table, the boy saw many different dishes prepared by his mother. Having tasted the food, Simon put the spoon aside and saw his mother nervously ask, "You ate so little today. You have a pain or are you suddenly ill?" After a snack, he took a bath and went to his room, where he witnessed his parents still tenderly touching each other and mentally said that they were still on their honeymoon. Noticing that their son was heading to his room, the mother said good night to Simon, and he said good night to you as well. As soon as he entered his room, a letter flew into his face. Taking the parcel off his face and picking it up, the guy asked what it was in surprise. Trying to figure out what had just happened, Simon added that the next moment he looked up at his window and saw a beautiful girl. As soon as he noticed her, she smiled happily and said, "Well, hello." Ignoring the girl, The boy put the letter on the table and went to bed. Seeing this reaction, the girl angrily exclaimed, "Hey, don't pretend you don't see me." Trying to draw attention to herself, the girl, trying to pull the blanket off Simon, added offensively, "Hey, I know you can see me, get up now." Resigned to the fact that he could not simply ignore her, Simon got up from the bed and said, "Good Lord, who are you? How did you get here? Are you lost?" To which the girl replied, "I'm not lost, silly." Pointing her finger at the guy, the girl confidently added, "I'm here to meet you, Simon Valencia." When Simon heard that he had just been approached, he nervously exclaimed that, "How do you know my name?" To which the girl replied with a letter. The next moment, his parents came running to his son's cry with a rolling pin and a frying pan, nervously exclaiming to Simon what was happening. Seeing the boy's parents, the girl happily exclaimed that Richard was Anna, to which they surprisingly replied Nephthys. Starting to toss the guest joyfully, her father exclaimed, "Oh my God, you haven't changed a bit." And Nephthys replied, "I missed you so much." And Anna replied, "We missed you too." Simon said, "Mom, Dad," in surprise. After greeting his longtime friend, his father pointed to Nephthys and said, "Simon, introduce yourself to her by all means. This is the legendary Nephthys Archbold." When Simon heard who was standing in front of him, he nervously said that it was Nephthys Archbold, drenched in cold sweat from nervousness. The guy added that this could not be. The same Nephthys Archbold who turned Emperor Thalhern into a weak-willed puppet, a witch who has been living for 300 years. When the arresting officer realized who was standing in front of him, the girl confidently said, "Yes, I am the same Nephthys Archbold from Kaizen." After realizing his situation, the guy opened the letter and nervously said in his head, "What does this letter mean? Or could it be?" After which the girl said, "Let me make an official offer to Simon Valencia." Having unsealed the letter that was brought to him, Simon read a letter from the Kaizen administration to Simon Valencia. When she saw that he had read the letter, she stretched out her hand and said, "Come with me to Kaizen." And without waiting for an answer, she reached out the window and shouted goodbye. "Well, I'll see you in Kaizen." As soon as Nephthys Archbold left their home, Simon's father said, "Simon, let me see the letter." When the son heard his father's request, he held it out and said, "Oh yes, take it." After reviewing the contents of the letter, the father read Simon Valencia was enrolled on special terms, to which the son replied to his father that she would expect the same in Kaizen. Interrupting his son, the father said confidently, "Yes, this city is home to the Necromantic Elite and the Dark Alliance, and it is also home to the School for Necromancers, Nephthys, with whom you just met, the chancellor of that school." Remembering the girl and her behavior, Simon was surprised to hear that she was a chancellor, and his father confidently replied that she looked just like her. After his father's answer, Simon asked, "Okay, let's go by the way, where is this Kaizen, far from here?" To which his father thoughtfully replied, "It's very far away, it's located on the island of Roque. You have to take a ship in Langerstein, the capital of the kingdom, and travel quite a long way to the island." The next moment, putting his hand on his son's shoulder, Richard added confidently, "But don't worry, Simon, there are plenty of things to do in Langerstein, and the island of Rock is not a boring place. And to top it all off, Kaizen is famous for its stylish uniforms." When Simon heard this, he was surprised to hear that it was a uniform. Joining the conversation between father and son, Anna said, "Well, in that case, you'll be very busy until the enrollment ceremony." Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that, and his father replied that to become a necromancer, you need to be properly prepared. At school, you will have to learn skills. So first, we will open your core. Hearing this, Anna was surprised to hear that then wouldn't he have to learn the basics of black magic, to which Richard replied, "Of course I will teach him that as well. Oh yes, and he will also have to learn breathing techniques, so from tomorrow, forget about sleeping altogether." After the meeting with Nephthys, the hardest week of Simon's life began that day, the week of preparing for Kaizen. His mother and father said good things about school life and that I would have fun there, but the sudden invitation to school seemed to worry them both. Preparing for the opening of his son's core, Richard said it might hurt, but you have to be patient, to which Simon replied, "Well, 3 days a week I didn't sleep at all while I was forming the core with the help of my father's magic." After the core formation was completed, his father said, "Now exhale slowly." And in the remaining days, Simon learned to breathe and took his father's black magic blitz course. A week later, I, the boy who had spent his whole life in Lichiel, went to Kaizen, bidding farewell to her son, Lady Anne. Barely holding back her tears, said, "Please be careful." And Charles, who could not hold back, exclaimed, "Have a safe journey, young sir." While continuing to teach magic, his father, who was riding with him in the carriage, said, "Direct the magical power that is in the space around you into your body and slowly begin to regulate mana. After that, push it through your core, and you can feel the mana getting stronger inside your body." Watching his son study, Richard said, "Now direct its flow into your hands." After releasing it on his fingers, the father was able to see the obvious result of his son's training in the form of a drop of mana on his finger. When the result was already visible to the naked eye, my father confidently said, "Great job, Simon. This is the main power of necromancers. This is the main difference between a necromancer and an ordinary magician. Mana is a kind of gas, which makes it able to dissolve in the air and also reduces its density. But darkness, on the contrary, is more like a solid or liquid body, which is why it is easy to use and change its shape. And that's why, if you learn to use this property of darkness, having created a small figure of his wife in his hand, his father added that you can create even such a shape. The next moment, having created a magic circle in his hand, the father added people who train their power on the basis of darkness. They are the ones who can be called true necromancers. Given that you have quite a bit of time now, let's focus on the main releases of darkness into the core, to which Simon replied well to his father. Looking at his attempts to create something out of the darkness, his father saw that he had finally started to make progress, even in such a short period of time. The next moment, when Simon really started to get something right, his father added in astonishment in his head, "I can't believe it." Looking at the tree that his son Richard had just created, he added that it usually takes 6 months to 3 years to learn to create forms from darkness. But Simon was able to reach such an impressive level in just 3 days. Of course, I knew he was talented, but such talent can have its side effects, so I put off building his core, hoping that he would not repeat the mistakes of my youth. But right now his talent is destined to blossom. Creating a blue flame out of the darkness in his hand, Simon joyfully said to his father, "Look at this." And he replied, "Wow, midnight blue, that's what it is. Your darkness has a beautiful shade of blue." When Simon heard his father's praise, he asked happily, "Is it good that she has such a color? I have a rare case, I'm talented, yes?" In response to his son's encouraging questions, the father replied that it was just a beautiful color, which upset the boy. The next moment, the carriage stopped and the coachman said, "We are here, sir." Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that we had already arrived at Kaizen. Hearing the words of his coachman, the father, getting out of the carriage, said, "No, this is the border of the kingdom of Arisden. Now I will have to leave you." Hearing his father's words, the son nervously exclaimed that, "In what sense, father?" Getting out of the carriage, the boy's father said, "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you earlier, but I can't visit the kingdom of Aresden. It's a long story. From this moment on, think carefully about your next step." Hearing these words from his father, Simon looked out of the carriage and said to his father, trying to reassure his son, Richard said, "Don't worry, son. You'll do better than anyone else. I am really proud of you, son." After giving instructions and reassuring his son, the father remained in place to watch the carriage with his son drive off into the distance. 1 week later in the kingdom of Arisden, after arriving in the town where Simon was supposed to transfer to the ship, the coachman told us that we had arrived. After looking around and seeing how many different people and even skeletons there are, Simon heard that this is the capital of the kingdom of Dresden. Langerstein, having comprehended the beauty and scale of the city, the boy was amazed and said, "Wow, it's so impressive." Opening a piece of paper with the address written on it, Simon looked around and said, "What a big city you need to be careful about. Let's look at the taxi. It's 239 Kemmel Road. It says the guide is waiting for me there. I wonder where that is." Deciding to ask for directions from passers-by, Simon turned to the lady in front of him and exclaimed, "Excuse me, ma'am, can I ask you something?" Looking back, the lady with the eye that had fallen out replied, "What can I do for you, dear?" Trying not to show his fright, Simon held out the letter with the address and said, "I wanted to know how to get to this place." Hearing the boy's request, the girl said, "It'll be a minute." "Let me see," she said, stretching her eyes to see what it said. "It's Kemmel Road." Pointing behind the guy's back, the girl said happily, "I saw a big square there. Go to it and turn right. You'll see a street covered with golden tickets. This will be Kemmel Road. It is one of the landmarks of Langerstein." Hearing the information from the girl, the boy sighed nervously. Immediately after bowing for the help, Simon said thank you very much to the lady, to which she happily replied with a fan, "Wow, what a polite boy." Waving goodbye to the young man who had gone in search, the lady happily said, "Good luck, and may he come with you to Langerstein." After hearing the woman's wishes of good luck, Simon happily exclaimed, "Thank you, and good luck to you as well." Passing by Simon, who was looking for an address in the capital, a suspicious man approached the same woman and said, "Excuse me, ma'am." Taking off his hat to greet me, the man added, "I'd like to ask you something." At the same time, the guide who was waiting for Simon at the fountain in the square said nervously, "Why did he take so long? I hope he didn't get lost." Having found himself in an unpleasant situation where he was attacked by robbers who pointed their guns and shouted, "Now empty your pockets," Simon thought, "I'm sorry, father." He was standing in the middle of a crowd of bandits who surrounded him and told him to give them his bag, his clothes, everything. Simon said in his head I might arrive in Kaizen a little later than expected. An hour earlier, when he arrived at the square where the guide was supposed to be, Simon looked around and repeated 239, 239 over and over again. The next moment, approaching the confused boy, the man took off his hat and said, "You're headed to Kemmel Road 239, to which Simon replied, "That's right, you must be my guide from Hull." And he said yes. I'm your guide. I was sent by Hole. You're a little late, so I thought you might be lost and went looking for you. Shaking hands with the man, Simon said happily, I'm very glad we met. My name is Simon Valentia. And the man replied, nice to meet you. I'm Rowley, the guide to Langerstein. Please follow me and I will take you to the designated place. I'm very glad you didn't get into trouble before we met. There are a lot of scoundrels in Langerstein who like to catch tourists in the narrow streets. Leading the boy into one of these streets, which was also quite dark, the man added, you know, pockets of kidnapping, illegal traders and all that, to which Simon confidently said, I know. And so that's why you also decided to make money off me. Hearing these words from the boy, the man froze in his tracks. Smiling awkwardly after Simon's question, the man said, I don't know what you mean. And Simon replied, you often look down at the sides. You also often check the contents of your vest's bottom pocket to make sure that an item hasn't accidentally disappeared from there, right? Judging by the shape of the folds on your clothes, you most likely have a dagger or a knife. When he heard the lead from the guy he was taking to the robbery site, the man nervously replied, don't get me wrong, it was just for self-defense. After which Simon added the name of Howl. This is the name of a goat in Leashiel, and when the man heard his lie identified, he nervously exclaimed that he was a goat. Feeling that his whole body was trembling with nervousness, the man exclaimed in surprise, so even knowing that I'm not a guide but a bandit, you followed me. Pulling the knife out of his pocket and waving it in front of him, the man nervously exclaimed, who are you anyway? The next moment, a few dozen more people joined the robber, and then, feeling confident, he said, but it doesn't matter anymore, now you will beg us for mercy. Pointing the dagger at Simon, the man said with a sly smile, now empty your pockets, your bag, your things. Give them to me. When Simon heard the man's demand, he said, I refuse to do it. Hearing the boy's words, the bandit standing behind Simon said, hey, you hillbilly, you must have misunderstood us. Rushing at Simon with a weapon to teach him a life lesson, the criminal shouted, we didn't ask your permission, actually. Swinging his knife, the man felt that he had missed, and Simon easily avoided the enemy's attack without even lifting an eyebrow. After the enemy's unsuccessful attempt to stab him, Simon grabbed the man's wrist and squeezed it, forcing him to drop his dagger. Squeezing the attacker's hand tightly to demonstrate his strength, the guy said sternly, I have met many such people in our lands, scum who wander among good people and tear them to pieces to protect the congregation. My duty as a descendant of a landowner is to eliminate such scoundrels who are engaged in bad deeds. When one of the bandits heard who they attacked, he shouted, a nobleman now, we will definitely not let you go. Immediately after his words, the man shouted, come out everyone, and then there was stomping, the sound of which only increased with time. Looking back to assess the situation, Simon mentally said, I'm sorry, father. I'll probably have to arrive in Kazan a little later than planned. The next moment, a woman's voice was heard among the crowd of men saying, I finally found you. I was waiting for you for so long that the terrifying stomp of the girl's heels as she suddenly appeared in the dark street attracted more and more attention from the robbers. And that's why I decided that I needed to go in search of you myself, so that it would be faster when I saw that another strange person had arrived. The leader of the robbers said, now what? Smiling happily at the boy she was supposed to meet, the conductor said, it seems that you have some business to attend to. Pointing to the girl who had come for Simon, the bandit leader said, don't worry, we have the advantage in numbers. To which the girl replied in surprise that she did. Using her necromancer magic, the girl confidently added, do you even know what building is next to you? After calling a few dead people to speak for her, the girl added a shop that sells skeletons. Come on, my subjects take them, seeing that the skeletons were up against them. One of the robbers nervously exclaimed, she necromancer. As soon as the subjects entered the battle, the band of robbers immediately lost their advantage in the battle and was defeated. Being at a disadvantage against the girl, the leader of the criminals frightenedly exclaimed, we did not recognize the great necromancer. Please have mercy. Hearing the man's request, the girl gave him a disdainful look and asked him what group you were in. Hearing the question from the necromancer, the man shouted out in fright, Claywin, we are from the Claywin clan. To which the girl replied that the clan was too big for its members to steal from travelers. Let him put his head down on the ground, put his hands behind his back and crawl face first into the ground to the main headquarters to surrender in person. To which the bandit leader nervously replied, have mercy. Hearing the bandit's request, the girl angrily said, you dared to order me. If he sends someone in his place, or if his face is not too worn, your entire miserable clan will be wiped off the face of the earth in the name of Kaizen. To which the bandit replied, I'm sorry, I'll remember your words. Having dealt with the enemies, the girl looked back to where Simon was standing and said happily, you must be Simon Valentia, right? To which he replied, oh yes, I thank you for your help, but who are you? Hearing the question from the boy, the girl pointed to herself and happily said, do you think I am your real guide? Grabbing Simon's hand and pulling him along, the girl said, come on, let's follow me. My mom has been waiting for us. Arriving in the seaside district, the girl looked for her mother and said, Well, where did she go again? And told her to wait for me here. The next moment, noticing her near the ice cream truck, the girl said, there she is. Approaching Nephthys, the girl pointed at her and said menacingly, I told you not to go anywhere. To which she replied, frightened, I was just waiting. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the ice cream on Nephthys's cheeks, the girl exclaimed angrily, you always get lost. Stop walking alone. In response to the scolding, Nephthys pointed to the van and said that the man there offered free ice cream, to which the girl replied, what if you lost Simon because of that? What would have happened if I had executed you and him as well? Hearing this, Nephthys immediately became upset, realizing her mistake. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Simon nervously thought that Nephthys was her mother, not her younger sister, and then heard the girl ask if she was going to apologize, to which Nephthys replied offended. Immediately after, to change the subject, Nephthys turned to Simon saying, never mind, you must be tired from the road, Simon. I hope Richard taught you something useful. Hearing the witch's question, Simon said, oh yeah, I learned this, and then created a blue flame of mana in his hand, and seeing it, Nephthys said, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen a shade of blue. Looking at the darkness created by Simon, the girl noticed that it still had the characteristics of mana. It looked like a flame, which meant that it was still in a liquid state, to which Nephthys added, well, for this, you will need to learn to use the core more effectively. He will learn this at school, so then great. After demonstrating Simon's skills, Nephthys happily said to her daughter, I trust you to guide the new student. I believe in you, my daughter. To which she replied, you always leave the hard work to me. While Nephthys continued to enjoy the sweets, exclaiming ice cream, the girl approached Simon and said, well, let me officially introduce myself. My name is Lorraine Arkbold, and I am a student at Kaizen, just like you. After the introduction, the girl grabbed the guy's hand and said happily, now let's go, to which he confusedly exclaimed. Hearing the question from the confused boy, Lorraine happily replied, of course, shopping before the start of the new semester. Upon arriving at the first store, Lorraine excitedly asked Simon, do you know what the best moment of the entire school year was? And he replied that he did. Then the girl happily answered that period of time when you go to buy new notebooks, books, clothes, and other things for school. And this period of time is coming right now, so you better enjoy it while you can to the fullest. First, we'll go to the textbooks. You'll need quite a few of them. Come with me following Lorraine. Simon said nervously, okay. Taking one book from the bookshelf and handing it to the boy, Lorraine said, take this one first. Looking at the book the girl gave him, Simon was surprised to read that it was an Introduction to Conscription by Elric Moore Trimble. The next moment, another book with a voiceover by the girl Simon came to the boy's hands, and he took this one as well. Не минуло і хвилини, як на нього почала сипатись купа книг, котрі йому кидала дівчина, та промовляла це, і ось це також, і це не забудь, це також потрібно. Нащо? Simon знервовано вигукнув Lorraine. Stopping the incessant flow of books, Simon nervously asked the same question. In response to the question, the girl smiled happily and replied, of course not. It's Keynesian. You learn all these books in the first semester of your first year. Now don't play the wimp here and get your books. Going further in search of the books, Lorraine said, the last one will be a book on the dynamics of darkness. I'll go get it, and you stay here for now, to which Simon replied well. Looking around while his friend went to get a book, Simon mentally said, well, what the hell? I had never seen so many people of my age in my life, and suddenly, a girl's voice behind him called out, she's here. Not paying attention to the road, the girl, not looking back, joyfully exclaimed, I'll bring it right away. When Simon saw a girl running toward him, he immediately moved out of her way to prevent her from hitting him, but that did not stop her from crashing into the bookcases. Falling on her ass after the collision, the girl grabbed her face and said, oh my nose, while several books from the top shelf fell on her. Seeing that she was in danger, Simon immediately ran to shield the girl with his body from the falling textbooks, shouting, look out! Having saved the girl from danger, Simon asked her if she was okay, and she nervously replied, oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault, and confidently replied, I was a little distracted myself. If you're not too busy, could you help me put the books back in their place, or we'll get scolded for this mess? And the girl replied, of course. Helping to put the books back in the places she had safely knocked down, the girl awkwardly said, are you also a new student of Kaizen's? When she heard the positive response, she added, oh, and my name is Cindy Vivas, and yours? Hearing the question from the girl, the guy smiled happily and answered Simon Valencia, to which he was glad to meet Simon. Gripping the book tightly, the girl said embarrassedly, I'm actually from the north, from Shikid, so I don't have any friends yet, and Simon's surprised voice said that she did. Then it turns out that we are very similar, and I haven't managed to make friends with anyone here yet. Hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately lit up and she exclaimed that it was true. When the girl got to her feet after the incident, she said uncertainly, well, if you don't mind, Simon. Covering half of her face to hide her embarrassment, Cindy said, can I say hello to you at school? When Simon heard the request from his new friend, he happily said, of course, I wanted to ask you about it too. And the girl happily exclaimed, thank you. Having made friends with a new student of the academy, Cindy happily announced that I had already found all the books, so I should go. My dad is waiting for me outside, to which Simon replied, see you at school by the way, Cindy, wait. When the girl stopped and looked back at Simon's request, he said, you don't want to return my wallet. Do you plan to take it with you? Realizing that she had been caught red-handed, the girl exclaimed in confusion that I thought that if I used spiritual magic, I would not be caught. But as you can guess, recalling exactly how he noticed that his wallet had been grabbed, Simon replied, well, I saw it just floating in the air, to which the girl exclaimed in confusion. Starting to press her finger on Simon, the girl nervously exclaimed, you just noticed that? Are you mocking me? Or do you also want to choose a specialized spiritualism? To which the guy replied confusedly, well, I haven't decided yet. Looking down after the guy's vague answer, Cindy said, I knew it. The next moment she looked up at Simon and exclaimed happily, Kason, this place is amazing. I can't believe it. It must be full of geniuses like you. I can't wait to start school. Simon said, isn't that a lot of goals for a common thief? Jumping up and down on the spot, the girl exclaimed, if we both choose to major in spiritualism, we'll see each other for 3 years. Let's compete when the time comes, Simon. That's so cool. The next moment, after taking the stolen item from the boyfriend, Cindy threw it to the boyfriend and exclaimed, here, take your wallet. The next moment, using the magic of teleportation, the girl said goodbye. I can't wait to see you again and feel free to come up to me at school. Sometime after Cindy disappeared from the library, Lorraine came up to the boy and said disappointedly to Simon, they're out of all the copies of Introduction to the Dynamics of Darkness. And by the way, who was that girl? Have you already made friends? To which he awkwardly replied something like that. Seeing the boy's nervousness when it came to Cindy, Lorraine smiled slyly and said, you don't have to be so shy with me. You can be honest even if you liked someone. Hearing this, Simon thought, yeah, I almost had my wallet stolen. The next moment, she added, we're done with the books, and now it's time to deal with the bag. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that the bag. Hearing the confusion in the guy's words, who looked at his bag, the girl said, oh, I don't mean this one. I mean the one used by necromancers. It's called a magical inventory, or simply put, a spatial pocket. Arriving at the store where they could buy a spatial pocket, visitors heard the owner's joyful voice. Welcome, Miss Lorraine. I was told that you had recently ordered a bag, so you must have been looking for one for this gentleman, to which the girl replied that he was new, so I needed a bag with the least restrictions. He doesn't need a model with walls on the floors. We necromancers often fight in open spaces, to which the owner replied, Lady Lorraine, you are very perceptive. Taking one of the rings of the spatial pocket from under the counter, the owner handed it to Simon and said, in that case, I will personally show you a prototype that is not yet on sale. First, put the ring on and let the darkness fill it, and then you should feel something like a handle. Hearing the woman's instructions, Simon said, I understand. Having fulfilled all the shopkeeper's orders and achieved the desired state, Simon said, I feel like this. And then she said, now pull the lever. This spatial pocket is the latest development of the leading master Gelen Eclipse. The volume of the pocket is 4,000 spatial pocket opens on the ground, regardless of the landscape. The space itself consists of 7 magic spells, including first-class protection and climate control spells. Moreover, this bag allows you to activate an invisibility spell to hide your location from enemies. Hearing about the 7 functions of the bag, Lorraine was surprised to hear that the ejection function was present, to which the owner replied, of course, it is also present here. After hearing about all the advantages of the new interdimensional pocket, Lorraine asked Simon if he liked it, and he replied, yes, I do, but it would be very expensive, wouldn't it? Then Lorraine joyfully exclaimed to Stephanie how much it would cost, and she joyfully replied 5,000 gold. Hearing the price, Simon clutched his heart and thought, that's how many years it took to make Lashhill's annual budget. Hearing the price, Lorraine approached the cash register and said, we'll take it, while Simon, who had just learned that she was buying it, nervously thought, are you serious? Immediately after buying the storage facility, Lorraine confidently said not to worry, it's Mom's money, to which Simon was surprised to hear that it was Nephthys. Then Lorraine replied, I don't know the details, but my mom owes your parents a lot of money, so she's just paying it back, don't say no. To which Simon nervously replied, it's still a big gift, how can I repay Nephthys? Hearing the boy's question, Lorraine said offended, I don't even think about it. If you want to thank your mom, just study hard at Case Western. To which Simon confidently replied, I'll do my best. When Lorraine was done shopping, she left the store and said goodbye. Thank you, and goodbye. And once in the capital square, she confidently said, now you have everything. Let's have fun. To which Simon replied in surprise, what can I do? And she confidently replied, of course, this is part of our plan for today. After which the guy added uncertainly, okay. Arriving at the shooting tent, the girl bought a ticket to participate and handed the crossbow to Simon and said, go ahead and knock out the plush toy. To which he replied, I'll try. After one attraction, they went for a walk and found themselves on a bridge from which Lorraine pointed to one place and said, "There is the highest point of the city, and this is a must-see attraction for tourists, called the Thousand Lights, as you might imagine, Simon." To which he shrugged. Looking at the flashlight he threw into the sky, Simon said, "I'm only thinking about whether there are 1,000 assholes out there who spend 200 silver pieces on burning paper." Marveling at the general appearance of the lanterns in the sky, Simon said, "Wow." To which Lorraine replied, "You'll fit in perfectly in Kaizen." Then Simon said, "Thank you very much." Then the girl said sternly. It wasn't a compliment, but that the boy added confusedly, okay. After launching the lanterns, Lorraine went with Simon to the seashore to a restaurant. When she saw the way he ate, she exclaimed in surprise, "You know etiquette. You really are an aristocrat, aren't you?" When Simon heard the girl's question, he said awkwardly, "My father didn't calm down until he taught me the proper behavior at the table." Hearing this, Lorraine replied, "You learned well, by the way. I'll tell you right away that 30% of Kaizen students are commoners. So don't even think about telling others what to do just because you're a nobleman. We have a meritocracy in Kaizen." To which Simon replied, "I'll remember that." Then the girl added, "Tomorrow is the first day at the academy. Do you have any questions?" "Yes, that girl in the bookstore. She told me that I would need to choose a specialty and then mentioned her words in response to which Lorraine told the faculty that this was a good question. In the first semester, you will study 9 subjects, 7 core and 2 additional subjects. And in the second semester, you will be able to choose the ones you like and refuse those that do not interest you. In your second year, you will have to choose a major for yourself," which Simon asked just like that girl. "So I'll have to figure out which subject I have the most aptitude for." And Lorraine said, "I recommend that you find a few favorite subjects and concentrate on them in the future." In Simon's imagination, it looked like everyone would come running to him and ask him to join them. And then he said, "I'll definitely remember that." The next moment, Lorraine added, "Have you thought about your major?" To which the boy replied, "I think I like the theory of conscription. What you showed me this afternoon was just amazing." When he heard what Simon Lorraine was interested in, he answered that the theory of callings was a very good subject. It was quite a classic magic. Among the faculty of Kaizen, I don't know if you'll believe me or not, is Professor Hong Peng, to which the boy exclaimed in surprise that he was. Then the girl added, "I can't even believe it myself from time to time, and there are professors among them." Simon interrupted the girl and said, "I've been dreaming of seeing her." And the girl added, "Great, let's get to the island." Stopping at a place near the hotel, the girl said, "If Mom finds out that you came to class tired because of walking with me, she will beat me to death." Hearing that it was time to say goodbye, the guy happily said, "Thank you for everything," which was quite interesting. To which Lorraine replied, "Oh, come on." Trying to express all his impressions of the day, Simon happily said, "I will remember this day for the rest of my life." To which the girl replied that it was really nice to hear. "I'll be going then." She hadn't gone far when she suddenly looked back and said, "By the way, Simon, I have something else I need to tell you." To which he replied in surprise, "Yes, what is it?" Then the girl said happily, "Well, I wasn't going to deceive you. I wish I had told you about it right away." Smacking herself on the head and smiling sweetly, Lorraine added, "Well, I'm new too." Having put the guy in a state of shock, the girl pointed at him with her hands and said happily, "Let's be friends. See you at school now. Bye." The next day, when he arrived at the pier and saw the other applicants leaving for the island, Simon was surprised to hear everyone was so stylish. "It seems that I am the only one who looks ordinary here." Hearing the announcement from the ship, "Passengers, come to the loading dock. We are leaving for the island of Kaizen." The boy thought Lorraine said she would arrive on the island by another way. "So we will now meet only at the academy." But why did they moor so strangely, as they usually moor with their nose toward the sea? After which Simon Valentia heard the documents in the normal way. Just as he was about to go on the deck of the ship, he heard a menacing shout from nearby. "I'm telling you, it's a mistake." On another boarding line, one of the boys grabbed the conductor and shouted angrily, "I'm the first on the waiting list, and you want to tell me that there is not a single student who refuses to study, so that's how you do things in Kaizen." Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy added, "Contact the Kaizen administration, there's definitely some kind of mistake here." After seeing this performance, one of the applicants sighed heavily and said that every year there are always those who cannot accept the result, and he is also the first on the waiting list, so you can understand his despair. Pointing at himself, the bully angrily exclaimed, "I am Lucius Carroll of the Earl of Arundel. Contact the administration, I order you." To which he was answered, "Please leave this place. You are not on the passenger list." The next moment, unable to contain his anger, Lucius Carroll grabbed the guide by the hair and pulled him toward him, exclaiming, "How dare you!" Intervening in the conflict and stopping the hand of the guy who was about to hit the ship's worker, Simon said, "Stop it." Then the ruffian turned his gaze to the one who had prevented him from committing his massacre and angrily exclaimed, "Who the hell are you? Let me go." Hearing the boy's threat, Simon only tightened his grip on the bully's arm and then saw him kneel down in pain and shout out angrily, "You probably want to play the box earlier," when a voice behind them asked what was going on. The next moment, an old man descended from the ship, and upon seeing him, everyone exclaimed in surprise that it was Professor Sillage. After inspecting the area and noticing who was causing the disturbances, the professor looked at Lucius menacingly and said the last words of the will. When a more important person came out to him, Lucius exclaimed, "Please don't laugh. I'm just asking you to contact Nephthys. I'm first on the waiting list." This result is a misunderstanding. Unable to bear the guy's impudence, the professor heard him exclaim, "You think you can treat me like this?" and snapped his fingers and instantly killed the guy without letting him finish. After dealing with the problem and heading back to the ship, Sillage said, "We don't have time for this. Everyone on the ship and you too," to which Simon replied, "Well." Having witnessed the murder of the boy, a crowd of onlookers said in surprise that it was the black magic of blood, and we will have lessons with him in the first year. Noticing that Simon was very nervous after what had just happened to the boy, the professor straightened his hat and said, "Don't worry, he's still breathing." When everyone was loaded onto the ship, Professor Sillage spoke to the students. "I would like to ask everyone here to take their seats. The ship may go through turbulence, so do not leave your seats until you are ordered to do so." Sitting down in an empty seat in the cabin, Simon wondered how this ship sails. As long as the transport was enveloped in the magic of movement, the boy continued his thoughts stern forward or otherwise. The next moment, all the students heard the voice of the sailor. "Professor, we will soon be there," to which he replied, "Stick to the route." When all the preparations were completed, the ship began to slowly rise and make a splash around it, and the students nervously exclaimed, "What is that wave noise?" But isn't it too much noise for ordinary waves? After which a giant wave rose behind the ship. A few seconds later, a giant whale emerged from that wave and flew straight toward their ship, jumping out of the water and swallowing the ship. The masters of necromancy and Kazan have their own underwater servant, and this same servant is a dead whale who submits to the academy in order to bring students to the island. Realizing what had just happened to them, one of the students nervously said, "We're in the belly of a whale," to which the other replied, "I think so. This monster roams the ocean waters and will swallow any ship that necromancers point out to it. However, once a year, it fulfills its mission, namely, delivering new students to the port of Kaizen. This is exactly what the Kaizen Academy's high-speed ship is." After leaving the ship, one of the students was surprised to say that it was quite nice here, except for the fact that we are now in the stomach of a whale, and it seems that people live here. Also, after leaving the deck with all the students, Simon suddenly heard a boy address him saying, "You didn't miss a beat?" As soon as he paid attention to him, the boy added, "Despite the conflict situation, you tried to calm him down with words and then..." Simon replied awkwardly, "Nothing special." After expressing his impressions, the boy shook hands with Simon and said, "I'm also applying to Kaizen. My name is Rowan," to which he replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Simon Valentia." Having met his new friend, Rowan asked, "By the way, how did you pass the entrance exam?" And Simon asked confusedly, "What kind of exam?" In response to Simon's question, Rowan answered the introductory, "I gave my form to the darkness." Hearing this, the guy was nervous, thinking I had no exam. Nephthys just came and stuck me a letter about my enrollment. But if I tell him this, he will be offended that I was hired on a whim, and then nervously said, "I also took the same exam with the same darkness." To which Rowan replied, "What a coincidence." The next moment, the loudspeakers announced that the students were asked to board and take their seats soon. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that Rowan answered him, "Yes, the speed is incredible." When everyone took their seats and boarding began, the ship's management announced, "Dear students, we are entering a turbulence zone, so please remain seated. Do not stand up for your own safety. Rather, hold onto the railing on the ship and get ready for a shake." Having survived all the adventures on the way to Kaizen, the professor, after stopping the ship and opening the exit door, announced that we had arrived on the island. When everyone left the ship and headed for the island, 2 giant guards met the students at the entrance and told them to line up in 4 lines, as we were about to hand out uniforms. "So, everyone who has received a uniform, please continue to the men's locker room to the right, women's locker room to the left. You all have 5 minutes to change, after which we ask you to leave without delay." After changing his everyday clothes to the Kaizen uniform, Simon looked at his appearance and thought happily. His father was right. It was a very stylish uniform and he would not be ashamed to wear it to the ball. After changing into his uniform and leaving the locker room, Simon walked down the hall and heard the jacket enchanted by the Academy's uniform, which was good for magical combat and stronger than armor. And then the voice of the staff said, "Come on out, let's go on." Moving to the common room where the girls were also present, Simon saw the fairer sex and thought to himself, "The girls' uniforms look much more beautiful." The next moment, the staff's voice was heard again. "Well, everyone's here, so let's go to the auditorium." As he was getting ready to go to the classroom, he suddenly heard Simon behind him saying, "What are you doing?" And he was surprised to hear Rowan say that. Immediately after stretching his arms up, the guy happily exclaimed, "Simon, I can't believe we're really in Kaizen. This is definitely not a dream." To which he replied, "Don't worry, it's not a dream. Oh, by the way, Rowan, what about all these students? Are they new?" Hearing the question from his colleague, Rowan confidently answered, "Of course, there are 1,000 students in the first year alone," to which Simon was surprised to hear that there were 1,000. Continuing the story of Kaizen, Rowan added that it was, and by the way, in the second year there will be about 300 and in the third year less than 150, to which Simon exclaimed in surprise. Trying to tell his friend more about this place, Rowan added that out of 1,000 enrolled students, only 30% will continue to study in the second year. So this is the kind of atrocious selection that is going on here. Oh, that's right. By the way, that's not all. There are also students you need to know about in advance. Pointing to a girl who was sitting not far from them, Rowan said, "There's Serna Aindark, the heiress to the Ivory Tower." After pointing to a couple of other people, he added some more rising stars, Darwin Carradine over there and Jay Sanders behind him. The next moment, pointing at a healthy guy sitting in front of them, Simon asked who was that, and Rowan replied that he was the one you were talking about. Realizing who his interlocutor was interested in, Rowan added a large, "Yes, I know him, Chatel Mare, half-giant. Probably he will go to the specialty of combat magic. And on this side, there's a girl. She's just the best in our stream." Simon turned his gaze to the one pointed out by his friend and asked in surprise, "The best?" Pointing to a girl nearby, Rowan said Lorraine Archibald. Everyone thought she would be admitted on special terms because she was the only daughter of Nephthys, but I heard she passed the entrance exams and got the highest marks. It did not even take second place among those tested, but everyone already knows that it is the best. The next moment, a representative of the academy appeared on the stage and said, "Attention students, we will now begin the enrollment ceremony. Congratulations to all the students enrolled here. You should soon become the pride of Kaizen. And in conclusion, we expect the best results from you, and you 7 are strictly forbidden to go to the forest." And now we'll introduce you to the faculty after the teachers appeared on stage. Someone from the audience exclaimed, "Wow, they're all top-class active necromancers." Unable to contain his emotions, Rowan joyfully exclaimed, "I've only seen them all in the newspapers until now." While greeting fans among the newly arrived students, one of the teachers heard Professor Bachl look at me. Looking around the faculty, Simon said in surprise, "I don't understand why Nephthys isn't here." Hearing the question from Comrade Rowan, our rector answered him, "Our rector does not come to ceremonies for some freshmen. If you see her in the third year, you are lucky." Immediately after the staff spoke, the representatives now swore an oath for everyone to stand up. Upon hearing this, Simon asked if the ceremony was over. When he heard the question from his friend, Rowan confidently answered, "The 2 best representatives from the girls and boys come out and say the oath, and then that's it." After announcing that the first of the girls is Serna Aindark, the staff went on to name the #1 student who was accepted under special conditions, Simon Falentia. Simon Falentia is here. As Simon walked to the podium to take the oath, the rest of the students were talking in surprise, looking at him and saying, "Who doesn't know him? I've never heard of him. This #1 guy." Seeing the nervous look on the boy's face, Serna Aindark said, "Don't worry, just read it out loud," to which he replied well. After receiving the letter with the oath, a couple of the best students said that they swore that they would enter the academy. After the oath was pronounced, Simon took his seat and nervously thought that Kaizen was a really serious academy. "I did not expect that we would start 14 classes for 1,000 students on the same day and that each classroom would be completely full." Trying to somehow calm down as he listened to the words behind him, "This guy is accepted on special terms, never heard of him. Never heard of him, what family he seems to be from Falentia." Simon nervously thought they are talking about me. It's only the first lesson, and I'm already on pins and needles, so I need to calm down to see how many more lessons we have today. Oh, we're going to have a draft theory today, which means it's the same magic that my father has mastered perfectly. Remembering his father in the moment when skeletons were called up to help the workers, Simon mentally added, "If I study hard, I will become like my father." When the first lesson began, the teacher entered the classroom and took his seat. For some people, necromancy is associated with necromancy, with some strange figures wearing dark cloaks and digging up graves under the cover of night. However, this is all in the past. Modern necromancers are smart, stylish, pragmatic, and in step with the times. And these are the necromancers of the new generation. Bachl Amagar, a professor of curse theory for the first year. This man is a young professor of necromancy. At the age of 27, he has already joined the Raven Squad, the main squad of Kaizen martial artists, and all the students simply adore him. Taking off his jacket for convenience, the teacher said, "Good afternoon, students. I will be your first-year curse theory teacher. My name is Bachl Amagar. So let's take a roll call. This is a great opportunity for all of us to get to know each other, as I call your name and introduce yourself to the class. So, let's start with Jamie Victoria." And when she heard her name, she immediately jumped up and down and exclaimed, "I'm so glad to meet you, Professor. I would like to go to school as a curse maker like you." Bachl interrupted the girl. "But wait, don't introduce yourself to me. Start with your classmates." Hearing the teacher's remarks, the girl awkwardly said, "Oh well, I'm Jamie Victoria." And at this rate, the turn came to our protagonist, who rose from his seat and said, "My name is Simon Valentia. I'm from Liesel," after which voices in the audience said, "I found the one who was accepted on special terms." At the same pace, many students introduced themselves and the turn came to another guy, Hector Moore, who stood up from his seat. When the class presentation was over, the professor rolled up his shirt sleeves and said, "You are all just incredible, so let's get started with our lesson." From the very beginning, we will ask ourselves the fundamental question of why we need to. Writing on the board the question they would be discussing, Bacall added that they needed a theory of curses at all. Who will tell me what a curse is? Hearing the question, Jamie's hand immediately raised and I exclaimed, "Jamie's curse is a type of dark magic that allows you to feed off the strength of an opponent while weakening him," to which the teacher answered, "Just fine, Jamie." The next moment, raising his finger in front of him to focus the student's attention, Bacall said, "I don't think all the students can imagine this, especially when it comes to weakening the opponent." Going up to the board and starting to draw an example to explain, the teacher said, "I'll give you an example now." Having finished the drawing on the board, he pointed to one of the fighters and said, "We have two knights with the same skills and level, and so they begin their fierce battle, exhausting each other, and one of them waits for the moment when the other makes a mistake. About 20 strikes have already been made on both sides, but neither side wants to give in. And it was at that moment that one of the knights looked at his opponent with bloodshot eyes and shouted a curse. Hearing the curse from the opponent who had just cast it on him, one of the knights shuddered and turned pale. Finally, when the opportunity presented itself, the sword pierced his shoulder. After that, the first blood is shed in the fight, and the opponent's movements become less and less accurate. Continuing to actively draw an adaptation of the example of the curse, Bacall added a knight grasping for a chance to win. He continues his attack until his opponent is cornered and stabs him in the leg. After that, he grabs a handful of sand and throws it in his eyes, striking the opponent's helmet flat to stun him. Then the battle takes on a completely new desperate character. And finally, the moment of climax in the fight. The knight chops off his opponent's head, and it falls rapidly to the ground. After completing the story with a detailed customization of all his words, the professor asked, "So now you understand even a barbaric sword fight?" Having attracted the attention of all the students with an interesting presentation of information, the professor said that there is a series of actions that are hidden to exhaust the enemy and gain the upper hand. Taking the chalk in his hands again to explain everything in detail, Bacall said, "I will show you how the battle of modern necromancers takes place." Having drawn a model of an ordinary person from sticks and a circle on the board and pointed to them, the teacher said that in order to defeat a person, a necromancer needs to defeat a person. He added one more line to indicate the direction of the attack, and then made just one simple movement, after which he easily defeated his opponent, followed by enthusiastic shouts from the audience. As he continued to practice at the blackboard, Bacall said a curse, the simplest and most inexpensive formula among the dark arts, and another key to its effectiveness. In addition, an indicator of effectiveness is how much you can hit the enemy with only a small amount of effort. Immediately after these words, the professor approached one of his students who was sitting in the front desk. Taking him by surprise, the teacher Bacall created a magic circle that cast a curse. Using a curse on one of his students, he managed to knock him unconscious and then reached for his weapon. Holding out a dagger in his bag, the teacher smiled ominously and said, "This is how modern necromancers fight." After an incredible show of necromancer skills, the professor bowed, and the audience shouted incredibly, "Professor, the theory of curses is the best." At the end of the enchanting show, the teacher snapped his fingers and said, "I don't know what specialty you will choose, but I can assume that more than 80% of you will choose my subject in the second semester." While on the bet, a happy Simon, who saw the beauty of curses, heard that the theory of curses goes well with other types of magic. "I always approve of my students choosing a subject that is closer to their hearts and cursing their enemies at every opportunity." Turning back to the blackboard and picking up the chalk, the professor said, "There is no shorter path to victory than this. I believe that the theory of curses is the heart of modern necromancy, and the reason for this. Priests of the curse theory is a must-have science for those who want to confront our natural enemies." The next moment, turning to face the audience, Professor Bacall spoke and told me what would happen if necromancers have the art of cursing with them, and the priests have their divine power of blessing. However, the difference is that a curse takes away strength, while a blessing restores it. So it is restored. Who can explain to me what is the advantage of curses over blessings? As soon as the question was asked, a hand was raised in the audience, and a girl shouted out Jamie Victoria. A curse is much faster to cast than a blessing, and that is why the cumulative effect of many casts will produce results faster. But unfortunately, she was wrong, and when she heard that she had made a mistake, the girl immediately became quiet and froze in place in one pose. Not receiving an answer to his question, Bacall said, "Scholars agree that the curse cast is slowed down by the object's resistance to magic, and that is why it is faster by a small percentage of the speed of the blessing cast. Well then, who else might know the answer to my question? And then I saw another hand in the audience. Rising from his seat, the disciple said to Hector Moore, "The fragility of the human body helps the one who curses." After hearing the answer that satisfied him, the teacher said, "What's your name again?" To which Hector Moore replied, "I'll remember it." After receiving a satisfactory answer from the student, Professor Amagar said Hector is correct in saying that spells that weaken the opponent cannot be repelled by the added art. All people learn magic in their normal state, not even realizing that they may be sick or injured at the time of battle. And the mage's well-being also affects his effectiveness in battle. If the environment does not negatively affect him, then these are ideal battle circumstances. However, the human body is much more fragile than we can imagine, and even a small change for the worse can weaken it. Well, let's say that your opponent is an archer. You don't have to cut off his arm to neutralize him. You can simply give him conjunctivitis, which will make it difficult for him to see, and it will also help you as well as make him nauseous. To hit his sense of distance so that he stops distinguishing it, or to make him distracted by something else. With all these various actions, you can avoid being hit by his arrow. The main thing I want to tell you is that necromancers have many different ways to make their opponent feel worse. For example, if you are very tired and have a stomachache, you will not come to my class, and that is because you are simply not in a position to learn. Of course, you will most likely just lie in your room all day long, remember? Leaving the chalk and approaching the students again, the professor added that we should think about ways to weaken others more than ways to make ourselves stronger. The next moment, assistants entered the classroom with cash register kits, and then the teacher said, "Now." When the curse casting kit was given to each student, Bahil Amagar said, "We will learn how to cast curses." When Simon heard what they were going to be doing, he thought, "Wow, from the very first lesson we are learning dark magic." The next moment, the professor remarked that it should be a disgrace for Kaizen students to use a spell stencil, but this was the first lesson, so they would have to. It is good to use the stencil from the very beginning to memorize the magic circle, but I do not advise you to abuse it. You must rely on memory when casting. Let's start with a spell of exhaustion. Everyone grab the handles of your stencils and pour your darkness into the mold. The key to a successful drawing of a magic circle is the perfect correctness of the runic writing. Runes are an alphabet with magical properties. Drawing runes with the help of your own darkness leads to the manifestation of their magical effects. If any of you have already created a magic circle, try to lift it into the air. When Simon heard this, he filled the stencil with darkness and raised the magic circle and exclaimed, "I did it!" Immediately afterwards, he heard voices around him exclaiming, "Oh, me too!" And when Simon heard this, he was surprised to hear that so many people had succeeded. After a few seconds, the professor walked among the students and said, "I see that some of them have lost their magic circles. Don't worry, this happens when you have not cleared your darkness or the binding force has weakened. Try again." And for those who already know how to hold a magic circle in the air, I'd like to ask you to try using a spell. Look carefully at your set of magic. Each of you has been given a houseplant. As he continued to drift around the room reviewing the progress of his students, Bahil said, "Look at him and apply the curse." If as a result you get a visible negative effect on the plant, it means that everything worked properly. Turning his attention to Simon again after Hector Moore, the teacher added, "I see that the difference in your abilities is enormous. When you have succeeded in the spell, try again. Only this time increase the speed when the speed is sufficient for you. Then try to draw a circle without a stencil." And at the same time, having failed time and time again, Simon bowed his head and nervously wondered what was wrong with me. Looking at how others were already practicing the rapid use of curses, he mentally added, "Why am I the only one who is so slow? What am I doing wrong that I'm not succeeding? What a misfortune." As he reflected on his mistakes, Simon suddenly remembered the words of Lorraine, who had said, looking at his flame, "But its darkness is like mana. It radiates tongues like flames because it is still half gaseous." After which Nephthys added, "Well, it's okay. He'll learn how to control the core. He'll learn everything at the academy, so that's fine." Recalling the words of his friends, the boy confidently said in his head, "That's right. I haven't learned how to control mana and darkness yet," Nephthys and Lorraine said. "So to achieve the result, I have to start with the basics." Professor Backel said that the problem is either the purity of the darkness or the power of the binding. So I will try to concentrate as much mana as possible from the environment first, and then send it all to the kernel at once, and now it's darkness, and now it's much more stable than, well, now. Create and cast a spell before the magic circle breaks down. The next moment, the boy used a magic circle and finally managed to exhaust the plant with a curse, after which a pop sounded, and the teacher said, "That's it." Breathing out a sigh of relief that he had made it to the end, Simon said, "If anyone else didn't make it, you can practice his homework, and the rest of the time we have left we will devote to using the curse on living people," Simon said in confusion. Looking through the list of students in his journal, the teacher said happily, "I see that we have student number 1 who is enrolled on special terms. Simon Valentia walked up to the board feeling the stares and voices of his classmates saying this is the one special wow must be from a really gifted. Simon nervously said, well, continuing to look for more interesting students in his journal, Bakal added, who could be a worthy rival for such a brilliant student? Now I will look among the students with the highest score in the final exam. Having called Hector Moore against him, the professor said, so, these are the rules. I allow only one exhaustion spell to be cast. Create a circle for this spell and cast it on enemies. The first one to kneel or hit the ground is the loser. When both participants received their magic kits, Hector said, Professor, I'm going to make a magic circle without a stencil. Hearing these words from his student, the teacher smiled happily and said, well, that's a good mood. At the same time, Simon was not laughing at all, looking at his opponent and thinking that this big guy looked quite smart despite his bear-like appearance. At the same time, the teacher who announced the duel recalled his words. Actually, for Kaizen students, using a stencil should be a disgrace, but this is the first lesson, so it will have to be. After mentioning this, he smiled slyly and added, I pointed out that it was shameful to use a stencil, and he immediately decided to show that he was better than the others. The next moment, he turned his gaze to another student and said, You're Simon, to which he replied, I'm going to make a magic circle with a stencil. Hearing this, the teacher announced, well, if you wish, then you can start by my sign, and good luck to both of you. When Simon heard that the competition had started, he nervously thought about filling the stencil with darkness. Don't be nervous. Do what you did a few minutes ago. You can do it again. But suddenly he felt some kind of weakness in his body and blurred eyes, and then he said, this can't be. Seeing the first step already made, Hector exclaimed, well done, Hector. How fast and without a stencil. And then Simon thought he had already made it. I already feel very tired from his spell, and I already understood what the professor was talking about. But I'm almost ready, I just need to get the circle in the air. As Simon continued to try to perform the spell, he saw that his magic circle had collapsed and thought it would not work even if the caster tried again. Watching Hector Moore do his job perfectly, Jamie Victoria nervously told him to go away for the fifth spell. And why was he called number 1 when he couldn't even do one spell? Continuing to hold on to his legs with the last of his strength, Simon heard the words, you look miserable. Preparing to strike the sixth blow with the spell of exhaustion, Hector said, you really want me to finish the job? Hector is definitely a nugget, not only talented, but also behaving like a true adept of necromancy. Kaizen will be an excellent student and will definitely make it to the 3rd year. And this one, who was admitted on special terms, has neither theoretical training in the dark arts nor any experience in resisting magic. Watching Simon closely, Bakal added that he was curious why Nephthys chose him. This year, only 4 students were admitted without a difficult entrance exam, and only the talents of the century are admitted on such conditions, especially those who are called number 1 among them. Usually it was a personal choice of Nephthys, and such a student eventually grew into a rather large person. However, for some reason, I don't see any potential in it except for its resistance to magic. At his age, students fall to their knees after the 4th spell, but this is the 9th, and he still keeps standing. He still tries to make the drawing of the magic circle correct, although it takes him a lot of effort to even stand upright, and his willpower is to be commended. However, this would rather impress a professor of combat mania who values resilience and endurance in a person, and his abilities have nothing to do with my subject. Oh, he's really finally raised his magic circle, interestingly enough. Gathering his thoughts and strength, Simon was finally able to apply his skill to the exclamation of exhaustion. Feeling the effect of Simon's cast, Hector immediately sat down on the ground, but held himself up with his hand and thought in confusion, exhaustion cannot be so depressing in training. I have never felt this way. He's kidding. I can't lose to cast alone. I have the advantage on my side now. I'm going to finish this asshole. Rising to his feet again, Hector used the exhaustion skill, after which Simon dropped the stencil and fell to his knees, after which the teacher declared the match over and Hector Moore won. You did a great job, guys. Great demonstration, after which he snapped his fingers and removed the curse effects, to which Simon tiredly replied thank you. Noticing something unusual in the fight, Professor Bahil Amagar patted the ground and said, that's it for today's lesson. When everyone was heading for the exit, one of the students ran up to the teacher and happily said, Professor, I have a question about today's topic, to which the professor interrupted her and said, wait a minute. You'd better come to my office after school and I'll answer all your questions, the girl happily exclaimed. Thank you very much. Then the teacher smiled slyly and bit the tip of his tongue and said, I can't waste my time on useless groupies. The only spell Simon cast was worth more than all of Hector's casts combined. Incredible power. A genius like him is simply obliged to be a cursor by profession. At the same time, taking the plant with him, Simon said heavily, I'm so tired, to which she added, I am too. When Simon went outside to a cafe, he took a drink and immediately laid down and groaned heavily. After catching his breath, he said tiredly, why are all the lessons so exhausting? And the boy replied, because you are number 1, admitted on special terms. When Simon heard this, he was surprised to ask what it had to do with anything, and the guy replied that in Keeson, there was a lot of competition not only among students but also among teachers. Professors with bad grades can be fired right in the middle of the semester, and some may have their salaries reduced. But those who have good performance get a lot of influence in Keynote, to which Simon said, "What are you talking about?" Then the boy added that all teachers want only the best students for the best monthly results. And just imagine how it feels to have the #1 student in their class, to which Simon grabbed his head and said tiredly, "In short, this is the reason why every teacher called me to the board and tested my abilities." Seeing that his friend was starting to get the point, the guy added, "Oh, and by the way, that girl was your rival." Then Simon asked how Maylene Wylan was doing, and his friend replied that she was the best student in A class. So you know how highly you are valued when you are pitted against such a student. When Simon heard this, he said in disappointment, "But I couldn't defeat her once, and I only managed to cast one spell on Hector." And his friend answered exactly that, which puzzled the professors, who thought you were a ready-made genius and didn't realize that you were still learning. After listening to his friend's explanation, Simon raised his head from the tola and said, "Thank you for explaining everything to me, by the way, but you are the one who explained it." When he heard Simon's question, the boy immediately jumped up and down and nervously exclaimed, "You're cold as ice. We've all introduced ourselves to the class in class. I'm Dick Hayward. We're both in the same class." In response, Simon said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, there are just so many students." And Dick replied, "But tell me how you like studying here. It seems like people are talking about you." And he heard back, probably because special #1 didn't live up to their expectations. And then he heard Boogaloo, "Don't pay attention. You're a normal level for a beginner. I don't understand why there's so much noise. It's only the first day of school. It's only lunchtime and you look so exhausted." To which Simon replied, "I used all my stamina in Behil's lesson." And then I heard, "Oh yeah, 10 casts of exhaustion must be terribly exhausting." What I heard in response, however, was that I even liked it. It was very interesting. The lessons are quite difficult but very interesting, and all of them. Hearing what the first number had just said to him, Dick approached him and said, "You're a strange one, Simon. I have to talk to you." Hector is already starting to recruit his gang, and when Simon hears this, he is confused and asks what gang you mean. Then Dick added that he had impressed many people in Bakil's class, and so people immediately began to gather around him to be his friends. And he was the eldest son of a famous noble family, so it was no surprise that he would be popular among the nobility. Hearing the warning from his new friend, Simon said in an indifferent tone, "I don't really care about that." Hearing Simon's reaction, Dick immediately approached him and nervously exclaimed, "Get a grip on yourself. In Kazan, politics also plays a significant role. Do you at least understand what will happen if the whole A class is under his pressure? Any student he dislikes will be isolated and will be haunted by academic failures. For example, he will not be able to find friends to do his homework in a group." Hearing this, Simon said thoughtfully, "Dick, you seem to be a good man and know a lot about social life. So why did you come to me and not to Hector?" Hearing this, the boy said awkwardly, "Oh well, I'm not a nobleman myself but the son of a shopkeeper." When Simon heard the reason why he picked on him, he was surprised to hear that I had heard that everyone in Kasan was equal, and he nervously replied that it was true. But noble children still do not miss the opportunity to boast of their advantages. To which Simon replied, "I do not do that." Then Dick said in surprise that, "Indeed, I have just one suggestion for you." Standing up and pointing to himself, Dick confidently exclaimed, "Join my gang. Even if you don't know much and people despise you, you are still #1 among those accepted on special terms. Those who are now bragging about how they excelled in the preparatory courses are in vain, as the difference between them and the other participants is leveled over time. And Nephthys could not have chosen you for no reason." The next moment, pointing his finger at Simon, Dick confidently exclaimed, "I am convinced that you have talents that even you do not suspect." After listening to everything he was told, Simon's friend stood up and said, "I don't know about joining the gang." Stretching out his hand to his friend and smiling happily, the guy said, "But maybe we'll just become friends." When Dick heard the first number's proposal, he fainted and then said nervously, "You better not say those words in Kaysen. I'm all over the place." After some thought and shaking Simon's hand, Dick said, "It's nice to have a friend," to which he replied, "We'll be friends then." After establishing new friendships, the guy nervously said, "I need to hurry to class." Then Simon asked, "I see, and what kind of OD did he add?" "Oh, I'll find it now." The next person to hear what they were doing next, Simon immediately blossomed and exclaimed that it was true. Remembering my father and his skills, the first number mentally said, "I can definitely learn to summon the dead like my father." As Simon entered the classroom, he could hear the dissatisfied voices coming from the audience, and he was the first to go. The biggest disappointment in Kazan's history. You have to put him above Chateau Lorraine and Cerna, which is complete nonsense. Trying to console his friend about the talk in the classroom, Dick said, "Don't pay attention to them. "They're just posers," to which Simon replied happily, and I was in anticipation. Turning his head to the first number, the guy saw him happily saying, "I can't wait for the lesson on the theory of recruitment," to which he said, "Some strange guy." When Simon heard this from his friend, he was surprised to hear me say yes, and then he added, "I've never been told that before, and I think they will say it more than once." The next moment, a man entered the classroom, and when the students looked at him, they were surprised and began to say, "Who is this? Isn't this the teacher? He looks like an ordinary man." At the same time, the teacher has already reached his teaching table and leaned on it with a tired sigh. Immediately after looking up at the students, he said, "I am Aaron Day, your first-year conscription theory teacher. The history of summoning has historically been the basic science of necromancy. Most do not want to admit it. But we necromancers first came out of the milieu of undertakers, grave robbers, and necrophiliacs. If you are not deaf, you have certainly heard something about the draft dead. It is outdated, has a bad reputation, is difficult to understand, or that it has many flaws." Tilting his head slightly downward, the teacher added, "All these premature beliefs are mostly true." Hearing this, the students were surprised to think what this man was saying, as if he was not a professor at all. And then Aaron Day added that you probably liked all the other subjects up to this point. They were presented attractively, and many of you were thinking about what specialty to go into. However, I am against such techniques, and I am in favor of every teacher talking about the advantages and disadvantages of their subject right away so as not to mislead you. So here's the first drawback of the call. Upon hearing this, the class was surprised to think that he started right away with the drawbacks. Continuing his lesson, Aaron said that no matter how much you imagine the amount of money you will have to spend, it will actually be much more expensive. You will have to spend more on practicing summoning magic than on all other subjects combined. Educational items are a must-have. We cannot afford to kill people or animals due to the inability to purchase substitutes these days. Skeleton kits and processed cadavers are available, and each is only good for one time. This business is costly, and you will have neither reward nor pleasure from this magic, so those who go into this specialty can forget about wealth. The second disadvantage is that they will fight instead of you. And of course, the outcome of the battle depends on their strength. When your hidden creatures fail, you take 80% mana damage. This is also related to the first disadvantage. For example, nowadays there are relatively long-lasting models of the dead available. Imagine what would happen if you raised such an undead and killed it. Then you're not only out of commission, but you've also spent a lot of money. And the battle continues, and you can only helplessly watch your teammates cope with the task. And finally, the third drawback is the most important one here. The priests are much stronger than you in any case, but I will even say this. In today's realities, necromancers cannot compete at all. The only opportunity for a necromancer summoner to prove himself is at war at the front. The summoner has no shortage of targets for conscription on the battlefield. There are always many dead. However, after the conclusion of the non-aggression pact, the hostilities took on the character of local conflicts. For small-scale military skirmishes, spiritualists are perfect as spellcasters. And necromancers are definitely weaker than priests. One sacred priest spell, and your entire undead regiment is defeated. How much time and money do you think you'll need to collect a new one? There are quite a few shortcomings, but the choice is yours. The next moment, a hand appeared in the audience, and Jamie Victoria exclaimed, "Professor, I'm Jamie Victoria. Please tell me, what are the advantages of conscripts?" Angered by the student's impatience, Aaron said angrily, "I don't think I've allowed you to ask questions yet," to which the girl nervously said, "Oh, forgive me." The next moment, the teacher said the advantages were a huge number of tactical options and the ability to conduct various operations with the help of summoned creatures. After announcing the advantages and disadvantages of his subject, the teacher added, "It's up to you to decide whether you want to study conscription theory in the second semester, but I want you to keep in mind, if you don't have the guts, don't even think about approaching this discipline. If you're going to cry and beg off or something like that, or come up to me in the middle of the second semester asking me to change my major because you don't have enough money, so don't even think about going into the specialty of conscripting the dead. I don't need your nudity here. And with those who will think about going into my specialty only because of the lack of competition, I have a short conversation." Hearing this, one of the assistants who arrived was displeased and said he was calling him out. Continuing his harsh speech, the conscription teacher added, "I will simply get you expelled, that's all." When the assistants handed out the kits for the first lesson, the teacher said, "You have a skeletal set of island crissoles in front of you." When Simon opened the set and saw the stacked bones, he felt their skeleton was similar to a human's, but simpler and cheaper. This is a suitable object for training beginner necromancers. While the assistants were hanging the poster, the teacher said, "On the board, you see a drawing of the finished skeleton and the number of bones. So if everyone is ready, then start by taking out the number 1 bone from the set." which is the skull. The skull, by the way, was already assembled when one of the students started the practical part of the lesson and nervously picked up the skull and said something nasty, to which he was told that the bones were very clean. A little later, the teacher adds a skull and put a finger in the sockets on the back of the skull cap is a magic circle stencil. Put your fingers in the sockets and form a magic circle. After following all the instructions, Simon looked inside and said, "Oh, really? There is a stencil for a magic circle on the inside of the bone, so I'll try it now." At the same time, the teacher continued, "When you finish forming the magic circle," but before he could finish, he heard a shout from the audience. With a sigh of mockery, Aaron Day said, "Oh, I didn't have time to tell you so you wouldn't be scared. It activates the undead. But since I see that it's too late, well, it's okay if it is." When Dick saw that Simon had calmed down his undead and was not even afraid, he asked Simon what he had to do with undead, to which he replied that he had seen them often from the outside. To calm the noise in the classroom, the teacher tapped his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Get used to it, you necromancers or whatever. When you activate the magic circle, the summoning of the dead is almost complete. The creature cannot move yet, which is why you must construct a skeleton for it. The necromancer must know the structure of the summoned creature's skeleton by heart. The human skeleton has an average of 206 bones, while the Pied Piper has only 53, so it is a much easier target. First, find the two cervical spines and attach them to the skull. A summoned skeleton always has a desire to take its normal form, so if you don't confuse the bones, the assembly process will be simple," to which Simon exclaimed, "I understand." Continuing the instruction, the teacher said, "Now take the third and fourth and so on up to the 11th. Just be careful not to confuse the sequence of the spine. Island icefish are upright walking animals, so it is very important to assemble the spinal column correctly. If you mix up something in it, you will greatly reduce the ability of your undead to walk without twisting. The right sign that you have made a mistake will be a clear creaking of the bones at the crucial moment. Your cold may simply crumble." And now go to number 16. By this time, some of the students have already managed to assemble the skeleton completely. Continuing to guide the students in assembling the skeleton, Aaron Day said, "We're almost done now. Up to the 53rd. If anyone is having trouble, raise your hand." As soon as he asked about the problems, many students raised their hands and started shouting, "Professor? I can't attach my leg, Professor. My skeleton is running away." At the same time, Simon, having finished the assembly, sighed with joy and said, "I created the first skeleton with my darkness." The next moment, he heard his name being shouted. Looking over at the noise, Simon heard Dick say, "Please look at why he's rearranging his own arm and leg bones." Pointing out the problem in the build, Simon said it was because you mixed up his dice and he was trying to fix it, to which he replied in surprise that he was. Pointing to the instructions, Simon added, "Look, number 21 is for the leg, not the arm," to which Dick replied, "Oh, they are the same. How can you tell?" At the end of the time for practice, the teacher said, "For today, the practice of assembling skeletons is complete, and we will devote the rest of the lesson to demonstrations. Simon Valentia, please come to the podium, and I would like to invite Hector Moore to the podium as well." When both boys came out in front of the class, the teacher said we had 10 minutes left. During this time, you have to collect the skeletons and use it to take this necklace, and the one who can get it before the bell rings will win. It is forbidden to reach for the necklace and use black magic yourself. Everything else is within the limits of what is acceptable. So everyone got ready to go and started the race. Picking up the skull and activating the dead man, Simon thought, "I can do it this time. I can definitely win this lesson. First, I will completely assemble his spinal column, number 27, and then..." Looking back at the board where the skeleton diagram was already being assembled, Simon heard, "Oh, I forgot to say. It is forbidden to use the hint from the build poster in this mat." Hearing that they would not have any clues, Simon reached for the set and mentally said, "Well, at least the dice are numbered. I'll start with the numbers and then..." Noticing that there was no numbering, Simon confusedly told the teacher that the bones had no numbers on them. Hearing this, the teacher said, "The sets you were working with were educational, and my assistants took it upon themselves to number the bones in the order of assembly, as skeletal sets are sold without numbers." Looking at the student with a disgruntled look, Aaron Day said, "I didn't express myself clearly or something." The next moment, Simon remembered what the teacher had told them in class. A necromancer must know the skeletal structure of a summoned creature by heart. Then I thought, don't give up. You've just got the basic bones. I should be able to recognize them. Picking up the bone he remembered exactly, Simon mentally said, "Well, I'll start with the cervical vertebrae number 2. Observing the collections of skeletons of his students, Aaron Day mentally said that he was accepted under special conditions if he had never collected a skeleton in his life. After that, turning his gaze to Hector, he mentally added, "And this fastener looks like he memorized the drawing and the assembly sequence. He relies on knowledge and memory, and he definitely took preparatory courses from there, but his intuition helps him prevent mistakes in critical situations." Hector, as his name is, has a talent for a special number 1 close to failure, but he hasn't even been to the preparatory sessions. It seems that only Hector shows some promise in this class. Continuing to assemble the skeleton, Hector mentally said, "I'll be the first," and then heard, "Well done, Hector, you're almost done." Adding the final details to the skeleton, Hector mentally added, "I'm going to destroy you morally so that you don't even think about going against me anymore. I have to make a fool of him. I have to break his will so that he can no longer boast that he was accepted on special terms and at number one." Gritting his teeth in anger as he stared at Simon, Hector thought, "I'm going to have you in the dust." Having completed the construction, Hector's skeleton took the necklace and attached it to himself. Then the teacher exclaimed Hector was the first to finish. There are 5 minutes left in the lesson, and if Hector keeps the necklace, he wins. Hearing this, Simon mentally said, "I overestimated my strength too much. Hector went to preparatory courses and I only assembled a skeleton by numbers once, so I have very low chances of winning. It's better not to even try to remember what I did in class with a squeak." Having disassembled his skeleton to the basic details, Simon confidently said in his head, "This is exactly how I should follow the instructions. I'd rather build a skeleton since I'm better at it than nothing." Looking at what the first number was doing, one of the students exclaimed in surprise that he had already made many mistakes, to which he was told that maybe he had decided to give up. Continuing to mock Simon, someone in the audience shouted that he had neither courage nor talent. Why he was chosen as number one at all? I don't understand. And I'm a fool to listen to Dick's ridicule, Simon said nervously. At the same time, while assembling the skeleton at his own discretion, Simon mentally said to himself, "The professor said that you need to get a necklace with the help of a skeleton, but he didn't say anything about perfect assembly. I don't have enough time to create any kind of tabbed structure, so I need to simplify it as much as possible. So first he needs to make his hands like number 20. Reaching for another cat, the boy mentally added the number 27, not to be missed. This is an important dice. 28 can be dropped and only 29 and 31 can be put in. At one point, the teacher turned his attention to Simon and wondered if he was the same structure of the gray rat skeleton. The gray rat is the ancestor of the island Pied Piper, whose set of bones we distributed to them, and he recreated his skeleton by simply changing the order and number of bones. Covering his face with his hand in surprise, the teacher nervously added in his head that this was not a complete assembly, but it was still a snake and had to be assembled in the perfect sequence to be able to move, as a student who had not even taken preparatory courses could do. Did he really intuitively recreate this whole structure in his head? The next moment, hearing the shout of his friends supporting him from the audience, shouting Simon forward to victory, Simon said in his head what they were saying. He continued to listen to comments from students in the audience, and this time Jamie exclaimed, "I don't know what this is, but you did it," thinking I was the first to assemble a perfect skeleton. After hearing another comment, he added in his head, "Looks don't matter, and I finished the job in just a few minutes, despite the drawings." Listening to everyone in the audience cheering his opponent's name, Hector thought irritably, Hector Moore should be the center of attention. After sending his skeleton into battle against Simon's creation, the boy angrily wondered why everyone had taken his side. After attacking the enemy skeleton and cutting it into pieces, Hector smiled slyly and thought, "Well, now I've won." But at that very moment, he noticed that one of the llamas of Simon's skeleton had taken the necklace from his skeleton. Turning to the teacher, Hector nervously exclaimed, "This is a fraud, Professor Aaron. It's ridiculous. You said yourself that you need to make a necklace with a skeleton, but a bone is not a skeleton yet." Hearing his opponent's words, Simon said confidently and then snapped his fingers. The next moment, his skeleton gathered itself together and handed the necklace to its owner. At the same moment, the bell rang to end the lesson, after which the teacher said, "All right, the winner is Simon Valentia," after which he took his skeleton in his arms and raised it in the air and joyfully exclaimed, "We won!" After a while, a dialogue took place in the professor's office, and the teacher arrived and said, "I'm glad to see you, Professor. How was the first lesson? I think there are a lot of gifted students in this class." So the students admitted on special conditions, and the excellent students who took the preparatory courses stand out, to which the professor was answered by Maylene Weiland. For example, I was pleasantly surprised when she made Schaffner's poison in the first lesson, to which she was told blood is not water, colleague. All 7 young Weilands are outstanding students. After that, one of the attendees asked how the descendant of the ivory tower had proved herself, and her colleague replied, "Oh, Cerna, I've seen that the owners of the tower were not in vain proud of her." Chatel Maher was also able to excel. He completely dispelled the myth about the intellectual abilities of giants, as there is an opinion about giants that they do not make magicians. I would ask Zadel if he is interested in magical specialties. In response to these words, another teacher said, "Wow, you already have a star student," to which he was told that we are not yet authorized to offer mentoring to students. And then a colleague added, "Professor Bakil, you also taught your first lesson today. How did it go?" Putting the cup of tea back in the bowl, the professor asked what it was about, and you answered, "You know what I mean. You had one of your special students in class, a personally selected Nephthys. After hearing additional information from a colleague, Bakul added that he had lost 1 to 10 during a competition to another student. I am still not sure how much talent he has at all, to which he was told that how unexpected, but he is still number 1. Is there really nothing remarkable about him at all? Hearing this, Bakul replied that his resistance to magic was unexpectedly high. He had withstood 9 casts of exhaustion, to which he was surprised to hear 9 casts of resistance to magic, which is no doubt important for a necromancer, but for number 1 it is not very good. After the discussion of his subject, Bakul said, "Oh, by the way, Aran, you also taught a class today." "I'm right." Pouring tea in a mug and approaching the wine, Deja answered, "Yes, and what was the answer to that? We are interested in the special student number 1. Continuing the questioning, Bakul added, "I'm very interested to hear how he has proven himself." In response to a colleague's question, Aaron answered, "Slow, mediocre boy. The only thing that impressed me about him was that he had constructed the draft object quite creatively, albeit with mistakes." Hearing these words from another colleague, the man disappointedly replied that this year's special number 1 was not talented at all, to which he was told that this could not be, because he was chosen by Nephthys. The next moment, after listening to the opinions of all the Colettes, Bakul said to himself, "Is it just me or is Aaron just blowing smoke up my ass?" He has a rather nasty temper, and for him to speak so ambiguously about a student can only mean that he is interested in the student. Shifting his gaze to the man at the window, he mentally added a slow, mediocre, creatively but with mistakes constructed object of the call, which by Aaron's standards was just praise. It's definitely not that simple because Nephthys personally chose this guy, and our Aran is definitely interested in his talents. I'm sure of it. After Bakul finished thinking, he said, "By the way, Aaron, do you remember how last year you said something to which he responded with a grudging response last year?" Then Bakul said with a fake smile that you were no longer going to personally mentor students. Hearing what his colleague Aaron had mentioned, he replied uncertainly, "Professor Aaron," and before he could finish, Nephthys burst in and shouted greetings. Seeing that they had been visited by the main Bakul, he took out an ice cream from his spatial hiding place and said, "Welcome, ladies." When he handed the girl the treat, she said, "Oh, come on, I asked you to stop treating me like a girl." And he replied, "A gentleman should treat the ladies." Accepting the gift, Nephthys happily said, "If the professor is giving it to me, then I will accept it." And then one of her colleagues nervously said, "Do you have a refrigerator in your space pocket?" To which Bakul replied, "Yes." The next moment, one of the teachers pulled out a chair for Nephthys and said, "Please sit down, ma'am." To which she replied, "Thank you." Comfortably seated in her seat, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Well, tell us how you like the new students." Hearing the question from the management, all the teachers approached her and began to tell her happily, "Oh, I'm sure that the heiress of the ivory tower cannot but be brilliant. Châtel has great abilities. Malin also studies with excellent grades." To which Nephthys replied, savoring her ice cream, "Good, great." The next moment, the teachers continued this year's so many young gifts to Ms. Nephthys, wishing the deadline for taking students under their wings had already passed. After listening to all her subordinates, the girl happily said, "Well, that's just great. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to speak up, and now you're free to go home and have a good rest." After everyone was able to go about their business, Aaron approached the management and said, "Nephthys, can I speak to you in private?" Hearing Aaron's request, the girl happily exclaimed that of course she would go. Going to her office with Aaron, the girl asked what they wanted to discuss, and he replied, "I'll tell you everything when we're alone." When he saw his colleagues leave the office, Bakul thought that he was as straightforward as ever, but don't think that Nephthys will answer your question directly, if at all. At the same time, somewhere in the dormitory, seeing that there were no good options for them, Dick said in frustration, "Oh, what to do? There is only one free place in all 4 bedrooms." Hearing this, Simon said, "Looks like we're late. There are a lot of people looking for a place in our class." To which Dick replied, "The draft theory lesson lasted 3 hours ago, so apparently the rest of the class has already found rooms in the dorm." Hearing the students' dialogue, the administrator said, "I'm sorry, there are no rooms with 2 free seats on the 2nd floor." To which they replied, "Don't worry, it's not your fault." After that, looking at the check-in log, Simon added the same thing on the 3rd and 4th floors, to which the administrator added, "Yes, it's the same story on all floors." And then Dick added, "Maybe we should go around the rooms and ask who would like to switch places." When Simon heard his friend's idea, he said, "Hey, that's a good idea. I wouldn't mind going to see what's on the other floors." Hearing the guy's idea, the administrator said, "I'll go with you guys, maybe I can help." While they were talking, one of the students bumped into the girl and knocked her down with a wheelchair, saying, "You're a dumbass, I told you to get out of the way." To which she nervously replied, "I'm sorry." Picking up the fallen suitcase from the ground, one of the 3 boys said, "Why are you standing in the middle of the road, maid? Now the suitcase is crumpled on the corner because of you. What are you going to do now?" And she nervously exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Hearing the girl's apology, one of the nobles said, "I'm sorry, don't just stand there. Carry the suitcases yourself." To which she replied, "Well." Standing up for the girl who was being bullied, Simon said sternly, "You didn't see us talking to her." Then, looking out from behind Simon, Dick added, pointing a finger at them, "We're actually the first in line here and you almost ran over her with your cart on purpose." Hearing Dick's improper tone, the nobleman said, "I see you've lost your way, you commoners. Or have you forgotten your place?" And the nobleman's friend nervously said, "Hey, stop! They are the special number one, the one who took the oath at the induction ceremony." Recognizing Simon after the words of his friend, the nobleman quickly fled the scene and exclaimed to her, "We will see you again, of course," to which the other grabbed his suitcase and added, "Let's get out of here." After receiving protection from Simon in a problematic situation, the watchman happily said thank you for your help, to which he replied, "No thanks, it's my duty." After the conflict was over and the words of gratitude were expressed, the girl happily said, "Well, let's go." Looking through the check-in and availability log, the girl added, "Well, actually there is one room on the 4th floor with 2 free beds. Room 409, spacious with a good view from the window close to the stairs. Now let's see who lives there." And when she saw that there were vacant seats, she immediately became nervous. Clutching the magazine to her, the girl said, "Actually, rooms 412 and 413 also have some space, so let's check them first," to which Simon replied, "And 409. Hearing the question from the boy, the girl nervously replied that there were already students there, to which Simon replied that we would ask if we could move in with them, to which the girl nervously added that one of them was one of them. Trying to dissuade the boys from their plan, the girl said his name was Kayan Edwalt, and he was here for the 2nd year. When Simon heard this, he was surprised to hear that this was a freshman dormitory. Then the girl added, "Well, he stayed for the 2nd year. He had some problems with his studies, so he stayed in the 1st year for another year. I'm just an administrator of this dormitory, and I don't know the details, but I heard that many people moved into his room and soon asked to be moved to another place, and the students were bruised. In general, Kajan caused a lot of problems, and usually they kick people like that out of Kazan. So it's strange that they made an exception for him." When Dick heard this, he said to Simon, "Maybe we should look for another room." In response to his friend's request, Simon said, "No, let's at least go in to say hello," to which he replied that, "Hey, wait." Arriving at the right room, Dick saw Simon grabbing the handle and asked in surprise that he really wanted to enter. Opening the door and entering room 409, Simon said, "Hi, sorry we woke you up. We just wanted to settle in this room, and then we heard a creaking sound and a bandaged hand appeared on the partition of one of the beds." Continuing to get acquainted with the resident of the room, Simon added, "You don't mind, do you?" To which he looked at them and said that they were new. Rising from the bed to a sitting position, Kajan said, "Oh yes, today was the ceremony. How quickly time flies. You don't have to be as nice to me as you are. I'm a freshman, so don't worry." Hearing his new roommate's words, Simon replied well to Mr. Edwalt, who put his hand on his head and said, "Stop calling me Kajan." Immediately after looking at his new neighbors, Kajan said, "I don't know how long you will stay at the academy, but there is something you need to know. First, don't stick your nose in my business, and second, don't make any noise until I go to bed. And when I fall asleep, you can sing or dance or stand on your ears." When Simon heard the rules, he was surprised to hear that we could stay here, and he said that it didn't matter, because sooner or later everyone who moved in would end up here, and then he snored. When Simon left the room, he told the receptionist that we would be staying here for a while, and she asked him if he was sure about that. Hearing the question from the girl, Simon answered yes. "I don't think Kayan is such a bad person," to which the administrator replied, "Well, if you have any problems, please don't delay in contacting me. I will inform the hostel manager and I will take care of everything." To which he bowed and replied, "Well, thank you." After settling into the 409th room, Dick went into his things and asked if he thought he would really not wake up, to which his friend replied, "I don't know, but he said that you can only make noise when he is sleeping. I don't think he's such a bad person, at least as long as we don't break the rules he sets." Throwing the books on the floor to see if he really wouldn't wake up and seeing no reaction, Dick said, "Well, we finally got a room. Let's leave our stuff here and take a shower." And Simon asked in surprise, "What shower?" Entering the shower room with his friend and feeling the caressing warmth, Simon happily said, "Wow, it's so hot in here." And Dick replied with a look at you, "I've never seen a person so genuinely happy about a simple shower stall. Did you grow up in the mountains?" Simon replied, "Well, almost." After that, recalling the moment when he was using the shower, Dick added, "But I don't advise you to shout out every time you turn on the tap. People will misunderstand." To which he replied that I did. Then his friend replied that you were accepted on special terms and were number one, and everyone who was not too lazy was already saying so, and now, in addition to the fame of a talentless imposter, you would also get the fame of a hillbilly. To which Simon replied dejectedly, "What's wrong?" "Well, I still consider it a lucky thing to get into Kazan." To which Dick replied, "You're right, everyone wants to get in. However, How long we will stay here will depend on our grades. To which Simon replied, I heard that less than 300 students will stay for the second year. Hearing his neighbor's words, Dick answered, Yes, there are a lot of us here now, only because in the first year students cannot be immediately weeded out. It's called the defense period, but just wait, half of those who entered will soon be gone. And then Simon asked, You mean the defense period? When he heard his friend's question, Dick confidently answered that during this period, it was impossible to give students grades and openly express their approval. Teachers have no right to have a private conversation with students and no right to expel students from the academy. It seems that the prohibition of harming students is also prohibited, and there are so many prohibitions in this period of protection that you can't remember them all. After which Simon thought, So everything I experienced today is just a flower. The next moment, sitting down on his bed, Dick continued, At the end of the defense period, teachers will kick everyone out right and left for failing to perform, for breaking the rules, for neglecting homework, for anything. However, if you just hold out until at least the end of the first semester, you will be in demand everywhere and will easily find a job. If you can withstand the competition and graduate from the academy, then you will become the ruler of the fates of others and the fates of entire countries will depend on you. Leaning back on the bed, he added, In my opinion, a graduate of this academy can become anything but a member of the royal family. But if some small kingdom gives you a princess, then it is possible. And then Simon asked him if you would like to have a title. Thinking about his friend's question, the guy answered, No, it is not profitable to be a nobleman, but it is not a goal for me. To which Simon added, But then what? Dick gestured with a money sign and said the following, to which the man replied, Everything is clear. A little later, Dick added, I'm going to plunge into my studies. To which Simon replied, I hear you. After that, he began to activate his spatial pocket ring. At the same time, Dick said, In case you need money? And before he could finish, a suitcase popped up from the floor right in front of him. Looking at the hole in the floor, the boy nervously exclaimed, Wow, what is that? How did you do that? To which Simon replied that it was a spatial pocket. I got a skeletal set of island ice pick. I didn't go to preparatory classes, so I bought some for practice in my free time. Hearing this, Dick said tiredly, You just got out of class and you want to study again. To which his neighbor replied, I just don't want to forget what I did today. Seeing that he had already taken out the first part of the set, Dick asked him if he wanted to build the skeleton correctly this time, to which he replied, No, I'll trust my intuition. When Simon had finished assembling the gray rat and put it on the ground, he said, Well, that's it. And Dick replied, You made one just like it in class. Absorbed in his creation, Simon replied, Yes, but then I didn't do very well. It took me longer to assemble and my left paw is kind of lame. To which his friend replied, But you still assembled a whole skeleton. I couldn't have done that. The next moment, Simon put his hand on the skeleton's head and said, I'm sorry. After which it flew across the room. When he saw that he had destroyed the skeleton, Dick nervously exclaimed, You did it so well. After the skeleton was destroyed, Simon began to recall the words of his teacher Aaron, who said that skeletons awakened by necromancy are drawn to take their natural form. This is called the force of attraction to the original form, or to put it another way, it's just skeletal attraction. Skeletons awakened by necromancy are drawn to take their natural form if I remember the order. Looking at the bones lying all over the room, Simon said, Then it won't be hard for me to put it back together, and then exclaimed, Get back to it. When Dick saw that the skeleton had put itself back together in just a few seconds, he was surprised to hear that it had come together by itself, and Simon replied, Yes, you do, thank you. Immediately afterwards, the boy added, I don't understand how you do it if you didn't even go to preparatory courses. And then he started yawning sweetly. Seeing that his friend was tired, Simon said, You go to bed and I'll practice for a while. To which he replied, I'm going to sleep. And what is our first lesson tomorrow? The dynamo of darkness confidently answered the question from his comrade Simon. Lighting a flashlight and sitting the skeleton in front of him, Simon looked at the instructions and said, This time I'll follow the drawing. So you need to connect the knee joints like this so that they stand correctly. Interestingly, maybe then he will be able to walk straight. After conducting some experiments, Simon began to record everything, dictating that simply turning the joints does not help. The formulas for assembling skeletons are the result of centuries of experience of necromancers. Most likely this experience was gained through trial and error, and this is the way I am trying to find the right formula now. Each task has a reason for the value using trial and error to try to recreate the formula for the correct assembly. I begin to understand how much the necromancers of past generations had to go through. When Simon had finished making some changes to the skeleton structure, he said, I tried to swap bones number 25 and 31. If I see that this combination doesn't work, I'll put them back in place. No matter how much I think I can do something better, you still have the only skeletal structure that makes your movements most natural, and I'm learning so fast. The next moment, taking up a book with the information he needed, the guy added, Well, I must continue my search. Recalling the moments of his presence at the conscription of the dead, Simon mentally said, "My father hid the skeletons in our village to help the villagers." And Lorraine also summoned skeletons to deal with street robbers. Looking at his mouse skeleton, the boy said, "I wonder what I lack to be able to do that." I'm already looking forward to the next lesson. The next day, when the lesson on the dynamics of darkness began, the students heard that darkness is the main power of a necromancer. And that's why the dynamics of darkness is the basis of all the basics for you. This course was taught by Eric Ora, professor of the dynamics of darkness. So, how exactly does darkness allow us to create black magic? To do this, you need to understand the laws of the flow of darkness, the meaning of runes and magic circles. Runic writing dates back to the time of the Temple of Del and the Bowl of Eternal Flame. At first, no one wondered why that fire never went out. And all because of this, it was considered a manifestation of the power of the gods, and asking questions about such manifestations was simply impudence. One day, the ministers of the temple noticed some letters in the ashes of the eternal fire, and they were amazed that this flame was not extinguished by just scribbled letters. Here's the story of how the runes were discovered. The necromancers and wizards of antiquity supplemented and improved this writing, and it has survived to this day. Starting to draw something on the board, the teacher said, "Here are additional runes on top of those that were opened near the eternal fire, and here are 2 magic circles using the above new runes. One of these magical circles is inoperative, and on the right side of it is a working circle. The only difference between them is how the runes are used. You have all already worked with stencils. More freely darkness is used in the case." Interrupting in mid-sentence, the teacher put down the chalk and said, "Let's finish the lecture. I have homework for you. Take the inoperable magic circle that is drawn on the board and work on the mistakes, and show me the correct drawing that will make it possible to activate it. I'm also going to call 3 students to the board at my discretion to present their work, and I'll see you for the next assignment." When Dick got out of class and went to the garden near the academy for a break, he said tiredly that the dynamics of darkness are so heavy, and Simon answered him with a precise observation. Throwing his hands behind his head, Dick added that he remembered his math lessons with his father. "Why can't you just give us the right formula and deduce it yourself?" And his friends answered him, "But I still liked it. I didn't understand more than half of the lecture, but I liked the way he explained everything from the sources." To which Dick replied that "You just like Casey, that's all. You were telling me all morning how much you liked the shower and the smelling soap." And then the boy slapped me on the back. Arriving at the open area, the boy asked his friend Simon what was next on the schedule, to which he replied that we would have combat magic. And then he heard that the lesson would be here. And where was our teacher? The next moment, pointing to a spot in front of her, Jamie Victoria exclaimed, "Hey, look over there!" Looking in front of them, where a pile of dust was rising, the students exclaimed in surprise that something was running toward us. Or was it just me, or was the ground really shaking? Before they could finish speaking, they heard a joyful voice saying, "Boogaloo, welcome newcomers. Professor Hong Peng will be teaching a lesson on Mount Roke jump on hippos and go hearing what is required of them." The students nervously exclaimed that on hippos. At the same time, leaning over to his friend, Dick whispered, "Actually, don't be surprised. Hong Peng is a famous tramp, even among the teachers at Kaizen. I heard that she lives in the mountains, camping on Mount Roke," to which Simon replied in surprise that he was serious. The next moment, one of the students said, "Hey uncle, you want us to climb these giants? You could have at least put a blanket on them or something." When he heard the presentation from one of the students he was supposed to deliver to the mountain, the man jumped up from the hippo's back and flew forward. Landing spectacularly on the impudent disciple, he heard, "What are you doing? And how dare you command us commoners? We are Kaizen's disciples." What impudence, to which he replied that he was a commoner. Looking up at the impudent nobleman who decided to be rude to him, the man said angrily, "I wonder where you come from, you rude people. I'm not a commoner here, Ada. Remember this? You'll need it." When he heard the man's name, the boy exclaimed, "I'm sorry," and Ada smilingly asked him what he was saying, and the student repeated, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ada." Looking at what was happening to the impudent Simon whispered to Dick, "These upstarts are all stepping on the same rake," to which he whispered back, "I'm telling you, you're very different from most nobles." After getting down from that nobleman, Ada happily announced, "We're late, so get on the saddle. No more than 3 people per animal." And after hearing Ada's instructions, the students gathered around the hippos and shouted goodbye. Climbing on the animal with his friend, Dick nervously said, "Oh, he's so fat that it's impossible to climb on him." And at that time, Simon saw someone else trying to climb on. Hearing Ada's words, who asked if everyone was settled, the girl exclaimed, "Oh, please wait." When Simon saw that she was not able to get out on her own, he offered his hand and asked you to help. Grabbing the girl's hand, the guy easily pulled her onto the animal and sat her down in front of him. When everyone had taken their places on the animals, Ada confidently exclaimed, "Well, everyone, hold on tight." After giving the command to his hippos to move, the guide heard nervous voices from the students. "Mr. Ada, I'm going to fall. What should we hold on to?" Looking around at the rest of the students who were struggling to stay on the animals, he exclaimed, "Overcome the difficulties. Train your will. This is part of today's training." After these words, He looked back at the disciples and smiled joyfully and said, "If you fall, you will die under the feet of other hippos. How do you like this prospect?" Once or twice a year, we have accidents where students hear this and nervously exclaim what it means. Realizing what Mr. Ada had just said, everyone started shouting, "Stop! I want to get off. I'm sorry, help me." To which Ada replied, "Stay in Kasenyi. We don't need students who can't even stand a hippo ride." Arriving at the right place, all the students left the dangerous transport and fell to the ground, after which they began to distribute water to each of them with the words, "Take this." Catching their breath and enjoying the watering hole, they happily said how good it was to drink. "Thank you very much." Before they could catch their breath, they suddenly heard a woman's voice say, "Welcome to class, children." When she came out to meet her students, the teacher added my name, Hongpen Tunsukum Marlin. Pounding her chest, the woman added, "I am your teacher of martial magic." The giant hydra that burned down 4 parishes, the Hydra Kundar, a legendary necromancer, fought against this titanic monster for 5 days. And Hongpeng Tunsokum Marlin, a professor of martial magic, achieved a glorious victory by breaking all 100 necks of the hydra with his own hands. After introducing herself to the students, the woman joyfully said, "Please stand up, and now I'm going to ask you to line up in 4 rows." The students were surprised to hear this order. Seeing that they did not understand what he wanted them to do, Mr. Otta repeated in 4 lines, "Hurry up!" To which the students responded well. As Simon followed the rest of the students, he thought to himself, "Where are we going?" Seeing that their teacher was running somewhere, the students immediately followed her and heard the words, "Remember, people, a healthy body and a healthy mind are the basis of martial magic, good physical form." Looking at the teacher's footsteps, Simon thought, "It's amazing how she can run so fast. She seems to be an ordinary person, but she is on a completely different level." Continuing the cross-country course, Hongpeng said, "Today we will learn how to increase our physical strength with the help of darkness and learn the simplest battle tactics. Necromancers who focus on combat magic are called combat necromancers. If you become at least a little bit like them, then the darkness will stand out from your body without any heaviness like a silk ribbon, and you can make clothes out of this ribbon of darkness. It is called the vesture of darkness. Only combat necromancers have this feature, as they are careful because there are trees ahead." Barely catching up with Simon in the woods, Dick exclaimed, "I envy the guys who have a talent for martial arts." To which he replied, "Who has such a talent?" The next moment, I looked up and saw my classmates moving around in the trees and added that they really seemed to be having fun. The next moment, Dick exclaimed tiredly to Simon, "Simon, are you there?" To which he confidently exclaimed, "I'm fine," and then added tiredly, "How can that be fine?" Hearing a surprised voice from his exhausted friend, Simon replied, "I just grew up at the foot of the mountain and it feels good to run like home." As soon as Dick found out the reason for his friend's endurance, he said, "You're a beast. I envy you." After a while, the students and the teacher arrived at the cliff, and Hongpeng said, "Now we need to jump over this cliff to the other side." When the students saw how far it was to the other side of the bank, they asked in confusion, "Okay, but how are we supposed to jump over here?" When the teacher heard the question from her students, she happily said, "There is a trick. You usually highlight darkness through your hands, but now try to highlight it through your feet." Putting her advice into practice, the teacher said, "Watch me." Demonstrating the possibilities of releasing darkness through the feet, the professor said to everyone who saw, "You only need to make 1 jump. At the moment of the jump, release the darkness through the feet as if spraying it through the air. You will feel as if the darkness is pushing you up." Having crossed over to the other side, the woman stretched her arm above her and exclaimed, "Come on, let's go to me." When the students heard that it was time for them to try to get to the other side, they all rushed forward and exclaimed, "Let's try." Taking the advice, many students overcame the obstacle and found themselves on the other side of the river near the teacher. After helping some students who were hanging over the cliff, Hongpeng said that if you start the flow of darkness too late, you can fall, as you did now. Next time start earlier. To which the student replied, "Well, thank you, Professor." Preparing to jump to the other side, Simon repeated over and over again to push off the darkness. To push off the darkness. To which Dick said, "Hey, I think you're getting carried away." To which he replied, "This is a serious matter." Hearing this, Dick ran to the cliff and exclaimed, "If you think too much, you'll never get anywhere. I'll go first." He noticed that Hector, who jumped higher than him, was jumping with him, but Dick couldn't land on his feet, and after landing near Hector, he heard a wonderful, "Hector, you have the highest jump." Rubbing himself down after an unsuccessful landing, the guy said unhappily, "I don't like the shot at all." Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand in the air and exclaimed, "Well, Simon, even I did it. Come on, let's go." After repeating what he had to do, Simon jumped across the gorge with a lot of momentum. Seeing the height of his jump, Dick exclaimed, "That's great, Simon." After he landed right in front of his friend, Dick happily added, "Well done, that was the highest jump." When the teacher saw that everyone had already completed the task, she said, "It seems that everyone has crossed the river. Let's wait for those who fell into the water. When they get out, We'll move on to the next lesson, to which Simon happily exclaimed, "Good professor." When the whole group finally got together again, they went to the new location. While moving around, Dick asked, by the way, "Simon, do you want to take a look while we're walking?" To which he replied that he did. Opening his notebook, the guy said, "This is a list of students who can be invited to our homework group. The group homework will start in a week, and we need to start recruiting already." I made a list with names of talents and a short description. Looking through everything that was written on the pages, Simon was surprised to hear how you managed to collect so much information, to which he replied that it was a secret of the company. Here we have the most important people while he prioritized who should be approached first. Simon thought, I was barely learning the lecture material and Dick had found information about so many students. So that's why he turned to me and not to Hector. He had already gathered information about him and didn't like it. Still, to form a gang, you need to at least get along with each other. At the end of the reflection, Simon asked, "So what can you say about your search?" And he replied that most of us in the class were pretty good at it. This girl who rode with us on the hippo will most likely not survive the competition and will be kicked out as soon as the protection period is over. Out of the entire class, only 2 failed to jump the cliff and she was one of them, and she would most likely get it, to which Simon replied clearly. The next moment, the teacher exclaimed, "Well, boys and girls, we've had a little rest, let's run again." Hearing that they had to run again, the students exclaimed that we thought we could still rest at the same time. Simon, who was happy to continue jogging, said, "I like this lesson so much, it's so dynamic," and Dick replied that you like all the lessons. Suddenly, the students heard a noise and an earthquake. Looking back, they saw hippos running after them, and one of the students shouted out, "Professor, there's a herd running at us." When the students looked in the direction of the professor and found no one there, they shouted in confusion that the professor needed to call Atta, finding no one to help them at all. The disciples exclaimed that Atu was nowhere to be found, and at the same time Simon, who was closest to the hippos, thought to push away from the darkness. As he was in the air after dodging the hippos, Simon thought Dick said that there shouldn't be any dangerous situations during the period of student protection. It was someone else's fault. Someone can definitely get hurt if they don't manage to escape. The next moment, Cindy Vivis appeared in the air next to Simon and happily said hello to Simon. It's been a long time, but he simply ignored her. When he landed on the ground after inspecting the situation, he thought that I was wrong to think that there was someone to worry about in this class. Immediately afterwards, Simon looked up at his friend and asked how he was doing, to which he replied that he was fine. As he sat down and bowed his head down after the danger had passed, Simon thought, I shouldn't have worried. I still have to compete with 1,000 other students like him. And at the same time, Dick, who saw Simon's strange behavior, asked, "Hey, are you sure you're okay? You're probably a little confused, but don't worry. All these animals are under the full control of Professor Hongpeng," he said, and I heard a surprised response. The next moment, Dick added confidently, "Yes, she is a master of magical martial arts, but she has druids in her family, so she has power over all animals." From above, I saw hippos walking around those hippos and fell to the ground. At the same time, arriving at the students after they had survived the incident with the hippos, Ada exclaimed, "Don't stay up too late, it's time to get up," to which the students responded well. Seeing that the students were getting up rather slowly, Mr. Ada exclaimed, "The hippos will soon turn around and run back quickly." Hearing this, the succubus girl stood up sharply and exclaimed in fright, "Good," and then Ada added, "The professor is waiting for you over there." As the students began to approach Hongpeng, she shouted out, "No more obstacles, everyone, race to me and squeeze all the speed out of you." When everyone finally got to the teacher, she said, "Well done, everyone, now you can rest. Oh, I'm sure you won't have lunch until after class, but I thought you'd be very tired, so I contacted the administration." The next moment, pointing to her left, she said, "Look at what the students shouted and what's over there." Seeing a trolley with assistants and a mobile kitchen, the students shouted lunch. When the assistants began to carry boxes of food to the students, the teacher asked if they wanted to eat, and they exclaimed, "Yes, you are the best professor." Tasting the lunch delivered to them for training, Dick said, "There is no one better than her, professor. She fed the students, sacrificing lesson time for something you don't see from other teachers," to which Simon replied, "By the way, Dick, you don't see that from other teachers." I had heard about something else before when I came to Kaizen, and when I heard this, the guy was surprised to hear what it was about. Then Simon added that I was told that Hongpeng was a typical Kaizen teacher. Hearing this, Dick replied, "Hongpeng was a nature lover, a typical Kaizen teacher who told you such a stupid thing." Then Simon remembered the words of his friend who had told him that among the teachers there was a Professor Hongpeng, and then thought Lorraine, Naftis's daughter, had told him. After finishing lunch, the students heard, "Let's wrap it up, folks. In 10 minutes, we'll be heading back to the academy." After hearing what the teacher had just said, Simon also heard from one of the students, and I thought we would rest and go back on the hippos. The next moment, looking out into the vast expanse that opened up before him, Simon thought, I have a feeling this is just the beginning. After lining up all the students in front of her, teacher Hongpeng asked if any of them had wristbands for their cats, and I gave them out and was told yes, professor. Then she gave her next order. Listen carefully. Now everyone will fill it with their own darkness. As soon as the students have followed the teacher's order and pointed back to themselves and said, they all know what a depletion spell is. Look at the flag. You must get to the hill under the influence of the spell of exhaustion. Get ready. And of course, I will keep an eye on those who are lagging behind. Feeling the power of the debuff, Dick thought, Processor, are you seriously legitimate? And then shouted out to everyone to start. Let's get ready and go. Let's keep up. Continuing to overcome step by step, Simon mentally said, every step I take is a great effort, and I feel dizzy. However, preparatory courses will not help anyone now. This test will show who has the endurance and willpower. If I fall behind now, all other studies will only be harder for me. Continuing to overcome each step with a known effort, the boy confidently added in his head, I will do it no matter what it takes. Not far from Simon, Hector was also crawling with his last strength, who happened to notice him and said in his head, you bastard again. I used my own methods to get ahead, but he still caught up with me. Gathering his strength, the guy said in his head, okay, I'll grind you to powder right here. Seeing how a couple of guys were trying in vain to get to the finish line first, the teacher happily exclaimed, you're almost there. Suddenly, a girl walked by them as if nothing had happened and won the competition, after which the teacher said Maylin Whelan took first place. I congratulated you on your victory, and she bowed and replied, thank you, Professor. Immediately afterwards, the professor was surprised to hear you walk with a normal gait and not at all tired. How did you manage it? To which I replied that I used the formula for resisting the spell of exhaustion. Hearing the answer, the professor replied, well done, you can rest. To which she replied, yes, Professor. At that very moment, Hector mentally said, I didn't know you could just protect yourself from a spell. The next moment, one of the assistants nervously informed the professor that the wounded man had sprained his ankle, to which she replied, okay, I'll take a look. After running past a couple of guys who were fighting so hard for first place, the girl exclaimed, you've almost reached the goal, I believe in you. The next moment, using a spell of resistance to exhaustion, Hector said angrily, this is just a mockery. When Hector saw that the student had reached the ADA checkpoint, he shouted out second place. After passing the test, the guy immediately went up to Mealing and said, what are you doing in a martial arts class, removing a curse from yourself? You think I'm sweating it out just because I don't know how to remove exhaustion? Of course, what can you know about the world if you've lived your whole life in an ivory tower like a princess? And the girl replied, you want to fight me? Hearing the question from the girl, Hector answered, no. I'm just saying that teachers will not give us grades during the defense period, during which time it is important to show your diligence and discipline to earn a good reputation with teachers. And this stupid thing you just did probably showed Professor Hong Peng that you can't be trusted, to which the girl replied, you're really so disappointed that I bypassed you. Why are you showing me this? Hector added, I'm asking you not to cheat in class anymore, that's all. As for you personally, I have no interest in you. I said goodbye. At the same time, the assistant handed the student water and told Simon Valencia to take third place, to which he replied, thank you. While resting under a tree, Simon was approached by his friend who tiredly said to Simon, I'm going to die, to which he replied, you did it. I'm tired. The next moment, Dick added, how do you think we'll get back if they tell me I have to climb the hippo again? I'll just bite my tongue and die on the spot. When everyone had finished the test and had a little rest, the teacher called out to the class to gather around. Since you are so tired, I asked the administration for a favor and was granted permission to teleport, so get in line. Upon hearing this, the students joyfully exclaimed, thank you, Professor. Moving the students one by one, the girl said the following, after which Simon and his friend said we are leaving. Using the magic circle, Simon found himself in a strange building that did not look like Kaizen at all. Looking around after a hard landing, Simon said in confusion, oh, where is it? I don't think it's Kaizen. It somehow looks more like my house in Leschule. The next moment, he heard the teacher's voice saying to him, I'm sorry for scaring you, Simon. Please, sit down and I'll explain why I moved you here. I secretly adjusted the magic circle of the teleport Ada helped me. We made the magic circle react to one of the students differently, to which Simon responded in surprise in the sense of me. Holding out a glass to Simon, the teacher added, it was your darkness that was the idea to move you to another place. Pouring water into a glass, Hongpeng said, do you know why I did that? And the boy replied, I don't. Then the girl confidently said, of course, I am responsible for the safety of each of the students, and that is why we decided to move you to my house. I also just wanted to talk to you in person without any prying ears. When Simon heard another reason for his move here, he asked me what was wrong. With her hands folded in front of her, the teacher said to the students, we are not allowed to talk to them in person until the end of the defense period, but I know that some professors have already broken this rule. I decided to move you here to ask you what you think about going to the martial arts program. If you wish, I will make you my student. Hearing this, Simon asked in surprise what it meant to be your personal student. In response to Simon's question, Hong Peng answered exactly that. I will teach you myself as a personal student. I will be able to teach with full responsibility and dedication. We are allowed to take no more than 3 students from each stream. The better the professor, the better his student. And I want to give this rare opportunity to you, Simon. Extending her hand after the announcement of the rare opportunity, she added, What do you think, Simon Valentia? And do you want to become my personal student? To which he replied in confusion, I don't understand you, because I didn't prove myself in the class. Unlike all the others, I could barely cope with the tasks and still took 3rd place. And today is only the 2nd day of classes, so I sincerely do not understand why you are offering me mentoring. Hearing that he was so self-critical and underestimated himself so much, Hong Peng happily told the students that it was possible and important to take a place. But the teacher looked at talent first. You used the darkness so well when overcoming the cliff because it was the first time for you. And he replied, Oh, you're right. Then the teacher added, Despite this, you also jumped higher than everyone else in the class. It can't be a coincidence, it's definitely a talent. Also, when you climbed the hill under the curse, you survived the race relying only on your strength and endurance, unlike the first 2 disciples. It may not seem like a big deal to you, but to me it speaks volumes. That you still need compliments on why I chose you. Your stamina, willpower, and outstanding talent for controlling darkness will show up best in martial magic, and I think you'll be even stronger than me in a few years. Even more, I am determined to make you the strongest mage in the world. After listening to his teacher, Simon said, Professor, I am grateful to you for such a generous offer. Rising from his seat, Simon added, But to be honest, I have to decline. And she replied that, But why? Then Simon said, Actually, now I see a lot of craving for another subject, to which she added, Well, that's fine. Stretching out at the table after the conversation, Hong Peng happily said, Well, thank you for telling me about it right away. But that doesn't mean I'm going to back down or give up, Simon said, surprised to hear what you were talking about. Then the girl confidently said, You have a whole year ahead of you. That's why I'll have plenty of time to convince you. To which the guy replied, Why are you willing to go so far for me? In response, he said, I'm just really curious how strong you can become, and I want to know the answer to that question, even if it is not related to my mentoring request. Using the magic of teleportation, Hong Peng added, Finally, you can contact me with any questions. To which he replied, Thank you, Professor. Creating a magic circle on the floor, the girl said, I will ask you to keep this meeting secret for the period of student protection, though. And yes, the teleporter will definitely bring you to Kaizen this time. Hearing this, Simon smiled happily and said, Thank you very much. After waving goodbye, Hong Peng said, Well, go ahead and see you in the next class. To which he replied, Good, Professor. Standing on the magic circle, which immediately activated, the boy added, See you in class. After the personal dialogue with Hong Peng was over, Ada came into her room and asked her how Simon had responded, to which she said he had refused. Hearing this, Ada exclaimed angrily, How dare he refuse you? Can you offer mentoring to Hector? He is much more gifted in magic. I don't understand at all why you are interested in this, Simon. To which she replied that he was a genius. And Ada asked her in surprise that she was sorry. Then the girl folded her arms in front of her and confidently said, I've seen a lot of gifted children in Kaizen, but I have never met a genius like him, and that is why. Arriving at the shower room, Simon met his friend there and asked him where he had been for so long, to which he replied that something was wrong with the teleporter. Immediately after that, Dick added happily, Oh, by the way, you know what happened to me. You'll never guess. To which Simon asked, Well, what? Then the boy said happily, When I stepped on the teleportation circle, I felt that my body might have moved, but suddenly something stopped me. And when I came to, I found myself in a completely unexpected place, and I was like, Where am I? But as it turned out later, I was in a completely unexpected place. I found myself in Professor Bachel's office, who was sitting on the couch right in front of me when I arrived. When Simon heard exactly where he had ended up, the curse theory teacher asked in surprise, and Dick happily added that he had. When Simon heard about the interesting teleporter overlay, he asked what happened next, and he replied that he made me clean his entire office. I've been told by Kaizen alumni that professors often intercept students during teleportation. I think this is my case. Professor Bachl has noticed me. Maybe he'll make me his personal student. To which Simon replied, Well, maybe. Jumping on the spot with joy, Dick began to exclaim, You know what it means to be a private student. It's complete freedom of learning. It's a pleasure. The professor is even able to protect you from punishment and expulsion. To which his friend replied, Let's keep it down. Hearing Simon's request, Dick said excitedly, I can't be a little quieter, it's important, and was answered with such nonsense I've never heard in my life. Intervening in the conversation between the two boys who were making a lot of noise, Hector Moore added that it was ridiculous for Professor Bachl to take a commoner as a student. Looking back to see who had approached them, Dick said unhappily, Oh, your lordship is unhappy you are jealous that Professor Bakel noticed me and not you in each barrel of corkscrews. When Hector heard these words from his fellow student, he said, "Hey, watch how you talk, you half-ass peddler." And Dick replied, "It's because I'm a half-ass peddler that I know your brother very well. I heard that you had a fight with Malin in battle magic. Do you really think it's hard for you here alone? We're all in the same position here, so don't brag about the fact that the Moore family arranged preparatory courses for you." Continuing to piss the guy off, Dick added that it was not Maylene, but you who knew nothing about the real world. Unable to bear this attitude, Hector angrily exclaimed, "You're a nerve!" and then used a curse on Dick. Seeing that his friend suddenly turned pale, Simon nervously exclaimed, "Hey Dick, what's wrong with you?" The next moment, Hector threw the boy into the wall, shouting, "How dare you, a plebeian, treat me like that?" You decided to say it now, so you didn't choose the best words. Trying to calm his friend down to prevent problems, his friend grabbed Moore by the shoulder and exclaimed, "Hector, don't do that. It's against the rules. Cursing outside of class is forbidden." Hitting his friend to silence him, Hector noticed that Simon was coming at him, and blocking his blow, he said, "I was wondering when you would intervene, Simon Valentia." Using the Flame of Darkness skill, he added angrily, "Well, let's fight for real." Suddenly, a soap flew in Hector's direction, which stopped the fight, and then Kayan appeared in the shower and said, "Hey, don't fight here. If you disobey my words, I will break the necks of both of you. It is clear." Looking at the guy who interrupted them, Hector said in surprise, "Kayan Edwalt did not know that you were still with us at the academy," to which his friend added, "Hector, wait, he's the guy who repeated the second year because he beat up students. You've heard of him." So Hector said, "I don't care, let's go." Leaving the shower stall after the intervention of a third party, Hector said goodbye to Dick. "Be careful next time. I won't forgive this again." After the situation was resolved, Simon happily said, "Kajan, thank you for the help," but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a man who said, "Get out of the way." When Kajan also left the shower, Simon said happily to his friend, "You see, he's not a bad person at all." And Dick added, rubbing his neck, "Yeah, sure." When the next day came, Dick was about to go out for some air and asked Simon what he had planned for the weekend, and he confidently replied that he had none, and then he felt bored that he had no plans for the weekend. Then Simon asked, "I see you already have a plan," and pointing to his friends, I confidently said, "The weekend program is more important to me than the lessons," and then heard why. As Dick was packing his bag for the walk, he said happily, "I'm going to Rochester," to which Simon asked, "That's a town down the hill. What are you going to do there?" With a sly smile after his colleague's question, Dick replied that he was looking for a place to do business there. "You know how much scholarship we have, and the further we go, the harder it will be to survive on it. Of course, you can get a grant for studying, but with my grades, it's hardly possible. And that is why I plan to start working in the profession as soon as possible. You should also find a source of income when the defense period is over. Teachers will stop issuing teaching materials, and scholarships will definitely not be enough to cover the cost of teaching materials, so seniors find ways to earn money on the side. You want to follow the path of a necromancer summoner, so this problem will become even bigger for you, after which the theory of summoning quoted by Aaron will cost you a lot of money." Then Simon replied unhappily, "I didn't know we had to provide ourselves with survival materials in Kaysen. It's a hard thing to do." His comrade replied, "That's what I'm talking about. But you can wait until I find an opportunity to earn money in Rochester. I can definitely find a job for you," to which Simon replied, "No, I have to earn it myself." Hearing his friend's words, Dick said thoughtfully, "You have a strict upbringing about money," and then added, "Okay, I'll be back tomorrow after I finish my business," to which Simon replied, "You're going now, but it's too late. What if the bosses catch you?" After hearing Simon's warning, Dick confidently said, "It's okay, the rules are strict at Kaizen, but you can't have a guard for every student. I'll sneak in without being noticed." Reaching for the cakes that were standing next to him, Simon mentally said, "I brought these for Cajun as a thank you, but he's been gone so long and Dick is gone too." Just as he was about to enjoy one cake himself, he felt someone looking at him through the window. Looking back, he saw the rector and called out to Nephthys in surprise, to which she happily replied, "Oh, hello." Opening the window for her to come inside, Simon nervously asked her how she got in, to which she replied that I was just passing by. Hearing the girl's excuse, Simon nervously exclaimed, "But we're on the 4th floor." Having treated the rector to cakes, Simon said, "You can take as many as you want," and she didn't even think about refusing. And after tasting one of them, she said happily, "What a joy, though. I don't get to eat desserts at home." "So, Simon, how are you doing at the academy?" And he answered quite interestingly, "All the teachers are very good, my classmates are friendly, and I fit in better than I expected at first, but my friend helped me to get used to it." Hearing this, Nephthys waved her hand joyfully and said, "Really? I thought it would be hard for you because you didn't go to the preparatory courses. It's so nice to see you at Kaizen. It reminds me of when Richard studied here." When Simon heard this, he exclaimed in surprise that it was my father. Recalling one of the students of the academy, the girl confidently said, Your father also studied here. Richard was a real troublemaker. You're nothing like him. So serious and responsible. Your father was a disaster, and not very smart either. He teased the teachers and was punished for it, and he ran away from class several times, and I even personally dragged him to class. Hearing the rector's story, Simon grabbed his head and said, I can't believe it. I know my father to be completely different, to which Neftis replied in surprise. After that, Simon asked if he had completed his studies, to which Neftis replied no, he had interrupted his studies, saying that Keynes was too small for him. Kaizen had never seen a student like him in his life. Leaning back on the bed, she added, he was a special case. I was young at the time and didn't know how to handle him, and I was young then too. The next moment she jumped up and added that Richard had turned the whole island upside down, and if you walk around and look you can find traces of his father's magic. Try it. I think it will add interest to your studies, and I'm going to go now. I have things to do for the evening. Then Neftis opened the window to leave and said, if I'm late, they'll be scolding me, and we'll see each other again soon. Thank you for the goodies and bye, Simon. After saying goodbye to the rector, Simon caught a leaflet that had fallen out of her pocket and exclaimed, Neftis, you lost the leaflet. Seeing that she was gone, Simon closed the window and thought for sure that this note was for me. Having unfolded it and examined it, the boy was surprised to hear that it was a treasure map. But why was there a skull at the end of the road and where were the treasures? The next moment, the words of Neftis Richard flashed through his mind. At one time, he turned the whole island upside down. If you walk around and look, you can find traces of your father's magic. Having decided to go in search of his father's traces himself, Simon grabbed his backpack and said to Dick that it was okay not to fast, so he did not. Gathering everything he needed for the hike, the boy joyfully exclaimed, I'm going to go and explore tomorrow. The next day, when he arrived at the beginning of the path, which passed through a dark forest, Simon nervously thought, maybe I should go back while I still have the opportunity. No, I took an overnight permit specifically for this, and I can't miss this opportunity. Seeing a sign at the entrance to the forest, the boy thought, there are monsters in Leschel, but I don't know what kind of monsters live on the island of rock, so you need to be careful. Following the map into the darkness of the forest, Simon said, on the east side is a stream, and on the west side is the Keyzen fortress wall. I'm on the right track. The next moment, hearing a noise, Simon hid in the bushes and thought that the monster was some kind of large predator, even though it was a caterpillar. A few seconds later, a werewolf appeared in front of Simon, heading straight for him. Grabbing his dagger to resist the monster, the boy thought how fast he was. What kind of a monster was it? It flashed in the dark and I didn't even have time to see it. Looking at the monster standing a few meters away, he mentally added that it was a werewolf. Judging by its size, it's a young individual. If this was the beginning of my studies in Kasenyi, I would have just run away. Calling his skeletons of wingmen, Simon handed them weapons and shouted to them to get ready for battle. When he was already in full combat readiness, he said confidently, but now I no longer need to run from monsters. As soon as the monster began its attack, Simon shouted out, it was coming. As soon as the monster smashed one of Simon's skeletons, he felt a significant heaviness and pain in his head. But after a few seconds he shouted, rise up, and the skeleton came back together. When both skeletons did their job, Simon saw a good opportunity to attack and shouted, here's my chance. Having dealt with the monster with the help of the summoned skeletons, Simon breathed out a sigh of relief and said, I almost got into trouble. And this was my first real battle in Keyzen, so I needed to train with the skeletons of the chrysalids. In Leschel, I would have run away from such a monster, but 3 days in Kaizen made me so much stronger. I wonder where the limit of my growth will be if I stay in Kaizen for 3 years. The next moment, seeing his beaten soldiers, Simon nervously said, oh, I don't have time for dreams. I need to deal with the body before the other monsters start coming to the smell of blood. When the skeleton of the damaged chrysalid disintegrated, Simon said, patting it on the head, well done, you served me well. The next moment, looking at the soldier he had left, the guy added, we're not going to get into a fight anymore, it's not profitable for us, so let's go. Arriving at the right place, Simon saw only a desert and said in surprise, but there's nothing here, not even grass. But if there is no grass growing here, it can only mean that there is definitely something underground. When he brought out a shovel and a flashlight for dark work, the boy joyfully exclaimed how good I was to borrow some tools from the dormitory. After digging up a rather large yak and bumping into something, the boy said in surprise that it was a black stone, so it could be some kind of device buried. After clearing the excavation site, Simon suddenly noticed a hole in the stone. He looked at his hand and said thoughtfully that it was just right for my hand. Sticking his hand into the hole to find out what was there, he added, if it was some kind of magical device, it should react to my darkness. When he saw some movements after being filled with mana, the guy exclaimed in surprise and then a staircase appeared in front of him. Determined not to waste time, the boy confidently said, well, let's go down and have a look. Going inside with his beastman skeleton, Simon looked around and said thoughtfully, wow, this place looks like some kind of ancient ruins. Noticing something strange on the walls, he approached them and added, "This looks familiar." "Oh, it's definitely ancient runes, I'm sure of it. I wonder if the runes are also ancient if this dungeon is painted with them." After walking a little further, Simon found himself in a room and said thoughtfully, "So this is some kind of ancient altar." Hearing that his skeleton began to make noise, the boy looked at him and saw that he was pointing at something, and then asked him what he had found. Approaching the place the skeleton pointed out to him, the boy was surprised to hear that it was a skull. Touching the found skull, Simon mentally recited this one, "Even with my little understanding of necromancy, I can still see that it is quite an ancient dead man and quite dangerous." And then I picked it up and said what the skull of such a monster is doing here. The next moment, when he heard a noise behind him, the boy immediately looked back and said nervously, "I was afraid of what happened." Picking up a bone from a skeleton that had just fallen to the ground, he was surprised to find that it was bone number 2. The next moment, he immediately pulled it to his skull to put it back in place. After putting the two parts together, the boy thought, "I don't know how this undead thing will behave if I try to pick it up. Maybe it will even attack me, but I still want to collect it." After placing the skull and bone number 2 on the altar, Simon confidently said, "Now is the time." Using his magic, the boy poured a little darkness into the dead man to try to wake him up. Noticing that his pupils had opened, he exclaimed joyfully, "I did it. I did so well in awakening the skeleton. Now all that's left is to do it." Looking at the bones lying next to him, the guy said to collect the rest of his body. After some time of effort, Simon finished attaching the last parts of the skeleton's body and said tiredly, "Phew, I thank myself over and over again for sitting here for days collecting skeletons. If I hadn't practiced, I wouldn't have made it through the night." Of course, I'm not completely sure that everything is in its place, but it's still a human skeleton, and I think I've assembled it more or less correctly. But I don't understand why it is so huge. Why did you want to stand up as soon as you got your legs? If I had known in advance, I would have gathered your hands first. Having finished assembling the skeleton, the boy said that it looked good when assembled, and that it was clearly more than 2 meters tall. But what would happen next after these words? A bright light appeared over the skeleton and rapidly approached it. As soon as it got to the skeleton and hit it, he exclaimed, "Finally, I'm back." Forming its body after waking up, the skeleton exclaimed, "Who dared to disturb my sleep?" Looking around, the skeleton noticed Simon in front of him and said, "Man, you're the one who woke me up. Tell me your name." Hearing the skeleton's question, the boy nervously said Simon Valentia, to which the skeleton replied that he was Valentia. "I see, so you're a descendant of Richard." Hearing this, Simon put his hands over his ears and said that a descendant cuts his ears, but that's right. "My father's name is Richard, the son of Richard Valentia." To which the skeleton exclaimed, "Well, now I understand. Only Richard could awaken the darkness of you that I partially knew." After a short introductory dialogue with the skeleton, Simon added, "Well, I'm sorry, but who are you?" When he heard the boy's question, he replied that, "Who am I? My name is Fur, a battalion commander who once ruled the kingdom with your father." When he received the answer to his question, the boy was surprised to hear that you were my father's dead. Pulling out his sword, which was always with him, Fear said, "Tell me who told you about this place." And Simon answered him by holding out a sheet with a map of Nephthys Archibald. Having received an answer to his question, the skeleton scratched his jaw and said, "Well, this witch could do that." "Well then, let's make a deal, Simon Valentia, and you will have my battalion at your disposal." To which he replied in surprise that there was a deal. Then Fur added, "The battalion will obey your every order and kill anyone who stands in your way, and all life on this planet will beg for mercy at your feet. You will be obliged to shed blood and suffer destruction for the rest of your life. It will become an integral part of your destiny. So, Richard's son, what do you think of my proposal? You are ready to lead a battalion." After receiving the offer to lead the army of skeletons, Simon said, "First, I have to ask you something with your permission. I don't know who you are and what you are capable of, but I have never heard of any battalion. Is this battalion of yours really so strong?" And Fur answered, "And you didn't get confused and even dared to ask questions about the battalion? A great question, man. Well, I'll tell you what. Our battalion is so strong that we could level the whole of Kazan right now. But we can't. Your father, the former battalion commander, disbanded the battalion and sealed us up here. But it was because you were the son of the battalion commander that he woke us up. For the first time in many years, you gave us the air of life. If you bring together a scattered battalion and restore it to its former glory, you will have no equal on this earth." Hearing Fur's words, Simon said confidently, "Okay, then I'll sign the contract." When the skeleton heard that he agreed to accept the terms of the contract, it lifted him into the air by the collar and said, "Good choice, man." By putting the boy on a pedestal, Fur added to the list. Opening his chest and revealing the magic ball, the skeleton said, "Put your hand in my yarrow. Your life will change a lot when you sign the contract. You still have a chance to refuse if you are afraid of it." To which Simon replied, "There is nothing to be afraid of if you and this battalion belong to my father. Then it is fitting for me to rule over you." Hearing the boy's words, Fur said, "Ruler," and then thought at first glance he seemed to be a quiet and polite boy. but he had a sense of true ruler. Smiling slyly after his reflections, the skeleton said, "I like your mood, Richard. You have raised a good son. I'm signing a contract with Simon Valentia, but don't die." Hearing what his subject had just said, the boy nervously exclaimed, "Wait, Fur, what does it mean, don't die?" At the end of the ritual, Simon fainted and said, "Oh," in embarrassment. Looking back at the nearby Pied Piper, the skeleton asked, "How do you think your master died?" And he began to shake his head. It didn't take long for the boy to wake up and get up to a sitting position. When he saw this, Fur said, "Oh, he's awake." As soon as Simon woke up, he immediately asked Fur what had happened to the contract, to which he replied that the contract was signed. Try to feel the changes in your body. Grabbing the place where his core is located, Simon said, "My core," to which Fur replied, "Now your core should have become bigger and more stable." Feeling the changes that took place in him, the guy said, "Before, the darkness overloaded my body to a certain limit, but now I feel light and pleasant, as if I were in warm water." Seeing the changes in the boy's body, the skeleton said to him, "Well, congratulations. You are now one of the 7 battalion commanders." To which he replied, "Thank you." When Simon got to his feet, he felt his balance was off and went to lie down, but Fur said, "Don't overexert yourself. Your body has just undergone an amazing transformation." Hearing this, the guy felt more side effects and put his hand to his head and thought how much his head hurt. He needed to spend the night here, after which the skeleton added, "You will feel sick for a while." Hearing this, Simon suddenly forgot about his headache and said, "Oh, by the way, I have a question for you, Fur." To which he replied, "Ask away, child." Then the boy said, "What does this battalion of yours look like?" Hearing this question, the skeleton angrily exclaimed that you signed a contract with me without even knowing what a battalion was. To which he replied, "I told you I hadn't heard of such a thing." Using the emotion of facepalm, Fur said, "It's incredible. I need time to understand what kind of person you are." "Okay, I'll explain it to you. But first tell me what you know about the dead." To which Simon replied, "I know as much as a freshman who didn't take any preparatory courses." Having received the answer to his question, the skeleton said, "Wow, a newcomer dared to come here. It looks like your father. Well, I'll explain within your understanding. In this world, there are 3 kinds of dead, the natural and undead battalions. The summoned dead are the ones you necromancers summon. They are artificially maintained by black magic and follow its orders exactly. The dead cease to exist when the power of magic is exhausted or when time has expired. The natural dead act without the participation of necromancers or black magic. They are the same stereotypical zombie dead and everything else. They have an irreconcilable hatred for all living things, which is why people also call them monsters. And the last dead of the battalion, we are somewhat in between the first and the second. We are related to the natural undead by our existence without the support of magic and our own core, and to the called ones by the fact that we obey necromancers or older undead. There are only 7 battalions in the world and 7 necromancers who are able to control them." Pointing to Simon, Fear added, "And you are one of them, boy." The average necromancer usually leads a platoon of undead into battle with the growth of his level. This number increases, but not by much. I have seen undead units, but their quality is so-so. Hearing Fire's explanation, Simon was surprised to hear Kaizen say, "I understand, but aren't necromancers graduates of a high level?" To which he replied, "Yes, they are. Such necromancers can lead an entire corps, but they are still not as effective." To which Simon replied in surprise, "Indeed, but why?" Then the skeleton added, "I have already said that necromancers control only the summoned dead, so the summoned dead are supported by the power of the necromancer's darkness. Summoning and controlling the dead takes away the darkness and moral strength of the necromancer. The larger the army, the more burdened he is." After another explanation from Fire, Simon said, "Oh, by the way, one of my skeletons was destroyed on the way here and I got a headache." After receiving a remark from Simon Fear, he said, "Well, these are natural consequences. The necromancer and the undead are connected. The strong damage of the undead affects the one who summoned them. However, the battalion has its own power and does not need to be fed, which is why the number of battalions for a necromancer is not limited. You can command thousands of millions of dead. You've heard the story of the necromancer who had the largest army of the undead in history. This is a story about one of the commanders of 7 battalions. Hearing this and looking at his hands, Simon asked in surprise, "So according to you, I've just become one of the necromancers with unlimited summoning." In response to this, Fur answered, "Yes. Do you have anything else you're interested in, or are these all your questions?" Then the guy confidently said, "Yes, thank you." And then the skeleton added thoughtfully, "Well, the contract is signed. Now we're in the same boat. Like it or not, let's talk about plans. You said you were new to Kaizen, and you're new to Kaizen. You're definitely not going to leave him." To which the guy replied, "No, not yet. I don't want to go against my father's will, and I still have a lot to learn." Then the skeleton added, "Wow, great Kaizen, and does have some value." After listening to his comrade, Simon asked what the circumstances were, to which Fur replied that I and my battalion were special due to certain circumstances. Interrupting Fur, the guy asked if it was because you were promiscuous, to which he replied awkwardly that it was also because of this. But there was something more serious. My battalion is the enemy of all necromancers, so we are currently being hunted, and all this is because of what your father did when he was the commander of our battalion. When he heard this, the guy was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what did he do?" Remembering the words of his father who said before saying goodbye, "I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. I must not cross the border of the Kingdom of Dresden. It's a long explanation." Simon said to Fur when he saw me off. He mentioned that he was not allowed to go to Dresden. Is that why? With his head down, the skeleton said guiltily, "I think it's the consequences of what I did," after which Simon nervously asked what he had done. Then Fur said that in the world of black magic, such things are unforgivable, and my battalion is an accomplice to it. He committed treason. He fell in love with a priestess at a time when the war between necromancers and priests was in full swing, and at the most crucial moment, Richard ordered the battalion to defend his beloved. That is, to destroy his fellow necromancers who came to kill her. My battalion has killed a lot of necromancers, so don't be surprised that they want to destroy us. This order to destroy our battalion is still in force, which is why we cannot act openly. After listening to the story about his father, Simon asked Fur if he was angry with my father, to which he replied that he was. Such a weak emotion does not exist for the undead of the battalion. However, if his son tries to behave that badly, I might get angry by accident. But don't be afraid, boy. It's not your fault. That was your father's order. That was the order of the asshole. Hearing the skeleton's name, the boy asked the asshole in surprise. Then Fur added, "What's there to hide? He was the biggest asshole in the whole world. A complete scoundrel. He made girls cry and made teachers furious. And he skipped classes, even though that was the least of his atrocities. I see that now this asshole has a son." The next moment, realizing the situation, the skeleton exclaimed, "Wait, but son, how did I not realize it at once?" Simon said in surprise, to which Fur added, "You say you are Richard's son, then your mother." Smiling happily, the boy said, "You guessed my mother, Anna Valentia," which sent Fur into a complete shock. Grabbing his head from the shocking news, the skeleton exclaimed, "What a blasphemy! You are the son of my friend and sworn enemy of all the dead." Simon smiled slyly at the reaction of his subject. The next moment, copying his mother's voice and movements, he said, "Dear, dinner is ready. Or maybe you want to take a bath first." Hearing this, the skeleton grabbed his head and groaned heavily. The next moment, trying to silence Simon's fear, he shouted out, "Stop it now, stop it, shameless. I'm going to have nightmares now, don't use that voice." Running from side to side, the skeleton nervously said, Why did I deserve this?" Continuing to mock the mocking subject, Simon said, "Let's be friends with Fur," to which the latter scaredly exclaimed, "Stop smiling like that woman is cursed." "Well, you can't be born again. You are who you are, so let's get back to the important conversation. Now your task is to study hard at Kaizen and become stronger. Keep your mouth shut, and don't say a word to anyone about your battalion. Because the guards know your father and your grandfather, they will have serious questions for you and your father if you accidentally say anything, even more so. You didn't think how angry the necromancers would be when they found out that the newcomer Kaizen was in charge of the battalion. When fear poked his finger into Simon's forehead, he shrieked and said, "Then stronger necromancers will hunt me down," to which the skeleton replied, "Just like you think you should do." Hearing the question from his friend, Simon confidently said to become stronger, to which he replied, "You're absolutely right, boy. Study hard in Kaizen, and we, the battalion, will gradually regain our strength," to which the boy replied, "I understand you, Fur." The next moment, the skeleton said, "We need a way to manage the battalion in these conditions, so look carefully, boy," and then called the Pied Piper over. When he approached Fear, the skeleton pointed to himself and gave him an order. The next moment, the Pied Piper went to fulfill the order of his senior comrade. Taking the lantern, he brought it to Fear. When Simon saw it, he was surprised to hear that you could control my hidden undead as well. Hearing the question from the boy, the skeleton replied, "Of course your darkness is mixed with mine, so all the dead you called belong to the battalion. You are the battalion commander and I am your second in command, but I am not." This dead man did not pass the battalion's initialization, to which Simon asked in surprise, "What initialization you mean?" Then Fear put his hand on the head of the Pied Piper and said, "Look like this." Using his power, the ice cream man was thrown up and a lot of darkness flew out of him. And then the skeleton said, "See, now he is one of the battalion's members." Looking closely at the ice cream truck he was driving, Simon said thoughtfully that indeed, "But I don't see any changes. It looks exactly the same as before." Hearing the reaction to the initialization from the guy, Fear said that in simple terms it was the transformation of the summoned undead into natural ones, to which he added that this skeleton had to have its own core. Noticing the significant changes in the rat, Simon said nervously, "I didn't know that the difference was so big. They would immediately recognize me if she came to the academy to get me." Hearing this, Fear replied, well, all the dead don't have to be dedicated to the battalion, except for the ancient ones, of course. Like me, they are especially effective in battle, and everyone knows it. You'll leave her here and practice the draft at school as usual. When your dead are nearing the end of their service life or have been injured, bring them to me, and I will dedicate them here, and she will wait for you here. If the damage is not fatal, they can be healed. To which Simon replied in surprise, wow, that's right. Fist bumping with his commander, Fur said happily, study hard and get stronger, boy. The more quality dead you raise, the more the battalion's power will grow. To which the boy replied, of course. After examining the rat and its actions after initialization, Simon was surprised to hear its behavior was now more like that of an animal, to which the skeleton replied that it had become closer to a natural dead man. However, the power is in your hands. If you call it, it will come to you, boy. How long have you been in Kaysen? To which he replied 3 days. Then Fur will inform you that in a few days you will be given tasks, and you will be able to teleport to the island of Rook, or anywhere in the world to complete the task. When this moment comes, I will go with you. You will be able to gather versatile soldiers of the battalion around the world. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that you knew a lot about Kaizen, to which Fur answered, of course I do. I watched your father all the time he was here, and I also watched him command the battalion. Do you want me to tell you about it? He exclaimed with joy. Tell me why the conscripted dead can exercise their own will. Hearing the question from the commander, the skeleton replied that this happens when the recruiter does not understand the nature of the dead. They do not act according to the laws of logic and common sense. The dead are attracted to strong, unchanging crafts. Hearing the subject's words, Simon was surprised to ask about the constant trades, to which Fur added that, in simple terms, it could be called an obsession. For example, you have a person whom you sincerely hate several times a day, and the thought of killing that person runs through your mind. The dead person next to you remembers this constant thought. Hearing his deputy's words, Simon was surprised to hear him say that it meant that when you are not around, the dead man will encroach on that person's life. Even if you are no longer at odds with him or have forgotten your resentment, your dead man will haunt him until his last breath. I will explain everything to you, so don't worry. You will learn to understand the world from the point of view of the dead. And the guy looked at his wingman and added, thank you, Fur. This is very useful knowledge. A little later, the skeleton added, since we've started talking about this topic, I'll teach you how to give orders to the dead to destroy the enemy. No matter what the object is, it's important to gather your will into a fist. Let's imagine that the wall behind you is your enemy. Try to direct such hatred at this wall as if it were your worst enemy. To which Simon replied, okay, I'll try. Continuing to give hints to achieve the goal, the skeleton added, imagine that this wall killed your parents and your beloved girlfriend. Go ahead and destroy and break down this wall. It is your worst enemy, the devil. Watching the Pied Piper throw himself against the wall, Fur added, you shouldn't exist. Tear her to pieces so she screams in pain. When he saw the result he had achieved thanks to the guidance, the boy was impressed and said to Fur, I had a little quarrel with this wall so that you could understand my thought process. But the main thing is your will to hate. The ability of a great necromancer to give any even the most insignificant orders with authority and firmness, and to think at that moment of anger, hatred, and bloodlust. These negative feelings are quite strong. Well, now try to stop her. You're the boss. To which he nervously replied, yes. Looking at his subject, Simon exclaimed, stop it now. You can stop now. I said stop. Watching the rat-eater continue to destroy the wall, the guy exclaimed in surprise, can't you hear me or something? Angry with his subject, Simon said in a stern tone of voice, if you disobey my orders at least once more, I will not let it go. When Simon Fear saw what he had just done, he was surprised and said in his head, wow, look at this kid. He's already learned to use an absolute order. Nervous at the speed of the boy's development, the skeleton thought, this is definitely not a country boy. What kind of monster have you sent here, Richard? Looking down after he had tried several times to stop his wingman, Simon said in frustration, what a necromancer I am. Looking at his subject, who was badly damaged but still stopped, he added, I couldn't even make my dead man obey me. Hearing this, Fear replied, no, you did it. However, in a battle, there will be no time for delay, so practice your command so that she obeys you the first time. As soon as the skeleton praised his efforts, the boy happily said, well done, Fur, and then, screaming, fell off his feet. Noticing this, the skeleton said, you're tired, and I understand that seeing this is stressful for a person. Comfortably seated on the ground, Simon said, I'm going to rest a little bit and then go back to Kaizen. I have permission to go out for only a day. Hearing this, Fur said, oh, it means what then? Take this, boy, and then threw something into Simon's hands, catching the object, who said in surprise, what is it? Opening his palms to look at what was handed to him, the boy heard, you need to connect with me from the outside world. This is my alter ego. Talk to him and I'll hear you. And don't hesitate to call me if you get into trouble. To which Simon replied with a surprised look of thanks, Fur. I'll be back here next weekend. To which he replied, well, I hope you bring me good news about your studies. To which the guy replied, Of course. Watching everything Simon sees through his alter ego, which he attached to Fur's uniform, he happily said, "Boogaloo, how long it's been since I crossed the threshold of Kizan. You still have a protection period because I'm curious to see what happens next," which the guy asked in surprise, for example. Thinking about what the next step would be, Fur said, "Well, for example, that hellish exam. Last night, while Kalyan was sleeping, Simon and Dick started their nightly get-togethers. Having adjusted his glasses before the start, Dick said, 'Well, let's start our briefing.' Hearing his comrade's words, Simon said cautiously, 'I'm listening to you, Dick.' The next moment, pointing to the map with the class schedule, Dick said, 'Tomorrow evening and morning we have elemental black magic, and as everyone knows, this class is about the spontaneous black magic. Everyone is given group homework. The group is enrolled only once for the entire semester, so it is a matter of survival for us. First of all, there should be 4 people in the group, and it is best to choose excellent students in different subjects. I myself have average grades in all subjects, but a little better in the dynamics of darkness, and you are better in the theory of conscription. So our balance isn't so bad after all. We only have 9 subjects. The theory of curses is the dynamics of darkness, theory of conscription, spiritualism, hematology, toxicology, combat magic, and also anti-priestly defense and elemental black magic. Among these subjects, summoning theory, curse theory, and the dynamics of darkness are the most important in final grades, which is why they are called the 3 main sciences in necromancy." Then Simon asked, "So you and I are strong in 2 of these 3 sciences, you in the dynamics of darkness and I in the theory of summoning," to which D replied, "Exactly, so we need someone strong in the theory of curses." And then Simon added, "What should be the 4th one?" In response to this, he heard from spiritology, hematology, toxicology, and combat magic versus priestly defense and elemental magic, which are electives and cannot be taken as a major, so they don't count for most people who are good at combat magic, as a rule, are good only at it, and they can have terrible grades in all other subjects, so we won't take them. And those who want to specialize in curse theory are usually also strong in anti-priestly defense. They know exactly who their enemy is. Hematology is in many ways similar to toxicology, so these 2 subjects are usually studied together. After receiving the question from his friend, Dick held up the sheet with the evaluation criteria and said, "Of course, and it is according to them that we will make the selection. If the best student does not agree, then we will continue the search based on what will work out. And we need to emphasize that in our group, the #1 student is accepted on special conditions. Everything is clear." At the end of the introductory briefing on finding a group for the group task, the guys joyfully shouted well forward to victory. The next day, sitting at the exam with the answer sheet, Simon grabbed his head and said, "I've won." When Dick saw the teacher who came to their class, he nervously whispered why she was here in a class of freshmen, and the teacher was surprised to hear who she was. Then, Dick said to Jane Olivia, the deputy rector, "She's a walking nightmare, kicking everyone out right and left, even in her 3rd year." Noticing that one of the students was disrupting the class, the deputy rector said menacingly, "Life is full of surprises. If you keep talking, I will consider it an attempt to cheat and give you a 0. I see that not only Mr. Hayward is confused by my appearance at the exam. You know, I'm only a 3rd-year teacher, so you might assume that I'm substitute teaching today, but I'll be teaching the first A class this semester. So I hope you will succeed. I need high performance. And now I'm going to ask you to concentrate on the exam," to which I answered well. Grabbing his head while writing the exam, Simon thought, "This is the reality. I somehow managed to do it up to this point, and I even took over my father's battalion. But this will not give me anything in terms of success at Kaizen. But I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep working tirelessly." As soon as the lesson time came to an end, all the students stopped writing and took the forms to the teacher, who said, "I hope the exam was not too hard for you. See you in 2 hours after lunch. Well done." When Jane's assistants arrived in the classroom, Olivia said, "Well, let's start the test," and was answered by the professor, "Yes, professor." While everyone was working on checking the papers, Nephthys entered the classroom. Noticing that she was spying on their work, Jane Olivia said, "What brings you here at this hour, Mr. Nephthys?" When she heard that she had been noticed, she happily exclaimed, "Oh, I came to hang out?" Looking at the rector who had come to them, Olivia tapped her on the head and said, "You're distracting me," and then told her assistants to go to the empty classroom and finish the test, which she did. Clutching her head after the blow, Nephthys exclaimed resentfully, "When I pulled you out of the slums, you were such a sweet and trusting girl," to which Olivia replied sternly, "A sweet and trusting girl has grown into what you see before you, and all thanks to constant overwork and stress." With a heavy sigh, the professor added, "Maybe you can at least help me with the tests, since you've come." Looking at the answer sheet of one of the students, she was surprised to think that this student had answered all the most basic questions incorrectly, but had solved the most difficult task. "Nephthys, I want to ask you something," and she answered by drawing on the forms. "Go ahead and ask." Peeling off the sticker from the name tag to see who this student was, Olivia asked why you gave me this class from the first semester. Shoving Simon's form in Nephthys' face, she added a touch of class. Specifically, I'm talking about a class with this boy in it. Continuing to check the tests, the witch was surprised to ask why all the names were taped over and was told that it was called a blind test. If I know the student's name, it could have an unnecessary impact on the grade. To which Nephthys nervously replied, "That's a pretty weird test for the first test of the semester. You scare me, Jane." The next moment, Olivia added that it was just a test, but I had already made a lot of interesting discoveries, like this test you're scribbling on, which answered the second toxicology question about the ingredients correctly, but not the verification question below. Hearing this, Nephthys, waving the answer sheets, angrily exclaimed, "That's what I'm talking about. This child is a dummy. I even wondered who he was." Taking another bank in her hands, Jane Olivia said, "But this test shows the opposite picture." The student was unable to answer the simplest questions and earn at least some points, but decided to try to answer the very difficult question number 20, to which Nephthys asked him what was really going on. Holding out the answer sheet to the rector, Olivia said, "Apparently, this student did not attend any preparatory courses. He just tried to derive the answer using the formulas he had passed since the beginning of the school year." Picking up the sheet with the solution to the 20th problem, Nephthys said in surprise that he had used a formula from the theory of call to calculate the darkness dissipation. Maybe he had just logically guessed that the darkness dissipation was affected by the force of resistance, to which Olivia replied similarly. After hearing her subordinate's answer, the manager asked what the correct answer was, and Jamie replied, "Using Theron's theorem, it is easy to calculate that the expense is 1,200,000, but this student wrote 146,000 more, which is the wrong answer, although it is close to the truth." Asked what she was assigned to the class where Simon Valentia was studying, Olivia was told that she had no idea what she was talking about, and then thought what to expect from this insidious 300-year-old fox. Sometime after the end of the exam, they posted the overall scores of the exam, and the students who arrived at the lists were looking for themselves and exclaimed, "Wow, I got 85 points in theory, damn it. Hematology ruined my overall score. Wow, I got a total score of 80 at the same time." Dick, who also came to see his results, was impressed and said, "Wow, they graded so fast." To which Simon replied, "Yeah." Continuing to look for themselves in the lists, the students pushed their way through, exclaiming, "Let me see the grades, but my curses. Maybe I should go to another specialty. Hey, why did I get 5 points in all the questions of combat magic? I didn't need to change them." When Simon saw his exam results, he said disappointedly, "I thought I would be ready for this, but it's still very depressing to see the results." To which Dick replied, "By the way, you have a very high score on the theory of recruitment, which is pretty good for someone who didn't take preparatory classes." Slapping his friend on the back to cheer him up, Dick added happily, "I told you yesterday that it's better to be an A student in at least one subject than a C student in all subjects." Hearing this, the upset boy replied, "Really? What are your grades?" To which he replied, "I have 74 for the dynamics of darkness. The rest of the subjects are 67. So the average grade is about 70. When Simon heard about his friend's results, he said offended, "Oh, you're a good student. I feel like a traitor." To which he replied, "Actually, no. I'm studying just enough to avoid being kicked out of the academy. By the way, we are now in trouble because of this exam." To which Simon replied in surprise, and after which Dick added the class grades now in the palm of his hand. Now this will interfere with our plan to recruit a group now that the students know who is worth what because of the grades. We will be very lucky if anyone agrees to join our group, after which the whole class heard the teacher's stern voice. "Attention, you have 30 minutes. Jane Olivia stood right in the doorway of the classroom with her hands folded in front of her. "Review your grades and quickly divide and congregate into groups of 4. The group does not change throughout the semester unless there are very desperate situations. When you are assigned to a group lectures on elemental black magic will begin, and you will be given group homework that can only be done together. The grades for group assignments are kept separately from the overall grades. If you do not do well in group homework, these points will be deducted from your grade, so you cannot be an excellent student on your own, and that's why you need to choose your group wisely. It's clear." As soon as the teacher finished the announcement, the audience heard the cries of Jasmine to Jasmine, looking for 3 participants with good grades in the 3 main necromantic sciences of 60 points. And above, "I am an excellent student in spiritualism. Does anyone want to join the team with me? Put me in the group. I have about 60 in all subjects. I'm an excellent student in combat magic who needs an excellent student in combat magic." At the same time, unfolding a piece of paper with a list of candidates. Simon mentally said, "Dick said he would talk to Jamie. He is the first on our list of Claudius's friend." When he saw that one of their candidates had already been invited to the group, he was disappointed to think that she had already been raked over the coals. The third Rosenthal and Catherine number 4 decided to work together. "Calm down. Take your time. No one has had time to gather a group of 4 people yet. There's no need to panic just because we were given only 30 minutes. What we need most right now is an excellent student in the theory of curses. Most of the students are already in the middle three, and the best students are still watching from the sidelines. Running around the room looking for a suitable candidate, Simon confidently said in his head, "Then I have to make a choice." Arriving at the second of those admitted on special conditions, he said to Malin Whelan, "I invite you to join our group." Seeing what he had just done, the rest of the students froze in place in shock, and he walked over to Malin, the only student with a 90-point average. Hearing the proposal, the girl replied with a good joke, "You probably think that your status as the #1 special student opens all doors for you, boy, which means only one thing: you have connections. I look at the numbers and see that you have an average grade of 30 points, and you seriously offer me to enroll." Then Simon said, "I see that you are a little short on the draft theory. You only have 80 points on it," to which she replied, "Who can say?" And behind their backs the other students whispered, "He's pointing out the shortfall with his 30 points. That's how desperate the guy is." Trying to somehow dissuade the guy, Malin added that my grades don't even compare to yours, to which he replied, "I know, but I promise you. Give me just 1 month and I will overtake you on the theory of conscription. If I fail, I will leave Kiezen." Hearing Simon's desperate words, Malin exploded from the moon and waved her hand and exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" and quickly took back what he said and did not shame him, to which he replied, "I will not. I'm not just saying this without any reason." And she just sighed nervously. Going through the options in her head about what she should do, Malin thought, "I have to do whatever it takes to be the best in my grades next semester. And Hector is a pain in the ass in the written exams. I can beat him, but he's stronger than me in practice and combat magic. I have to beat him several times in group homework. I need someone to cover my failure in draft theory." Simon Valentia is the #1 recruit accepted on special terms. This is a guy who had no prior training and yet managed to beat Hector in the theory of the draft. How can I blame you for looking for someone with a score above 80 on the theory of a prize or for betting on a boy who could beat Hector? With a heavy sigh, the girl got to her feet and said, "That's your promise. Are you sure you can do it?" And Simon confidently answered yes. Reaching out to the girl to hold her candidacy, he added, "I will do whatever it takes." Convinced of Simon Valentia's serious intentions, Malin shook his hand and said, "Very well then. I will join you." When Dick heard that he had managed to recruit such a candidate, he immediately jumped on his friend with hugs and joyful exclamations. "Simon, you are our savior." As you said, Malin saw this and said, "Hey, who is this guy?" To which he replied, "He is another member of our group. Don't you remember? I told you I was inviting you to join our group. But don't worry, he got a good grade in the dynamics of darkness and the three of us are a strong team in basic science. Okay, I'm not a sparrow, but if you drag me down, I won't let it go. Especially if you're a bastard." To which Dick replied with displeasure, "She's arrived and she calls me names." Then the girl added, "So you say we have dynamics and a call, then I'll be responsible for the curse, so we'll have all 3 sciences." The next moment, approaching Dick, Malin said, "But first, tell me your grade on the dynamics of darkness." To which he answered 70 in all subjects, and the girl interrupted and answered well. Then Dick, holding his friend's shoulders, added, "You're quite picky. So which student will be the next one? Just tell me and I'll find him." Thinking about the boy's question, Malin thoughtfully replied, "Well, I'm an excellent student in all subjects." So before she could finish, he interrupted her, saying, "Come on, tell me who you would choose." Thinking more seriously, the girl said unhappily, "I need someone in hematology. It's a big mess with calculations, and in general, this subject takes a lot of time." To which Dick happily replied, "I'll be there soon, and you can relax." Looking at the couple sitting together, the surprised students were talking to each other. Wow, they are in the same group, the special #1 and the round excellent student. Well, we are finished. Hey, it's not even the evening of the grade. He's below the baseboard. After a while of silent sitting, Malin asked your name. "Valentia? I've never heard of such a family. Where are you from?" And he replied, "I am the son of a landowner from the kingdom of Foolish. We own a settlement called Leschel. Where are you from and who are your parents?" Hearing this question from the guy, the girl exclaimed offended, "Are you serious now?" To which he replied, "Yes." Then the girl, trying to contain her anger, joyfully said, "The Wieland family is a famous titled family that traces its lineage to the mages of the Ivory Tower." To which Simon added, "Ivory Tower is a magic tower, yes." In response, the girl added that it was called that way 3 centuries ago. Hearing something familiar to him, the guy says that where Cerna lives is the #2 of the special ones. Hearing who he had just mentioned, Malin said menacingly, "I'm sorry, but let's close this topic." To which Simon replied, frightened, "Okay." After the girl's reaction to the mention of the second number, the boy thought I shouldn't have mentioned Cerna like that. With a heavy sigh, He added in his head that this is how hard it is to understand the nobility. After a while, Dick arrived and brought with him someone else who was hiding behind him and exclaimed, "Sorry to keep you waiting, but here comes our hematology expert, a star that is just beginning its ascent with an incredible score of 87. When Ursula Kamibaras heard that she was introduced, she nervously said, "Thank you for letting me into your group." Bowing to the other participants, she added, "My name is Kamibaras Ursula. You can call me Kami. I will do everything for the success of the group." Looking at the new member, Maylin was surprised to hear that she had wings. The next moment, trying to calm the girl's anxiety, Simon said, "You don't have to be so nice to us, we're classmates." To which she replied, "But I'm only 16. And Dick added, "Never mind the age, there are some of us in our 20s. Hearing the advice, Kami said, "Well, I'll know then." And Maylin asked her, "Ursula, you mean the Ursula I was thinking of?" When Kami heard the question, she drank in surprise, "Sorry." Then Maylin added a large family of vampires, and Dick exclaimed in fright, "Actually, I've heard that a certain Lady Ursula is studying at Kaysen, but I've never heard of her." Maylin said, "Hey, you should hold your tongue about that." And he replied, "How could you not?" Interrupting the conversation of her friends, Kami said the fact that my mother is an ordinary person. This news stunned all three of her friends. When Dick came to, he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was saying." And then Simon thought, "I understand. Ursula is a bastard in the family. No wonder no one talks about her. She has the same unsavory background from the point of view of society as I do." After that, Dick said, "Well, I think it would be appropriate for me to tell you who I am. I am a simple man. My father is the owner of a white heifer merchant union." When Kami heard this, she exclaimed in surprise that a white heifer was one of the largest merchant unions. Then the guy added, "I'm the third son of 9, the only descendant, the eldest, and he'll get everything, which is why I feel like I have no rights in the family, and they want to use me somewhere. I'm ashamed to admit it, but they sent me to Kaizen because they thought I was a little bit gifted in black magic. While I'm in Kaizen, I have to do consumer market research for the family's trade union." Hearing this, Simon immediately recalled a conversation with his friend in the room and said, "Why did you say that visiting Rochester is more important than studying?" To which he replied, "Yes, but that doesn't mean I'm only doing what my father told me to do. I'll graduate from Kaizen and create my own merchants union in Rochester, and I'll be a big shot so that even my father will see that I'm not useless." Hearing this, Simon said, "Well done." And then Kami added, "Good luck, Dick." And only Maylin added, "What a fool." After a while, a boy approached the group of students and said, "Wow, we have a friendly group here." And the teacher's assistant replied, "Congratulations." Holding out the form, the man said, "Your group is number 7. Write down the names of the participants and the items you will be making a special effort to address. Come up with a name for the group, but it's not as important as the leader of the group at the time." As long as Simon answered, "Well, we understood." Maylin snatched the form from the guy's hands. When the form was in front of the girl, Simon said, "If you're already a key member of the group, you can be our leader." And Maylin replied, "Of course." After writing down the name of the group leader, Maylin said, "So, what are some suggestions for naming our group?" Sometime after filling out the form, the assistant took it away and posted it on the common board. It read, "Leader Maylin names 7th group, group members and subjects. Maylin Wylan Curse Theory, Simon Falentia Call Theory, Dick Hayward, Dynamics of Darkness, Kamibaras, Ursula Hematology." After completing the filling in, the group leader said, I liked Maylin's option better, period." After which Kami added, "Pink rabbits for me." Suddenly, someone in the audience said, "Who needs you with such a poor specialization? But there are 2 of us, and there are 2 of you, both in toxicology. We don't need a couple of ballast like you just said. The 3 of them are in the dynamics of darkness, they are crazy, and the 3 of them are in the dynamics of guilt, and they want to create a group seriously. I'm going to take this specialization, but my grades in all subjects are normal and I don't need such a group. I'm leaving you." After listening to what was happening, Simon said, "Wow, the atmosphere is getting tense." To which Dick replied, "No wonder. Elemental black magic classes require knowledge of all subjects, which is why there should be diversity in the group. That's why if you make friends with fellow excellent students in the same subject, you'll have problems later," the guy added. "So we were very lucky." Pointing to a group of 3, Cerna Aindark said, "I will only ransom one of you." Hearing this, the guy angrily exclaimed, "Hey, you already kidnapped Lucy from us so we would have a full group." The next moment, another girl left their group saying she was sorry, and when the guys saw that another member had left them, they exclaimed, "How could you?" When she joined Cerna Aindark's group, she said, "I'm a hematology specialist. I hope you'll need me." To which the leader replied, "Of course, welcome, and you're a smart girl." When Simon saw the methods of creating groups, he spoke harshly, and his friend replied that others would never mind Simon. This often happens during the period of student protection. If we do not compete, we will inevitably fall behind others. As for those who lagged behind in Kaizen, Maylin said, "I don't see what the big deal is. These are the natural consequences of laziness, lack of talent, and lack of insight. They had more than a week from the beginning of the school year, and what they did was interesting. If they had low grades, we had to look for a group based on other criteria. When the time was up, the teacher said, "All the time is up. Whoever is left without a group, come to the board." Seeing the people who came up to the board, the students from the audience said, "Oh, it seems that we won't see them next week. Your dynamics are so good, and there is only one task left, so the theories are cursed, and they are over." Hearing the voices of the rest of her classmates, Jane Olivia asked if you were angry. A difficult beginning does not always guarantee a bad ending. Hold on to this anger and use it to your advantage. If you distribute the subjects correctly and pull yourself up, you can hope for at least an average grade. "Well, sit down." To which the students answered, "Yes, professor." Having completed the formation of the student groups, the teacher spoke to the groups. "Now listen to an important announcement. Next week, the period of student protection ends, and group assignments will begin at the first lesson of elemental black magic. You will fight a monster, and this monster will be..." While Jane Olivia was making the announcement, the assistants were hanging the poster. When all the preparatory processes were completed, the professor added the Cyclops. When they heard who they would have to fight, confused voices came from the audience that the Cyclops... How can we handle a Cyclops with our abilities? Hearing the noise in the classroom, the teacher shouted quietly, "I'm going to explain the rules. You will go down to the Kaizen dungeon as a group and fight the Cyclops together. However, it should be so that one leads the attack and the rest support him with fire, or do everything to weaken the monster. Weakening spells like depletion, binding, blinding are allowed, as well as hematological spells, drawing blood and toxicology, weakening. Summoning creatures are also allowed. All other particularly deadly black magic spells are forbidden. You will read more detailed rules in the instructions that you will be given. The attacking Necromancer will be given protective equipment with a protective enchantment. The score will depend on the success of your hunt. Evaluation criteria: speed, consistency, teamwork, ingenuity, and use of magic. You will need to be thoroughly prepared. This can be your key to successfully completing your assignment. So that's it. Do you have any more questions? Next moment from the audience, Jamie Victoria, is this a real Cyclops professor, or will we use the Kaizen virtual battle system? When the teacher heard the question, she said, "No, it's a real Cyclops caught in the Western lands. By the way, you reminded me of that. You will need to write a waiver of claims in the event of a fatal outcome." There will be some more questions, after which another student raised his hand, and then Scott Schneider exclaimed, "What happens if we can't defeat the Cyclops?" To which the teacher replied, "You will get 0 points, and the assignment will be considered failed in 3 cases. The first is when the attacking Necromancer is put out of action. Secondly, when the professor or supervisor decides that the fight cannot be continued, the data is not available. And third, when one of the group refuses to complete the task." Hearing what awaits them in the near future, Maylene said that if the Cyclops is real, they will need to develop a strategy. And then Simon added, "I'm just thrilled. My heart is beating so hard." And Kami added, "I'm a little scared." Then Dick asked who would be the striker. Hearing the question, the group leader confidently exclaimed, "As the strongest, of course, that I was," to which Simon replied, "Of course. However, if there is only one attacker, won't this play too much in favor of those who are strong in combat magic?" To which Kami added, "I also thought about it. The Cyclops attacks are very strong and you can't defend against them with black magic, and the defense spells consume a lot of darkness. So I think you just have to dodge," which Maylene pointed out, "Actually, I don't think we should do that. Fans of martial magic will mostly hit with physical blows, but think about it. But think about whether a stone body of a Cyclops can be harmed by this," to which Dick answered, "Exactly, the skin of Cyclops is thick and strong. Even if they are strengthened with the help of darkness, they will not have enough stamina to fight." So Kami added, "Maylene, so you have a strategy for fighting the Cyclops?" Hearing the question from her friend, the girl confidently answered, "Of course, Kami." And then the teacher's voice came through, and I saw that there were no more questions. Before the group assignment, there will be 3 more classes of elemental black magic in the week, and in the next lesson, each group will show a presentation of their combat strategy against the Cyclops in class, after which you will be able to test yourself in a virtual battle simulation, and the 3rd lesson of the week will be devoted to this task. For the rest of the lesson, I leave you to discuss the strategy with your classmates, and if you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Leaning on the desk to get closer to the group leader, Dick asked what Melane's strategy was for what, and she replied, "Listen to me carefully." While preparing to cast the spell, the girl said this spell of elemental darkness. Using the skill, she added a black flash. Seeing what the leader had just demonstrated, Dick exclaimed, "You already know this spell." And Simon added, "Maylene, you are a master of all trades." After dissipating her appeal, the girl confidently said, "So I'll explain what I heard." Starting to draw a strategy in my notebook, Maylene commented along the way, "First, I will burn the Cyclops with a dark flash, and the 3 of you will support me with a curse spell. Cast exhaustion until the Cyclops can't even move, and I'll burn it to ashes. After the girl told her plan, Dick said, "Wait a minute, but you forgot teamwork is also part of the grade. You're stronger than all of us. But with this strategy, all our contribution will be minimal, and we won't get any points for teamwork," to which she replied, "You have a better option." Simon interrupted the conversation and added, "Malin, could you cast Black Flash and dodge the Cyclops attacks at the same time?" To which she replied, "No, what a question." Potty Dick added, "We're worried that you won't be able to remember the battle magic, and you fell behind when we were running and jumping over the cliff." To which she nervously replied, "Maybe, but if your curses work well, I won't have to dodge." To which Dick exclaimed, "Hey, we're not curse specialists. That's your role, actually." Seeing that a conflict was starting in their team, Kami nervously said, "Please don't fight." To resolve the conflict, Simon put forward his tactic saying, "Well, if summoned creatures are allowed, I'll distract the Cyclops with them, and Kami and Dick will use magic where they are strongest, so we can implement the best possible strategy. Kami, how good are you with hematology?" In response to this, the girl answered awkwardly, "Grammar is more suitable for variable attacks, so I'd rather use curses." Then Simon continued, "And what about you, Dick?" To which he said with a sigh, "I'm not much use either. I'll be practicing exhaustion all week to get ready." As the assistants began to take down the poster, Jane Olivia said, "So for the next lesson, prepare a presentation describing the role of each participant and a list of spells." At the same time, Dick looked at his friend and thought, Simon can be quite clever at times. He solves disputes and has a talent for management. He does not deny himself or his reward. I must admit that I was even jealous. And it was probably not for nothing that he was accepted at #1 on a special program, after which he said, "Hey Simon." Throwing his arm around his shoulder, the guy added, "I heard that the canteen is serving steak today. We should get it before they sell out." To which he replied, "Then what are we waiting for?" To which Kami added, "Oh, and take me with you." Watching her teammates go to the dining room, Maylene exclaimed, "How could you leave without me? You ate your steaks and didn't bring me any." She said, "You should have come with us. I told you to take it before they dismantled it." At the same time, someone's tired voice was heard in the audience. "And what grade are you?" Jamie Victoria replied, "Class A." Then the teacher added, "Of course, this is the first time we've met. My name is Lang Strauss, and I am your toxicology teacher. Let's get started. Please open your books to page #1. Continuing the lecture, the teacher said that toxicology is not just a science of poisons. It is fashionable to mix different ingredients while barely holding on to stay awake, and I thought how boring it was. Continuing the lecture, Lang Strauss said that making the slightest change in the final result is a characteristic feature of toxicology. Then we'll move on to making low-toxic solutions. Hearing this, all the students suddenly woke up and someone shouted out to the lab assistant, "To make the solution, you need to measure out the ingredients in the exact proportion," after which the lecturer began to cough heavily. Seeing that the professor was not feeling well, the assistant exclaimed, "Professor, you are tired. We will do the lab work ourselves and you go rest." To which he replied, "I have to finish the lecture." In response, the assistant replied, "Don't worry, we'll take care of everything." To which Lang Strauss replied, "Thank you very much." The assistant opened the book when she saw that one of the students was sleeping, so she hit him in the head with the textbook to wake him up. Immediately after I screamed Anu loudly, everyone woke up. Continuing to conduct educational work, the girl aggressively shouted, "How dare you? To behave like that in front of a professor is first A grade. What do you think you are doing here? Setting up a sleepy kingdom? What kind of disciples of Kaizen are you if your discipline is rotten to the core? Don't forget at least the basic courtesy of an understandable response from your students." Then the teacher said, "I'm Professor Lang's assistant. My name is Francesca Belmont, and I'll be replacing him today." While handing out the tools for the lesson, the teaching assistant added, "Now we will have a lab. We will be making a low-toxicity solution, so put your textbooks aside." The essence of a low-toxic solution is not in the precise sprinkling or the order of adding the ingredients in your intuition. Light the pot and boil water in it, then add the salamander and wheat powders from the ingredient kit. Following the assistant's instructions, one of the students exclaimed, "Excuse me, but what is the dosage?" And the assistant replied, "It doesn't matter how much you want." Having done everything at his own discretion, Simon nervously said, "What a stench." And then Dick said, "Oh, your water has turned green." The next moment, Francesca Bellman said, "If you raise your hand and see who has this color," she added, "you will be making a nerve-paralyzing poison. Now raise your hand if you have a green pair." After looking at the other students, the assistant added, "You will be making a poison that causes headaches and hallucinations, which will help you a lot against other mages and necromancers." When Simon heard the teacher's words, he was surprised to hear that it wasn't written in the textbook. In the preparatory courses, we were not taught about the intuitive method of creating substances. A little later, Francesca Belmont added a green-colored substance to those who have jackets off and hang them on the back of the bench, and the assistants will hand out additional ingredients. Approaching one of the students with a green substance, the teacher added, "Listen now, this applies to everyone in your substances. You see a thin layer of fat? Remove it with a scoop. Fatty vegetable acids reduce the effectiveness of poisons, so they should always be removed. After removing the fat, continue stirring until the substance becomes viscous. The substance may burn or curdle, so make sure that the fire in the burner is not too strong." The next moment, one of the students raised her hand and nervously said, "I'm sorry, my substance has turned yellow. Is that normal?" To which Francesca Belmont replied, "Everything is fine. Yellow means the highest degree of purification of the poison. You can sell this potion in Rochester." Hearing this, the girl's friends happily exclaimed, "Cool, you're good." The next moment, another student raised her hand and said, "My potion was blue, and now it's green." To which the assistant replied, "Most likely the ingredients have risen from the bottom and changed the effect of the substance, so give this student additional ingredients." While the assistant was helping one of the students, Dick said to his friend, "Hey Simon, now I understand how Professor Lang managed to stay in Kaizen. His assistant is a genius." And he agreed. Noticing the scrutiny, Francesca Belmont asked Simon, "Are you okay there?" And he confidently replied, "Oh yes, I'm fine." After completing the preparation of the potion, Ica said to Simon, "Let's take these poisons to fight the Cyclops, as it seems to me that we should use everything we have." To which he replied, "Oh, I thought of that too." Hearing what her friends were talking about, Maylin said, "You boys are naive. These poisons won't work. It's a low-toxicity poison, which means that it's like an elephant pellet in a cycle, just a medium-sized monster." When Dick heard the sad news, he said in disappointment, "What a pity." At the same time, while looking through a book of poison recipes, Simon was surprised to hear in his head that this poison contained Leharcus mushrooms. Leharcus mushrooms. Recalling that incident with the lavish dinner, the boy mentally added the same ones that my mother sometimes cooked for me. The next moment, holding out the book to his friend, he said, "Hey Maylin, here's a potion." And she answered which one it was. Interested in her friend's suggestion, she asked Simon what page he was on, and he answered 254. After reviewing the effects of the poison he had found, Maylene confidently exclaimed to Simon, "If we can create a substance like this, it could work," and he and his friend cheered. Pointing to the description of the poison, the girl said, "Look, it paralyzes the veins and cramps the muscles for a while, and it is called nervous. A nerve poison that affects the muscles for small to medium-sized monsters, and from level 3 and above, we can at least slow down the Cyclops." Hearing this, Dick said, "Wow, then it will enhance the effect of exhaustion," after which Simon added, "Let's take a look at its application. It is used internally, or on an open wound. You need to wound the Cyclops and somehow throw poison at it." Hearing this, Dick exclaimed, "Yeah, maybe you can get a skeleton to wound it, and we'll throw the poison at it." Kami exclaimed, "That's a great idea. Then let's try. We can ask to use the lab the only thing that is ingredients. We can find the basic ingredients in the laboratory, but the mushrooms Lecharka, blood mucus, and silk ivy will be quite difficult to find." Hearing this, Dick said confidently, "Well, I would have found them today if I had gone to Rochester." Simon was surprised to hear this and exclaimed that he was serious. Then Simon added, pointing to one of the ingredients, "Lehark mushrooms, which grow in my hometown," and when they heard this, they also asked him where exactly they grow. Then the guy answered without a second thought, "In the Forbidden Forest." Hearing this, Dick nervously exclaimed that, "How do you know this? But you are going to the Forbidden Forest. You are asking for trouble." To which Simon replied, "Don't worry, I won't be long. These mushrooms grow on the edge of the forest. Besides, you'll risk getting fined if you go to Rochester. I'm doing everything I can for the band," Dick said. The next moment, Simon added, "I'll get them as soon as possible before tomorrow." Hearing this, Maylene nervously exclaimed, "Hey, there might be monsters. It's too dangerous, you could get hurt. And what are we going to do with the task then?" To which Kami added then. Raising her hand up, the girl added nervously, "I'll go with him." Looking at her friend with a stern look, Maylene exclaimed to Kami, "I told you it was very dangerous there." To which she replied, "It's not fashionable to let him go alone, and it's better to let him go alone than to let him go alone." When Simon heard his friend's suggestion, he said, "Okay, then we'll go together, but if it's too dangerous, we'll run away." This means that there is blood mucus and silk ivy on Dick. And Malin will reserve a lab for us and get simple ingredients, and Kami and I will go to get Lehark mushrooms. In the evening, we will gather in the laboratory with the ingredients in hand, to which the others answered, "Yes, quite well, I agree." At the same time, one student in the audience overheard their heated discussions. Thinking about the information he had received on the 7th group's indiscretion, he smiled slyly. When the break came, the same guy rushed to the famous student and said hello to Hector. "I have some very interesting information for you. Don't you want to hear it?" After a while, when Simon arrived at the Forbidden Forest with everything he needed and his friend, he said, We've come to quickly gather mushrooms and return to Kami, to which she joyfully exclaimed, Yes, Simon. A few minutes earlier, when Dick arrived at a certain place, he showed a secret passage and said that it was possible to get out of here. But few people knew about this secret passage. The guards of the Forbidden Forest have just completed their rounds and will not return for quite some time. But don't relax. One foot here, the other there, he said. Thank you, Dick. Saying goodbye to his friends, the guy said, Well, see you later, and was answered by a, Goodbye, be careful, Dick. Once outside, after passing through the secret tunnel, Simon asked in surprise why you were so happy all of a sudden, and Kami said happily, I love night walks. Hearing this, Simon thought, She's half vampire. That's probably her specialty. Walking with a flashlight through the dark forest, Simon asked if you like nighttime, and Kami happily replied that the night is pleasant and cozy for me, and the guy thought it was necessary. The next moment, she added, Oh, Simon, I'm sorry I remembered so late, but thank you for your help in the last martial arts lesson. I couldn't climb the behemoth by myself. I looked around for help, but everyone turned away. I told myself that this is normal for Kaizen because there is a lot of competition, but still. And then you were the only one who remembered the very moment when he decided to help her and said you needed help. He gave me a helping hand with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Simon said in surprise, but I did what I had to do before he could finish, when the girl interrupted him and said, You did what you had to do. You're just an amazing guy. Feeling a little tense, Simon nervously exclaimed that it was really understandable. Oh, look, Kami. Having eaten the Lehark mushrooms where the boy pointed, the girl happily exclaimed, Oh, they are really so many. Then Simon said, I don't know how much we'll need, we'll take everything, to which his friend replied, I agree with you. When Kami finished collecting the mushrooms, she said in surprise, It went even faster than I expected, to which the boy replied, Yeah? When Simon placed the prey in the spatial vault, he heard, By the way, Simon, why did you decide to go to Kaizen? When he heard the question, he said awkwardly, Well, actually, my parents sent me here, but as soon as I started studying, I formed my own goals and desires. And then he remembered his parents, who told him before saying goodbye, I know you can do it, Simon. If it's hard for you, come back. Continuing his story, looking up, he added, After I started studying the theory of summoning, I firmly decided that I would become a Necromancer summoner, to which the girl replied clearly. After telling his story of admission, the boy turned his gaze to the girl and asked if you were Kami. The next moment, a couple of students heard someone's voice speaking to them from somewhere nearby. Grabbing the girl's hand to escape from the public eye, Simon whispered, pulling her to hide. Sitting behind a stone not far from where the guards arrived, the students heard that mushrooms were being picked here, so we continue our search. When Kami emerged from her hiding place, she whispered the same thing to the guard Kaizen, and Simon asked in surprise what the guard was. Then the girl whispered, Yes, they guard the outskirts of Kaizen. Usually they patrol the forest and catch rogues. If they catch us, even a period of protection will not save us. But Dick said that the guards had just finished their rounds, so why were they here? And hearing this, the boy thought that something must have made them come here. Maybe something happened in the forest? Shaking with fear and worry, Kami whispered, shedding tears. What should we do? What should we do? Grabbing his girlfriend by the shoulders to calm her down, Simon whispered, Look at me and listen carefully. We can get out of here. I have a plan, so trust me, I'll run and you can follow me. You can do it, she answered. I can do it. Using the alter ego of his deputy, Simon said to Fur, Can you hear me? To which he replied, Yeah, man, what's up? The next moment he added, I'm afraid I'm in a difficult situation and I'll need the battalion's help. After a while, Kami said to the boy Simon, I've collected all the stones I can reach, and he replied, I'm ready too. We will use everything we have at hand, to which she confidently replied yes. Hearing some noise of stones and skeletons running in front of them, one of the guards shouted out, Half of them go there and the rest continue to search, and was answered, Yes, sir. The next moment, another skeleton of a Pied Piper ran from the other side, and the sentry noticed it and shouted out to catch it. When the moment was right, Simon grabbed his girlfriend's hand and shouted, Let's run! While running away from the guards, the girl heard barking behind her and scaredly exclaimed, Simon, the dogs are coming for us. Hearing this, the guy said to his friend Kami, Use hematology, whatever you want, and she answered well. Having completed the creation of the magic circle, the girl aimed and shot at the animals that were chasing them. When the dogs were neutralized on a flat area, guards appeared and managed to see them, and one of them shouted, There they are! They run to the thicket and shoot at them. After the order, one of the guards began to aim his bow at the offenders. When she saw an arrow fly past them, the girl nervously exclaimed to Simon, They're shooting real arrows, what to do? To which he replied, Don't be afraid, they saw our school uniforms. Running away to the cursing shouts of the guards, the boy added to the guards that they were Kaizen, so they could not kill us, after which a menacing shout was heard. Stop! I told you so! When Simon felt that they were beginning to catch up, he shouted out to them to stand still. The next moment, using a magical skill, he created an obstacle for the enemies, defending themselves against the boy's spell. The guards exclaimed in confusion what was going on, Be careful, they were using magic. That they had disappeared somewhere far away, that they could not have escaped, and we continued to look for them. But by that time, Simon and Kami were already on the edge of the cliff. Looking at the distance to the other bank, the boy asked Kami, "You remember the technique of jumping on the battle magic. Can you do the same?" Shaking her head from side to side, the girl said sadly, "No, I can't, Simon, you go." Shedding tears and smiling gently, she pushed her friend's hands away and added, "I'll manage. Even if they catch me, I won't tell them anything," Simon said to Kami, lowering his head. The next moment, he took the girl in his arms and began to run for the jump while the girl nervously shouted, "Stop, Simon, I am." A few seconds later, they were on the other side of the cliff together. After completing the jump, the guy put the girl on the ground and said, "Like you." Seeing that she suddenly burst into tears, the guy nervously asked her what was wrong with you, and she replied, "I really thought I was going to get caught." Listening to her wipe away her tears, she said over and over again, "Thank you so much for saving me," Simon thought. She wanted to give up in that state. After he finished thinking, he said, "I did what I had to do. We broke away from the guards, so let's go back to the dormitory. We'll have to make a big circle. Can you walk?" She answered yes, sobbing. The next moment, she got to her feet to head back to the dormitory. Wiping the remaining tears from her face, she happily said, "Simon, thank you." Sometime later, after wandering through the forest, Kami nervously asked Simon if we were lost by chance, to which he replied that he didn't think we were on the right track. The next moment, she said to Simon, "I hear something," and he replied that maybe it was an owl. Listening to the voice that sounded not far from them, the girl said, "No, it's not an owl, it's a human voice." As Simon moved on, he heard someone speaking, and it was indeed a human voice. Feeling that the person who was speaking was dangerous, Kami pulled his sleeve and exclaimed that Simon should run away. When he saw who was talking and what he was doing, the guy holding the girl, who was frightened by what he saw, thought, "How could it be that we were on Rock Island next to Kaizen? How could it be that we were here?" At the same time, the person whose voice they heard was performing a ritual saying, "Reverse fate, O almighty goddess." When he saw that the unknown person had sacrificed several animals on the altar, he was frightened and wondered what the altar was doing here. Looking at the mysterious person in the cloak who said our mother's name alone is honored, he mentally added this priest. When the unknown person suddenly fell silent, Simon, sensing danger, shouted to his friend Kami to run, to which she replied, "Well, by executing me, I will be able to escape from the enemy," Simon said in surprise. He is able to use the darkness as if it were possible, continuing to try to somehow leave the area with the enemy they had discovered. The boy thought at first that it was not just a priest who had made his way to Kaizen Island. He is definitely a dissident necromancer. Holding her friend's hand as they fled, Kami said in surprise to Simon, "This priest uses both darkness and priestly magic," to which he replied, "I think he's a traitor. These two forces cannot coexist, as you know. I don't know what exactly is going on here, but one thing is absolutely clear to me. If you and I don't get out of here, he'll finish us off for sure." Seeing that the enemy's attacks were catching up with them, the guy shouted out to Kami, "Get down on the ground right now." Before the girl could fulfill the order, one of the enemy's chains injured her leg, after which the others caught her and dragged her back, and the girl stretched out her hand to the boy and shouted, "Simon." Rushing to the aid of his friend who had just been grabbed and thrown against a tree, Simon shouted out using his cash to catapult an object. Pulling out his sword, the guy noticed that it was broken in an instant, so he used his skill and spoke an order to the darkness. After applying the skill and firing it at the enemy, the guy shouted, "Fly at him, but open his face." Noticing that a cloud of darkness was flying in his direction, the enemy easily dodged it, and the guy's attack crashed into a tree with a characteristic sound of impact. Seeing that his strength would be useless against such an enemy, Simon used his alter ego and said, "I can't handle this." Calling his deputy, Simon noticed that he appeared behind the enemy's back and immediately attacked him, after which he said, "Well, how are you, boy?" Seeing that the enemy had managed to use the shield to protect himself from the attack, Fear added that you could not cope with it, so run away from here, to which he replied, "Well, Fear." The next moment, facing the enemy who had attempted to kill its captain, the skeleton laughed ominously and exclaimed how long it had been since I had been in battle. At the same time, Simon ran to his friend and picked her up off the ground and nervously exclaimed, "Kami, you're like Kami." After a cursory examination, the guy breathed a sigh of relief and said how good it was that she was not injured. Taking her on his back and continuing his escape from the dangerous place, Simon mentally said to Fur, "How are you doing?" To which he replied, "It's not going to be easy, man. This man is incredibly strong. He's as strong as one of Kaizen's teachers. It is a pity that my strength is stamped, so that we would be equal." The next moment, Simon told his subject, "Fur, I have a plan. Please listen to me." When the skeleton commander heard what he had to say, he said, "Good boy. You are Richard's son after all, and that's why you have to be smart." A few seconds later, Simon saw a huge explosion behind him. After the explosion, Simon heard the guards shouting, "Get the dogs down here." And then he said happily, "It worked, Fear. Don't chase the priest. Come to us." Evaluating his commander's plan, the skeleton said in surprise, using the guards against him, "I'm proud of you, boy," to which he replied, "Fur, you are." Then he replied, "Don't worry, these injuries are nothing to me. And besides, this girl clearly needs urgent help." Grabbing his commander by the collar, the skeleton said, "Don't worry, I'll help you." Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that I didn't know you could heal Fur. Then the skeleton said unhappily, "I don't know how, but I'll get you away from here." To which the guy added in surprise, "How do you plan to do that?" Before he could finish, he ran to Kazan with lightning speed. Arriving at the destination, Fur said thoughtfully, "I feel something wrong. One more step, and then the area of the detection spell. I can't go any further with you." To which Simon replied, "Thank you, Fur. You saved us." Heading back to his dungeon, the skeleton said goodbye. "We just made a deal. I can't lose you so soon." And Fur replied with a farewell. After saying goodbye to his savior, Simon looked at the unconscious girl and nervously said, "What should I do? I can get to the dormitory by the same way, but who should I go to for treatment of Kami? If I go to a medical center, they will interrogate me about how she got such injuries, and if I answer the question about what happened today, I will be in trouble. And this priest saw our faces, given that he is most likely a traitor. I need to turn to someone I can trust." After a while, he arrived at the dormitory administrator's office and knocked on the door, asking how he could help at this hour. When he entered the house with the wounded girl, the guy said, "Please help me." Seeing the guests, the administrator nervously exclaimed what had happened. The girls were not allowed in the boys' dormitory, to which Simon replied, "I understand, but she needs help." Approaching Kami to examine her, the girl said in surprise that she was wounded. "You should have taken her to the medical center and not here." To which he replied, "I can't. I have my reasons. I can't tell you everything, but please help her," she said, surprised. Bowing his head to the dormitory administrator, Simon added, "Please give her first aid." Pulling back the curtain where the beds were, the girl said, "Put her on the couch. I think I'll have to give her first aid after all." To which the guy replied, "Thank you." While administering first aid to the wounded woman behind the curtain, the administrator asked Simon what happened to you. While treating the victim's wounds, the girl found many scratches and bruises, but above her knee she had a deep wound from a sharp object. If you have a fight with other students, it's better to settle it peacefully before the protection period ends. I realized after working here for so many years that the students do everything for the sake of survival, no matter how vile and inhuman, no matter how much harm they do to themselves or others. To which Simon interrupted the girl and said, "We didn't fight. Please forgive me. I cannot tell you everything." After completing the treatment of the girl, the administrator came out to the boy and said, "Okay, I'm not going to interrogate you anymore. Let me examine you. Please roll up your sleeves." Providing first aid to Simon, the girl said, "I don't know what happened to you, but remember that being healthy is the most important thing. You have to be healthy to survive in Seihan. You know where I'm going with this." To which Simon replied, "Of course." Continuing to bandage the guy's wounds, the administrator added that there were no serious injuries, "So I will ask my friend from the girls' dormitory to take her away." To which the guy replied, "I am so grateful to you. I won't forget what you did for us." To which she replied, "No thanks, Simon. You should go back to your room." After hearing the administrator's advice, the guy gathered his things and headed for the exit, saying, "I'll be going. Sorry to bother you at this hour." When Simon left the room, the receptionist sighed heavily and said, "I wonder how much longer he will stay here, as he rarely does in Kazan." After a while, when he arrived at his room, the guy said, "Dick, I'm back." To which he happily exclaimed, "Simon." Rushing to hug him, Dick nervously added, "You're alive? You're not hurt? And what about Kami?" To which he replied, "We're both fine. Calm down. The guards were chasing us and we got lost. And what about you? Where is Maylene?" My friend replied sadly, "I was almost caught by the guards too, and I barely managed to get back to the dormitory at that time. They don't usually patrol, but this time they came out. I talked to Maylene and told her about the guards, and she suggested that we postpone the poison making until tomorrow." To which Simon added in surprise, "I bet she's not sleeping because of us." Then Dick spoke up, and at first it was obvious that she was disappointed by the news, but after hearing about the guards, she sympathized with my position. Kami also returned to the dormitory. "If so, let's go rest." To which Simon replied, "It's time." Then Dick went to the light switch and said, "I'll turn off the light." To which his friend replied, "Go ahead." When the lights went out, Simon looked up at the ceiling and remembered the incident, thinking, "My mom is a priestess, so I'm used to hearing prayers." But Kami must have been shocked. "I'll have to talk to her tomorrow in private." The next day, when he met his friend, he heard a joyful voice saying, "Good morning, Simon." He looked at the girl and asked her if she was okay, to which she replied that she was fine. "Yesterday, everything was just like a dream, wasn't it?" And the boy asked in his sleep. Confirming Simon's words, Kami joyfully said, "That's how we walked under the moon, picked mushrooms, then ran away from the pursuit, and many terrible things happened. At first it was a good dream, and then it turned into a nightmare, so maybe that's why last night seems like a dream." After hearing the guy say that, she thinks it was all just a dream because it's too unbelievable. Maybe it's a way for her to get over stress. The next moment, Simon put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, "Listen to Kami." The priest ran away when the guards came. He saw my face, but he might not have seen that. Please don't tell anyone. Act as if nothing had happened. I will definitely find out who he is, I added. I want to help you too. We went through this together. Don't investigate it without me. Hearing these words from the girl, Simon said, "Okay, but right now there's nothing to investigate. I'll call you when I have a lead." When she heard that he had accepted her offer of help, she happily exclaimed, "Yes, I will help Simon." To which he awkwardly replied, "I will try my best too." Sitting at the desk in the next class, Simon heard in the last class I noticed that many of you relied too much on stencils, so this time we will learn an easier curse. Transfer spell. The formula of this spell allows you to transfer your darkness to an object. On this spell, we must also learn to keep the magic circle in the air without the help of a stencil. The plants you were given bloom when filled with darkness. Use the transfer spell to transfer your darkness to them and make them bloom. After failing after several attempts, Simon thought in frustration, "I'm going to have to take a Cyclops next week, and I can't even handle that." Seeing his friend's dejected look, Dick asked Simon, "Are you okay?" The next moment, Bakal Amagar came up to Simon and put his hand on his shoulder and asked how he was doing. "You are doing well, young man." Raising his head to the teacher, Simon nervously replied, "Oh yes, I tried to do that." Hearing the uncertainty in his student's voice, the professor confidently said, "Use the kernel. You don't know how to use the core yet, which is why the darkness lacks strength because of this magic circle and blurs. No one will teach you how to use your kernel in this way. It's too easy, and there are no general ways to use the kernel. They are individual." The next moment, Bahil Amagar used a magic spell on his student and said, "Now do not be afraid." Feeling some strange feelings, the boy realized that people do not know that curses are not only negative, and it is a pity that stereotypes do not allow them to know the depth of this science. Not realizing what was happening to him, Simon nervously exclaimed, "Professor, what are you doing?" And the professor interrupted him and replied, "I've used the curse of aggravation on you. This curse helps the lost disciples find their way home. Now focus. Take a breath and collect the mana scattered in the air. Now run your mana through the core first, and I'll show you." Doing everything that Professor Simon told him, he was finally able to feel his core, and was surprised to think that it was just one thread of mana, and it was already moving along another. In the next Mithras, Bahil said, "You have a different kind of darkness than others. When you simply draw it out, it loses its power, which is why you have to develop the power of circulation. Forget about transforming and shaping the darkness. Treat your core as a living being. Calm it down so that it allows you to take the initiative and wait for the darkness to start coming through your hands." Having finished with the instructions, the professor smiled happily and said, "Now act on your own. Don't try to hold her back. Let her go where she wants to go." To which the boy replied, "Good, professor." Watching the progress of the mana control process, the teacher was impressed and said, "You're doing great. I'm going to reduce the intensity of the sensory enhancement spell by half, and then some." Darkness has the ability to memorize the path you follow. It's like muscle memory. When you repeat actions hundreds of thousands of times, darkness remembers it and starts to play it automatically. And that's why it's important to practice hard to develop your own skills. Well, let's not rest on our laurels and try to create a spell. I will help you in case of any problems, so you don't have to worry." And Simon confidently said, "Thank you very much, Professor." Putting his hand on his student's shoulder again, Bahil Amagar said, improvising, "Form any magic circle." To which the boy replied, "I understand you." Watching the process of creating the boy's magic circle, the teacher said, "You're doing a good job. Now activate the spell." Upon hearing the words of his mentor, Simon began to fill the plant with darkness. At the first second, a single flower appeared on the plant, but then it turned into a large flowering tree, after which the whole class exclaimed in amazement. Seeing what had just happened, someone from the class exclaimed, "Oh, Professor, how is this possible?" And he answered with a surprising truth. Immediately after turning his attention to the special student from added, "Such is your potential." Upon hearing this, Simon turned his head to Bahil and asked me about my potential in surprise. Removing the curse of aggravation from the boy, the teacher said, "I just helped you stabilize and channel your strength effectively. I showed you what you can achieve in the not-so-distant future. You have a special kind of darkness, Simon Valentia." Looking at the tree he managed to grow, the boy said, "I hope you will think carefully about how to use your talent in the best way." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the fallen flower that did not fit on the tree, and then the professor added what science he should focus his efforts on to discover his talents. After thinking about the teacher's words for a while, the boy said to the professor, to which he replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Immediately after turning his head to the teacher, the boy said, "Could you please give me an honest assessment of the curse I just used?" Hearing his student's request, Bakil was surprised to hear that you are not drunk with success, and that you try to analyze your actions, which is commendable. Thinking about the assessment, the professor said thoughtfully, "I would say that your spell lacks emotion." When Simon heard the teacher's opinion, he asked what emotions are like when you give orders to the dead with such emotions. which immediately put the teacher in a stupor. Instantly recovering from the shocking question, Bahil Amagar smiled happily and said something like this. Stroking his student's head, he confidently added that emotions are a decisive factor in black magic, to which he replied, "Oh, I see." When the teacher walked on, Simon wondered what he had just had, and for a moment he had this scared look on his face as he walked on down the hall, and the teacher said, "Don't forget what I told you." And then the voice of one of Professor Bakhil's students came through. Stretching his hand up to be seen behind the tree, the boy nervously added, "Could you help me too? The plant is not blooming." To which the man replied, "I understand." Looking back at the student, the professor smiled happily and added, "We hope for good luck and that you will be taken care of. This is the hope of every lazy person. Try your best." Hearing Bakhil's words, Dick replied awkwardly, "Thank you. I'm sorry." And at the same moment, Kami saw that her friend was acting strangely and said nervously, "Maylene, you're fine." At the same time, Simon looked at his hands and mentally said, "My potential." "Okay, then I'll be practicing this spell until the end of class." After a while in the martial arts class, sitting with everyone else, Dick said to Kami, "Don't you think that all the teachers have been obsessed with Simon lately?" And she replied that she really did. Then Dick added, unhappily, "That's how you look at Professor Bahil's class today." So much attention Simon pumped up the transfiguration spell just because of that, and just look at what Professor Hongpeng is doing. At the same time, in front of the class, standing in a fighting stance, Simon was instructed to remember to pull in his stomach, to which he replied, "Sorry." The next moment, he received a slap on the leg with a comment from the teacher that the stance was not correct. Watching the two, Dick added to the lesson as if it were for him alone. Then I heard again, "No more leaning on your fingers, no good teacher." Great. Now get ready for a reversal kick and put more darkness in your legs. When Simon made the stroke, the teacher approaching him said, "That's great, that's just great." And when he asked what was going on, Hongpeng added, "Yes." However, the chorus was only the fourth stroke itself. The four fulcrums were not standing correctly. "Simon, and the eye should be focused only on the target and the lower back. You are not working correctly, and do not hesitate to turn on your heel. And also you are releasing the darkness too quickly at the moment of impact." After hearing all the comments from the teacher, the boy bowed and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I'll take everything into account." To which the teacher happily said, "Oh, don't worry, you're doing a great job." To which he replied, "Yes, professor, thank you." And at the same time, Maylin got up from her seat and said, "Wow. And you dare to call yourself a student of Kaizen with such an attitude, you lazy bastard. Instead of envying and complaining, you should make an effort to get the professor's attention." To which Dick replied unhappily, "I'm not envious, I just asked a legitimate question. And who would say that you broke the spell of exhaustion in the last class and went to the finish line with your nose held high? A problem student." To which she nervously exclaimed, "I am not a problem student." Hearing this, the guy added, "Did the professor say a word to you today? Even look at you. I'm telling you, she thinks you're a problem." Trying to stop the quarrel, Kami intervened and said, "Hey, stop fighting." But they ignored her, and Maylene exclaimed, "That's not true? Don't talk to me about a problem student. I'll give you such trouble that you'll howl." The next moment, the girl looked back at her friend and said, "Oh, come on. Hey, Simon." And hearing his name, the guy said in surprise. Then the girl said, "Teach me." Hearing the question, Simon pointed at himself in confusion. Starting to twirl her hair in embarrassment, Maylene added, "You're good at martial magic. The professor won't explain it to me, so I'm asking you to teach me," he replied. "I understand." Turning her head to the side, she added, "I'm going to be the attacker during the Cyclops task, and I need your help to develop my speed and agility, and it will also have a positive effect on our grades." So when Simon heard that, he replied, "Maylene, I don't need to explain. I'll help you get into a stance." Standing up, the girl said, "Thank you." When she took up her fighting stance, she saw that the guy suddenly looked at her with a displeased look. The next moment, he commented that it was all wrong, to which she awkwardly exclaimed, "I know." Pointing out the mistakes to the girl, Simon said, "First of all, relax your body. Your stance is so uncertain, try to relax and take a stance as natural as possible." To which she responded well. After that, the guy started correcting me. "Put your left foot back a little bit. No, not that far. Make a little fist and put it forward. No, you're not moving all that much. And again, the position is wrong. That's it. Gather the darkness around your waist and hold it like that." Looking at Maylene's training, Dick wondered how she could be so clumsy. Continuing to teach the girl combat magic, Simon then added to move the effort to the joints of the leg and spin. After completing the combination, the girl asked him why he was doing it like that, and he said disappointedly, "No, don't twist your whole body like that. And at the moment of twisting, you need to strengthen the back of your thigh with darkness." After hearing the instruction, the girl asked here, to which Simon replied no, a little higher. Then the girl pointed to another place and asked here, to which he replied too high, a little lower, that this is your knee, not your hip. Unable to stand this explanation, Maylene angrily exclaimed, Simon, I'm naked in front of you, I'm wearing a leotard. Show me where to apply the darkness, touch me already. Hearing the girl's angry words, the guy approached her and pointed to her, saying, Okay, here you concentrate the darkness and move it here in a turn. And looking at the guy who was teaching her, the girl nervously exclaimed, Simon, you're not in time. Didn't you hear what they were saying? Hearing the girl's remarks and the whispers of his classmates, the boy sternly told Maylin to stay calm rather than run, to prove to everyone that you are not guilty, to which she replied well. Having finished giving instructions on the use of darkness during the reception, the guy got to his feet and said, Concentrate the darkness in the indicated place on your thigh. Try it right now. To which she replied, Good now. Watching his friend train under his guidance, Simon was surprised to say, Wow, that's pretty good, and then noticed that she slipped and fell. Approaching Maylin, Simon asked nervously, Are you hurt? You're getting better at it, despite the fall, but you still have a lot to learn. Noticing what Maylin and Simon were doing, one of their classmates exclaimed that he was just teaching Maylin a kick, and then the boy was surrounded by girls asking Simon, You're so good at this kick, can you teach me? Seeing that he was surrounded by others, Maylin, who was sitting on the ground, thought, What kind of person are you? After a while in the summoning lesson, Simon noticed a pair of bones near him and heard the topic of today's lecture. The shape restoration spell for any skeleton has the gravitational force of a cat pulling its bones back to their original shape. The next moment, the teacher snapped his fingers to demonstrate what he meant. Immediately afterwards, all the dice that were scattered around the room jumped up and gathered around the professor, after which he said, The principle of shape restoration is simple. Tearing his hand away from the skeleton, he added that even though the skeleton was smashed to pieces by a strong blow, there were still residual particles of darkness in its bones. All you have to do is activate these remnants of darkness and strengthen the force of attraction of the bones to each other, which will allow the skeleton to reassemble properly. While everyone was trying to complete the task, Maylin noticed that Simon was doing his own and shouted out, Why are you running away from the task? Did you not hear what we were told to do? When Simon heard the girl's remark, he immediately restored the skeleton, and Maylin said, You can do that, can't you? But I don't advise you to rest on your laurels because you have mastered the recovery of form. You haven't forgotten what you promised me. To which he replied, Don't worry, I'll beat you in the prize, no matter what it takes. Hearing Simon's confident words, the girl said, I would have gotten all 90 points in the draft theory if I could have solved problem number 20. Hearing the girl's words, Simon asked in surprise, Number 20, you mean our test with Professor Jane, as if it was easy on the last page. As soon as the guy said this, the girl replied with a displeased expression, Of course it's easy. As if you solved it without having any preschool training, and what's the answer? Hearing the correct answer from the boy, the girl exclaimed in confusion, How did you solve this problem? And suddenly, a shadow hung over them, and the teacher Simon Valentia's menacing tone was heard. What are you doing now? When he heard that he was spotted, he was scared and thought he was caught. Trying to justify his idleness, he said, I had already assembled the skeleton with a spell, so I was reading the next topic in the textbook. Hearing the student's words, Aaron Day said, Stay after school. And then Maylin nervously said, I'm sorry. When the lessons were over and everyone left the classroom, the teacher closed the book after waiting a couple of minutes and said, Let's go. Arriving at the clearing behind Kaizen, the teacher said, There is something I can't stand. First of all, these are students who are idle in class, even though they want to learn my subject, to which the guy said in surprise that he was sorry. The next moment, the teacher said, Pull out your skeleton. And Simon, urging his subject, said, Well, having destroyed the summoned wingman, he exclaimed, and now resumed hearing the professor's order. Simon grabbed his head from the pain of destroying the hidden dead man and exclaimed, Good. When the restoration was complete, Aaron Day looked at the finished result. After evaluating his students' work, he said, Well, I see that you are doing a great job of restoring your form. Then I'll teach you a higher level spell. Hearing this, Simon asked in confusion, What? Waving his hands in confusion, the boy added, But didn't you call me here to reprimand me for inattention during the lecture? And he answered with nonsense, Is an extra activity for you. I want you to understand that the professor is obliged to arrange extra classes for those whose performance exceeds the average, Simon said happily to Professor Aaron, folding his arms in front of him. Scratching his head awkwardly at the student's reaction, the teacher said, Get ready to act. Don't take up even more of my working time than necessary. Summoning his skeleton, the teacher pronounced it a demon skeleton, and the boy was amazed to hear him exclaim how cool he was. After disassembling the skeleton, the teacher said, Look carefully, I'm going to show you only once. Pointing the bones at the tree in front of him, Aaron Day said a spell to restore shape that could be used as an attack. Immediately after these words, he activated it on a tree to show the possibilities. Having driven the bones of the skeleton into the wood, the teacher spoke with bone knives. When the squirrel sitting in the tree began to run away, the professor activated the next spell and added that it could also be used as a restraining spell. He added a bone cage to the animal's bones. Having shown the first two possibilities, Day left the most interesting one for last and said that it can also be used as a protective spell by restoring shape. He added bone armor to the skeleton as if it were armor. When Simon saw the results of using the new skeleton features, he exclaimed, "Wow, that's cool." Clicking his fingers to remove the armor from his body, the teacher added that for a high-level necromancer, a skeleton can become a weapon and a cage, as well as armor. All the black magic I showed you is like a spell to restore your form. Restoring the skeleton's shape and placing it next to him, the professor said this from the second-year curriculum. I'm showing you this attack as you have already outdone the entire class on this spell. So I'll adjust these spells to your level and teach you how to use them, starting with bone knives. Before you start training, you need to pay attention to one habit. Hearing the teacher's remark, the guy asked about the habit in surprise. Starting with the basics, the teacher said that the essence of the shape restoration spell is to move the bones of the skeleton in the direction you want. However, you apply skeletal restoration based on the skull. Instead of first assembling a skeleton and then sending its bones in a certain direction, you have to apply a willful effort from the very beginning to make the whole skeleton fly where you want it to go. Thinking about the professor's words, Simon mentally said Wilfur also talked about this. Maybe I should try to use my will like I did with the mouse skeleton. As he tried to follow his teacher's instructions, Simon said in his head, "Gather around me." When he saw the result that his student had achieved, Day said in surprise, "Let's move on quickly." The outcome of Shape Restore and Bone Knife spells is different. The latter is essentially a modified application of bone gravity. Keep in mind how different these spells are. Gather the bones at such an angle that you can immediately launch the sharp point into the enemy's flesh. Taking one of the bones in his hands and starting to fill its tip with darkness, the teacher added, "Concentrate and pull the darkness inside the bones in the direction of the enemy, so you will form the point." Small bones, which cannot be used to make weapons, also have a use. You can use them to tie up an opponent, and they are good at restraining movement. Trying to repeat the teacher's instructions, Simon gathered the skeleton around the bamboo and managed to break it, after which he joyfully exclaimed that it worked. When the professor saw the result, he said, "You used a chokehold with bones. Remember that a broken and disabled skeleton can still serve you, even in this form. Keep training so that you can use this trump card in battle," to which the guy replied, "Thank you, Professor, I will." The next moment, Day asked, "I heard that Professor Jane assigned the Cyclops hunt as a group assignment. Will you be the striker?" To which he replied, "No. In our group, Malin is the striker." When the teacher heard the student's answer, he thoughtfully replied, "It's quite reasonable to concentrate on your role as a support person. You have a lot to learn, so do your best." After completing the training with the student, the teacher added, "Always remember that this was just an extra lesson and nothing more." Looking in the wake of his mentor, Simon said, "Well, mentor, thank you." After a while, when Simon returned to his friends, he said, "I'm sorry I'm late." Seeing him back, his friends nervously exclaimed, "Simon, what happened? He beat you up? We have a student protection period. How dare he physically punish you? I heard the least physical punishment in Keysen is caning." I'm sorry if I didn't ask that 20th question," Simon nervously answered calmly. "He didn't punish me, he just gave me an extra lesson." Hearing what he said, Kami nervously exclaimed to the people, he was shocked and confused so much that he accepted the punishment for extra classes, after which Maylene sternly said, "Well, if you didn't come beaten up, then look at the potion." Approaching the cauldron, the guy said in surprise, "Wow, the color is wonderful," and Maylene replied, "Of course, I did everything perfectly. The amount of water, the cooking time, the cleaning of impurities and fats, 20 minutes on low heat and it's ready." Hearing this, Simon said happily, "That's right, Maylene. I knew we could count on you. This poison cost us a lot of effort. I hope it will pay off." To which Maylene replied that we will definitely have something to show during the presentation of our strategy on elemental black magic, after which Dick added, "By the way, let's discuss our presentation since everyone is here." After spending a lot of time, Maylene spoke up and discussed all the possible questions, and all 300 of them were answered. After that, the girl tiredly added the presentation lying on the table in our pocket, to which the rest of us added so forward to victory. After checking the presentation of the 7th group, Jane Olivia said 1 attacker, 1 necromancer summoner, and 2 spellcasters. You have strengths and subjects, but you decided to go the most primitive way and use spells that are poorly chosen. And finally, the cherry on the cake decided to leave the strongest necromancer in the support position of the 7th group. I'm curious what you think. After hearing the teacher's conclusion, the 7th group thought disappointedly, "We discussed all 300 questions, but none of them were answered." After that, Jane Olivia said, "First of all, I'm waiting for an explanation of why you have assigned roles in this way," to which the students responded, "Well, Professor." Deciding to be responsible for everyone according to her role, Maylene stepped forward and said, "Of course, it would be ideal if we could strategically divide up the roles, but we thought that defeating the Cyclops quickly and effectively was much more important," to which she replied, "Yeah, so that's the best division of roles?" Then, turning her gaze to the rest of the group, Jane Olivia added, "What do you think about this, Simon Follett?" To which he groaned heavily. Looking at the teacher, the guy was confused and thought that she probably expected a different answer from us. And yet it was the defense period. This presentation is designed to give students feedback on their strategies, so no need to be nervous. My task is to show our strategy in all its glory. And then I said, "I understand, Professor, that the distribution of spells in our group is not particularly difficult. However, safety is more important to us than creativity, and I am sure that we will be more effective than other groups. Maybe we won't get a high score for creativity, but we will definitely get a high score for magic." After hearing the comment from number 1, the teacher lowered her head and said with a sigh, "Well, if you are so sure, then let's move on to the next question." Ursula Camabares. Hearing that she was being addressed, the girl nervously exclaimed, "Yes, I'm listening." Then the professor looked sternly at the student and said, "You have a high grade in hematology, and you should use it in your attack, but you gave way to a student of curse theory, and you are going to support yourself not with hematology but with curses. What do you say to that?" Hearing the question from the teacher, the girl immediately trembled from the pressure on herself. Looking down, she mentally asked herself what a difficult question. Trying to somehow support her friend, Maylene mentally said to Cammy, "Please don't worry. Answer confidently." And then Dick added in his head, "Cammy, you can do it." After collecting her thoughts, the girl finally managed to give an answer, exclaiming, "We made this decision based on the physiological characteristics of the Cyclops." After hearing the girl's answer, the professor asked for more details about the physiological features. Then Cammy added that the Cyclops has thick and strong skin, and that blood spells are more effective when there are open wounds. So it is very difficult to harm a Cyclops with hematology. Melan knows the dark elemental magic spell Dark Flare, so I think we can defeat the Cyclops with this spell. And that's why I think Melan is better suited to be a striker in this task. After listening to Jane's point of view, Olivia asked a question that was understandable at the time. What if your opponent was not a Cyclops but another monster? Hearing the question, the girl nervously replied, "If it happened, then I would." After a short pause, the girl nervously exclaimed, "Then I should have been the attacker." Immediately afterward, the class was suddenly surprised by the girl's confidence. Upon hearing this answer, the teacher smiled gently and said, "I'll keep it in mind." And finally, Dick Hayward heard his name and raised his hand and exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, Professor." Then, Jane Olivia sternly told her that talking during class was forbidden. After hearing the teacher's remarks, the boy said, "I'm sorry," and then the teacher added, "Group 7, you are dismissed. Group 8, come to the board." After the lesson, the cafeteria was filled with students' heads. So here's the homework from the very first lesson. And although I went to the preparatory classes, I still don't understand it. You need to use a different formula for what you're going to drink. Sitting at the table and staring into the void, Simon wondered amidst all the noise when she would come. I have to meet her, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, the noise died down, and everyone started looking in the same direction until someone shouted out that it was Lorraine Archibald. Looking around at the crowd of onlookers, the girl coldly replied that you wanted to say something. Seeing the behavior of the girl who came to the meeting, Simon mentally said, I wonder why Lorraine is so different from herself. She is so cold and unavailable. Recalling the moment when they walked around the Capitol together, the guy mentally added that she was in Langerstein. She was so friendly, we had fun together and went to cafes. When Simon finished his thoughts, he said nervously, Oh, Lorraine, hi, haven't seen you in a while. Suddenly changing her mood, the girl gently replied, leaning on the table, Hello, Simon. We last saw each other in Langerstein. Surprised by this sudden change in the girl's behavior, the boy replied in confusion that he was fine. Immediately after he handed her the letter, Lorraine said, By the way, what did you say to the girl you gave me the letter? She made such a fuss. And he replied that he simply asked her to give you the letter. You look so good in your school uniform, I didn't think it would look like this on you. The girl asked in surprise what? Approaching the guy across the table, Lorraine asked him angrily, How did you think it would look on me? Do you think I look old? To which he nervously replied, Of course not. Trying to somehow get out of the situation, the guy added confusedly, It's just that in Langerstein you looked like a professional necromancer. And now I see this professional necromancer in a school uniform. It's a little bit, like, what do you mean? She replied happily. I'm kidding. So what did you want to talk about? When Simon heard the girl's question, he put his hands on the table and said confidently, A traitor has started in Kaysen. Remember Professor Jane assigned us all to fight the Cyclops. I went to the Forbidden Forest to get the ingredients for the poison we needed for this task. Lorraine, I understand, it's hard to believe, he said. And before he could finish, the girl answered him, I believe you. This altar, what exactly did it look like then? Simon nervously replied, Oh, exactly. As far as I remember, there was a big idol in the middle. Recalling what he had seen that night, the boy said thoughtfully, It was in the form of a woman who was braided with blackthorns. When Simon Lorraine heard the description of the altar, the main goddess of the priests, Efnila, spoke. And in this city there is a college of priests, whose rector is the pontiff himself, just as Kazanov teaches necromancers and Efnil teaches priests. The Pythians were especially powerful among the priests. They are chosen from among the girls who live in Ethne and subsequently receive all the power among the priesthood. How dare the cursed priest trample on Kaizen's land? Simon, who else knows about this incident? To which the guy replied with me went Camibaris, she knows. Well, thank you for telling me. I will immediately report everything to my mother. To which Simon replied, well, thank you, Lorraine. Leaning on the table, the girl said, you were wise to tell me about it because from your story I can imagine that this priest is a pretty high level, like our professors, so the entire faculty is under suspicion. If you had approached any of the teachers, they could have destroyed the evidence because they would have resisted the investigation. And now my mom will find out and the investigation will be thorough. To which the guy happily replied, I'm glad I could be of service. Immediately afterwards, Lorraine pointed to the exit and confidently told Simon to leave, to which he confusedly exclaimed what to do. Turning her gaze back to her friend, the girl added, into the Forbidden Forest. We need to see the place where you saw the priest. To which Simon replied, okay, let's go. When he arrived at the place where the altar was placed, the guy said in confusion, where is it? Looking at the empty space left in place of the altar, he added why there was nothing here. I swear to you, he was definitely here. Trying to understand what had happened, the boy mentally said the altar was here, and there were no traces of the battle between Fear and the priest. Starting to examine the area for any clues, Lorraine said, no sign of him. That's even more suspicious. As you said, the priest seems to be very powerful indeed. I didn't see the battle itself, but I can imagine how strong he is by how wide an area he was able to bring back to its original state. But what amazes me even more is that despite serving the goddess, he was able to develop a magical core in himself to penetrate Kazan, which the priest considered to be a form of blasphemy. Interrupting the girl's investigation, Simon said to Lorraine, wait, I have a question, and she answered. Approaching the girl, he said, if the priest has developed the core, then he cannot use the power of the goddess properly. Thinking about the boy's question, Lorraine answered, I don't know exactly how it works, but they claim it does. To which Simon asked in surprise. Then the girl said that light magic comes from faith in the goddess, into darkness from the cursed devil, as they say. However, one thing is certain. These two forces are not compatible with each other. Simon, thank you very much for helping Kaysen, but now your life is in danger. This priest is very powerful. We cannot predict when he will come for you. Maybe you should take a vacation and rest. Shrugging off the girl's hand, Simon said, no, it's okay. I'll just continue living as I was before. I don't know if he remembered my face. However, it will be difficult for him to pursue me, because then you will be able to attack his trail. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise at what you had just said. Angry at the boy's decision, the girl angrily exclaimed, Simon, don't be silly. We don't want to get the opportunity to attack his trail at the cost of your life. Putting his hands on the girl's shoulders to calm her down, the boy confidently said, Lorraine, calm down and listen to me. If I don't behave as usual or take a vacation, the priest will suspect me. Then the girl nervously added, but what if we put guards around you? To which he replied, guards will also ruin everything. I will be an even more visible target if I am accompanied by a guard everywhere. This will be a convincing proof for the priest that I have told the administration everything and I am now afraid for my life. Lorraine, this priest, infiltrated the teaching staff of Kaizen, and for this purpose he even developed his core, which a priest is not allowed to do. And as you can imagine, such a fanatic is completely unpredictable. After listening to the guy, the girl said, okay, but you should know, Simon. If I find out about the slightest threat to your life, I will take precautions to protect you, even at the cost of your freedom, to which he nervously replied, I agree. After that, the girl added, keep in mind that we don't need your self-sacrifice for the common good here. To which he replied with a happy smile, I understand. Returning back to Kazan and saying goodbye to the girl, the boy mentally said, I'm sorry, Lorraine. I can't interrupt my studies for such a trifle. Waving goodbye, the boy mentally added, I'm just going to be hopelessly behind the rest of the students. I could also be expelled for failing my classes. I can't afford it. Both options involve risk, so I'll choose to at least not risk my studies, but first said I still have a lot to learn. At the next class on elementary magic, a group of students found themselves in a virtual simulation, after which Dick said in surprise, wow, Professor Jane lives up to her reputation. I had heard that this type of class is only for second-year students, but we had access to it before the end of the student defense period. And then Kami added, I didn't sleep all night because I was nervous. The next moment, a bright light appeared in front of the students and a voice said, Dear students, you are in the Kaizen Combat Simulation System. This system is called Avalon. Only the Kaizen Academy has such a system, and it can recreate any creature for a virtual battle. Appearing in front of the students, Professor Jane Olivia said that this system was created with the help of the ancient fortress of illusions of Galusin, which was transferred to Kaizen and improved. So I'm going to explain to you the essence of our lesson. The rules here are the same as in the task you have to complete. You will have no more than 3 simulations of a battle with a Cyclops. The virtual Cyclops pays attention only to the attacker in the group and does not consider the rest of them enemies. For the battle, you will be given a vest with a protective spell when you use up all the vest's strength. The battle simulation will immediately end, then go to the waiting room and wait for your turn. This simulation should show you how effective your battle strategy is and give you a limited idea of what the real battle will be like. Please proceed to the waiting room. When one of the groups entered the battlefield, everyone could watch the battle on the TVs in the waiting rooms. And at the same time, the teacher said, "Group 5, let's show our support." Seeing who is now participating in the battle, Simon said in surprise, "Wow, Cindy is in the group of 5 Curse Dynamics of Darkness Spiritualist. They have a good balance and the Spiritualist will be the attacker." The next moment, the teacher's voice was heard, "We will begin the simulation of the battle of group number 5. After these words, a battlefield began to form around the students, and Cindy was impressed and exclaimed, "Wow, that's cool." Seeing the Cyclops in front of her, the girl exclaimed, "There he is." So, let's start the battle. After 2 minutes of combat and 22% of the enemy's damage, the battle ended due to the vest's safety margin of 0%. At the end of the battle, Dick said thoughtfully, "One hit from the Cyclops removes half the strength of the vest. Curses must be cast much faster than we thought." And then Kami nervously added this. Even though it was a simulation, all the students were tense. The next moment, Dick said to his leader, "Maylene, are you sure you can do this?" After a while, the teacher of groups 3 and 7 ordered us to enter. Simon Falentia, the leader of the 3rd team, said as he prepared to go into battle, "You're probably the striker in the group," to which he looked back and replied, "No, Maylin is the striker." When he heard that Hector was playing the role of a domestique in their group, he shouted that the Ivory Tower lady was out of touch with reality, and he said that he had given her the place of attacker just to avoid hurting her pride, to which he replied, "Of course not. She's just the best necromancer among us." And all this information made the leader of the 3rd team very angry. As the 7th group headed down the hall to the arena where the simulation was to take place, the teacher said, "Group 7, we appreciate your support." The next moment, 3 illuminated seats appeared in the arena, and Jane Olivia added, "Support mages, please take your seats. The Cyclops won't see you, so you don't have to be afraid, but if you leave the circle, it will mean disqualification." When all the support members took their places, an assistant approached Maylin and asked if she was ready to attack, and she shuddered at the sudden appearance of the supervisor and exclaimed, "Yes, I am." When he left the arena, she heard the words of support from her friends, who shouted, "Maylin, you can do it. Don't be afraid, Maylin. This is just a virtual battle, you can do it." A few seconds later, the teacher's voice was heard shouting out the first simulation of the group of 7, after which a monster appeared in front of the girl. As soon as the enemy appeared in Maylin's line of sight, she immediately shouted out to everyone to get ready. Everyone remembers the plan. Seeing that the girl seemed to be playing her role well, Simon mentally said, "Maylene seems to be holding it together. I was nervous for nothing. Let's go with the plan. I'd rather concentrate on my role 100%. After some time, the attempt failed, and the teacher said the first virtual battle of Group 7 is over. Well done. You have partially fulfilled your strategy. I would especially like to note the good work of the recruiter who distracted the Cyclops with skeletons," to which Simon replied, "Thank you." Immediately afterward, Professor Jane Olivia added that this was all that was good about it. The rest of the team did not fulfill their roles. Delaying the opponent with a spell of exhaustion and attacking with a black flash sounds good in theory, but as you can see, the reality is quite different. The biggest drawback is the low efficiency of spells. Try to work on concentrating on the target. After listening to the teacher's remarks, the team said thank you. After leaving the room with the virtual battle, the 7th team heard the surprised voices of the audience exclaiming, "Wow, Hector is cool. He really defeated the Cyclops." Moreover, the first time, 98%, which means that the Cyclops could not even hit him once. You have to do everything so perfectly to get it. Is it even possible? I envy him. At the same time, Hector was just passing by the 7th team, which was defeated, and smiled at Simon with a haughty smile. Seeing that they had lost the battle here, Maylin said to her friends, "Let's do everything we can to win the real battle." And so it was time for the second simulation, trying to win the battle. The team exclaimed among themselves that it seems that even with 2 casting exhaustion, Cyclops does not slow down at all. "Maylin, you must dodge," to which the leader replied that I will. In response, Simon added, "Do you remember how we learned to push off the darkness in a martial magic jump?" To which she replied, "I remember. I'll try." The next moment, Dick shouted to his friend Cammy to simplify the magic circle as much as possible so that there would be more spells and we would get a cumulative effect faster. To which she replied, "Well, Dick." After failing in the second simulation, Cammy said to the group leader in frustration, "I'm going to try again." To which Maylin replied, "I know." Thinking about the strategy of the battle to defeat the Cyclops, Simon said, "Listen to me, people. I came up with a win-win strategy. First of all, we hardly changed the strategy of Maylin attacking with 2 curses, but 2 casting curses do not help, so Kami and Dick must cast from 2 circles each, 4 caster circles in total. Hearing the guy's idea, Dick exclaimed in confusion that I have never tried this before. Immediately after Kami added, and I also added, of course it's possible, but will we have time for that? To which Simon added, don't worry, I'll buy as much time as possible with the skeletons. Well, let's try this strategy. This is how we will continue to use the surrounding nature. Dick also used your specialty of enchantment, to which he replied that he understood you. After a while of fighting, Kami exclaimed, I created the first round of attrition. The next moment, Dick shouted out and said, I'm also moving on to creating a second circle. Hearing that her comrades were doing everything possible to win, Malin shouted out a black flash ready for 80%. At the same time, learning about the progress of his comrades, Simon exclaimed, well, the 7th skeleton is gone. After a while, having created 2 magic circles, Kami told Simon I was ready and then shouted out to Maylene, to which he replied well. When another of his skeletons was destroyed, the boy shouted, fry him! Preparing to use her skill, the team leader shouted out a black flash. Noticing that the enemy had approached them, Dick shouted, he's coming over, now we can hit him with attrition. When all 3 mages used their casts, Simon exclaimed because of the exhaustion, now 4 you can dodge it, Malin. Hearing this, the girl nervously exclaimed, do you think I can do it? To which he replied, I will tell you what to do. Listen to my commands. Hearing the words from her friend, the girl activated the darkness on her legs and replied, I'll try. After dodging the first attack on Simon's instructions, Maylene shouted at Kami to block his view with a blood spell, to which she exclaimed that she understood what was coming. When the enemy lost the ability to see, the girl shouted out to Simon, come on! He is about to enter the trap when the monster approached the right place, Simon shouted with his skeleton pull. As soon as the Cyclops was trapped, the boy exclaimed, Dick, use a spell to keep the chain from breaking on what he exclaimed will happen now. The next moment, the boy used his enchantment skill to its fullest. When the plan came to a climax, Simon shouted out to Maylene, it's your turn. Preparing to use her black flash skill, the girl gritted her teeth and said, die already. Finally, she directed her spell at the enemy. As a result, the flames of hell enveloped the body of the Cyclops, and it began to roast to a golden brown. As a result of the combined actions, the team managed to defeat the monster in the simulation. After the monster fell to the ground, the screen displayed the scores and the score for the battle, after which the team joyfully exclaimed, we won. After the personal triumph, the professor's voice was heard saying, congratulations on your victory over the Cyclops, group number 7. I applaud you for taking a plan that looked good only on paper and adjusting it through trial and error so that it became a real strategy. However, the battle itself was quite long and you need to work on it, and you rely too much on the conscript's abilities. I praise you for your ingenuity with dual casts, but I still make a lot of mistakes and advise you to stick to black magic. When the 7th group came out to the waiting room and took their seats on the couch, the other students came up to them and exclaimed in surprise, you did great, Malin. That was quite a show. The next moment, Cindy ran up to them and high-fived Simon, exclaiming, great job, your group just defeated the Cyclops. To which he happily replied, thank you. And was it really hard to do a double cast? To which Dick replied that it was actually quite difficult. When everyone was done with the simulation, the teacher said, have a nice weekend, everyone. And they replied, thank you, Professor. On the way home with her group, Maylene asked if we were going to train this weekend, and Kami replied, yes, I realized I was missing a lot. To which Dick added, I really am. Kami, but weren't you asked out on a date? Maylene exclaimed in surprise. And then the girl replied, oh yeah, but I declined. I wanted to practice with you, to which Simon was surprised to say that he did. The next moment, Dick said, excuse me, but I have to go to Rochester on business. To which Maylene replied, okay, and you, Simon? When he heard the question, the boy replied that he couldn't make it tomorrow, but I'll join on Sunday. When he heard the refusal, the girl asked angrily, Dick wants to become a merchant, that's understandable, but what excuse do you have? He nervously replied, I just want to practice alone. I didn't go to preparatory courses because I didn't want to. I have a friend in Rochester who teaches me the theory of summoning, and after a while, I arrived at the dungeon with my deputy Simon, and I said I was Fur. When he saw the captain, he said hello, and then added, how are you, Fur? I'm sorry to ask you from the doorstep, but can you please look at my skeletons? Looking into the spatial storage of his commander, the skeleton said with a grudging smile, well, did you come here to study, or are you going to set up a warehouse in my place? To which the commander replied, oh, I brought some skeletons to induct into the battalion. I need a lot of weapons to equip them. Picking up one of the skulls to be initiated into the battalion, Fur said, I'm sure you did, but where did you manage to break them so badly? To which Simon replied during a battle simulation. After Fur finished his recovery, he said, I've patched them up. Let's start training. The wounded need time to recover. I suggest you use a human skeleton today. You're still a beginner, and it will be difficult for you to handle a human skeleton. So be careful. Today I'm going to teach you how to control multiple skeletons at the same time, as many skeletons as you can control at the moment. Thinking about his own capabilities, the boy answered at most 2. I tried to control 3 or more, but my thoughts scatter in all directions, and it is difficult to give orders and my head starts to hurt. Hearing the words of his commander, the skeleton confidently said, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter how many dead you can control at the same time. It's the quality of your control that matters, even if it's just 1 or 2 dead. Let's start with a battle using skeletons. Take 2 of each." "Well, get started, my boy." Gathering his thoughts, Simon mentally spoke to his skeleton subjects forward. When Simon saw that his subjects were engaged in a battle with the soldiers of fire, he exclaimed, "Come on, crush them." Having been defeated in the battle against his replacement, Simon exclaimed insultedly, "Fur, you said you would only have 2 skeletons," to which he replied smilingly that he meant simultaneously, not in number. When the boy heard the skeleton's words, he thought, first he went as a skeleton swordsman, then as a skeleton with a spear, then as a swordsman again, and so on in a circle. Noticing that he was thinking about something, Fur said, "I guess you've already figured it out. It's called a turn order. You sequence orders to each skeleton to make the most of the limited range of your control. Unless you know how to control several skeletons at the same time, you need to quickly give each of them orders in turn. This is the strategy." Thinking about his mentor's words, the boy said thoughtfully, "Let's do it now." After giving orders to each skeleton in turn, Simon asked if it was right, to which Fur replied with a shocked look. "That's how you catch everything on the fly. If you understand, then let's try a real bat. You have to perfectly master the alternate orders," to which the guy shouted out, "Well understood you." After finishing his training with Fur, Simon joined his friends when they decided to take a break. Dick laid down on the grass and said, "I'm so tired." And then Maylene said, "But we've learned so much. Especially you, Simon, you are much more effective at managing your skeletons onto Kami." Added, "She is absolutely right. Before, you could only control 2 skeletons and now you have 3, all thanks to your friend from Rochester," to which he awkwardly replied. Hearing this, Maylene stood up and asked who taught you, a professional necromancer, a former employee of Kaizen, and then Kami added, "It must be someone very cool, yes." Thinking about how to answer, the boy said, "Well, he's an acquaintance of my father's," and Kami immediately exclaimed, "I would like to learn from him." And then Maylene added, "I would too. You've advanced so much in just a day of training, so your teacher is a great master of black magic." Hearing compliments from girls through his alter ego, Fur said happily, "I'm popular among young people," to which the boy replied, "Fur, please stop with the headache." Then the skeleton said, "Tell them that I will be very happy to teach them, if they are willing to die and become part of the Boogeyman Battalion," to which Simon sternly replied that this was forbidden in Kazan. After the dialogue with his deputy was over, the guy said, "I'm sorry, girls. He's not ready to talk to anyone, and he barely has time for me," to which Maylene replied offended, "You're a loner." When Dick heard that the girls were upset with him, he said, "Hey, don't be mad at Simon. He has every right not to tell you. He needs to have the highest grades to stay afloat, and obviously he won't share that with you." After receiving a remark from Dick, Maylene got to her feet and exclaimed, "Oh well, I can learn the theory of recruitment without your extracurricular activities, so get up and we'll train for the battle next week," to which Simon replied, "Okay, let's do it." And so the next day came and the period of defense of the students ended. Seeing how rapidly their group was shrinking, Simon nervously asked how many had already been defended today, and his friend answered 19. At the same time, Professor Bahil Amagar was looking through the sheets with completed homework and said, throwing them to the ground, "You decided to bring me waste paper instead of homework. You are not worthy of this educational institution. Get out of my sight." Hearing these words from the teacher, Dick nervously said, "Here comes the 20th. And on the very first day after the defense, 20 students were expelled. While running around in a martial arts class, one of the students shouted out to the professor, "How could you take 10 points off my grade? I'd rather run all day as long as they don't deduct points while I'm out of breath when I sprint." Dick said tiredly, "Battle magic with Professor Hong Peng is the best, I love it," to which Simon replied that he didn't need to sleep in class. At the same time, trying to keep up with his friend, Dick added to Maylene, "This is the first time you've ever done this, and you're usually behind us." The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl, Simon told Maylene not to overexert herself, and then she suddenly rushed forward. Seeing this, Dick, who was barely holding on, added tiredly, "I understand that tomorrow we have a group lesson, but that's too much," his friend replied. "I know." The next moment, Simon recalled his conversation with Cami, where he asked her if she had trained with Maylene on Saturday, and she said yes. "I was honing my exhaustion curse, and Maylene was always exercising. She says that she can do the Black Flash without any problems, but she is worried that she couldn't follow your commands when you tried to help her dodge the Cyclops attack." In the evening, we still worked out in the dormitory, and when the guy heard this, he asked her in surprise, she had not only physically but also mentally exerted herself. Then Kami answered that she had been studying all night, not even getting up from the table, And the boy was surprised to add that she hadn't slept. In response, he said no. And when I asked her if she was tired, she said no. And that was because she was taking a sleeping pill. After the memories were finished, the guy looked at the leader of his team running ahead of him and thought, actually, this is a normal state for Malin, and I'm fascinated by it. But still, why does she study so hard? After some time of training, Malin exclaimed happily to Simon, Simon, look, I pushed away from the darkness. When he turned his attention to her, the girl joyfully repeated, I pushed away from the darkness to look. After demonstrating his abilities, Malin asked him how he did, and he replied that he was really good enough. Hearing that she had done a great job, Malin went to her Pura and exclaimed that it really meant that the training during the weekend had paid off, and Kami happily replied that you are a great girl, Malin. When Simon heard Kami's words, he was surprised to hear her say, wow, you achieved this in just a few days. And she replied, of course I used a special technique. Hearing this, the guy said to Malin, don't get too excited. We did well in the virtual battle, so it will work in real life. To which she replied, I understand, but I'm not satisfied with the usual test. We have to be the first, no matter what it takes. Hearing his friend's words, the boy said to Malin, you're not finished, but before he could say anything, he heard the teacher shouting, break time is over, and everyone got up. We all run to the next finish line without stopping. After finishing his run, Simon met a professor at the finish line who spoke to Simon, to which he replied, Professor, I'm listening to you. Then she happily asked him if he practiced the techniques I taught you, and he replied, of course, I'm doing much better. Hearing this, Hongpeng looked at the boy and said thoughtfully, indeed, the flow of darkness in you has become faster, and you have become stronger in general, to which the boy asked in surprise. Then the teacher added, I told you, Simon, you were born for martial magic. The next moment, an assistant arrived at Hongpeng and nervously told the professor that the student had an injury, a torn ligament in her ankle. When she heard the message from the assistant, she said, okay, I'll take a look at it, Simon. Don't forget to practice hard. And he replied, thank you. When Simon returned to his friends after talking with the professor, he asked where Malin was, and Kami told him she didn't know. I was tailing all this time, and then Dick added, and I also came up to me to ask where Malin was. We've been looking for her, and you haven't seen her either. Noticing that Hongpeng was acting strangely, one of the students exclaimed in surprise what was wrong. Professor Hongpeng seemed agitated. The next moment, noticing that one of the assistants was carrying someone on his back, one of the students exclaimed, oh, it looks like someone was injured. Arriving with their group leader at the medical center, all the students heard Malin Velan in the war room, and the communication breakdown was quite serious. Writing down the diagnosis in the form, the doctor added that you would have to use crutches for a long time to get around and attend classes. However, I strictly forbid you to do any practical exercises that require physical activity. Hearing this, the girl nervously exclaimed, no, doctor, I'm fine. I can walk. I can participate in practical classes. Rising to her feet to demonstrate her ability to walk, the girl immediately fell down. But Kami picked her up, and the doctor said to Mrs. Velan with a sigh, I have already told you that this is a ban, not a recommendation. Of course, I understand that for students the main thing is to study and stay in Kaizen, but for me the priority is the patient's health. I am suspending you from any classes that require walking and other physical activity. When Kami heard the doctor's verdict and saw that her friend was immediately sad, she said sadly to Malin, to which she replied, friends, please forgive me. Could you leave me alone now, please? To which they replied, well. Stopping halfway, Simon turned to the girl and said, you won't help anything if you stay here and mope around. Hearing the remark from her friend, the girl replied sadly, well, what am I going to do tomorrow to fight the Cyclops? To which he replied, we'll think of something. Hearing Simon's words, Malin exclaimed irritably that we will come up with a strategy. You know, we have been working on a single strategy all week. We worked on our roles only in this form and nothing else. And tomorrow we have to fight a real Cyclops. Are you kidding me? It's my fault. You can say that as much as you want. It's my fault that you got the lowest grade in the group assignment. It's my fault that you didn't hold on to Kasani and got kicked out. It's my fault that I lost my head over my success. Interrupting the girl's self-flagellation, Simon said sternly, enough if none of you object, then I will be the attacker in tomorrow's match. The next day, on the way to the battle site, one of the students said in amazement, wow, Nephthys is impressive, seriously, how they put together so many dungeons and ruins. Walking to the test site with everyone, Kami said in surprise that Roque Island is so small. But then Dick added that if Nephthys is a collector, she probably takes them to this island as soon as she finds ruins like these. When Kami heard her friend's words, she was surprised to hear that her entire collection was here. Simon and Maylene walked right behind them without saying a word. Seeing the atmosphere between them, someone in the crowd said to me, I feel sorry for them, to which the others replied, we shouldn't worry about it. If a team member is injured, the whole team suffers. Listening to these conversations between the other students, the atmosphere began to put more and more pressure on Mei Ling. At the same time, Kami asked anxiously if we would be okay, And Dick confidently replied that we would be fine. Let's just trust Simon to solve everything for us. After a while, the notification sounded. Team number 6 is finished. Team number 7, come forward. When one of the students saw the team of the 7th team, he was surprised to hear what was going on. Maylin's leg was injured, but she was participating for a day. Is that allowed? Hasn't the doctor told her not to? The fact that Simon will be in the first line, which you just said, I think they just want to show that they are trying their best until the end. This is how they want to earn some points for themselves. After completing the team evaluation, Simon shouted out to the team, everything is fine, don't worry. Of course, the situation has changed a bit, but this does not mean that all your efforts were in vain. That's why we're going to give it our all until the very end. The next moment, a voice said to release the Cyclopes. Now let's get down to the 7th team's evaluation presentation. After removing the shackles from the monster, the voice told you not to strain too much. If you suddenly feel that you can't cope, ask them to stop the exam. To which they answered, well, Professor. Well, if everyone is ready, then let's begin the test of cleansing from the curse. When Simon started the battle, he mentally said, let's do everything. But in practice, the team formation changed, but the plan remained the same. First, let's get his attention. Watching the battle, Dick exclaimed in surprise, wait a minute, what is it about the simulation that makes him attack the first skeleton? To which Maylene answered him that it's because the simulation is different from reality. He attacks what he sees. Hearing this, Dick added nervously, it's true, but Maylene is all that. It looks as if he was targeting only Simon from the beginning. Continuing to dodge the monster's attacks, Simon noticed a great moment to attack and shouted back. When his skeleton attacked the Cyclops, Simon mentally said, this is much more complicated than in the simulation, and then he felt it go into a state of exhaustion. At the same time, a couple of the boys' comrades were casting a spell of exhaustion on the enemy. Trying to avoid the curse attack, the Cyclops tried to shield himself from it with his hands. Then Simon noticed a good opportunity for an attack and jumped up with his spear and prepared to attack. When he fired his weapon at the enemy, he could only scratch him as the attack passed near his face. Noticing that his attack had failed, Simon landed on the ground and exclaimed in frustration at being so close. Having dodged the enemy's attack again, the boy thought, if I hadn't learned to control the darkness, the exam would have been stopped long ago. Thank you very much, Professor Hongpeng. Losing his vigilance due to his thoughts, Simon suddenly heard Simone shouting above you. Looking at his armor's margin of safety, Simon said with a grudging smile, 72% of it was left from a normal scratch. But isn't that a bit much for me? Noticing something wrong during the monster's fight with the students, the assistant nervously said to the professor, it looks like there's something wrong with the Cyclops. In this team, the Cyclops is much stronger than in the others. He does not curse even despite his symptoms of rage. Immediately stop the test and replace the Cyclops with others, to which the teacher's calm tone responded, let's just observe. Not receiving any reaction from the teacher, the assistant nervously added, but professor, it's not fair, to which the professor angrily replied, it is. In Cologne, it's not a decisive factor whether you have something against it or not. Shouldn't we choose only weak opponents when training assistants? He answered uncertainly. You will abandon the mission if your opponent exceeds your expectations or if a chain of unforeseen circumstances occurs. But this is not a real battle but a simulation, and these students are too young, to which Professor Jane Olivia replied that age does not matter. Quantitative measures such as tests and grades are not so important. What is more important is the experience you get from them. The most important thing is that they are from Kaizen. After giving many arguments to reassure the assistant, the professor added, let's just trust and observe. Observing the battle, the teacher added that everything was obvious. They realized that it was time for them to change, but at the same time Simon was already exhausted and hid to catch his breath. Looking out for the enemy from his hiding place, he mentally said something was definitely wrong here. Looking at the Cyclops they had spent so much energy on, Dick nervously exclaimed why there was an extra scratch on it, after we had used exhaustion 3 times. What nonsense! How many blows will it take to defeat him? Hearing what was happening on the battlefield, Simon exclaimed, let's forget about the oath. It doesn't seem to work. And Maylene shouted back, there's no other way. You saw it too. All the other teams successfully passed the test of attrition. Immediately after Simon replied, the girl said, I don't know the reasons either, but you already understood, didn't you? Let's attack him from all sides. And when asked how we would do it, he said just do whatever you want. When he came out of the hiding place and caught the monster's eye, the boy exclaimed, forget about all the tactics we came here with. As he started running around the arena to avoid being hit by the Cyclops attack, the boy added, everyone help me with whatever you can. Hearing the words of her attacker, Kami joyfully exclaimed, accepted, Simon. That means I can help him as I wish to do right. At the same time, Dick enchanted 2 swords and threw them to his friend with the words, Simon, use this. At the moment of flight, the weapon was intercepted by 2 of his skeletons and went to attack the monster. After attacking the enemy from 2 sides with his skeletons, the boy shouted a wonderful spell, Dick. Noticing that Kami had blocked the enemy's view, Simon mentally said to himself, "You need to concentrate just like Professor Bakil showed you." Gathering mana inside his body and passing it through his core, Simon added in his head he needed to remember that feeling. Having succeeded in mastering mana, the boy confidently said in his head, "Thank you, Professor Bakil." The next moment, Simon called for a large number of skeletons from his battalion, shouting out, "Come out!" As a result of the large number of fighters on the battlefield, while the enemy's attention was focused on some, others were already attacking. Seeing that the 7th group was coping with the battle, the rest of the students who were watching were surprised and said they had a new plan, so they changed their formation, of course, and the line had to change as well. Hearing the words from the other students, Hector Moore was surprised to hear them while watching the broadcast, so it was a quick improvisational strategy. That's pretty good for him. At the same time, Simon was on the battlefield, mentally saying, "I'm missing something. I feel like I could have done something much better than this." The next moment, the boy remembered the words of Corey, who had told him earlier that to make a dead man rise, you need to have a tremendous willpower. A high-level necromancer must be able to inspire unshakable faith, even in the most insignificant things, and with the same confidence to embody the emotions of anger, hatred, and evil intent. The stronger the negative emotion, the better the effect it will have. After remembering the words of his mentor, Simon mentally said, "Kill him." But at that moment, the enemy was already heading straight for him, scattering all the enemies in his path. Seeing that he was in danger, the boy nervously thought too late. The next moment, he heard Malin's voice say dark elemental magic, dark frost. At the last moment before the enemy was about to reach the guy, a wall of ice created by his girlfriend appeared in front of him. Having saved her attacker from a dangerous situation, the girl exclaimed, "Keep going, you will definitely win." Hearing the support from his friend, Simon exclaimed, "Thank you, Maylene." Immediately after helping Maylene, Simon shouted out to Cammy, "All the necessary conditions are met now, come on." After receiving an order from the attacker, the girl shed bloody tears and exclaimed, "I understand you, Simon. Ursula's bloody magic." Having done everything in her power, Cammy exclaimed, "It's all in your hands now, Simon." Hearing the words of his comrades, Simon confidently exclaimed, "Leave it to me." Remembering the lessons of Aaron Day, Simon exclaimed the return of the original Bone Claw. When the audience saw what had just happened on the battlefield, they exclaimed in amazement, "It's unbelievable." When Simon saw that the enemy was exhausted and fell to the ground, he called out to the people a nervine potion. Hearing the order from her attacker, Malin took out one of the trump cards they had left and exclaimed, "Hold it." After hitting the enemy's wound with the vessel and noticing the result, the girl exclaimed that she was working. Having made every effort in this battle to win, Simon tiredly said in his head, "Please just stay put." As soon as he thought about it, the monster screamed loudly and exploded from its seat. The members of the 7th team noticed this and exclaimed in surprise that it could still get up in what it was. Seeing that the fight was not over yet, Simon said, breathing heavily, "Unless we kill him immediately, all our efforts will be in vain." The next moment, asking for the sword from his friend, Simon exclaimed to Dick that he was enchanted, and he threw the weapon down and replied, "Here, Simon." Catching the enchanted sword in his hands, the boy confidently exclaimed, "Now we are going to fight this darkness." The next moment, he heard a spell that lasted only 10 minutes. Count the time. After hearing Dick's warning, Simon rushed into the fight and shouted, "Thank you very much." Suddenly, in the middle of the road, the guy felt weak all over his body and fell off his feet, leaning on his hands to keep from falling to the ground. The guy said confusedly that my legs were exhausted. Seeing that something had just happened in the arena, Cindy nervously exclaimed, "Get up, Simon." And Jamie Victoria added, "You have to win, Simon. Get out of there. Don't give up while everyone is panicking." Hector saw something familiar and said in his head, "This can't be happening." At that very moment, even the professor herself got up from her seat to watch the battle more closely, and her assistant exclaimed in surprise. Creating a magic circle under her friend to launch him from his seat, Maylene shouted out to Simon. He jumped, and then a block of ice appeared right under his feet, growing rapidly. It was she who helped to avoid a fatal blow from the monster and give it a chance to attack. The next moment, a powerful attack took place that rippled through the entire battlefield. Flying back, Simon looked at the results and was surprised to see that it was 7%. Listening to the cheers of support from his comrades who were shouting, "Come on, Simon," the guy mentally said something similar. Preparing for the last blow, he added in his head to end it like this. It would be a shame for a real necromancer. The next moment, he took advantage of the remaining darkness in the bones of the broken skeleton. As a result of pointing his hands with the sword at the enemy, Simon was able to launch the final attack. In a few seconds, the sword sliced into the monster's flesh and made a cut right through its neck. As a result, the monster's head separated from its body. Seeing the clear victory, the professor said to Group 7, "You have successfully defeated the Cyclops." After hearing Jane Olivia's verdict, the guy happily exclaimed, We did it. Dick hugged his attacker and exclaimed, Simon, you did it. Well done. Great job. I'm so proud of you, my friend. You're definitely the best. At the same time, Kami, wiping away her tears, said, I'm glad you did well. And Maylene added, You did a good job, Simon, and I owe you one now. In response to the girl's praise, Simon replied, You did a good job too. Throwing herself into the girl's arms, Kami exclaimed to Maylene, You were also incredible. To which she replied, Sorry for what happened. To which Dick added, Yes, that frost spell was incredible. Indignant at the praise of her friends, Maylene exclaimed, Let me be serious for once, idiots. To which they replied, Oh, Maylene, you definitely said something. At the end of the test, Jane Olivia gathered the students and said, Well done, everyone. First of all, regardless of the grades and results, I am glad as a professor that no one was seriously injured during this practical lesson. And they responded with a thank you, professor. Immediately afterwards, picking up her notebook with the test results, the teacher added, But the results in Keeson are most important. So let's start the evaluation with group number 1. The first group, take one step forward. Analyzing the battles of the groups, the professor said Ms. Cindy Vivas's spiritualistic skills were incredible, but the strategy where everyone relies on one person and making a bunch of mistakes is a good reason to remove points. To which they replied, Thank you, professor. Next, Ms. Carol O'Hara and Yona Kazumi shook hands, to which the latter said, I'm sorry. Then the teacher added that if there are conflicts between you, it is better to resolve them as soon as possible. This time you did not affect teamwork, but there is no guarantee that it will not happen again. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that she even knows about minor disputes between students. To which Dee replied disappointedly that this was not something to be surprised about. The next moment, Maylene spoke in search of the Cyclops. Too many groups had succeeded in the simulation, only 8 groups had succeeded, and now there were 13 groups. Then Dick replied to him that means that defeating the Cyclops is no longer so important. Now you need to score higher than the others at the same time. Evaluating the third group, the professor said the final grade for group number 3 is A+ unrivaled work. Pure knowledge of roles for each member with perfect teamwork in the time of the hunt took less than 3 minutes, the shortest time in the class. Even the stability of defense retention was above 90%. I can't wait to see the growth of each of you. Hearing this, the students began to whisper, which means that now Hector will be the best in the class. And they answered him with his scores for sure. The next moment, Jane Olivia added a nice job, to which Hector happily replied thank you. After evaluating everyone, the professor called on the 7th group. You were just terrible. It took you 13 minutes and 58 seconds and your defense stats dropped to 7%. It's a terrible behavior that doesn't fit any tactic. The grade of the 7th group was D, to which they bowed and replied thank you. The next moment, the professor added, of course, that this information had nothing to do with reality. After showing the letter to the students, she added the result of the autopsy of the Cyclops that the 7th group hunted. The result showed that the curse and potions used to keep the Cyclops contained caused abnormal side effects in the creature. The Cyclops that the 7th group fought showed increased aggression and went out of control after the curse was lifted. In addition, its strength grew exponentially. In other words, the Cyclops demonstrated behavior due to external effects. The Kaizen administration claimed that the 7th group's test was completely different from the other groups in terms of its level of difficulty. Hearing this, one of the students said to the Kaizen administration, I told you that the 7th group's Cyclops was strange. The professor then added that based on the results of the autopsy of the above-mentioned Cyclops, the administration concluded that the Cyclops defeated by the 7th group was of a higher class than ordinary Cyclops. In other words, you fought against a Cyclops that is equal in strength to the red Cyclops. Hearing this, the entire 7th group exclaimed in fright. Then Jane Olivia added, that's why we have to take this into account when evaluating a group. This is to keep everything fair, right? Then let me announce the corrected result of Maylene Weiland. You used dark elemental magic far beyond the level of a first-year Kaizen and played a crucial role in protecting the fighter. It is your own fault that you were injured due to the heavy training load and your own incompetence. However, your strength of mind despite the injury was impressive, and for that I give you 80 points to your personal account. Next, Dick Hayward. You used high-quality dark spells in the right place and at the right time, thereby speeding up the process of destroying the Cyclops. I also give you 80 points on your personal account, to which he happily replied, thank you, Professor. The next moment, Jane Olivia continued Camabari's Ursula. You did an excellent job of doing the bulk of the damage using hematology. This kind of bleeding is a rare occurrence among necromancers who participate in combat. 85 points are credited to your personal balance, to which the girl happily replied thank you very much. After a little pause, the teacher added, and finally, Simon Valencia. You have definitely coped with your role as a fighter. They showed their ability to cope with unforeseen circumstances and demonstrated leadership by taking care of their comrades. You also demonstrated your combat and necromantic abilities as you dodged attacks and bought time. You controlled the summoned creatures to provide everything necessary for the bleeding. They also demonstrated various types of return skills. They also did not give up until they had completely defeated the Cyclops. It was just incredible, and I give you 100 points for putting the guy in a stupor. With a gentle smile, Professor Jane Olivia added, I'm sorry I can't give you more than an A+. When the rest of the students heard the results of the 7th group's assessment, they were amazed and exclaimed, You guys are so cool, and then threw their arms around Simon, exclaiming, We did it! This is just incredible, Simon. 100 points. At the same time, there were those who were not very happy with these results when they saw that their leader was some strange subject, asked Hector to shut up, to which he replied menacingly. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy added, Until I tore your tongue out. Gathered around the campfire with their teacher, the 7th group joyfully exclaimed, Let's drink to A+. Having tasted the drink, Kami said cautiously, Oh, I think this is real alcohol, to which Simon added in surprise that it was. In response to the non-teacher, Hongping happily announced, Not to worry, today I will be your knight. I have special permission from Kaizen to congratulate you on your fine performance. It must be hard for you now because the period of student defense is over, but it's not that professors hate you, you know. So just work hard and do well, to which the students responded with a yes, professor. The next moment, Dick approached the professor and said, Professor, if we are already there enjoying such a rare event and sharing the joy with you, can I ask you something I am very curious to know? To which she replied, Yes, go ahead and ask. Immediately afterwards, the boy happily added, It's just my guess, but don't you care about Simon more than anyone else? After which Maylene nervously exclaimed, Hey Dick, why are you asking such questions? In response, Hongpeng replied that everything is fine, Professor. People are people too. We also have favorites and dislikes. To which Dick added awkwardly, Oh, of course, people are people too. It was a good question. Why don't we forget about it and just drink? To which the teacher added happily, and I joked. Throwing her arms around the two boys sitting next to her, the professor said, I love and appreciate the unity of the students. Bugaga, I'm sorry I made a joke on you, but let me tell you the good news instead. To which Simon replied in surprise. Then the teacher happily announced that next week you would finally be going on a new mission. Walking to class the next day, Dick said missions is one of the main systems of education at Case Western. After the student defense period is over, the mission period begins, which lasts about 5 days. And during these 5 days, we can receive various tasks that come from outside Kaizen. The tasks range from minor errands and temporary part-time jobs to destroying monsters of privacy protection assassinations and authorized battles. You choose yourself? Then, Simon asked in surprise about authorized battles. The next moment, his friend added to him that this is exactly how the tasks that active necromancers receive also come to students, to which the friend replied, There are probably quite a few dangerous requests. Then we will need compensation. Hearing his friend's question, Dick added correctly, Depending on the complexity and completion of the task, Kaizen provides us with an estimate and clients pay compensation. A power of attorney is the best way to cover all the material expenses that are necessary in Kaizen. And if you already specialize in prize money, you have every chance to earn a fortune. However, there are some things that should not be forgotten during this period. Firstly, during the mission period, we must complete at least one task. Then Simon asked, What happens if we fail all the tasks during the 5 days of missions? And Dick added that we will fail the entire mission, of course. If we fail the mission, we will lose money and points. And we will also need to write an explanatory note, in which case we will be in trouble. But we can continue to complete tasks after the mission period until we complete at least one. But I do not recommend doing so. We are not allowed to attend classes during the mission period. It is better to refuse the mission than to miss classes later and let others down. What can you suggest as a plan? Some students choose easy tasks to get through them quickly and get back to studying, while others go off the island to get a lot of money and earn a high score. When Simon heard the information about this period, he asked if it was up to us to decide what to do, and his friend replied, Yes, you know, Kaizen, everything will be fine if there is a great result. Arriving at the announcement booth, Dick said, Here we are, and here comes Simon. Take a look. Something is written on the envelope for the tasks. Look at the list and take the task that suits your plan. Oh, and one more thing. You can't take too easy assignments. Your grades at Kaizen depend on it. Your grades must match your school grades. And if you fail a mission on the grades, you will eventually get a very dangerous mission, such as an assassination mission, which is why you can't give up on this case, even if the tasks look too attractive. After which Simon answered, Of course, it's better not to start this period. After telling all the information about this period, Dick said in conclusion, In any case, look at the ads and choose something for yourself, and we will meet after you make a decision. To which he replied, Well, thank you for the information. Wandering among the students, Simon thought to himself, I wonder what task to take, and then heard someone shout out, Someone wants to go hunting for werewolves on the island of Rock. This task is for a group of at least 3 people. And then Fur told him there was no point in being afraid. Sooner or later we will leave this island anyway. And then other announcements were made. Wow, this task is blue. But it's from Langerstein. A good trick. I'll pass Langerstein. Doesn't pay much. When the deputy heard about the assignment in the capital, he said we should take it. And the main thing is to go outside the continent to gather a horde of soldiers and return us to our former glory. When Simon heard this, he thought to himself, the dead are stronger than you. To which he replied, I am the captain of the horde. No one dares to oppose me. But some of the horde generals were real monsters. To which the guy replied in surprise that the horde generals were dead men with ranks. Then the skeleton spoke. The horde consisted of several groups of dead, and these groups listened to experienced dead with gigantic experience and obeyed their commands. Hearing this, the guy happily asked, so we need to find the generals of the mortal horde? And Fur answered that way. The next moment, thinking about the search, he added, but how do we find the generals? To which Fur replied, don't worry, these assholes are all crazy. I'm sure they are causing problems across the continent now. I remember all their characteristics, so let's take a closer look at the task. As Simon approached the assignment stand, he thought to himself, if one of my father's dead people was on Rock Island, Fear would have told me that, so I'll skip the assignment on the island. And then asked, what do you think, Fear? You've got something. In response, the captain said, no, let's look at the red tasks, to which he replied, okay. But before he could finish, he bumped into someone and said nervously, I'm sorry. Looking at the man who had confronted him, Hector said with a grudging smile, are you also going to go to the neutral zone? To something I answered, oh, I just want to see. Then, Hector Moore added the neutral zone, which is the lower area where Keynesian has almost no influence, and Keynesian doesn't know what problems you can get into. I hope we will meet during our assignments. Heading to the stand with the red tasks, Simon heard from his deputy and what was happening to him. In response, the boy mentally said, I have no idea what about this village that was attacked by infected zombies. After looking at all the tasks on the stand, Fear said in disappointment, the infection is too common, even a necromancer can cause it, and all the tasks here have nothing to do with the abilities of generals. Wait a minute, boy, there's a blue note over there. And noticing a separate note among the red ones, Simon thought in surprise that maybe someone had made a mistake when hanging it up, although probably not here changed the level. After that, the skeleton said, find the dried corpses of young girls. Boy, show me the details of this task. After looking at the photos, Simon exclaimed in fright, oh my god, they are really completely dried. And then Fur added, Booga, that's what you need, young man. I'm sure it was her, and the guy asked her who she was talking about. In response to the question, the skeleton answered the ancient dead woman who leads a group of spiders, Erzabet. At the same time, when the priest brought the same task to his mentor, he felt confident that he could do it. In response, the priest confidently replied, do not worry, sir. I am glad that God granted me the power to save these poor people from the horrible deeds of the dead man. Taking off her cloak, the girl added on behalf of the priest and the goddess, I'm Ellen Zill, a sophomore at Ethnol College, and I will solve this case at any cost. At the same time, when Jane Olivia heard a knock on her office, she heard Professor Simon Valencia and answered, come in. You came here on a mission. And he answered, yes, Professor. Hearing the affirmative answer, the girl said, well then, let's see what he held out and said, yes, here. After reviewing the description, the teacher immediately told me to take another assignment because the freshman would not cope with such a task. Then he thought that she had refused so quickly. Immediately after placing his hand on the group, Simon confidently said, I want to take on this assignment under any circumstances. I'm sure I can handle it, Professor. To which she mockingly replied that she was sure. Holding back the assignment sheet to the student, the professor said, you must have a good reason if you claim to be confident right in front of the professor. I don't need to be convinced. You are a member of the Keynesian. All you have to do is take responsibility for the result. I hope you will not let me down. Taking his chosen task in hand, Simon happily said thank you for trusting me. When he left Jane's office, Olivia said to him, come back in one piece, and he replied, okay. On the way out, Dick met him and asked him, did she make you mad? And he happily replied, yes. Arriving at the place of teleportation to other places, Simon heard Malin say to him, you really took on that job. I told you it was impossible to complete this task in 5 days. And he replied, thank you for worrying about me, Malin. Hearing these words from the guy, the girl was embarrassed to hear who said that I was worried about everything, to which he replied, I understand, but where are you going? Hearing the question, the girl happily reported that her personal security mission alongside Langerstein was easy, and she got good grades for it. After receiving information about his friend's mission, Simon asked what would happen if you suddenly encountered a robber or someone else, to which she confidently replied that I would show them if they had brains. They would not go against a student of Kaizen, to which the guy replied that it was not realistic. After hearing Simon's reaction, Maylene exclaimed insultingly that it was unrealistic, and that's why everyone was sending their tasks to Kaizen, to which he replied in disappointment with a clear answer. When it was her turn, Malin hurried to the teleporter and exclaimed, "Well, I'm off to see you next week," to which the boy replied, "Take care of yourself." Going to his teleporter, Simon saw a girl there who said hello to him. "We haven't seen each other since the induction ceremony," to which he replied, "Hello." The next moment, the girl said, "Let me officially introduce myself. I am Serna Aindark, the official heiress of the Ivory Tower and Special Guide Number 2. In response to this, Simon replied, "Of course I am Simon Valentia. I am from Leshill," to which she just laughed. Immediately afterward, she added, "I heard that you are looking after our Maylene. Sometimes she may snap at you, but she's kind and soft at heart, so please continue to look after her." When Simon heard this, he asked why you were telling me this, and I asked him in surprise, "I'm sorry, what are you talking about?" Then the guy angrily added, "Malin is also a Kaizen student like you. She doesn't need to be protected or considered a beginner. Malin is doing a great job without your worries." The next moment, a notification sounded that the teleportation device will soon be activated. Do not remove the device during the operation. Moving to another city, Simon said tiredly in his head, "I'm so tired." And the power she had was acting like she was a queen or some kind of aristocrat. Malin is also from the Ivory Tower, so I can understand her excitement, but I am annoyed that she treats Malin like a subject. I never thought I could get tired of a short conversation. The next moment, Simon heard Fire's disgruntled voice saying, "Hey kid, why did you get me such a small armor here so tight?" When he heard this, the guy replied that there was nothing to be done, only she was left and I could not walk here with you without a disguise, because everyone would be scared. In any case, we are here on a task that we have to do now, to which he answered, "The basis of solving the task is to collect information, and one of the ways to collect information is to meet with the customer. The customer is the lord of this city. You just say that you are from Kaizen and collect all the necessary information, but judging by the fact that the customer himself could not solve the problem, there must be a serious problem in the task, so we will skip this step. The next method is to work with your feet. I did this many times when I was on missions with Richard. Based on my experience, this method has always been the most effective." And Simon replied, "That sounds good enough, but we only have 5 days. How are we going to meet the deadline?" Hearing that they had little time, Fur said, "Well, there was one last method to buy information from the Thieves Guild, the Information Guild, in other words," to which the guy replied interestingly, "But not a bad idea. Then first we need to find out if there is an Information Guild here," which the subject told him he could ask one of the residents or the bar owner. After deciding on a plan of action, the guy confidently said, "Then let's apply this plan if we don't have much time." When he arrived at the first bar to get information, he heard a welcome from the doorway. Throwing one golden moment to the owner, Simon said, "Give us a clean and spacious room with breakfast." "Oh yeah, bread with bran would be nice too," which the man replied, "Understood. You need change." In response to this, the guy confidently said no. Instead, "Tell me where the Thieves Guild is located." Hearing the questions from the travelers, the man nervously asked, "May I ask what brought you here?" Simon looked at the man closely and said, "How can you talk to your customers like that?" Immediately after getting another moment, Simon added 1 gold for information, please. When Fur heard the order from the boy, he thought to himself, "This kid knows how to communicate with adults." Seeing that the knight grabbed his sword, the hotel owner nervously exclaimed and asked where the Thieves Guild was located. The next moment, he banged his hand with a coin on the table and added, "Yes, and I need all the information about the incident with the missing people." Holding out a coin to Fur, who was pointing his sword at the man, the boy added, "Tell me everything." After receiving the information and going in search of the skeleton, the young man was impressed and said, "Good move, now things will go faster." Hearing this, the guy added thoughtfully that most of the missing people were young, but most of them were girls whose corpses were found in the form of mummies, and there were no signs of violence on the victims, to which Fur replied that she imprisoned young men and had fun with them, and that women were not of interest to her, so she simply sucked their blood. This sounds like the work of Erzabet, and I'm sure she's at work in this city. When Simon arrived at the Thieves Guild for information, he said, "Hello." When the man saw the new visitors, he asked what they wanted, and the man replied, "I heard that they serve a special menu here." Putting a single silver moment on the table, the boy added a cook. When the bar owner heard the guy's request, he said, "Okay, let's go inside, please." Following the owner, Simon and Fear found themselves in a dungeon with bandits on guard. After walking a certain distance, the man opened the door and said, "Please come in." Upon entering, the travelers heard the welcome that brought the strangers to us. After hearing a question from a girl named Simon about the speech, "I came here to buy information," to which she answered, "So what exactly is your interest?" Then Simon added that I needed to find out about the people who disappeared in this city, the mummy's corpse, and everything related to the case. When the guild owner heard the boy's request, she said it would cost a lot, and I doubt that the first-year student of Kaizen would be able to afford it. Seeing the confusion on the guy's face, the girl added, "Oh, don't be scared, it's just a deduction. The lord of these lands desperately wants to solve this case. He sent inquiries to many educational institutions to solve this case, so I'm sure that Kaizen was one of them. As you may have noticed on the Road of Judas, Our town is small, and our lord does not have enough money to hire a necromancer from the high ranks, so the only option is to turn to students. Leaning on the table in front of the guy, the girl spoke confidently, and the students who arrived this time were new. Deciding to take the initiative, Simon grabbed the girl's hand and said an interesting deduction. Then why not me? A serious matter plunged the whole city into fear, as you said, and the Lord definitely asked many people to help him. And many of those who accepted the assignment asked you for information about this guild of thieves, but no one was able to solve the case. That's how this case came into my hands. Even the locals do not know much about this incident. A similar problem repeated itself over and over again in the past years, but no one had any idea who the culprit might be, let alone a solution to the case itself. Do you find it surprising how little information the residents have? I would say. They are at a loss because of one lie from someone too smart. In other words, I come to a conclusion that the information guild of this thief is incompetent, but I don't think that's the case. You don't look incompetent to me. He pressed the girl against the wall and looked her in the eye and said menacingly, "Now tell me the truth before I destroy this place." Hearing Simon's serious mood, the girl pointed to the place of compression and awkwardly said, "Could you let go of my hand?" When Simon released her, the girl rubbed the place of compression and said, "I guess I have no choice if you're so eager to know the truth, but the risk of this information will fall on your shoulders." He replied confidently, "Of course." Going behind the curtain, the girl said, "Then please wait for me here." Breathing out a sigh of relief after the acting, Simon said nervously, "It's been a long conversation, but it looks like we have a lot to learn if we are to find out where Ursabet is." Hearing the guy's words, Fur just laughed out loud. Seeing the strange reaction of the deputy, Simon asked what was wrong. Then the skeleton turned the boy's attention back to him and said, "At first I was unsure, but now everything is clear. Look carefully, boy," Simon asked in surprise. The woman exclaimed, noticing the man behind them, whose skeleton was crawling with spiders. "She is Ursabet," after which spiders began to attack the travelers from all sides. When Simon saw the monsters around him, he nervously exclaimed that they were spiders, to which Fur answered that they were all Ursabet's children, corpses of spiders. Immediately afterward, the woman herself came out of the room and said, "Your strength of will impressed me, boy from Kaizen. However, it is a pity that we will never meet again." Seeing the army of spiders heading for them, the skeleton clutched his sword and exclaimed, "Don't worry, boy." When Ursabet called out the girl's name, she was surprised to hear it was you, Fur. Then the army commander pointed his finger at the girl and said menacingly, "What kind of dirty deeds are you doing in this small town? The horde has returned. Stop doing stupid things and get back in line." Hearing Fur's order, the girl joyfully said, "Oh my god," after which her tone changed, and she added menacingly, "I refuse." Attacking her opponent with the help of her subjects, the girl added to Fur, "You are a real fool, aren't you? Richard used us and then just threw away the skeleton at the same time, defending himself from a bunch of spiders." He said to his commander, "Hold on, kid." Continuing to recall the past, the girl added angrily, "And after all this disrespectful treatment, you still hold on to the horde." After finishing off another spider that was attacking him, the skeleton exclaimed angrily, "What a stupid thing to say. Your mind is probably clouded by the people you started living with. The horde is about strength and will, and as a general, you could succumb to human emotions." When Ursabeth heard the demand from her leader, she said angrily, "How can you not give in to them? Richard sent his age-old warriors into a death trap for some girl, and it is for this act that I simply hate him." Hearing how she spoke about her former commander, the skeleton said angrily, "I can't stand your nonsense anymore." Clearing a path to his subject Fur, he drew his sword and said, "How dare you insult the master of the horde?" Striking a pose to prepare for the attack, the skeleton exclaimed that you had already forgotten those days. Using his attack, Fear added a cola and crawled to me on his knees. In response, the girl used her web to defend herself from the opponent's attack. Having escaped the enemy's attack, Ursabet exclaimed, "You are here making such grandiose speeches, even though you are so weak, Fur." When she got out of the guild room, the girl added, "It looks like your seal is broken." Noticing that she was heading away from the battlefield, Furier shouted that she was running away, to which she replied, "See you later, Furier. You are also a student of Kaizen." After the battle with Ursabeth was over, Simon said thoughtfully that this entire information guild was Ursabeth's lair, to which the skeleton replied that yes, for her, controlling information was a tasty piece of cake. Continuing to chop the spiders that were still in the room, Fur exclaimed angrily, "Damn, you little rascals, there are so many of them." The next moment, Simon heard someone's voice above them saying, "Oh, I'm so sad." Looking up, he noticed a girl who added, "I wanted to see two monsters beat each other to death, but it looks like today is not my day. Well, I still have to catch up with her." Raising her staff above her and activating the spell, she added, "But that will be after I finish you." Waving goodbye, the second-year priestly student Ellen Zill happily said goodbye. After completing the attack, the girl looked at the fact that there was nothing left in the place of the two boys and said, "Oh, I didn't hit the warrior and the boy. Well, that's okay." Then I'll go after the spider. At the same time, walking through the lair, Elizabeth first said, "Oh my god, how did they get the priestess involved in this case?" To which Simon added, "I know, and how did it all come to be this way? How do we find Elizabeth now?" Hearing the commander's question, the skeleton confidently said, "Don't worry, she's around because Elizabeth used her powers. I can feel traces of her darkness. I'm tracking her now, and we'll find Elizabeth if we follow the remnants of her darkness." To which he replied, "I'm glad to hear it. By the way, Fur, this priestess seems to be quite strong." To which the subject replied, "Well, at least she's stronger than you. Judging by the white shape of her cloak, she could be Fnel's student, and most likely accepted a mission like the Black Mission to Kassin." To which Simon replied that she was a sophomore or older, definitely not her first year because Black missions are the hardest. Immediately after grabbing his head, the boy thought I should write a complaint against the lord of this village for duplicating the approval of the task. This task is getting harder than the blue one, and how can I solve it in just 5 days? To which Fur answered him, "Don't panic, but you need to know something." Elizabeth had loved Richard in the past. Hearing this, the guy asked in surprise, "What you mean?" Then, the skeleton added that the dead belonging to the battalion were connected to the commander, and when she got to the battalion, she was incredibly emotional. But I couldn't even imagine that she still had feelings for him and that she still had a grudge against him. To which Simon said, "Of course, that's why she was so cruel." Hearing this, Fur answered exactly that. "Now that you know, let's find Elizabeth." To which the guy replied, "Well, let's go." And suddenly he heard a voice from one of the corners. It was some guy tied up in a spider's web, nervously shouting, "Hey, please let us go. The monster spider is trying to eat us. Help us." When Simon heard the request for help, he rushed to the rescue and said, "I will help you now." And in response he said, "I am very grateful to you." Seeing Simon's behavior, Fear circled and said, "You're too soft for a necromancer." To which he replied in surprise, "Well then, what should a necromancer do?" In response to this, the skeleton added, "You need to kill everyone who comes across and turn them into skeletons to replenish the army," while handing the dagger to the rescued boy. Simon said, "Here, free the others with this," and then answered Firu, "You know that's forbidden in Kassin." Hearing his leader's remark, the skeleton huffed and said, "There are no witnesses here, so what's there to be afraid of? And you don't look like someone who cares about rules unless you were afraid of rules. You wouldn't have gone into the forbidden forest." Hearing the argument from his subject, the boy said, "It's true, but I'm just following what my father said." And taking off his armor, the skeleton asked what this fraud had taught you. Then I heard him tell me not to turn into a monster in any way. I asked him how I could prevent this, and he told me that it was very important to set limits. Laughing at his commander's words, Fur said something similar to his advice, to which the latter asked in surprise what it meant. Looking back at the guy, the skeleton added, "If this is your decision as the battalion's master, then I will gladly accept it." Arriving at the place where Elizabeth was, Fur said, "So you decided not to run away?" To which she replied, "Not at all. If you have already felt the darkness, you can catch up with me, which is why I decided to deal with you right here." The next moment, Simon interrupted their conversation, calling out Elizabeth, the former battalion general. "I want to make you an official offer and ask you to join my battalion." When she heard the invitation, she radically replied that she would never join a battalion that had once betrayed me, even if I had no other choice. "In addition, you suggest that I follow the orders of a necromancer like you, a gullible boy without rank chosen by Fear for sentimental reasons." To which he replied, "Did I say I had no rank? My name is Simon Falentia, the son of Richard Falentia and Anna Falentia. Elizabeth, you used to obey my father." Hearing this, the girl shouted out in anger, "Stop it!" The guy continued his speech, ignoring the girl's words, and that is why it is not surprising that his biological son and current battalion commander afterwards shouted enough. Finally, Simon shouted, "They're taking you back," to which she angrily exclaimed, "Shut up!" Grabbing her head from the memories that came over her, the girl angrily exclaimed, Anna, that shameful girl, my sworn enemy who betrayed me." Taking her true form, Elizabeth angrily exclaimed, "Die, just die." Seeing a great chance for an attack when Elizabeth aimed at Simon, Fior exclaimed, "Great move, boy." As soon as the skeleton cut off several of Elizabeth's legs and threw her off balance, the boy took advantage of the darkness to attack. After wounding the girl and pinning her to the ground with a blade at her throat, Simon gave Elizabeth one last chance. "You will join the battalion, or you will miss this opportunity." The next moment, Simon noticed that a projectile fired by a third party was flying directly at him. But at the last moment, Fur defended him by blocking the attack with his sword so that it would not hit Simon. Grabbing the guy by the shoulder to prevent him from flying far, the skeleton shouted, "Hold on, kid," and then tried to stay on his feet after the explosion of the attack. Realizing what had just happened, Simon exclaimed in surprise that the priestess had been so close to the perfect moment. Ancient evil spirits are nauseating gatherings of spiders. Having launched the next volley of magic attack, the girl confidently exclaimed, "Today you will all die here." Seeing that the circumstances had changed, Simon asked Fur what we should do, to which he replied, We should attack the priestess first. Then the boy asked if we could defeat her, since we were dealing with a priestess. And the skeleton replied that the sacred power could be a problem, but the priestess herself was weak, and you could defeat her with one blow. Let me hold back the attack and concentrate on distracting her, the guy replied well for her. At the same time, Elenzil noticed Erzsébet, who decided to run away and exclaimed, "It looks like you hurt your legs. But don't worry, I'll send you to hell quite painlessly." Preparing to use the holy magic on the target, the Holy Virgin exclaimed with this. After firing the holy arrow at Erzsébet, Elenzil confidently exclaimed, "My mission was complete." Preparing to die, Erzsébet suddenly heard a moan instead of a white noise. Opening her eyes, she saw Simon's neck. Watching him fall to his feet, clutching his wound, the girl asked in confusion, "But why you?" After a while, Simon opened his eyes and saw a spider in front of him and jumped up and down. And when he saw it, Fur exclaimed with joy that he had woken up. Then the boy nervously exclaimed to Fur what had happened to Erzsébet and the priestess, and he pointed to the left and said, "They are over there." Hanging head down from Erzsébet, who was sitting on her lap, Elenzil nervously exclaimed to the young sir. Shedding tears in a desperate situation, the girl frightenedly exclaimed, "Please, please let me live." Ignoring Saint Fur's screams while you were unconscious, I temporarily teamed up with Erzsébet and caught the girl, which was easy because she was a junior from Efnal. Hearing this, Simon approached the girl and said, "Yes, you can let her go to the ground. If the Lord has asked for help from Kaizen and Efnal, we should listen to her." Falling to her knees as soon as she was released, the girl scared exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry, thank you for pardoning me." And Simon said, "I don't think you should thank us if you won't answer our questions. You're a student from Efnal." Hearing the question, the girl exclaimed, "No, not at all," Fur said. "She decided to lie to us." To which Simon added, "But you're wearing Efnal's uniform." Hearing Simon's remark, the girl exclaimed in fright that the uniform was a fake. In fact, I was expelled from Efnal 2 years ago, before I finished my first year to be precise. When Simon heard this, he was surprised to hear that she was pretending to be an Efnal student, and she replied sadly that she didn't want to admit that I had been expelled and needed to earn money. My family would not be rich, and that's why I introduced myself as Efnal's student. To which Erzsébet angrily exclaimed, "You think I'm going to believe you? You're just looking for an excuse to get away with it, and then you start tearing the sleeve of the girl's uniform." Tearing off a part of the uniform with ease, Erzsébet was surprised to hear that Efnal's uniform was as strong as Kaizen's, and she exclaimed in frustration, "It's a fake uniform I made myself." Seeing that the girl hadn't lied, Simon held out his cloak to Ellen and said, "I'm sorry, put this on for now." And she nervously mumbled a thank you. Putting a dark cloak on the girl, Simon asked her what your name was, to which she replied, "Oh, I'm Elenzil." And then the guy added, "How did you know about this mission if you're not even a student at Efnal?" In response to this, the girl added from the brokers who crossed the border. They said that the task of destroying the dead man for which the Black Alliance pays well, because it is in Ksenia. Efnal also offers high pay for the Black Alliance mission. When he received the information from the girl, the guy said, "You met with the lord of this city." Hearing the question, the girl answered, "Yes, I found out directly from him." And then Simon added, "Do you have any evidence that can support your version? Maybe you received a note or documents with details of the mission? Something significant? Something worthwhile? Can you show it to me?" Hearing the request, the girl replied, "Oh, just a second, it will only take a moment." At the same time, Erzsébet looked at Simon and Elenzil and thought, "Why?" Recalling the same memories with Richard and Anna, she added, "I thought I had forgotten everything." After receiving the documents, Simon asked, "Okay, I can take all of this if you pass it on to me and I'll take care of it." Seeing the documentation in Simon's hands, Fear asked the boy what he was going to do with all this, to which he replied that he would meet with the Lord and take everything he could from him. Hearing the words of his captain, the skeleton said, "Boogeyman, wonderful, wonderful," all in his father. Then Simon added, "Now let's go." Hearing these words, Erzsébet exclaimed, "Simon Valentia, yes." Having attracted the guy's attention, Erzsébet added your offer to join the battalion. Raising her head to the side, to the commander of the Battalion of the Dead, she added, "I accept it." After receiving his consent to join his unit, the boy also heard, "I have one condition." Pointing her finger at the girl next to her, Erzsébet said menacingly, "Finish this priestess with your own hands." When Simon heard the condition for admission, he was surprised to hear that he wanted to kill her. As soon as he asked again, the girl smiled ominously and said, "Yes, that's my only condition." Then Erzsébet, the former general of the Spider Group, told the boy, "Tell me why I should kill Ellen," to which she replied to justify herself, "I just wonder if you are a master worthy of my loyalty." Hearing such cheap excuses, Simon looked at Erzsébet with a supercilious look and said, "Why should I prove to you that I am worthy?" Hearing this, the girl said in surprise that she was sorry, and then the guy added, "I think you are very wrong. You really once belonged to my father's battalion, but that was my father, and now I am in front of you, and I will lead the battalion based on my own thoughts and principles, but relying on what I have noticed. You don't have the skills to do it. You are overwhelmed by evil intentions. Like a real dead man, you are known for your emotions and do not notice significant things. What I can prove with Ellen's murder, what you ask for at the end of the day is just another excuse. You just do what comes to your mind. Maybe you want to control me with your impulsive and vulgar desires? Simon looked at the girl with a disdainful look and added, I can't trust such a creature. There is no place for insecure creatures like you in my battalion. Turning his back on Elizabeth and heading for the exit, Simon said to Fur Ellen, let's go back, to which she replied, okay, we're coming. Moving away from the girl, whom they left alone with their thoughts, the boy said disappointedly, I'm afraid we're wasting our precious time here. When they left the guild, Fur asked his captain in surprise, did you really decide to leave Elizabeth? To which he replied, no way, I only said that to establish power in our relationship. Elizabeth likes things to happen exactly the way she wants them to, and is dependent on it, so I had no choice if I wanted to control her in the future. Then the skeleton asked in surprise, so suffering from a beam of sacred power was also part of your plan. When Simon heard his subject's question, he smiled slyly and said nothing. As soon as Ellen Zill heard that it was about her, she nervously said, hey, I'm really sorry for attacking you. And the guy replied, it's okay. You weren't aiming at me. Then the girl added, I'm sure the sacred ray went right through your chest. Don't the powers of necromancy remain just under your chest a little more? And he added, I don't think the necromancy core was affected. Hearing Simon's words, Fear was surprised to hear in his head that the beam had definitely passed through the core. But why was he okay? Not only is he fine, but our contract has not been affected in any way, which is unheard of. Perhaps he was lucky and the core was not affected. How mysterious it is that his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Simon called out to him, Fur, come on. In response, he said, I'm coming right behind you. Upon arrival at Lord Simon's castle, he heard what an honor it was to have such an important guest as the Earl of Raymond, Lord Arnisha, at his estate. In response to the Lord's introduction, the boy responded with Simon Valentia, a freshman at Kaizen. Hearing this, Raymond said joyfully, I am sure you are exhausted from the long journey. You have traveled so far and have tasks I do not know how I can repay you. Please make yourself at home, rest, and recuperate. I will do my best to make up for the fatigue of the long journey. In response to the Count's invitation, Simon confidently said, Well, I wouldn't say I'm tired, because I came to the city through the teleportation circle. Hearing this, the Count nervously added, Oh yes, Kaizen does live up to his name. Then let me serve you dinner. Please sit down, he said. Dinner sounds good, but I'd like to discuss your task first. Trying to appease the guy from Kaizen, Raymond added, Well, that's your business, but it's getting late, and I've heard that life in Kaizen is sometimes very tiring, so why don't you rest while you can? Raising his hand to summon the servants, the Count shouted out to bring food and drink, to which Simon rudely replied, No. I need to have a serious talk with you, Count Raymond. Hearing about the serious conversation, the Count put his hand to his forehead and said sadly, I'm sorry to tell you this when you've come all this way, but the problem has been solved. But to thank you for your time and interest in the problem, I'll pay you the cost of the task, so get some rest before you leave. When he heard that he was trying his best to escort him out, Simon leaned on the table with his elbow and said how strange it was because, according to the guild, a similar incident had occurred just this morning. I can't accept payment for a case that I didn't disclose, and we'll both have problems if Kaizen decides to do the inspection correctly. So why don't you tell me what's really going on here, Earl Raymond? To which he angrily slammed his hand on the arm of his chair and exclaimed, Why can't you just… If I told you to sit quietly, you may have been in Kaizen, but you're still just a freshman. And besides, you're going to be the Count and Lord of this city with me. Why are you so hung up on this matter? I've already said I'll pay you. When the Count's soldiers surrounded the boy, he got up from his seat and said, You are the first one who tried to talk me down, and now you are threatening me quite confidently. They even decided to use weapons and armed soldiers against me. Summoning the army of the dead behind him at the snap of a finger, the guy added, In this case, I can't just sit back and do nothing. The next moment, taking his sword out of its sheath, Fur said in an ominous tone, Today our battalion will be replenished. At the same time, the Count fell to the ground in fear and exclaimed in fright how a freshman could call up so many dead soldiers. By demonstrating his superior strength, Simon discouraged the Lord's guards from fighting. While he was crawling back from the army of the dead, Simon said sternly, Now you want to continue. Pointing a finger at Simon, Earl Raymond exclaimed, How dare you? You have no authority but the title of Kaizen's disciple. Even if you are a member of the Kaizen, you have no right to interfere with your dead in the affairs of the Black Alliance feudal estate, and you use force for no reason. Pointing to his subject, Simon confidently said a causeless meaning. As soon as Fur put his hand away and showed Ellen Zill, the boy added, While we were solving the case, we caught a priestess from Efnel, and she is unconscious and under a curse. We could have gotten a lot of information if we had sent her to Kaizen for questioning. The priestess's interference in the case would have led to your imprisonment. Approaching the nervous count, the boy slyly said, I'm right. Realizing that he was definitely to blame, Earl Raymond bowed his head to the floor and exclaimed, I'm sorry. I had to deal with this problem in any way I could. My men were trembling with fear, so I wanted to solve this case as quickly as possible, and by all means I will take full responsibility for everything. So please release my men. And then Simon asked why you were so reluctant to give us this case if you were so afraid for the people. In response, the Lord added that this is because we have finally gotten things right with our business, and the Crown Prince will soon visit our estate, but if such atrocious incidents continue, then the Crown Prince and our business, after which Simon added thoughtfully, will cancel the visit and your business will collapse. Hearing Simon's words, Raymond added nervously, That's exactly why I covered up the information guild and hid all the information. I tried to keep all the information as secret as I could, and contacted Kazanov just like I did with all the other mercenary organizations, but things hadn't moved for 3 months now, so I got worried and contacted FNL through brokers. And of course, I didn't think that a real priestess would come, after which the guy awkwardly said clearly. Continuing to bow to the ground in front of the student Kaizen, the Count exclaimed, So do not punish others, only me. Hearing this, the boy said, Well, I have heard your story. Then, folding his arms in front of him, he added, This city is the strategic point closest to the Holy Federation, and I would not be able to watch it die out. Besides, I personally liked this town, and when the Count heard this, he asked me what you had just said. The next moment, Simon added, I'll cover this case so that the city is not disbanded, to which the Count nervously exclaimed, I will. Immediately after demonstrating all his nobility, Simon added, Of course, but for a small fee, you know. Hearing the condition, the Count exclaimed, Of course I will pay any amount. And then a soldier burst into the room and scaredly exclaimed, My lord, we have a problem. A large number of deadened monsters are approaching our castle. Arriving at the main wall, the lord realized the scale of the enemies and shouted out in fright where they came from, after which Simon said, Spiders. Calm down and open the gate for me. Let me go out and see what the lord replied frightenedly that it was too dangerous. Then the boy looked at Count Richard and said confidently, No, everything is fine. Looking at Elizabeth, who was arriving in the city, the boy added, I may be a freshman, but I'm still a necromancer. When he came to meet the girl, the guy asked what brought you here, and she answered Simon Valentia, the son of former Commander Richard Valentia. I, Elizabeth, would like to serve you as my master. Bowing her head and knee to the boy, she added, Moreover, I am asking for the opportunity to join your battalion, and also to pass your test of trust in me. The next day, when everything was settled, Simon was in his room and said to Elizabeth, If you want to join the battalion, you will have to accept some conditions. Looking at the Lord, who joyfully exclaimed to his people, Kazan sent us a necromancer. Thanks to him, there will be no more such incidents. Simon said, First of all, do not kill people without my permission. If you need to recruit an army, hunt monsters. Secondly, it is forbidden to injure people close to me in any way. Then, the Lord happily added on the square, Now we only have to meet the Crown Prince. Standing by the window and observing the situation on the square, he added a third thing. Obey me no matter what. When she heard the conditions she would have to abide by, she mentally said again, I'm going to hell of my own free will. The contract irritates me. There are a lot of prohibitions in it, and the future is not attractive at all. However, I would have made this decision regardless of the circumstances. Accepting Simon's conditions, Elizabeth bowed before the boy and said, I can endure anything as long as I am with you. You can restrict me as much as you want. My body and soul belong to you, and all I want in return for my devotion is your love. Grabbing the boy's hand, Elizabeth added, I'll do whatever you say, but I won't put pressure on you for now. That's enough for me. Hearing this, Simon replied nervously, And I understood, and then I thought it was good that she was listening to me, but I felt uncomfortable. Putting the guy's hand on her chest, the girl happily said, Then why don't we sign a contract? And the guy nervously exclaimed, Wait, you're too close. While signing an agreement with the guy to serve in his battalion, she mentally wondered how he could be so nice. After the ritual was over, Fur said, I congratulate you on your return to the Ursabet battalion, to which she replied, I haven't signed a contract in a long time. But now you're incredibly weak, Fur. You've become a weakling, and it's all because of the commander's influence, of course. But the darkness warms and calms my mind. The next moment, Simon was waiting for Ellen, who heard the boy's tone and asked him, Oh, Commander, I hurt your feelings. Then I'll heal your wounded heart. And he said, No, you don't have to. When Simon arrived at the place where his friend was waiting for them, he heard that you had already finished the discussion and replied, Yes, thank you for your work, Ellen. After thanking her, the girl happily exclaimed, Well, how did you like my acting? It seems that everyone believed it. To which Simon replied, You were amazing. Looking at the amount of money he received after the negotiations, the girl was surprised to hear Fur say, Wow, you were able to shake them down for a lot of money. And Fur said, That means a lot. It's much less than I expected. And then the girl added, Yes, but 500 gold pieces is 10 times the original reward. Holding out one bag of money to Ellen Zill, the boy confidently said, "This is yours," and she answered in surprise. Then the boy added confidently, "Don't you have to support your family and take good care of them?" Accepting the money from Simon, the girl said, "Thank you very much. I will never forget your kindness," to which he replied, "You are welcome. Now you will return to the Sacred Federation properly." Hearing the question, the girl confidently exclaimed, "I will go back to the city called Lokeren. If you are ever in the Sacred Federation, please find me, and I will be your guide," to which he replied, "Thank you very much. I hope we won't meet on the battlefield next time," she replied, offended by how cruel Simon was. Looking in the wake of the girl who was heading home, Fur asked in surprise, "You not only let the priestess go, but you gave them some of the money, but why?" In response, he said that when I became a senior student at Kaizen, I would take on black assignments because I thought it would be a good idea to make friends that would be useful in the future. If I give her some money, it will be a good start, won't it? To which the skeleton replied, "That is, with money you bought her trust." Then Simon added, "Yes, I knew you would understand." And Erzsébet said, "You are the best," and then added, "Jesus, when I watch you do things, I don't know if you are a good guy or a bad guy." In response to his subject's words, the boy confidently said, "Why do I need to be one thing? Part of my blood was given to me by a priestess. I don't want to hate someone just because he is a priest and there are no other reasons. There is no point in going to extreme measures. I just need to get what I need." Hearing these words of his commander, the skeleton said, "I need a little time to understand what kind of person you are. And now that the mission is over, we're going back," and Simon said no. "If we have time left, I think I'll do some training before I go back to Kaizen. It's hard to use the battalion." Hearing the boy's suggestion, Fur said, "That's a great idea. Why don't you learn from Erzsébet this time?" And the boy was surprised to hear him ask what Erzsébet had. As soon as she heard the offer to train with her, she was surprised to ask, "Oh, you're talking about my kids. Good idea. If you're my new commander and master, you should know how to control these babies. I'll teach you the basics of spider dead with spider corpses." When Simon heard what he was about to learn, he happily exclaimed that his new skill was cool. Then Erzsébet began to tell us about the main things her monsters can do and what they are good for, and said that the main ability of dead spiders is weaving. The web is a skill for limitation. However, it can also be used for moving as well. Now, the commander makes the two spiders hang from the tree with the help of a web. Upon hearing the order, Simon spoke well and then tried to influence the monsters by speaking a spider's web. When she saw that they released the cobwebs towards the tree, she joyfully exclaimed, "Good job! Now immobilize the enemy and block their movements, or move faster than they do and use the bite of poisonous teeth." These two skills are the basic skills of corpse spiders. Having received the next task from the mentor, the guy answered clearly, after which the girl said, "Then right there are great targets. Do you want to try out the skills on those orcs?" Having given an order to his spiders, the boy was able to place them on the branches of the trees where the orcs were supposed to pass. As soon as they were in range, Simon shouted fire at them. As a result of the attack, a pair of orcs plunged into confusion from a sudden attack from above. Immediately afterward, the boy shouted, "Now jump!" As soon as they were in the open, the boy shouted fire again, after which they shot with a spider web. As a result of the spider's attack, they managed to cover the orcs with a web and immobilize them. Immediately afterward, a pair of spiders landed on the monsters and sank their teeth into the flesh of the enemies. When Simon saw the result of the battle, he exclaimed happily, "It worked," and Erzsébet added, "It was great, you already have great control, even though it's your first time." And what he added was just the basics. The next moment, feeling a presence near her, the girl said, "It looks like there's an orc settlement nearby. I think this is a great place to demonstrate the power of the Spider Battalion. Don't you want to show them what the Spider Battalion is like in action?" Hearing the offer from his mentor, Simon confidently said, "Since I have such a chance, maybe we can do a job worthy of 500 gold pieces." Rushing into the battle against the monsters, the boy exclaimed, "Fur, please deal with the leader of the monsters for the first hour from you, Erzsébet. Block all the ways of retreat with your spiders." After giving out orders, the guy mentally said to the battalion commander, "Think about long-term battles. Anticipate enemy movements and take them by surprise. And all this in order to win the battle against the enemy. This is what it means to be a commander. It means to be a necromancer." At the end of the battle with the orc settlement, Erzsébet arrived at her leader and joyfully said, "We won thanks to your unsurpassed leadership, commander." Hearing the praise from his subject, Simon joyfully replied, "I did hardly anything. You Ers and you Fur are the ones who did all the work." Hearing that he did not address her by her first name, the girl excitedly exclaimed, "You just called me." To which he replied in surprise, "Erz, why?" Grabbing her head from overexcitement, the girl exclaimed in love, "Oh, you just gave me a nickname. I feel the happiest in the world." After which Simon mentally said, "I just shortened her name because it was too long. But she looks quite happy. I'd better not tell her the truth." And then Fur said, "Now you're up, boy. Your turn." Pointing to a pile of monsters lying tied up in a web, the subject added, Turn them all into skeletons. With so many orcs, our battalion will become much stronger. To which the boy replied, Sorry, Fear, you forgot one important point. I have not yet learned black magic for obtaining corpses, which is taught in higher-ranked classes. Hearing the remark from his commander, Fur said upset, You're a freshman. To which Erzsébet replied, Don't be upset, Fur. These days you can even sell corpses. Immediately after these words, the girl looked at Simon and said something that made me think of the commander, to which he replied, and what it was. Then the girl said happily, It would be a shame to throw these corpses away, so why don't we send a letter to the Lord and sell them? After reading the letter from Lord Richard, the boy thoughtfully said those orcs must have done a lot of damage to the townspeople. The Lord will add this to the official mission and give me an additional reward. Keeping his subjects in the spatial vault, the guy added, Oh, he's really going to send me the money from the sale as a reward. And then Fur said, I realize that's great news, by the way, kid. How long does it take to get to the ruins? It's quite crowded in here, and at the same time the boy heard a girl's voice calling out his name. The next moment, he saw his friend approaching him and exclaiming joyfully, Simon, I'm so glad to see you're okay. I was worried and was told that you had taken a difficult mission, to which he replied that this time I was lucky. Are you going somewhere? She replied, Yes, to the library today. I'm studying with Maylene. Do you want to come with us, Simon? After refusing the girl, the guy said, No thanks, I'll join you next time. Now I have to go on business. To which she replied, Okay, see you then. When Simon came out of the hiding place, Erzsébet asked the commander in a threatening voice who the girl was, and he exclaimed in fright, Oh, you scared me. She's just a classmate of mine. Erzsébet replied angrily, For a classmate, she annoys me too much when she looks at you. Of course, I remember the oath I took to you, so I won't touch her. I'll wait in the ruins with Fur. But I can't help but get annoyed when I see that girl. Hearing his subject's words, Simon said, Well, I'm glad you remember your oath. To which she replied, I am only your servant, Commander, and you can give me any orders you want. Hearing this, Simon waved his hand and said, Then you can just go back. I know it's not the best town, but there are still people walking around. To which Erzsébet replied, If that's the problem, why don't I do it like this? Having changed her appearance, the girl said how I look like a student of Kaizen's. To which he asked in surprise you were wearing a spider's web, not clothes. Showing off her appearance, the girl happily said, This is the highest quality, right? If you have any errands inside or outside Kaizen, please call me. When the guy heard the girl's request, he asked her in surprise what I could do. I had heard that Kaizen had special defense spells cast on him, and she replied, Don't worry, Commander. I can not only change my appearance but also bypass spells with my skills. Of course, my spider battalion also specializes in ambushes and surprise attacks, so you can use them instead of me if necessary. After hearing what his subject was capable of, the guy thought to himself, It's a good thing I took Erzsébet to the battalion. She can be quite useful. And then the girl added, If you don't like the way this body looks, how about this one? When Simon saw that she had turned into Kami, he was surprised to see that she looked exactly like Kami, so you can disguise your identity as well. The next moment, she threw her arms around the commander and exclaimed, Simon, Simon, I'm so glad to see you're okay. Grabbing the boy's hand and pressing herself against him, the girl added, I was worried that you had taken on a difficult mission. And the boy exclaimed in embarrassment, You can change not only your appearance, your voice has changed enough to make me realize how good your skills are. Then Erzsébet added, But I'm worried that Simon might have hurt himself. I need to personally examine your body. To which he shamefully exclaimed, Just get back into your normal form now. After returning to his normal form, the girl asked him how you can have fun with my skills as you wish. I hope that day will come soon. To which he replied, I told you that you don't need such entertainment. The next moment, interrupting the conversation of his comrades, Führer angrily exclaimed, God, stop talking and let's go to the ruins, you idiots. These spiders have already bitten me. To which Simon said guiltily, Oh, good. I almost forgot about you, Führer. Upon arriving at the ruins, the skeleton finally got his freedom and said, Well, we're finally here. After which Simon said, Maybe we should clean up a little. So now we have about 30 spiders, right? To which Erzsébet answered that it is. The next moment, the skeleton jabbed a finger at the guy and said there were 2 ways to redistribute the forces to increase the number of spiders or learn a spell to collect corpses, either of these 2 options. Then, approaching Erzsébet, Simon asked how you replenish the army of spiders to catch them. We need to go outside the continent. To which the girl replied, No, I am the queen of spiders, so I just need to lay more eggs. Looking at her commander, the girl smiled slyly and again emphasized laying as many eggs as possible. If you are interested, you can always come and observe the process. Embarrassed by the girl's offer, Simon nervously exclaimed, No, I'm not going to look at that. In response, Erzsébet said, But this is a really rare opportunity, to which Simon exclaimed angrily, and who would ever want to see that? Having witnessed this conversation, Fur said in disappointment that Erzsébet was too provocative for a boy of his age. The next moment Simon said, In any case, Erzsébet will give birth to spiders then, and what else we need to do? Recalling one meeting with an unwanted person, Simon asked Erzsébet, I have a question for you, to which she replied, yes, Commander. Then the boy said, I wonder if you can turn into a priest. Hearing the request from her commander, the girl was surprised to ask the priest what he was saying, and he added that it happened not long ago in the forest. Thinking about her commander's request, the girl said thoughtfully, I see. That's why you wanted me to become a priest. And he added, you can do it, Elizabeth. After a few seconds, the girl said, I can do it, but I think I'd better summon my spiders first. No matter how good I am at shapeshifting, it won't help me if the opponent is a priest. Simon asked what the problem was. Then the girl replied, those who use sacred powers have a special ability to sense and quickly recognize the dead. Even if I somehow hide the fact that I don't have sacred powers, I can't prevent their sensory abilities. To which the boy added, you don't have to worry about that. This priest had a core in his body. Hearing the strange news, Elizabeth said in surprise, I don't know what his goals were, but I can say they were quite insistent. And Fur added that not only he could also use dark powers at the level of a professor. Then Elizabeth added thoughtfully, well, with the core in his body, he wouldn't be able to use the sacred power. Then he probably lost the ability to recognize the dead. If so, I can try. I'll send spiders to scout the forest to study the behavior and facial expressions of high-level priests. If the corpse spiders track the priest, they would immediately report the information to the commander. To which he replied, good deal. After telling about her plan of action, the girl happily said, please rely on me. To which Simon replied, well, then I'm counting on you, Ertz. Arriving in the classroom after a period of errands, Simon was surprised to see that everyone seemed happier than before. Maybe it was all about the missions since our last meeting a week ago. Seeing his friend in the audience, Simon went to the girl and exclaimed, we haven't seen each other for a long time. And Maylene sat down at one desk and spoke shamelessly. With a thoughtful and offended expression on her face, the girl added, no, maybe you're just stupid. Then he asked in confusion what was wrong. She handed the boy a box of cake and said, God, it doesn't matter, just take it. And he happily exclaimed, wow, it's for me. Having given the gift, the girl added offensively that it was only because we study in the same group, so don't get any ideas. Then the guy replied in surprise, okay, but why so suddenly? It's not my birthday, so what's the reason for a gift? In response, the girl nervously said, today is cake day, the day when girls give boys cakes. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear her say thank you, how nice of you, and she replied that it was nothing, that there was nothing to do, neither you nor Dick would have accepted it if I hadn't made it. The next moment, two more girls approached Simon and handed him their goodies, saying, lemon cake, please take it. I brought a chocolate cake. Thank you for teaching me in the magic battle class. He replied, thank you. I'm glad to hear I could help you. They look delicious. I'll eat them later. Looking at Simon with a disgruntled look, Maylene said, I thought you were popular with the girls, and they just decided to thank you, followed by an exclamation from Simon. As she walked toward the guy with the giant box, Cammy happily shouted good morning to Simon. After placing the cake on the table, Cammy awkwardly exclaimed, thank you so much for taking care of me, and I hope we can become good friends by the end of the semester. After giving the gift and bowing, she added, please accept this. When Maylene saw the size of the gift, she was surprised to hear that it was a homemade cake, and she replied, no, I wouldn't dare to make it myself, I just bought it in Rochester. Hesitantly, my friend Kami added, I just decorated the top after receiving a gift from Kami, and Simon thought cake day was the same as a normal day, but she did so much for me. Getting up from his seat and wiping the cream off Kama's cheek with a handkerchief, the guy said, you have something on your cheek. Feeling like she was going to burst with shame, she pushed the gift away and exclaimed, thank you, Simon. When Simon saw her running to the door with incredible speed, he called out to Cammy, but she didn't hear him and almost ran over Dick on the way to the meeting. Not understanding what was causing this, Simon said in surprise what had gotten into her, and then Maylene said in disappointment, oh my God. The next moment, the boy asked if she would be back before the lesson began, and then, approaching his friends, Dick asked, hi, is there a seat available? And Simon replied, yes, sit down. And Maylene replied, I think she will be back. No wonder everyone was so excited, not only because they met after a long separation, but also because of the cake day. Thanks to him, we had an interesting monument, you saw it. Surprised by Maylene's words, Simon looked in the direction she pointed and saw Hector there, gifted with cakes, and said, wow, he must be having a hard time right now, to which Maylene and Dick replied in unison that it suits him. The next moment, Maylene said, hey Simon, honestly, you didn't even know it was cake day, did you? Hearing this, he asked nervously, it was so obvious, and the girl added, don't forget that you're in school. I know you don't know about holidays because you're from the countryside, but you should be more interested in holidays and popular events. Our comrades will understand you, but the other students are unlikely to because it can be difficult here sometimes, and they will resort to any opportunity to drown you, to which he replied, thank you for the advice. So there are other holidays like this one, Malin. If there is a day on which girls give gifts to boys, then there must be a day when everything happens the other way around. To which she replied that there really is such a holiday. The next day would be the day of jewelry, to which he nervously replied that it was unfair. Then Malin added that there was no need to give real jewelry, of course. Tapping Simon on the shoulder, the girl added, "You just need to give me a toy or some cheap ring. But I won't stop you if you want to give me real jewelry. I'll look forward to hearing it." Simon thought in his mind it was somehow unfair. When the lesson started, Professor Jane Olivia announced, "I have received a report that all the A-class students returned to Kaizen without injury. I am very impressed as your professor advisor." Picking up the chalk, she added, "Let's start with the first announcement from this week. You will have a combat evolution." Hearing this, Simon thought combat evolution. Then the teacher added evolution would last the entire first semester. The rule is simple. You will fight each other with other students of the first class. All 14 classes of Kaizen will become your enemies. The winner moves up, the loser moves down. The levels are updated every week, and promotion or demotion depends only on the wins and losses of students. Each level gives different points that you can earn or lose in a match. For example, points are deducted for losing at a higher level, no more than those you get for winning at a lower level. In other words, aim to move up to a higher level in any way possible for students who remain in the lower grade by the end of the semester. They will all be expelled from the school together. 10% of students will be expelled in the first semester, and the remaining 10% in the second. So you should think about how you are going to survive with the abilities you have. I think that I was a good rector of Kaizen and advisor to the A-class. Only our class went through Avalon training and a real battle with the Cyclopes. I can't imagine any other class other than your A-class that I could recommend. I will recommend A-class, even though I am an advisor. I believe that you will not let me down." Hearing this, Dick jumped out of his seat and confidently exclaimed, "Don't worry, Professor Jane. We'll make sure you walk with your head held high." To which Maylene nervously exclaimed, "You're crazy. Sit down." Ignoring Maylene's words, Dick continued to shout out, "Let's go. Let's drive the A-class." To which he was answered with a shout back, "Let's do it." And at the same time, the girl covered her face with her hands and said, "Oh my God, shame on you." When Jane Olivia heard that one of her students was disrupting the discipline in her class, she told Dick Hayward, who happily replied, "Yes, Professor." Then the teacher added, "I'm worried about you the most," which quickly calmed the boy's temper. After gathering her students in the training room, the teacher asked the question, "Can anyone tell me the difference between the battle with the monsters in our practice and the personal battles you will have to go through this time?" Raising her hand, Jamie Victoria exclaimed, "Professor, we have made tactics and attacked the monster in battle, but in a personal battle, the opponent can also use his tactics on us." When the teacher heard the student's answer, she answered correctly and gave her some more options. Raising his hand, Hector Moore added that unlike battles with monsters, in this case there are some limitations in dark magic, to which she replied that she could describe in more detail. Then the guy added skills that take a lot of time to use, skills that are easy to track or too slow, and magic like magic circle traps on the ground will work quite rarely in personal battles, so their use is limited. The skills of using the call theory are not as effective in personal battles. There are tactics to defeat a summoner, and unlike monsters with low intellectual abilities, people can ignore summoned creatures and immediately attack their commander. After receiving a comprehensive answer, the professor said, "Well, the most important aspects you voiced as Hector said just now, certain areas of study require more effort to get good results. There are skills that may not be so good in personal battles but are still great weapons depending on how you use them. The spell that Dick usually uses is a good example. If you take the easy way out when using spells, then defeating a student who uses magic for melee combat is easy because they will need to get closer to the opponent to create a weapon spell that will reach the opponent will be quite simple. However, if you come across a student with a gift for hematology who specializes in long-distance running, you will lose before you know it. You will get a good result if you study your strengths and weaknesses and learn to approach battles wisely at that time," Kami whispered. Then the students with hematology, to which Malin added, "will have to prepare for close combat." Later, the teacher added, "Now you will conduct individual training and test your specializations. And when training, do not forget to wear protective equipment. And while you are training, think about which dark magic will be more effective in your battle." You can now ask questions to the assistants. After the announcements were finished, the students began to talk among themselves, thinking about a plan of action. So Maylene said to Dick, "Let me first launch the arrows of Blackfire." At the same time, the other team was looking at a drawing on a piece of paper and said, "Let's concentrate here." And Simon just sat on the sidelines watching everyone develop strategies. Looking down, he thought, as Hector had said, "In battles like this, summoning magic is not that good, so how am I going to earn good marks with it? I could easily win by summoning a battalion, but I can't do that during the occupation. All my weapons are 3 summoned skeletons, but they are slow and can't keep up with human speed. The more I think about it, the sadder it gets." And suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice saying, "Oh, it looks like you're thinking about something." Looking to see who was talking to him, the guy said, "You are our Po." And the girl happily added, "If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask. I spent almost 2 years in Seihan and can give you some advice." Hearing this, Simon said, "Well, I was thinking about how to participate in battles. I specialize in prize fighting." In response to this, the girl answered, "Based on my experience in such cases, practice helped much better than any thoughts." Not understanding what she was talking about, Simon said in surprise, "I'm sorry," and holding out his vest said, "Let me play your opponent." "You know what a barrier indicator is," he replied. "Professor Jane explained it to us at the last practice session." And then the assistant happily added, "Great, no need to worry. I will use magic only of the first level," ready to which he called out to the skeleton, exclaimed, "Yes." After sending his skeletons into battle, Simon shouted to everyone to get ready for battle. Noticing what was happening on the battlefield, the assistant used a dark arrow and said the right thing about this technique, which is used by most first-year students for ranged attacks, and you may have already noticed it in your dark magic classes. Continuing to control the skeletons, Simon thought she was really only going to use the techniques that freshmen knew, and then shouted two forward to fend the third. Noticing the opponent's skills, the assistant exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you're able to manage 3 at once." Preparing to attack, she added, "You're pretty good for a freshman." Having destroyed a couple of skeletons with the help of dark arrows, she destroyed the last one with a physical attack. Noticing this, Simon froze in place in surprise and then heard "You have time to get distracted." Feeling weak all over his body, the guy nervously thought, "Curse of exhaustion. No wonder she's an assistant using only basic skills, but I can tell she's very strong." Confidently walking towards Simon under the debuff of exhaustion, the girl said, "Now I've gotten rid of the creatures and cast the curse of exhaustion on the master." Preparing to end the fight, the girl happily added this as a great chance to get to the Necromancer. Seeing that he used a martial magic skill as soon as she approached, the girl was confused, thinking that he was not defending himself in such a situation. It simply prevents attacks. When he finished the punch, the guy was surprised to think that I was sure I had struck it right, but I didn't feel like I had touched anyone. When the dust cleared, the assistant said awkwardly, "I said that I would only use basic dark magic, but I unconsciously used spiritualism. Why don't we finish this fight?" To which he replied, "Well, thank you." Imagining what would have happened to her, the girl mentally said, "I would have died if I hadn't used the skill scared." So then said, "First, let me explain why we did this training. Those who do not know about their strength advantages like you usually find the answer when they reach their limits, what you rely on in the most dangerous and important moments. In your case, you started with the theory of conscription at will, but switched to magic combat without any doubt when you were cornered. And not only that, you rebuilt your body for melee when you called off the skeletons correctly. Even when no one knew whether I was using melee or ranged combat to defeat you, you were preparing for melee almost instinctively," to which he was surprised to answer correctly. Then the assistant happily added, "You shouldn't jump to conclusions right away, but you shouldn't give up when you have talent and skills. You still have time. So think it over. Although if I were you, I would choose melee without a doubt." "Well, all the best to you." After listening to the girl's advice, Simon said, "Thank you very much." Immediately afterwards, he mentioned Hector, who said that summoning skills will not help you in battles. The next moment, he remembered the words of his assistant, who had said that in your case, you started with the theory of conscription and your own desire, but switched to magic fighting without any doubt when you were cornered. When he finished the recollections, he wondered if it would be so difficult to fight using the draft. The next moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Hector, who threw him a vest and said, "Simon Valentia, put it on and let's fight." After a while, a boom came from the arena. "And you couldn't even hit me once, I told you. I just felt sorry for you." Hearing Malin's excuse, she smiled slyly and said, "Who are you kidding? I used only simple spells and you couldn't even move." The next moment, hearing a loud thud, Malin looked back in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, what a sound," and noticed Simon with his assistant, adding that she didn't think he would be training with her. Noticing that the girl had left, Dick asked, "Looks like they're done. Do you think he won?" And Malin replied, "I'm not sure. I can't see the defense indicator that well." He sighs, "I guess he lost." And Dick adds, "I guess it's not so easy to win against an assistant." Noticing that Hector had approached Simon, Malin went to them, and Simon threw his vest back and said to the boy, "Why don't you go fight with someone else?" Looking at the guy with a stern look, he added, "I'm not in the mood right now." Outraged by the refusal, Hector exclaimed irritably, but suddenly Malin appeared between them and exclaimed, "Don't, Hector." In response, the guy exclaimed that it was none of your business, to which she replied, "Speak for yourself. What do you want with your childish behavior? If you continue to bother him, I will have to tell the professor." When Hector heard this, he smiled arrogantly and said that you were just a fake Cerna, which sent the girl into a fit of rage. Seeing that the girl had lost her temper, Dick nervously exclaimed, "How dare you!" At the same time, Hector's friends also exclaimed, "Hey Hector, cool it. I know you're angry, but..." Then, noticing that the girl was about to use a black flash, Simon rushed to his friend and shouted at Malin to stop. The next moment, an assistant intervened and asked what was going on. When Hector saw him, he bowed and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you." Seeing Hector's behavior, Dick exclaimed insultingly, "That asshole always acts like a boy in front of his assistants and the professor." The next moment, the assistant said, "God, consider yourself warned. You realize you just almost did what Professor Jane hates most." And Malin bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry." After that, the assistant added, "Then continue training." When the warden left, Dick exclaimed angrily, "He's so annoying, he should have kept his mouth shut." After that, he approached his friend Kami and asked Malin if she was okay, to which she replied, "I'm sorry, I just lost control a little bit." When Simon heard this, he was surprised to ask Malin a little bit about you, and she answered Simon's question. "My hand, when are you going to let go of it?" When he heard the girl's question, he awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry." And the girl replied, "Well, in any case, you really are crazy." Inspecting Simon's hand, Malin said in surprise how you even thought to grab the magic circle of dark flame with your bare hand. "Look, you got burned." "Kami, Dick. I'll take him to the infirmary." Hearing this, the comrades replied, "See you later." While bandaging her arm on the hospital bed, Malin said to Simon, You covered my hand with yours, but why?" To which he happily replied, "Well, it's obvious. You'd be in trouble if the assistant knew you were going to use magic, even though Hector was wearing protective gear but not fully dressed. I didn't understand what he said to you then, but he shouldn't have said it to you in the first place." Hearing the question from the boy, the girl awkwardly answered that it was before she could finish speaking. Simon added, "Thank you, Malin. You came between us to stop Hector when he was provoking me into conflict. You almost defeated him, but I stopped you. So is it worth discussing at all?" Seeing Simon's face, the girl said, "God, that's your main problem." Standing up from her seat, the girl exclaimed, "You're too kind, you know? You're so friendly, it's annoying, but it won't work this time." When Simon felt the girl grab his shoulder, he exclaimed in fright, "What are you talking about?" Approaching the boy, the girl said, "I'm only going to tell you once, so listen carefully." After thanking the guy, the girl exclaimed offended and headed for the exit. And when Simon noticed this, he exclaimed to May in confusion. When Fur saw the oil painting, he said, "Oh my God, when I see you, there are not enough words for father and son." After a while, sitting on a bench outside the auditorium, Simon asked Kami what she thought spiritualism was, to which she replied that she was not sure. And then they asked her if she was okay. What happened to the closed group spiritualism class? The lecture was too fast. When he heard Dick's question, Simon answered dejectedly, "No, it was too painful. You can't even imagine it." To which he added, "You can't even imagine it." After that, Simon added that the professor of spiritualism teaches only when we can feel the spirits correctly, and we have to be part of a closed group while we do this. And then he recalled a lecture in which the teacher exclaimed that, for a spiritualism lesson, you need to feel the spirits. Then, one of the students raised his hand and said, "Professor, I can't feel the spirit, no matter how hard I try." To which the professor replied, "Just feel it." Taking off his pants and showing the elephant, the professor added, "Feel it, don't say you can't. And feel that you're not trying hard enough. Try harder. Put all your energy and soul into the ritual dance, like this, like this." Hugging Kami, Simon said dejectedly, "But this process of feeling the spirit was too serious. I never want to see this dance again in my life." And then Kami covered her face with her hands and exclaimed, "I felt so humiliated." And Simon exclaimed, "Kami, you survived, Kami." After that, the guy asked what you learned in the training team, and Malin replied that you learned attack spells, of course. All the professors usually taught us attacks because of the combat assessment that would start soon. However, hematology does not require any preliminary studies, unlike spiritualism. So you will learn something useful in these lessons, to which those who folded their arms in fear exclaimed, "Please let it be." The next moment, someone's voice was heard in the corridor saying, "Please gather around. Class will start soon." And the students shouted back, "Professor Sillage." Arriving in the classroom, the professor said, "I'm sorry that our first class started so late in the semester due to my personal circumstances, but since we're behind schedule, we should push it." At first, hematology is a dark magic based on blood. Many people believe that this study reveals the secret of vampires and werewolves, but contrary to popular belief, hematology has a long history because blood is the best substance that cooperates with darkness. Before we move on to the practical session, it will be difficult for beginners to work with blood, so we will use auxiliary devices and continue the session once you have all put them on. Darkness and caster's blood are compatible, no matter how you might think, and necromancers can artificially mix darkness with blood to create different magical reactions. In other words, for a necromancer, not using blood is a waste of energy. Your stamina is spent, but blood can be the fastest and most powerful weapon you have ever had. Today, we will learn the qualities and corresponding characteristics of your blood. We'll use bloody bullets in a real battle. Hearing this, Kami was frightened to repeat it in a real battle. After choosing Kami as the first one to practice, the professor said to the second row, "Get ready," to which she replied, "Oh good." Trying to support his friend, Simon exclaimed, "Kami, you can do it." Having placed the target in front of the student, the professor said one last time line 6 to open fire. Seeing that the student had hit the targets, the teacher said the blood type was ABO. The diameter of the hole was 45 millimeters with 3 targets pierced through. Blood type AP5 has the ability to negotiate when it meets with darkness. As it can develop darkness to the maximum, it demonstrates outstanding staying power. In fact, it is more specialized in creating than attacking or knocking down. And that is why it is useful in helping the darkness, for example, to form a planned circle. Take the card with the name of AP5 from the assistant and go here. When the student heard the order, he answered, "Yes, professor." After showing the card to the student, Sillage added, "From now on, you will wear these tags in every class." Now the next group stand in the front row opposite. When the girl took her place for the shot, the professor said, "Camembert's Ursula, you are ready." As she prepared to shoot, the teacher mentally told Ursula that she was a vampire. When she took aim, the teacher fired a shot. The next moment, a massive explosion occurred in the room with the targets. Seeing what had just happened, Dick and Maylene, who were standing behind him, were speechless, and the teacher said the blood type of the KP1, so there was no point in measuring the diameter of the hole. The 4 targets were completely destroyed. Hearing this, the other students were surprised to hear her say it. She is still a vampire against Ursula. I can't help but envy her bloodline. And then the professor added that the blood of type KP1 has explosive power when mixed with darkness. As a single attacking force, it is the strongest known blood type, which is present only in vampires. From now on, we will see you quite often, Ursula Camibares. Upon hearing this, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Professor, thank you." The next moment, the girl quickly ran to her friends, joyfully shouting hooray for Maylene Dick, to which they replied, "You did well, well done." Seeing how happy his friend was, Simon felt it was good to open fire. The next moment, the professor shouted out, "Line 6 is coming up, get ready!" And Simon raised his hand and shouted, "Yes, line 6, Simon Valentia is ready." Upon receiving the command, Simon shot with his own blood. When the students saw what happened to Simon's balloon, they exclaimed in disappointment that it was because of dark magic that the balloon disappeared, which made Simon very sad. But then someone shouted, "Hey, look at the target." Noticing that the bullet had hit the target, someone shouted out. After seeing the results of the shot, the assistant nervously said the blood type was unknown. It was a new variety. The 2 front targets and the 2 left targets were hit with an estimated force of immeasurable magnitude. Hearing this, the professor added that the exploding bullet was in the shape of a fan, and I had never seen anything like it before, so I cannot explain its properties. We will analyze your type next time in class. Next 7th row, get ready, to which Simon said sadly, "Oh well." I went up to the assistant and awkwardly said, I don't have a card for you. I'll make you a new one at the next class," to which he replied, "Thank you very much." When the guy came back, Maylene exclaimed, "Hey Simon, what was that?" And then Kami added a new type. "How cool is that, Simon?" To which he replied sadly, "I'm not sure, I've never heard of it before." The next moment, Dick said, "It looks cool. It makes you special. But in other words, doesn't that mean there's no training for your business?" Although no spells can compare with hematology, their classes are based on blood type, after which Maylin added correctly, and we do not have the same types in all 4 different. And in hematology, the professor makes the referrals, and the students provide the knowledge to determine the referral. Hearing this, Simon replied in surprise, "That's why there are so many assistants here." "Then what will happen to me?" I heard only unintelligible mumbling in response. Watching the replay of Simon's shot, Professor Sillage said thoughtfully, "Of course, I'm sure. Simon Valentia's blood quality is united. When his blood meets the darkness devours it, and under the influence of the blood, the darkness grows in strength and size. When everyone thought that the bloody balloon had disappeared, the darkness simply swallowed the balloon and made it invisible. And when the bullet hit the target got the school it needed. Strong vampire blood like Ursula's Camibaris eats darkness to increase characteristics. But in the case of Simon Valentia, it's the other way around. The blood obeys the darkness. This species is definitely worth exploring clearly now, I understand. When he heard the door to his office open and Bahil Silaj walked in, he thought, "Now I finally understand why you invested so much in Simon." Having treated the guest to tea, Silaj asked what brought you here, and Bahil Amagar said, "I came to offer a deal. I have a half-vampire student in my class, but it's interesting that she wants to get an education in curse theory. To be honest, she has a theoretical curse talent, but in the final and entrance exams, she got the highest score in hematology, and half of her blood came from a family of vampires. I will push her to graduate with a degree in hematology, and I am sure that in the future she will become your strong ally." Upon hearing the terms of the agreement, Professor Sillage spoke sternly, "You've been so vulgar since you were a student. I know that you are now part of the school, but Don't be embarrassed. Hearing the teacher's remark, Bahil said awkwardly, I'm sorry if I was rude. I just wanted to help you as your former student. Then the professor added, as if you didn't drop out of hematology as soon as the second semester began. To which Bahil replied, Professor Silaj, I only want one thing. With an ominous smile, Professor Bahil Amagar added that Simon Follett should not be classified as an A student. Recalling this conversation with a colleague, Silaj mentally added, Bakil acts solely on his own whims. I should have guessed when he told me to refuse. The grandfather of a student who wants to graduate with a degree in recruitment theory rather than hematology was trying to take a genius like Simon without my knowledge. The next moment, the professor's thoughts were interrupted by an assistant who said, Professor, your coffee. Taking a cup of drink, the professor replied, Thank you, go to my office right now and get ready to fill out my research papers. To which she replied, Yes, professor, what will be the topic? In response, Silaj mumbled notes on the new type of blood, and then the assistant asked if he wanted to study Simon Falentia's blood. Then the teacher added, We need to hurry before someone takes it away. Name the new blood type O for now and pass it on to all the other helpers. We are also joining the fight for Simon Falentia. After a while in a curse theory class, Professor Backel said, Gods, it looks like you're all suffering so much, you're probably all racking your brains about combat evolution. I understand you very well. I was once a student at Kaizen myself. You are probably nervous about having to fight with your friends, so I'll give you some advice. In this class, let me teach you how to defeat your opponent quickly and safely. First, I will divide you into two groups. All those who have already decided what dark magic they will use in combat evolution will receive additional curses. I will teach you the curse of the foot down, which can be quickly conjured. For those who are going to use curses the most, and for those who have not decided on a specific direction of dark magic in evolution, I will teach you an advanced curse of paralysis. I personally invented and developed both curses, which is why you won't learn them anywhere else. Legs down creates a point exhaustion by including the legs to limit movement. You can conjure it much faster and easier than exhaustion. The modified paralysis is less effective than the existing paralysis spell, but I improved it for battles so that it can be cast faster than the original. Now, why don't you line up in 2 rows according to the skill you want to learn? Watching one student in the classroom, the professor mentally said to Simon Falletia, a genius like you should wear proper clothes. The theory of curses is the best way to get the most out of your darkness. Forget about this crappy plan to use summoning theory as your main ability in a combat competition and go with curse theory. Seeing what he would choose from the options offered, the teacher added in his head, Come on, let's go. Seeing that he went to the right side, the professor was surprised to think that his feet were down. T again chose the theory of curses as an auxiliary magic. Noticing that the professor is nervous and irritated, the assistant tells him, Professor Bahil, you again show this expression. When the teacher heard this, he calmed down and said, Oh, I'm sorry, it looks like I lost control a little bit. I ask you, Chekel, to which she replied without any problems, and here, by the way, you should teach a lesson. The next moment, the professor said, Send all the assistants to study paralysis. I will teach them to walk downstairs on my own. To which the assistant confusedly replied, I'm sorry, but last week you said you would personally teach paralysis. Then Bakhil replied, I changed my mind, to which Chekel exclaimed insultingly, Professor, all the assistants prepared materials on spellbinding the leg down, spent all the time on it. When Bekil heard this, he replied, It's me. And then the assistant thought he wouldn't change his mind no matter what I told him. And then the girl said, well. The next moment, she shouted to her assistants to get ready to put all the leg spell materials down and get ready to teach a modified paralysis curse, to which they exclaimed in surprise that, the next moment, the confused assistants shouted out to Chekel, to which she replied, As if you're seeing this for the first time, hurry up and get ready to work. He is not the kind of person who will listen to us even if we convince him that I can handle the lesson, so be prepared to back me up. After the announcement of the change in duties, she mentally said, maybe the professor changed his mind. Looking at Simon Falentia, the water was added because of this guy. Sighing heavily at the new frontier of work, Chekel said things are getting more complicated for all of us. When Bakil saw how many students would be studying feet down, he asked, and that's all he got from the professor. Then he added, well, if you use curse theory as an auxiliary ability, it's in your best interest to learn it. In dark magic, there is no better direction than curses to buy time for your main attack. The next moment, one of the students raised his hand and said, Professor, may I ask what types of magic take a lot of time? To which he replied, you try to learn not only yourself but also your opponent. A great move. Well, dark magic takes a lot of time for beginners. I've identified most of the spells of the conscription theory. The next moment, Simon asked Fur if the battalion commander had to study conscription theory, to which he replied, you seem to be thinking hard, but now I understand what the point is. There is no such rule. If you choose a different direction, you will be able to lead the battalion on your own. You decide how you want to lead the battalion, and we will respect your decision. What do you mean I was hoping that I would stop you? He replied. Well, to be honest, it was a little bit. Everyone says that the theory of conscription is weak and takes a lot of time. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches the theory of conscription, said so. Hearing this, Fur asked, "So what if you want to leave the draft theory?" Boogaloo is that you now feel the voice of your heart, and it seems that now you are thinking about something completely different to what he asked about. Then Fur added that instead of surrendering to the call theory, you want to win the combat evolution using only the call theory. Isn't that what confuses you? Hearing this, Simon was surprised and said, "You can't hide anything from me, Fur. I'm a fool. I want to win using the prize theory when there are plenty of more suitable ways to win." To which he replied, "Why do you think so?" In response to this, the guy replied, "Just that it pisses me off. All my friends and professors keep saying that the draft theory takes a lot of time, requires support, and that it is too weak. I am tired of hearing it. It's not even my field yet, but I'm sad to see that the theory of conscription is treated this way." Then Fur answered him, "But in your elections, you have always prioritized efficiency and faith, and your feelings contradict each other. That's what worries you." Didn't he answer anything correctly? After talking to his commander for so long about the right choice, the skeleton said, "So what's your last decision after all this thinking?" In response, the guy confidently replied, "This time I will listen to my heart. When everyone denies this, I win with the theory of conscription in front of everyone's eyes." You don't think it's going to be incredible and very cool? Hearing the boy's answer, Fur answered happily, "Yes, that's what I'm telling you, and I'm happy to tell you to take the path that others don't dare to walk on. It's priceless from any side. Remember that, boy. You are the commander whom I have chosen. Do not pay attention to the restrictions imposed by short-sighted ranks as you see fit." To which the boy replied, "Yes, Fur. In this combat evolution, I'm going to use only summoning magic." At the same time, somewhere in the office, the professor angrily exclaimed, Why don't you understand that this is all for your sake? Why did he ever let such an incredible talent rot in the draft theory?" Gritting his teeth in anger, Bakil Amagar added, "Why the hell not?" The next moment, an assistant came into the office and asked you to finish sweeping away your anger. Professor Bakil heard that Chekel had entered the room and looked at her with a look full of hatred and rage. After that, he added, "I just can't understand why he doesn't realize that he will become the next Aaron if he surrounds himself with old teachings on the theory of conscription. It doesn't matter how much you excel in any field, at best you will become the same as Aaron, who was the #1 outstanding student with such legendary talent. And just look at the way he is treated in Keeson now." Tossing the photo with his friend down, Bakil added menacingly, "They're all too stupid. I can't stand it. Those bright talents are dragging themselves down on their own. I'm not going to watch this happen again. Only I can bring Simon to his senses. Only I can make sure that this diamond shines brighter than anyone else in this world." To which the assistant replied, "Professor, why don't you just tell me the truth?" Hearing the girl's proposal, Bakil thoughtfully said, "Honestly, this is also a way out for me. I want him to be mine so badly. I want to make Simon Valentia mine no matter what it takes. For this I am ready to give my soul. I will grow his talent to the maximum using everything necessary." Hearing this, the assistant thought, "Here we go again." Continuing to talk about his ambitions, Bakil exclaimed to create the next Neftis. "My dedication merits carrying even my life and soul. I will put everything on the line to help him reach the kingdom of God in return for one thing, to recognize me as his only mentor." When someone asks Simon how he reached such heights, he will answer like this, "This is all thanks to my great mentor, Professor Bahil Amagar." Oh, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, and suddenly, I heard the voice of an assistant who said, "Let me stop you." Grabbing the girl by the arm and pulling her to him, the professor said, taking her by the chin, "I am the man who needs everything she wants." Pressing the girl against the wall, he added, "Just like I did with you." Sensing the tense situation, the girl stood on Bakil's leg and shouted this sexual harassment to Professor Bakil. Letting go of the girl, the professor said, "You still don't have the best character, Chehakal, and since your student days, my offspring shouldn't be so stubborn." To which she replied offended, "I thought your treasure would be Simon Valentia." Hearing this, Bakil replied, "Oh, no way. Simon Valentia is far from me. He'll have to surpass me with a talent that can stand up to Neftis herself. As a teacher, I have the right desire to learn, and it's just not normal not to admire such a talent. But you still think that my desires are vulgar." So the girl, adjusting her glasses, replied that an attempt to monopolize the right to teach me is a vulgar obsession. Hearing this, Bakil asked, "Do you have any recordings of everything I say?" "Oh, I have a great idea." And the girl replied that this time. Then Bakil said, "Simon Valentia is more or less satisfied with his calling skills at the moment, which is not surprising given how successfully he applies calling theory in practice. This was the main problem at the moment. He needed to experience the most bitter defeat. Only then would he think about the problem and choose his path." Hearing this, Chekel adjusted her glasses and said, "That's the smartest thing you've said today. So you're thinking about making this genius taste defeat." When the professor received the question from his student, he said excitedly, "Of course, because this will be the best moment for me." After a while walking in the yard, Dick heard Simon's upset voice saying that we didn't have a single summoning theory class this week, to which he replied that he had heard that Professor Aaron was away, and since many of the professors at Kaizen are practicing necromancers, the class schedule can be very fluid, after which Simon added sadly, "Of course, this is just terrible. I was hoping to learn everything that would be useful for combat evolution," to which the comrade replied correctly, "If you use the theory of call-up, you probably need Professor Aaron the most." The next moment, noticing that a letter was being hung on the stand, Dick exclaimed, "Hey Simon, the competition table for the combat evolution head. I just need to avoid the monsters, please," to which Simon added Class A, "Oh found. Lauren Koch from the G class, after I have to go up against someone with that name Chopra, also in the G class don't know them." In response to this, my friend replied, "I don't always know everyone. If both of our opponents are from Class G, I will look up Heron's specialty or his direction," to which Simon replied, "I'm ashamed that you do all the work." "Thank you, Dick. I can't wait to find out what dark magic this Heron Koch is using. Hopefully we'll be out of the classroom soon." Hearing this, Dick asked, "Wait, are you planning to go to a personal training session after class?" To which he replied, "Yes. How do you know?" Then his friend added, "You like going to class, but you're here and you want to get out of class as soon as possible, so what's the point of training if only a few people can anticipate your deadly magic combat attack?" To which he replied, "Don't call it that. And this time I won't use combat magic as a basis. I'll use the magic of the call," Dick was surprised to hear. The next time, Dick held up 2 fingers and said, "Pick a finger," and Simon pointed to his right and said, "This one." Then the comrade copied Meiling's behavior and said with his head, "Don't forget what I told you. I told you to use combat magic in battle." Well, what if Tom is my parody of Mei? He didn't have time to finish when he got hit in the head with a book. Looking back, the guy said unhappily, "It hurts that Meilin," and then added, "Die, you idiot." After a while, as he headed to another city, Simon mentally said in Rochester, "So quiet in the middle of the night. It's been a long time. It's nice to be back here." Remembering Dick, who, after receiving a punishment from his girlfriend, handed him a piece of paper and said it was hardly as good as the professor's lessons, but it should help with combat evolution. He added that maybe he should first look at the necromancy shop Dick had mentioned. Arriving at the shop, the guy heard from the doorstep a greeting of looking for something specific, to which he replied, "Archers of skeletons." Hearing the visitor's request, the merchant confusedly replied with a skeleton archer, "You seem to be still in your first year and you've already come for them. It will be quite difficult to organize." To which Simon confidently replied, "Yes, I would like to try." Hearing this, the seller went to his warehouse and said, "What a great fighting spirit, you already know that skeletons have positions above archers, because yes." To which the guy replied that there are skeletons of mages and riders, to which the man added correctly, "You are well aware." Noticing the signatures on the skeletons, Simon said, "I noticed that they were named after their positions." To which the seller replied, "The simpler the name, the better. By the way, why did you choose archers?" In response to this, Simon said, "Based on personal experience, I tried to give a bow to the skeleton I had, but it was too bad." To which the trader replied that skeletons have certain positions they occupy. This is a Sapphirose skeleton. It is the most reliable set for beginners among the archer class, and I recommend you to buy a skeleton from this brand under the name Vanilla. We heard that this means that it is properly cooled, the joints are softer than other brands, and the magic circles are also carved quite carefully. In addition, the brand offers an excellent repair service. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear Simon say, "Wow, they must be very expensive," to which he replied 30 gold pieces per box. Standing in front of the counter, Simon heard the words, "Buy the vanilla. Now boy, even if it breaks, we can just add it to the battalion and recycle it. If we recycle it 3 times, it will be the same as getting 90 gold," which were intertwined with the words, "The seller is expensive, but the brand is worth the money." The price drops to 27 gold, 24, and 22 gold. Wow, this one is made by an unknown necromancer and is the cheapest at 20 gold. Only here its performance will depend on your luck. Inspired by Fear's words, Simon exclaimed, "Give me 3 sets of vanilla, please," and was answered with a "Thank you for your purchase." After which he added, "I'm looking for something else," and the seller added, "Of course, whatever you want." Leaving the necromancer's shop, Simon heard from the skeleton that you just got carried away and spent a lot of money, to which he replied, "I really needed it." Hearing this, Fur added, "Well, then I have nothing to add. If you wanted it, don't let them go to waste and be sure to use them without regret, I understand." Noticing that Simon suddenly froze in place, the skeleton added that something was wrong, and the friend's boyfriend saw him and said, "No, not a friend." Recalling the image of a man who flashed by him, Simon added, "Professor Bakul." Sometime after the operation, Professor Bakul asked if he was awake for the rest. "I can congratulate you on the successful operation without any complaints. So what if you feel like Heron Coke now?" When he heard the teacher's question, the boy smiled ominously and said, "I feel like I'm overwhelmed with energy." Upon hearing this, the professor said, "I'm glad to hear it. And now you can go back to Kaizen and keep your head down. But you can't show your tattoo to anyone. When the battle starts, the tattoo will disappear, so be careful until then. Oh, and don't worry. The anti-doping test won't reveal anything. The curse will last about 2 months. Hearing this, Heron Koch asked the professor in surprise why you were helping me so much. In response, he heard reasons that were not important, and all he needed to do was to take care of what I was telling you. Hearing Bakhil's emphasis, the student smiled slyly and asked, "You mean the victory over Simon Follett with the special number 1 from Class A?" Hearing the student's guess, the teacher answered correctly. "You shouldn't worry. Even if he is a special student, your strength is now much greater than his." After looking at the ability Heron Koch received, he said, "My darkness is bigger and stronger than the last one. Thank you very much, Professor Bakhil. I will not forget your service. If you are annoyed with Simon Valencia, he can set up an accident and kill him." When the teacher heard the student's question, he said, "You shouldn't waste time on meaningless things. You should just follow the instructions and that's it. If something goes wrong and he dies, you and your family will die an uneasy death." Approaching Heron Koch and looking him in the eye with a menacing look, the professor added, "I will do everything to make sure that you suffer even after death." When he heard the threat from the teacher, the boy fell to the ground in fear and said, "I will take it into account." Looking down at the subject, the professor thought, "How dare he? When he's not even a secondary consideration. I'm sorry I had to use this method, but I had no other choice. And I'll apologize for it later, Simon." Leaving the laboratory where the operation was performed and looking at the moon, Bakhil added, "But Simon, if you find out about this in the future, then you will definitely thank me for my decision to do so." After a while, Dick, who arrived at the recreation room, said he was back safely, and the guards didn't catch him, to which Simon replied, "I almost got caught." In response to this, Dick added, "Then why are you here and not in your room? I really thought you were caught this time if you didn't come back after I took a shower." Looking at his friend, he mentally said, "It looks like you only changed your clothes," and then said, "I'm here to make a skeleton, and I bought an archer this time." When Dick heard about the purchase, he was amazed to hear that the archer skeleton was really of what brand, to which Simon replied vanilla. Then his friend added in surprise how cool it was. Wow, it was also a Sapiro skeleton. Taking out the diagram of the Circle of Awakening, Simon said, "First, let's awaken the skull." Then Dick said, "Oh, Simon, wait, it says here that you need to create a turn in the magic circle." In response to this, the guy asked what kind of turnover was this, and the friend explained that it was a technique for creating circles in dark dynamics, which we hadn't studied yet. The next moment, Simon began to look through his things, saying where the notebook had gone, where the back cover was, and at the same time a couple of the boys who were also in the room were surprised to hear what they were up to. They were collecting a skeleton. Finding the right page in the book, Simon said, "Circulation of darkness outlining the dark sun, I think I can do that." And Dick exclaimed in surprise, "I can." Then the guy, looking at the instructions in the book, mentally said, "Circulation does not transform if it is about circulation." The next moment, he remembered Professor Bakhil telling him that it was actually the way your hands work. If the flow is repeated hundreds and then thousands of times, the darkness begins to reproduce the movements without your knowledge. The darkness has the ability to memorize its flow. Just choose the center and watch the darkness fill the stream on its own. Following the teacher's instructions, Simon said the darkness would move on its own without my control. This is exactly how circulation works. When Dick saw what he had done, he was surprised and asked how he could do it just by looking at the book, to which he replied that it was just like a technique I already knew. The next moment, the guy added no, and then Simon added, "That was it." Then my friend added that it says here that taming a skeleton takes a certain period of time, about 2 days, and you will definitely succeed, to which Simon replied that there was no time to wait. I was already collecting it. Taking the set of parts in his hands and looking at it, the boy added, "Wait a bit, I'll assemble you as soon as I can." After some time, the skeleton was completely assembled. When he finished his work, the boy asked how it could move, and seeing that it was moving freely, he added, "Well, I see. You shouldn't go all the way." "Well, that's great. And now, for the most important thing." Throwing the bow into the hands of his new subject, he exclaimed, "Here, catch." Arriving in the forest for training, the guy fired shots into a tree. After adjusting the skeleton's movements, he ordered it to make a shot, and seeing the excellent result, he exclaimed joyfully. The next day, seeing Simon's unhealthy appearance, Maylene asked him in surprise, "Hey, are you okay?" To which he replied, "I just didn't get enough sleep." The next moment, Dick came running to Simon and nervously exclaimed, "Simon, you are in trouble." And we're preparing these archer skeletons for combat evolution, right to which he tiredly replied, "Yes." At that time, Maylin was surprised to think he had already prepared the archers. Then Dick added, "I think you should leave this one behind," to which his friend asked, "What? But why?" The next moment, Dick announced the most horrific matchup you could think of. Heron Koch is the son of a family of infamous necromancers from the kingdom of Dummy, and the dark magic he uses is Black Hand. Hearing this, Malin said a member of the Necromancer family and the dark magic that no one had ever heard of. Apparently a special magic that belongs to the family, to which the boy added that his darkness forms a kind of hand right out of his back, and it is considered an unrivaled defense against ranged attacks so that it can easily deflect arrows made by darkness. This means that the arrows of skeleton archers are unlikely to work against him, because skeletons will use ordinary arrows. However, this does not mean that he is invincible. I heard that he cannot use other dark spells as long as he uses the Black Hand. The next moment, Kami added in this case, the strategy you should use is the obvious curse theory. Hearing her friend's suggestion, Maylene added, that's right. To be honest, you can win with a single exhaustion spell, and it's a simple victory if you just get enough distance and cast a curse. However, I thought you had already made up your mind and decided to use the call theory, to which Simon replied yes. The next moment, the guy took hold of his head and thought anxiously about what I could do. A little while later, he confidently said, oh, I just had a pretty interesting idea. Noticing Simon's strange behavior lately, Maylene exclaimed, hey, he's surely normal, you're his neighbor. Stop him onto Kami, added Div. He's been acting like this for days, at this rate he's going to die. To which he replied scared, you think I just watched and didn't try to stop him? Looking at him writing something in his notebook and laughing ominously, Dick added, he's thinking about it and doesn't even hear what I'm trying to tell him. At the same time, Simon looked like some kind of madman. Looking at him from afar, Dick exclaimed, I was also scared to death, pleased. After a few more days of strange behavior, Maylene and a friend came to see Simon, and he asked if he could stay like this, and she exclaimed, of course not. He can't exhaust his body with only a few days left before the combat evolution. Approaching Simon, she attracted his attention and then heard a tired voice. It's you, Maylene, to which she scaredly exclaimed, hey, you're going to get sick. Of course, combat evolution is important, but you need to take care of yourself. To which he replied, oh, thank you, but can we talk about this a little later? Hearing this, Malin grabbed the boy by the jaw and said, say it, and then he opened his mouth to repeat it. The next moment, holding a pill out to the boy's mouth, Maylene said, I brought you an energy pill, don't chew it, just swallow it. You need to live at least until the beginning of the combat evolution, right? These medicines are not omnipotent, so I did not think to hope for his absolute help. To which he replied, well, thank you. Immediately afterwards, the guy stretched out his hands to the girl and asked, but can you give me 2 more pieces? Hearing the request, the girl grabbed Simon by the cheek and said angrily, I told you not to overestimate the medicine. And then Dick said awkwardly, Simon, why don't you talk to Professor Aaron? I understand that you're looking for a new dark magic, but if you're going to strain so hard, wouldn't it be easier to ask for help? To which he replied that Professor Aaron was out of the office. Hearing this, Dick showed the letter from the professor and said happily, but he's coming back this afternoon. When Simon met the professor at his office, he said, Professor Aaron, I really need to ask you about something. To which he replied, I'm not officially working right now. Seeing the confused expression on the student's face, he added happily, I'm just kidding, go ahead. When Simon entered the teacher's office, he was surprised to hear Professor Aaron say this to him and then say, sit wherever you want. So what exactly did you want to ask him? And he answered, I would like to know how to win in combat evolution only with the help of the theory of recruitment. When the teacher heard the student's question, he was surprised to hear why you would do such nonsense. I know that you demonstrate your talent in magic combat and other subjects, but I don't understand why you complicate things. Holding out a cup of vava to his student, Professor Aaron added, when you have a simple way to go through evolutions. The next moment, the guy said, let me ask you a question, Professor. To which he replied, yes, I'm listening to you. Immediately after, Simon confidently said a student who wants to graduate in the field of prize theory wants to win with it. But you don't think that this reason is enough. Stuck in a silent pause, Simon looked at the professor and thought, I'm wrong about something. The next moment, Aaron Day happily asked if I wanted to hear a solution to the problem or improve my own way. And he answered with the second option. And so the day of combat evolution came. Waiting for the battle to begin, shouts of, where is he? Came from the stands. Hey Dick, you're his neighbor. Why don't you know where he is? And he replied, I told you he didn't come back to his room last night. Wait here, I'll go look for him. At the same time, looking around, Kami was surprised to see so many people here, after which Maylene added that today's battle was very important, so it was not surprising. If you win today, you'll be in the middle group, if you lose, you'll be in the lower group, and if you lose again, you'll be in the lowest group, which means you're close to being expelled from Kaizen. When Kami heard the bad news, she cried out, do you think I can survive? And her friend replied, don't worry, you'll make it. The next moment, Kami added, I don't understand why so many spectators came, to which Maylene replied, they're just here out of curiosity, don't worry. They're preparing for the upcoming battles. Also seeing the strange observers, she mentally added those people from the Dark Alliance interested in talented students might have come to observe Simon as special student number 1. You shouldn't tell Kama, she'll faint over it. After a while, Simon Valentia from Class A and Heron Koch from Class G were announced in the arena. Please come down to the arena. Simon Valentia from Class A, please come to the arena. Waiting for Simon in the arena, Heron Koch huffed and said, "What a rascal." Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought, "Those special students known for their parents and families take their talent for granted. Wait and see. After this battle, all eyes will be on me." He said that everything would be fine if I didn't finish him off, so I would definitely try to break his arm and leg so that it would be impossible to heal. A little while later, the judge appeared in the arena and said, "We're out of time. If he doesn't show up within 5 minutes, we'll disqualify Mr. Simon and declare Mr. Koch the winner." After which someone shouted, "Wait a minute." Dragging Simon on his back, Dick exclaimed. Getting to his feet after he was brought to the arena, the guy said, "Sorry I was late," to which the judge said everything is fine. Then both participants put on your bracelets, please. Bracelets enchanted with the curse of the damage-absorbing barrier. Seeing Simon's condition, Heron Koch thought he was definitely in bad shape. It will be an easy win, after which the judge added, if one participant loses consciousness or his bracelet becomes 0, the battle will end. After which Heron Koch shouted out, "Let's get started." Having created a magic circle, the guy thought, "I'm completely ready to invest you, despite the fact that you want to become a graduate of the theory of conscription, which makes you the most important in the magic battle. You just have to not let anyone approach you." Noticing that the distance between them had grown, Heron wondered what he was up to and why he was backing away. "I don't know what strategy you have in mind, but what the hell is the point of pushing yourself against the wall?" Looking closely at his opponent and his strange behavior, he confidently added that he was definitely up to something. Using the magic arrow skill, the guy shouted menacingly, "I don't care, I'll just take care of you quickly." Simon Valentia is going to attack. Seeing that the enemy had cast magic with his black hand active, Maylene exclaimed angrily, "Hey, you lied. You said he couldn't cast a second black magic while he was using his hand." To which Dick replied, "I don't understand what's going on either. Maybe he was hiding his abilities, I don't understand. But one thing is clear. Right now, this scoundrel is much stronger than anyone thought." At the same time, while watching the battle between the students, Professor Backel said how interesting it was that you had never come to watch Aaron's freshman fight before. "I thought you couldn't watch students suffer anymore because you know what pain awaits them when they choose the conscription theory. You didn't accept any students because you felt guilty, and now you have a student. What a terrible pain our favorite student will have to experience in this battle. When Heron's second ability is fully charged, this battle will end." Turning his gaze to his friend, Professor Backel asked, "Am I right, Aaron?" The next moment, when he noticed that his friend had left the arena, Bahil Amagar exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, where are you going? We need to watch the battle to the very end." In response to his friend's words, Aaron looked back and said, "I came to convince and I have already seen everything I need." At the same time, in the arena, Heron Koch, who had knocked Simon to his knees, asked, "It's hard for you, isn't it, Mr. Special Student Number 1? You probably thought that the nameless guy from Class G didn't even compare to you, didn't you? And how do you feel to be broken by this guy?" Rising from his knees, Simon confidently spoke with nothing in this world. You can't take things for granted, no matter how easy it is to get them. Hearing these words from his opponent, Heron Koch was surprised to hear you say that you had given up. Were you admitting defeat, or what? In response, Simon just smiled and said confidently, "No, now it's my turn to attack you." Hearing Simon's words, Heron Koch looked around and not noticing any changes and thought that what he was cooking had not changed. Then Simon read the similar rules of combat evolution, heading number 3, paragraph 4. Students participating in combat evolution shall be disqualified if they leave the arena during the evolution. Having taken up a fighting stance, the guy confidently added that he hadn't found the rule about bringing something to the arena, no matter how much I searched for it. The next moment, after hitting a direct shot in the air, Simon demonstrated his trump card, which broke through the wall, a goal that appeared behind him. Seeing the giant monster that had just appeared on the battlefield, Heron Koch exclaimed in confusion that this was the battle evolution of the freshman. "And you were able to bring a golem here, you're out of your mind." The next moment, Simon confidently exclaimed, "Yes, I summoned a golem made of mud. My god, I never imagined I would have to see it with my own eyes." Seeing what had just appeared in the arena, Cam asked the golem, and Malin answered that it was a spell that involved summoning magic to control the golem's core, as if it were symbolic for the summoners. The summoned golem of mud was born from the core of a golem made of lumps of sand, dirt, and earth. Depending on the materials, the varieties of golems can vary. Even so, the spell is quite difficult, so none of the first years had ever summoned a golem in combat evolution. But Simon had really just done something incredible. At the same time, watching the battle, Dick said, "Well, actually, I went to look for him, didn't I?" To which Maylene replied exactly the same and where he was. When asked, the boy answered, "I found him right in front of the arena. He was burying the golem's core." Simon planned to summon the golem outside the arena. Hearing the words from her friend, Cammy spoke thoughtfully, and that is why when he defended himself, to which Dick confidently replied in the same way, Simon did so quite consciously. He moved to the place where he had buried the golem's core outside the arena, and since the core was outside, there was no danger of being attacked. Hearing how everything was carefully planned on a tactical level, Maylene was amazed to hear this guy seriously exclaim, "He is so brilliant in the theory of the draft," at the same time standing in front of the giant golem of Heron Coke, thinking talent, wealth, social status, nationality. Everyone is born in different conditions, and that is why life is such an unfair thing. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy confidently said in his head, "I am the one who knows no one, and that's why I wanted to destroy it all." Spreading his arms in front of him and looking up, Heron Coke added in his head, "I wanted to strike a blow to those who have never felt despair, to those for whom everything goes for nothing." The next moment, turning his gaze to the monster in front of him, he added, "But even so, a golem is too much." Preparing to strike his golem, Simon confidently shouted out, "When you strike directly, you need to put all your strength into it." And at that very moment, the golem copies all the strength of its owner. The next moment, the golem dealt a crushing blow to the enemy, sending him flying. When the judge saw that Heron Coke did not move after the punch, he was confused and announced the winner as Simon Falentia from Class A. When the battle was over, the members of the Dark Alliance were surprised to hear that the first year had summoned a golem and hadn't even used black magic beyond the theory of summoning. At the same time, a joyful shout came from somewhere in the stands. "Simon, you had a great strategy, great job." Hearing a sudden scream behind them, the other students looked back and said nervously, "Oh my god, they scared me." Continuing to look at the winner of the battle, one of the Dark Alliance spoke, aka Special Disciple Number 1, followed by someone shouting, "Simon is the best." As his opponent was being carried out of the arena on a stretcher, Simon said to him, "Heron, I don't know what kind of grudge you hold against me, but I do. You will never be able to defeat me using a power that does not even belong to you." When only he and his subject remained in the arena, the boy looked at his golem and said, "Now let's go like this." As soon as Simon and the golem left the arena, his friends immediately ran up to him saying, "Simon, that was so cool. You didn't tell us anything?" To which he replied, "Sorry for making you worry." To which Maylene replied, "You said I wasn't worried at all." While Simon continued to talk to Milan, Kami approached the monster and happily said, "Hello, you're Simon's golem." The next moment, looking back at her friend, the girl exclaimed, "Simon, can I climb on this golem?" And Kami replied, "Why don't you ask me later?" Pointing to the exhausted boy, Malin added that the golem needs darkness to sustain it, and his darkness will soon run out if he continues to spend it, on what he nervously replied, "Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I was being reckless." In response to this, Malin said, "Everything is fine. I didn't know either until I tried to finish her sentence and the golem crumbled." Approaching him, Dick dug the golem's base out of the sand and said, "Wow, this is a core. But doesn't it cost a lot of money? How did you manage to get it?" To which Simon replied, "And you said about the core." Then he remembered his trip to the Necromancer's shop, and standing at the counter, the seller said to him, "So you have 610 gold pieces left over from the purchase of the 3 vanilla skeletons, right? 610 gold pieces. The golem core starts at least at 700. What can we do?" "Well, why don't I give you a special discount to 650? Just give me 600 gold now and you owe me 50. How about that? Keep 10 gold for yourself just in case," Simon said. "I once made a deal with the money I earned during the mission. Speaking of which, when is the next period of missions there?" To which Dick replied in surprise, "Why are you suddenly asking?" Holding the golem's core in his hands, Simon said, "This time I had a hard time hearing the lesson and my friend asked me what it was." Then Simon confidently said to be a necromancer. It costs a lot of money. After a while, an announcement was made in the arena. The fight between Dick Hayward and Ligang Kopra is about to begin. When the battle began, Dick thought that, according to the information I had gotten, Ligang was a sorcerer like me. And she is able to control weapons at will, using darkness to create binding threads if I'm fighting a sorcerer who is hard to reach. The next moment, Dick shouted out the name Ligang Kopra, full name Flinka Kopra, homeland kingdom, Shahid Kopra, maternal surname Sage from your village awakened your core. It took you a full year after discovering the core to use darkness for the first time. You are good at hunting and your hobby is cooking. You were assigned to Class G when you entered Kaizen, and your subject rank test was above 75 points. Your first friend was Narsha Abra. You want to graduate in darkness dynamics but are also very interested in combat magic. You had a minor knee injury. You weigh 54 kilograms and 134 grams, and your bust, waist, and hip measurements are as follows. "What are you doing?" she said, embarrassed. Then Dick grabbed his weapon and said, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. As you can see, I know your weaknesses like no one else." Having driven the spear into the ground, the guy added confidently, "That's why I'm interested in information about others. And I studied you quite thoroughly, so what are my thoughts on this matter?" Having fired all of her weapons at her opponent, Ligang Kopra shouted, Just shut up and die. Drawing all of the girl's swords to his bayonet, Dick said it was something like an electromagnet. It attracts metals of the same element. Your swords are made of carbon steel and amerinium alloy, correct? And I also found that you bought 20 swords, but not armor. After creating a magic circle, the guy said, "It looks like you weakened your defense because I'm just a weak necromancer." Preparing to strike back, he exclaimed, "However, according to the information I have gathered, I have a strategy against you. Your weakness is accelerated long-range attacks." Throwing a coin at the girl, Dick knocked the girl down. Then the warden shouted out to stop the fight, and Miss Ligang Copra fainted. Mr. Dick Hayward was victorious, and when he heard that he had the victory in his pocket, the boy took a victorious pose and laughed aristocratically. Seeing that their friend had won, Malin said unhappily, "I should be happy about my friend's victory, but why am I so ashamed?" To which Kami added to me as well. After a while, a new announcement was made in the arena that said, "Malin Wylan from Class A and Ibn Barshani from Class C, please come down to the arena," hearing that she was called. The girl said confidently, and Kami quickly answered her, "Go ahead, Malin." Meeting his friend on the way to the stands, Dick shouted out to Malin, "Good luck in the battle," and was ignored and displeased by God's response. Turning to the rest of his friends, he asked in surprise what was wrong with her, to which Simon replied, "Nothing, Dick. I have a question for you." Looking at his friend's opponent, he added, "Malin's opponent wants to graduate in a magic battle, right?" To which Dick replied, "Yes, she looks like a student, right? The key to this battle is whether she can get close to Malin or whether she can keep her distance." When she saw who she was going to fight, Ibn Barshani was surprised and said, "I didn't know that I would meet such a person in my first battle," and was told that she would remember this battle as an honor for her family, commoner. Hearing such a brazen appeal to her, Ibn Barshani confidently said, "I think this is a great way to feel what it's like to be trampled on." Throwing herself into the fight against Malin Wylan to shorten the distance, she added a commoner. As she prepared to cast a magic spell against her opponent, who was closing in, Malin said, "You're so naive." As soon as she got close enough, Malin used a fire spell on her. After completing her attack, the girl said confidently, "You were really going to just break through so stupidly with a primitive victory." When Simon saw what had just happened, he asked her in surprise what she had done to conjure dark flames so quickly. And Dick replied that it was not dark elemental fire, which was simpler than ordinary dark fire. A spell that uses darkness to create elemental magic that some wizards have interpreted in their own way. You see, this light-dark shadow is a characteristic of fire, and it takes much less time to cast, so you can cast it faster than pure wizards. I had also heard that the varieties are stronger and easier to control, to which Simon surprisingly added this really incredible boost. At the same time, having avoided a direct hit from her opponent's attack, Ibn Barshani's simple prevention of the attack was a dangerous ivory tower on a completely different level. Preparing to use her ingenious plan, the girl mentally said, "But I still have a surprise." As she began to move around the arena, she added in her head that all she had to do was keep distracting her and stop her from using fire. "I only need one chance." When Malin saw the girl running around the arena senselessly, she said, "Didn't I tell you? You are really quite naive." At the same time, Ibn Barshani, heading for Malin, exclaimed, "No matter how powerful the spell is, it doesn't matter. It is simply useless if you cannot hit the target with it." Moving behind her opponent's back, Ibn Barshani exclaimed, "How about that ivory tower?" Having broken out of the surveillance zone, she added self-confidently, "Do you really think you can keep up with me?" Starting her attack from Malin's blind spot, she exclaimed, "That's it. Now you've definitely lost." Dodging her opponent's attack, Malin said confidently, "Do you really think I'm so bad at magic that I can't dodge a blow like that?" As soon as the enemy was in range, Malin destroyed it with her spell. The next moment, taking a victorious pose, she heard, "The battle is over. Miss Malin Wylan has won." Seeing that his friend had won, Dick said nervously, "Ugh, she's so annoying, but I can't say anything because she's pretty good at it." Simon added, "Kazanov appreciates talent more than anything else. No surprise there. I would not like to meet Malin as my opponent." To which Dick replied, "I know I'd rather go up against you." The next moment, hearing strange noises near him, Dick asked what the noise was, to which his friend added, "Actually, I wanted to ask." Turning their heads toward Cammy, they saw that she was trembling and nervously saying, "Simon, Dick, and now Malin has won, and only I am left. I will have to try harder." The next moment, the girl lost her memory from nervousness and said, I'll be fine, really." Trying to reassure his friend, Simon exclaimed, "Don't worry, Kami." And then Dick added, "He's right, look over there. Professor Sillage, he's also here just in time for your battle." To which Simon nervously shouted at him, "Dick, shut up!" The next moment, an announcement was made, "Kamibara's Ursula from Class A and Aegir Atelier from Class C. Please report to the waiting room." When a couple of students entered the arena, Simon asked Aegir who he was, And his friend replied that he was a very standard student. He's not particularly good in any one area, but he has strong basic skills, so I think he'll fight with combined basic skills. If Kami is extremely attached to hematology, the question is how she will handle those basic skills. In response to this, Maylene said, well, our Kami has a much stronger origin, so there's no point in worrying about Kami. She's a vampire from Ursula's family, to which Dick answered correctly. While she is not panicking at that time in the arena, Aegir Atelier said to his opponent that he was glad to see her, to which she nervously replied that she was glad to see him as well. Looking at the girl, the guy thought that she was really Ursula. I thought that all Ursula vampires were cruel. And then the voice of the warden sounded, and now we begin the combat evolution between Kamabari's Ursula and Aegir Alter. After the battle began, the boy summoned skeletons, and the girl prepared to use blood magic. Thinking about her friend's battle, Meilin asked, wait a minute, if Kami is an extreme attacker, wouldn't it be easier for her to break through no matter how strong his basic skills are? I don't think he can withstand a bloody bullet. Hearing this, Dick replied, well, that's generally true. You just need to compare their skill levels. At the same moment, Kami fired a bloody bullet at the enemy, followed by a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, the guy added that there was only one small problem. Aegir Atlier's family is a multimillionaire. Everything he has is so expensive and high quality that it can easily protect him from bloody bullets. His expensive equipment can stop almost any bloody bullet, and his shield looks like it is made of several hundred gold pieces. I also told Kami about it, but I don't know how she's supposed to defeat him. At the same time, in the arena, Kami was trying her best to avoid the enemy's attacks. Having failed time and time again in firing spells at Aegir Atelier, he thought she dodged better than she looked. I don't think I could hit her with dark arrows, and she was strangely cute. Noticing the enemy's intentions, Dick exclaimed to Kami, the enemy is going to cast a curse. You need to do something. Hearing this, Kami took out 3 vessels from her storage. Throwing it at the enemy, the girl shouted bloody silk. At the same time, Aegir Atelier used a paralyzing skill on his opponent. Having broken the vessels that were flying at him, the guy got under the poison spilled from them and then thought it was a paralyzing poison. But it's okay, the curse of paralysis lasts longer and I have skeletons I can control. At the same time, trying to move her trembling body after the paralysis spell, Kami mentally said one curse, I can still stand it. I can still move. Gathering her thoughts, the girl exclaimed, I'll do it, and then ran to the breakthrough to Aegir Atelier. Seeing her running to him, the boy exclaimed in confusion. After creating a magic circle, he added, confused, wait, you're going to engage in melee after that. When he saw that she was heading for a breakthrough, the guy nervously exclaimed that he was taking all the attacks. But why? The next moment, Kami sank her teeth into the guy's neck to deliver a close-range strike. Seeing the rapidly decreasing barrier values, the warden was surprised to think that his barrier was lowered by 1 bite. At the same time, Aegir Atelier, who was trying to get the girl off him, shouted, let go of me! However, after a while, the horn sounded and the judge said the battle was over and the winner was Kamabarez Ursula. At the end of the battle, Aegir Atelier lay exhausted on the ground after his defeat, and a girl was standing over him. At the end of the fight, Kami nervously said, oh, I'm sorry, to which he replied, it's not my fault for letting my guard down. You made the right decision. In response to this, the guy said, I just wanted to win so badly. Are you okay? To which he replied, yes, everything is fine. Thanks to the barrier, I will not have any scars and I can't complain if it hurts. It's a combat evolution after all. The next moment, realizing the gravity of the situation, the guy mentally said, but wait, I've just been bitten by a vampire and I almost became one myself without the barrier. Immediately afterwards, I looked at Kami, who nervously said I was really sorry. When he felt something pulsating inside him, he thought that being bitten was not so bad. At the same time, in the stands after his girlfriend's victory, Simon shouted out to Kami, you're doing well, good job. Hearing the joyful shouts of her comrades, the girl joyfully exclaimed, Simon, I have won. After rejoicing with her friends for the victory, Kami looked back nervously and said, I'm sorry, I forgot you were still here. To which he replied, no, it's okay to celebrate the victory. It's normal. After that, the broken-hearted guy thought sadly, even though it didn't last that long, I loved you. At the end of the day of battles, Maylin happily announced congratulations to everyone on passing your first super important battle in combat evolution, especially you, Kami. I am so proud of you, so sweet and so valuable, to which she awkwardly replied, Maylin, I can't breathe. Squeezing her friend, the girl added, next week there will be midterm exams, so I think everyone will study properly. Seeing Simon's confused look, Maylene said in surprise that he didn't look like he'd forgotten, and then Kami added that she couldn't be sure he hadn't given them enough time, and then Dick added that exams were too important to ignore. Hearing the words of his friends, the boy was surprised to hear Dick say, what are you talking about? And Simon added, you said you would leave Kaizen if your draft theory scores were lower than Maylin's. Hearing this, he nervously thought, I forgot about that. After picking up some textbooks on the subject, Simon arrived at the dormitory and confidently said in his head, I forgot about the exams because of the combat evolution, but I can improve my scores if I start studying right now. Sitting down to study, he confidently said, let's start studying. After a few hours of unsuccessful studying, Simon put his hands over his face and said in frustration, I have no idea what it says here. The next day, in the women's dormitory, a girl approached Maylene and told her that it was me. Then the girl added you to the list of guys looking for you, to which she replied that it was too early in the morning to know who he was. Recalling who exactly she was looking for, the girl added, I didn't catch his name, but he's cute, so you better hurry up. After hearing such a vague answer, Maylene replied, okay. When Maylene went out into the yard and saw Simon there, she asked if you were the cute one and was met with a confused gulp. Realizing that he did not understand what she was talking about, the girl said, oh, never mind. What brought you to the women's dormitory? To which he awkwardly replied, oh, by the way, Maylene, your hair looks great. You got a haircut. Irritated by Simon's stupid questions, the girl said angrily, don't pull the wool over the cat's eyes and tell me straight out. Dick taught you that. So Simon bowed and said, please join our study group. Cammy and Dick are there, and he'll join us later when he gets back from Rochester. When Maylene received the invitation, she replied, I will come as soon as I finish cleaning the room. Go without me for now. And he knelt down and bowed to the ground and exclaimed, thank you very much. After a while, a girl came into the room and said to Simon, are you here? To which he replied, yes, Cammy, you can come in. Upon entering the room, the girl happily said, I'm so excited that we'll be studying together even on weekends. In response to this, Simon asked if you really like studying what you are studying, and she answered uncertainly, oh wow, you're studying hematology. Hearing the question, Simon replied, well, if you're here, I'll start with it, and I can ask you if you have any questions. And she happily replied, of course, that's great. I was just studying the theory of recruitment. I'm so sorry to ask you this from the doorway, but could you take a look at these questions about zombies? To which the guy held out his hand and said, sure, let me see. I opened my notebook and said, wow, you like to use the decomposition formula for this question, and I learned about it only yesterday. After rereading the question, Simon said thoughtfully, questions about zombies usually try to confuse the student with the weather or climate conditions. If you read the question carefully, you will find a mention of a hot and humid summer, which means that decomposition will be faster than usual, so you should take into account the accelerated process factor. And now add this to the answer. After hearing the explanation, Cammy nervously replied, oh, okay, thanks, Simon. Now I understand. Thank you. Hearing the girl's gratitude, the guy said in surprise, it was really the first time I explained something to someone. I'm glad you understood. And then closed his notebook and nervously thought about what to do now, as it was even harder to concentrate. The next moment, Maylene's voice was heard in the room saying, I'm here to do you a favor, because I'm only helping you because you're my teammates, and it's incredibly difficult to put the group back together if one of you gets expelled. And Cammy replied, oh, thanks for coming, Maylene. While putting her things away, Maylene accidentally looked into Cammy's notebook, saying, if you have any questions, ask anything. Looking closely at the question, she added a decomposition formula to the question, to which Cammy replied, Simon will explain it to me. Then Maylene asked, didn't you get more than 80 points on your last exam and you answered that question wrong? And I replied, I am me. Very nervous, she exclaimed. I didn't know that. I didn't know much about the decomposition formula, so I wrote the wrong answer and I got it wrong on the exam too, completely wrong. I was missing the weather factor all the time. Seeing Cammy's reaction, Maylene replied, calm down. I'm not accusing you of anything. The next moment, Dick appeared in the room and asked what was going on. In response to this, Simon asked, hey Dick, what are those things? To which he pointed to his backpack and confidently replied things for the next battle in the evolution of the... Taking the cake out of his backpack, he added some goodies. Tasting the cakes Dick had brought him, Simon asked, you're always so busy, Dick. You said you were studying the market in Rochester, so to combine that with schoolwork, isn't that tiring? You said you were going into business anyway. Why would you go to school? To which he replied, you don't understand. I'm preparing to start a business that only a student of Kaizen can run, and by that time I'll be fully prepared to start this delivery service. For example, you urgently need something from Rochester, but you can't go there in person here and you need my help. I will create a list of things you need and bring them from Rochester. This way, you can get your things the next day directly to your dorm. When Simon heard the idea, he said, that sounds cool, but have you discussed it with the hostel? And he replied, of course, I've already made a list of things I'm going to order. All I need to do is start receiving the orders. Before he could finish, there was a knock on the door, after which the guy added that we were waiting for someone else, to which his friend replied that no, everyone was already here. As Simon approached the door, he asked who was there and what he heard. And then he said, I'm opening the door, that voice could be it. As soon as the door opened in front of him, he saw Nephthys, who happily exclaimed, hi Simon, long time no see, Nephthys thought nervously. Noticing the sweets on the table, the girl ran inside exclaiming, oh sweets, to which Simon said, wait a minute, When Maylene caught Naftis, she happily exclaimed, "Oh, she's so cute. Do you want some food?" And Simon said, "Yes, please." And then Simon exclaimed, "Hey, wait a minute." After that, the boy asked Dick if he could buy her a drink, to which he surprisingly replied, "Yes." Hearing the girls talking to her, saying, "Sweetie, what's your name?" And hearing Naftis, they added, "Oh, really? What a cute name." Simon thought anxiously, "They're not going to believe it's her." I also thought that Neftis would be the scariest witch I had ever met, but she turned out to be a little girl. After enjoying the cakes, Naftis said, "This was so delicious, Simon. Do you have a minute to spare?" He replied, scared, and then Maylene asked if he was leaving. Bending his head at the door, Simon said, "I'm sorry, let me apologize for the bottom." To which she replied, "Don't worry, I'm used to it, and the sweets were delicious, so it's okay." Immediately afterwards, the girl smiled slyly and said, "It looks like you finally started our battalion." When he heard this, the guy exclaimed in confusion, "What are you talking about?" And grabbing his hand, I said, "They can hear us here." Using the spatial magic of teleportation, the girl added, "Why don't we talk elsewhere?" The next moment, they were in a room far away from the rest of the audience. Looking around, Simon asked Neftis in surprise where we were. Immediately afterwards, Lorraine came out of the other room and asked me in surprise what brought you here all of a sudden. And with Simon, "You always bring me so many problems, you could bring a guy to my room without even telling me." In response to the question, Neftis happily replied, "What do you mean by bringing so much trouble? I brought him here because I have something to tell you both." Hearing this, Lorraine said, "God, you're always like that, Mom." To which she replied, "You talk a lot, and I bet you slept again instead of studying for your exams." Simon created a study group in response to this, his daughter replied. "I see, Mom." Then Naftis exclaimed angrily, "I see. Do you realize how many complaints I get from teachers?" To which Lorraine replied, "Memorizing formulas has nothing to do with my real abilities." Then Naftis added, "Of course it's related." After Lorraine added, I said, "I understand listening to the domestic quarrel." Simon thought, "I miss my teammates." The next moment, my daughter said, "Why are you here? Tell us already and go away." To which she patted her hand on the floor and said, "Sometimes I wonder where she got that from. So first of all, both of you sit down. Simon, the priest you told us about, is a spy who has been infiltrating Kaizen." To which he replied in surprise that he had indeed learned something. Then Neftis added, "I have instructed several of my loyal subjects to investigate this case, and they have found some clues, but that's not what I came to talk about today. Today I came to warn you." To which he replied in surprise that he had come to warn me. The next moment, the girl added, "I think the spy knows who you are. You remember the battle with the Cyclops. So you remember that the Cyclops in your group was too strong. Jane would say that it was the effect of the restraining curses on the Cyclops, but in fact someone had set it up on purpose. And you understand what they were trying to do, right?" He replied, "They tried to kill me with a fake accident." Then the girl spoke correctly, and if they manipulated the Cyclops on their own, they were in the school and not in the Kaizen headquarters. "Are you sure you don't need Kaizen's protection? Lorraine was so worried about you. If you're worried about getting kicked out, then you should remember Kajan as your roommate so we can keep you with us for a year like him to buy some time. You can stay in your city until everything is resolved and you start school next year." To which he replied, "Thank you for your concern, but my opinion has not changed. Even if I am in danger, I still believe that it is impossible for me to survive here, so please let me stay at school. I am looking for clues that you may need in your investigation." When I heard Simon's request, Neftis said, "I knew you would say that to the others. You are Richard's son. If you are going to continue going to school, we need to come up with a reliable way to protect you." When Naftis put the pendant around the boy's neck, she heard him say that it was a piece of jewelry, and she replied that it was not just a piece of jewelry, it was an artifact. A lot of unexpected things have happened lately, not only in Kaizen but all over the continent, and I can't devote time to you alone, so I want you to wear this thing all the time. When you are in danger, the power of this pendant will protect you. Approaching Simon, Neftis sternly emphasized that when this artifact warns you of danger, you must drop everything and run away. He understood. After receiving a positive response from Simon, the girl added that Lorraine would please take care of Simon, to which she replied, "I know, Mom." Seeing her lying down on the floor, Naftis exclaimed, "Don't even think about going back to bed. Get up, get out of the room, and go study with Simon." To which Lorraine replied, "God, why would you do that? If I join them, they will be embarrassed. And Simon's friends will think it's unfair, or it will make them angry." With each phrase, Naftis became more and more upset and lay down on the floor and exclaimed, "You stupid girl, I'm always worried about you, you stupid girl." Lorraine, stupid dumbass, the most insufferable girl in the whole world, stupid to the do, and answered grudgingly, "Well, I'll go with him." Hearing that her daughter had agreed, Neftis rose to her feet and exclaimed joyfully, "Well, that's it. Then I ran off to get ready." As soon as the rector left her daughter's room, Lorraine said, "I'm sorry, Simon. I'll sit with you for 1 hour and then I'll leave." To which he replied awkwardly that it was fine, and that we would be glad to have you. After a while, when he arrived at his study group, Simon awkwardly said this to Lorraine from Class L. I bumped into her and decided that today we could work out together. I hope no one minds. And then she added awkwardly, I'm sorry for barging into your group like that. Just pretend I'm not here and go about your business. Hearing the request, the students were surprised to hear how we were supposed to do this. While solving the problems, Simon noticed that the girl was a little confused and asked her something she didn't understand, to which she replied that it was a question on the theory of curses, but it was a little difficult. When Simon heard what the problem was, he said Maylin was well-versed in curse theory. After receiving information about who to ask for help, Lorraine said to Maylin, "Could you explain to me what you're talking about?" And she nervously replied, "Of course." Sitting down next to Lorraine Maylin, she picked up a pen and said that the problem could be solved using this formula, to which she replied, "I see. So I can solve all such questions using this formula. I think you'll need to check the type of question to make sure it was answered correctly. But you're a quick study. Hey Lorraine, why did you reduce the fraction here?" To which she replied, "It was the only way I know of." Then, Maylin added, "Not just that. I thought it was interesting because it was a new way to solve this problem, but wait, if we do that." The next moment, Cammy burst into the classroom exclaiming, "Lorraine, don't you want to eat?" She asked, "It's so good. Where did you get it?" And Dick replied, "I got it in Rochester. I want to know the name of the store." After some time of talking, Lorraine asked Ursula, "So you're a vampire?" To which she replied awkwardly, "I guess so." And then Dick added, "Don't you want to try this one too?" Then looking at his friends, Simon thought, "Oh well, it looks like they got along." Lorraine is really incredible. It looks like she struggles to take notes, but it's obvious that she just wasn't interested. Maybe she just falls into the lazy genius type. When the evening came to an end, and everyone started to leave saying it was getting late, we should really go. So we practiced on our own for the rest of the evening. It was fun to practice together. Waving goodbye to her friends, Maylin exclaimed, "Take care," to which Cammy added, "It was fun, Lorraine." When Simon and Lorraine also went about their business, the girl asked if it had been a month since our first lesson. "Why do you like the school so much?" And he answered that it was the best. Hearing such an ambiguous answer, the girl asked again, "Even though they want to kill you?" And then she added, "Okay, thank you for spending time with me. I had a great time, and I'm sorry I bothered you and your friends with the others." Turning to the gate of her home, she added, "But remember, Simon, don't trust anyone and always be on your guard." The next day in class, the teacher said, "Let's start assessing your knowledge. This is a great opportunity to test your knowledge before the midterm exams. So I hope you will take the assessment seriously. The assessment will last for 60 minutes. The questions for all subjects except elemental magic are on this sheet, so please complete all questions before the time limit with your classmates." When Maylin heard how the midterm exam was to be distributed, she said, "I'll take Kami's curse theory of hematology. Simon still has the theory of conscription, and Dick is left with the dynamics of darkness. So we will divide our work. If you don't know the answer to a question, just put an asterisk next to it and move on to another one. If you have solved the problem but are not sure if it is correct or need to check it again, put a triangle next to it, and I will check everything from the first question. And if you are done with your questions on your topic, Kami will start dealing with toxicology, Simon with magic battle, and Dick with defense against the holy power. And Simon, it seems that there are more questions on the theory of the draft, so we are counting on you," to which he confidently replied, "Of course, leave it to me." The next moment, Professor Olivia said, "Let's start the test." Looking at Simon, Maylin thought to herself, "He must have studied hard, but that doesn't mean I forgot about the deal about the points. Well, he just helped me during the battle with the Cyclopes, so this time I should be gentler with him. Wait, no. Maybe I should just win and cancel the contract at the same time. Maybe that way I'll look cooler. I need to keep it a secret from Simon so he'll be motivated to study harder, and if he finds out later, he'll think I'm a badass." The next moment, her thoughts were interrupted by Dick, who whispered to Maylin, "Help me with question 25 on the dynamics of darkness." To which she replied irritably, "I told you to put an asterisk and skip it if you don't know the answer." To which he replied, "But I'm going to get nervous if I don't know the answer. Then I won't be able to answer the rest of the questions I heard, so just give up." After a while, the professor announced that there were 5 minutes left. Hearing about the time, Maylin said to ask 5 questions in the remaining questions that you did not get to and finish solving what you are solving now. We have 1 short question left, which was answered well. 5 minutes later, the sound of hands on the table and hands behind the head was heard all the time. The results will be announced after the intermediate tests. I would like to inform you that you can evaluate your work and study your mistakes on your own, and that the answer is yes, Professor. Holding his hands behind his head, Simon said, "Let's evaluate our answers and check everything together." To which Maylin replied, "Yes, let's." Looking through the answers, Simon said, "Come on, please. I need a higher score." "Wow, I did it. I got a score of 84 points, which is 8 points higher than the last time I did it, which was 76 points. Hearing this, his friends replied, "Wow, at this rate you will be able to stay in Kaizen impressively." Simon, after which Maylin insulted, added, "Great job, Simon. And how is my plan now?" After reviewing her results, Kami also exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, my hematology scores have also increased, now 89, to which her friend asked what was going on. You're both great, but what happened to our defense against the holy forces? How could you answer incorrectly to these 3 questions 3 times in a row? What are you going to do about it?" To which he replied, "Oh, I'm sorry." Having dealt with the culprit, Malin said, "Well, in any case, although we were disappointed with some moments, I think we can hope for a promotion if we keep trying. I really need to give this to Professor Jane. Her questions are so good. I'm sure we will get decent marks if we just analyze all our mistakes. Don't show it to students from other classes. I will also let our class president know our devilish bargainer heard everything." When Dick heard his praise, he was offended and exclaimed, "God, why do you have to single me out like that?" After which he said, "I'm not to blame." After arguing with Dick, Maylene added that it didn't matter. Tomorrow there would be another combat evolution, so practice well today. Especially Simon, this time you need to be more careful now that everyone knows you can use the golem. It looks like you don't feel confident after hearing that, the guy nervously replied. "I'm just doing my best, but I'll do my best if I win tomorrow and advance to the top group." Hearing Simon's remark, Maylene slammed her hand on the table and said, "That's right, let's all win tomorrow. We need to deal with this combat evolution at all costs, so let's get it over with and focus on the midterms." The next day, when both fighters entered the arena, the warden announced the fight evolution between Simon Valentia of Class A and Jessica Kander of Class H would soon begin. Seeing the strange behavior of her opponent, the girl said in surprise that she was going to study when I was standing right here. "Do you really think I would let you?" After creating the magic circle, Jessica exclaimed, "Poisonous frog," and Simon looked up from his book and said, "Wow, you specialize in toxicology. With your poisonous frog, you are taking away my endurance a little at a time. How lucky I am that I can personally test the toxicology questions from my exam." Hearing that he was analyzing her skill, the girl angrily exclaimed, "I'm not your midterm teacher." When Simon saw what the girl had just used, he was amazed and said, "Wow, that's a poisonous whip." Points for memorizing the poisonous whip, driving the girl into anger and confusion. Simon added a fixed-type magic circle to use it, so it collapses when the circulation of the magic circle is disrupted. The most basic counterattack is a shot of an arrow of darkness to destroy fixed coordination. Judging by the way he neutralized the darkness in the skeletons, I can assume that the toad poison from the cabana, 1/3 of the skeleton's arms and legs, are unrecoverable. Only less can be recovered for attacking. Immediately afterwards, the girl mentally said, "I knew he was good at magic battle. If he knows all my tricks, there is only one way." Noticing what the girl was going to do, Simon did not look up from the book and said an acceleration using darkness. Immediately afterward, he managed to stop the girl in flight as she approached him. Turning his gaze to his opponent, who had resorted to the last resort, he added, "It makes it harder to change your curse." Throwing the girl into the air, the guy added the best spell from the theory of summoning to get the enemy in flight. This is Simon Valentia's signature Bone Claw spell, and the next moment the referee's shout was heard, "The battle is over." The winner in this match was Simon Valentia from Class A. Afterwards, the guy said to watch out for counterattacks next time. Sometime after the exam, Simon and Dick, lying defeated on the bench, heard the voices of their classmates. Question 8, number 2, "Yes, I answered all the questions correctly." "Hey, isn't the answer to this question?" Number 4, "You stupid girl. You put the importance of resistance into a direct formula." "Oh shit, my math was wrong." After collecting his thoughts, Simon tiredly said the intermediate ones had finally ended, to which his friend replied, "I know." The next moment, Simon regained consciousness and confidently said, "If it's over, can I say something?" And his friend asked him what it was. Then the guy looked at the rest of his classmates and said that developing to study independently was the only goal while we were gnawing at the granite of science throughout the midterm tests. I loved those times so much. The next moment, the girls approached the boys and Maylene waved and said, "Hey creepy guys, how was the exam?" To which Simon replied, "Hi Maylene." She smiled slyly after greeting me and added, "I hope I will continue to meet you in Keeson." In response to this, Simon grabbed his head and said, "If I could go back a month, I would punch myself in the face." To which the girl replied confusedly. Then the guy added disappointedly, "Now I understand how I was wrong to say that. I seriously thought I could easily raise my score by 10 points. But it turned out to be so easy when it came to practice." Hearing this, Malin nervously asked, "Hey, you don't mean to tell me that you failed the draft theory?" To which he surprisingly replied that he did not. "I just meant that I won anyway, even though it was quite difficult." To which the girl angrily exclaimed, "Hey, stop it. You scared me. So, what are you planning to do now we have a day off tomorrow?" To which Dick replied, "I'm going to have a monster meat snack." When Maylene heard her friend's strange whim, she was surprised to hear him say that he needed to go and see for himself that an important event was about to take place. And then he was asked what important event he meant. After receiving the question, Dick confidently said that next week all the freshmen are going to the island. Hearing the surprise in his friends' voices, the guy added this to the island to survive. The project is that all freshmen will be sent to an island filled with monsters, and we will have to survive there for 4 days. The amount of time varies depending on how well you survive on the island. When we get there, we will need to get food, shelter, and much more on our own. We will need to hunt monsters or fight with other students to earn points. And if we are talking about Kaizen, students from lower ranks will be expelled. Hearing the warning from her friend, Kami nervously said, "No, I don't think I can do it. Simon, are you going to go with Dick?" Ignoring his friend's question, the guy said it. The next moment, with eyes full of delight, he joyfully added sounded so fun, to which Maylene was surprised to ask, "Are you serious now?" Then Simon added, "Surviving in abandoned lands, hunting and fighting monsters, surviving for 4 days. I like that so much at home, I did a lot of that." Hearing her boyfriend's enthusiasm, Maylene asked, "Gee, Dick, are you 100% sure about this? How do you know Kaizen's plans?" To which he replied, "Not 100%, maybe 60 or 70. And then she asked why the indefinite number was melting. In response to this, Dick said, "Well, I heard that Kaizen's servants secretly wear tongue bracelets." Then the girl said, "Tongue bracelets are things that create grades." Then the guy added, "Exactly right." And for 2 days, the teleport team of Kaizen's main tower worked on the project with a large platform. They also brought the ingredients of the magic circle in large quantities. Oh, and the professors from other classes took the whole next week off. They wouldn't have done that if they had to work with students in class the following week, to which Malin thoughtfully replied, sounding convincing. "Then we need to prepare again. What do we do?" To which Dick replied with a stretch, "Well, the most important thing is to increase combat strength and then survival skills." The next moment, when Kami joined the conversation, she asked him, "What exactly you mean when you talk about survival skills?" And he replied that he was building houses, making fires, slaughtering cattle, and gathering edible plants. "There are only monsters on that island, so we have to hunt monsters and eat them and collect plants." Malin said, "That's right, we have to eat them. Maybe this week we should only eat at places that serve monster food, Kami? Do you want to come with me?" To which her friend replied embarrassedly, grabbing Maylene's hands, "Yes, I'm coming with you, Maylene." To which Simon replied, "I don't think that's necessary. Do you remember the meal we had with Professor Hongpeng that day?" To which Kami replied, "Oh yes, it was quite delicious." And then Maylin added, "I sometimes miss those days." Then Simon added, "She said it was made of monster meat." Hearing this, the girls looked at Simon in surprise. After receiving the recipe from Professor Hongpeng, Simon looked at the map and the image of the monster and said, "I think we're here." Looking at the image and the monsters in front of them, Nuslik's comrades answered him, "I think so." "Okay, then let's hunt them down." This is how the students received the answer from Professor Hongpeng after the midterm exams. She wrote that she would be happy to tell us the recipe, but it would require special monster meat, and that's how it came to the monster hunt called Nuslik. According to Professor Nuslik, this is a type of monster that harms the environment. They absorb everything and digest it quickly enough, thus destroying the island's ecosystem. Recalling Hongpeng Mailing's assignment, the professor said, "The task was to catch the main boss of the Nuslik, and that Nuslik must be caught without being badly injured, because we will cook it properly." In response, Simon said yes. Then the girl nervously added, "But it's a rather difficult task. Let's deal with the kids first. Dick, you will be the support in spells. In you, Simon will move forward and help Kami, and I will take them all out with ranged attacks, all hopefully clear." Hearing the order from the group leader, Dick said a good spell and suddenly noticed that one of the monsters was already flying at him. The next moment, the monster was already lying on the ground fried, and Kami asked Dick if he was okay, to which he replied, "Oh yes, thanks Kami. Your bloody bullets are as deadly as ever." However, they continue to advance further. "Simon, please support us." Summoning his skeleton archers, Simon aimed at the enemies and shouted fire. While destroying the monsters, Simon suddenly shouted out that more of them were coming, and then heard the order to stand back. Using the dark flame skill, Malin said, "Well, we're almost done." Feeling the danger behind her, Kami looked back and noticed another monster aiming at her friend and called out to Malin behind her. After neutralizing the enemy with a bloody bullet, the girl asked if you were okay. Starting to hug her friend for the rescue, Malin joyfully exclaimed, "Kami, thank you for saving my life." After clearing the area, the group leader reported that no one was injured, and more might come, so be on the lookout. And then Dick added, "Okay, but what do we do about the fire? Don't we need to put it out before we go?" Then Maylene answered, "It's okay. The dark elemental flame is artificial, so it won't disperse on its own. How can you not know that when you know everything in the world?" In response, the guy said, "Well, it's actually okay not to know about it. I'm not a genius like you." At the same time, while Dick continued to express his dissatisfaction with Maylene saying, "Listen to yourself, you're quoting the textbook," Kami's instincts began to awaken. Noticing the strange behavior of the girl who was slowly approaching him, Simon asked Kami if she was okay, and she replied confusedly, "Oh yes, I just used too many bloody bullets, so I'm not feeling well." When Simon heard this, he asked if you were sure you were okay. "You look too pale." and at that time she was already preparing to bite Simon. But at the last moment, she was interrupted by Maylene's exclamation, who said, "Hey, look at this. It's a Nooslik paw print like the others, but it seems that this one is bigger than the others. So I think it's a boss Nooslik. Maybe he was here recently." Hearing this, Simon approached the others and said, "Let's follow the trail." And at the same time, Kami grabbed her face and sighed heavily. Not understanding what was driving her and forcing her to take such actions, she confusedly said, "What was wrong with me?" Looking down, the girl mentally said, "For 5 years, everything was fine with me, so I thought I could control myself." The next moment, she turned her gaze to Simon and added, "But why do I act like this every time Simon is around?" At that time, arriving at Professor Hong Peng's baton, the subject asked, "You were looking for me, Professor?" To which she replied, "Brad, I'm sorry I called you on your day off. Simon and his friends are coming over today. Could you bring them over? I gave them the task of catching the Nooslik boss. Now they should be near the Nooslik's place of residence." To which Brad answered the professor unhappily why they should come on their day off. Hearing the question, the professor happily replied that they wanted to learn a variety of survival skills to prepare for survival on the island. And they hadn't even announced the survival yet. And I was so proud of them. They were studying even on their day off, which I understood. As the boy headed for the exit, the professor shouted out thanks for Brad's help, to which he replied, holding back his anger, that he was glad to help the professor. At the same time, somewhere in the Nooslik forest, continuing to follow the boss's footsteps, Dick said, "I see more footsteps, they must be close." Hearing this, Simon took out a cannonball and said, "Then I'll prepare a golem. Let's scatter them all with it." Which sounded like a good idea. Preparing to fight the monster that appeared, Malin shouted out to Simon, "Simon, concentrate on the goal and we'll cover you with Kami." Hearing her name, the girl used a bloody bullet, shouting, "Leave it to me!" When they attacked the enemy, they noticed that he dodged the attack by jumping out of the way. Noticing the monster's skill, Dick said in surprise, "My God, he has better reflexes than I thought." And Maylene said, "This is not the time to praise them." Then Leek added, "Hey, no fire. Remember this is our dinner. Remember you can't burn it." To which the girl replied, "God, don't be a bore. We're going to have to fry him anyway," the guy replied. "And yet you're right. Maybe there really is nothing wrong with frying them in advance." Hearing Dick's words, Maylene exclaimed angrily, "God, it was just a joke, concentrate." Hearing this, the guy who threw the net over the monster that was flying at him from the mountain said, "I am always focused." Using the amplification skill, he confidently spoke up and made a great catch. Unfortunately, the net did not last long, and the monster managed to tear it apart. Seeing this, Dick awkwardly said maybe the spell wasn't enough, to which Maylene angrily exclaimed, "You're seriously an idiot." After listening to the group leader's remarks, the guy noticed that the enemy was tactically running away and exclaimed, "Look, he's trying to escape." Before the monster could run far, he was hit in the face by a direct hit from the golem, which resulted in a cashback. After returning the enemy to his place, Simon kneaded his hand and said sorry for taking so long, to which he was answered just in time. "Simon, if you would be so kind," he replied, approaching the Babesian. "I understand. I'll clean up here." Seeing the boy's intentions, Maylene told Simon that it was our dinner, so don't crush him. As soon as the impact occurred, pieces of stones flew in all directions. Then Dick spoke into the porridge, and Maylene added, "We'll probably get a chop." The next moment, Professor Hong Peng's assistant appeared from the bushes nearby and said, "I came to the sounds. I knew I would find you here." When the students saw the man, they exclaimed, "You are our martial arts instructor." Looking at the defeated beast, Brad said, "I see you did a great job. Good job. I left the teleportation circle nearby. Come with me." As everyone headed for the circle, Brad blocked Simon's path and said, "Wait, Mr. Simon Valencia, you and I need to talk," to which he asked what right now, and if we could talk after teleportation. When Brad heard the boy's question, he said sternly, "Just do as I tell you. Understand?" Pointing a finger in the boy's direction, the man added, "I need to talk to you in person without witnesses," to which the boy was surprised to hear such a sudden response. "You can tell me what I did wrong," to which Brad angrily exclaimed that I didn't, "or you can tell me you don't know. But who are you to tell the professor what to do? Teach me survival skills. Are you out of your mind? Professor Hong Peng is not your personal teacher," to which Simon nervously replied, "I'm sorry she has to work on weekends because of us, but..." Interrupting the guy, the assistant hit the tree with his fist and broke it and shouted, "I didn't come here to quarrel with you. You are manipulating our Professor Hong Peng. It seems that being number one, you think that everything in the world is so simple and you have no idea what an honor it is that the professor offered you to become her direct student, and you are just taking advantage of her kindness. An ordinary child like you has no idea how good she is, and you manipulate her as if you've already become her disciple," to which Simon nervously replied, "I'm sorry, but I think you've got it wrong. I had always refused her offer to become her student." Hearing this, Brad asked in surprise what she meant. Then the guy added that I didn't create misunderstandings, but answered directly, "The professor respects my choice and she told me to contact her if I need help, even if I am not her direct student." And it was her suggestion to invite our group to another day. Even today I asked her to write us a recipe. Interrupting Simon, the assistant exclaimed, "Do you think I'm going to believe all this bullshit? I've been working for the professor for 5 years. I know her better than anyone else. And you talk nonsense like you know everything when you've only been here for a month." When Simon heard this, he thought he wouldn't listen to me no matter what I told him. When Simon received the bracelet from Brad, he was surprised to hear that it was not from Combat Evolution, and he said, "Let's stop talking and settle this right here and now. If you can hit me at least once before the curse ends, I'll believe your story. Then I'll apologize, I'll compensate, I'll quit, I'll do whatever you want." Then Simon asked, "What if I can't hit?" In response, Brad said, "Then you will accept the professor's offer and become her direct student." Putting on the bracelet, Simon said, "I understand how much you care about her, but you can't force others to do something against their will and more. I am not one of those who are afraid to solve problems by force." Hearing the student's words, Brad exclaimed, "At least you have balls." The first assistant to jump into the fray exclaimed, "Well, let's get started." The assistant will start throwing a bunch of punches at the student and angrily shout out why you're just standing there and not dodging. Where did all your confidence go? Continuing to hold the punch, Simon suddenly changed his stance and broke the distance. Noticing this, Brad was surprised to think that this bastard really wants to kill me. Looking at the guy at the counter, he added, "Some freshman newbie?" The assistant mentally added a knee to the body, thinking that he could win against an assistant with 5 years of experience. It's great if you're going to become a direct apprentice. Having incapacitated Simon, the assistant folded his arms into a lock and delivered a devastating blow, driving the guy into the ground. As he was preparing to finish the guy off, he thought angrily, "I'm going to correct your vulgarity once and for all." At the last moment, his leg was intercepted and Brad exclaimed, "What the hell?" Having escaped from Simon's grasp with a backflip and a push away from the darkness, the man said in surprise, "You're pretty fast. Before joining Kaizen, you were a fighter." To which Simon replied, "No, I was just training to become a lord in my father's lineage." Hearing this, the professor's assistant rushes back into the fray, angrily exclaiming, "You think I'll believe you?" After letting the enemy get close to him, Simon thought, "I noticed one interesting thing. I only need to strike one blow to win." At the same time, the assistant used a bend throw but didn't feel that he could do any damage, and then thought about where this monster came from. Now I can see why Professor Hongpeng was interested in him. I understand why she wanted you to become her direct student, but when he saw the skeletons coming at him, he added in his head how he was able to control the skeletons while he fought the pit. As soon as Simon came back into his field of vision, Brad rushed at the guy and shouted, "I'm going to put an end to this." But suddenly, during the flight, he felt a sudden pain in his leg and wondered how this was possible. When he landed on the ground and looked at his opponent, he noticed a strange structure. Noticing that the fallen trees had bones trapped in them, Brad said in surprise that it had been planned from the beginning. While he lost his vigilance and stood there confused, trying to realize what was happening, Simon had already prepared to deliver the winning blow. Having knocked the enemy to the ground, the guy confidently said, "Now you will definitely have no excuses." Looking at the defeated man, Simon said confidently, "Now I've definitely won." Hearing the student's words, Brad got to his feet and said, "Of course I let you go. I concede. I lost, but my promise stands. I will do whatever you say." Throwing off his jacket and assuming his combat uniform, Brad shouted menacingly, "But I will regret until the end of my days that I did not destroy you here and now." Looking at the assistant's appearance, Simon said in surprise, "This is different from what you promised. You just took off your black jacket in front of a freshman. How much more shameful can you be?" Hearing this, Brad exclaimed, "I don't care what you say. Do not stand still. Prepare yourself for battle." For when Simon heard this, he said, "As you say." Then the man added, "I'm sick of all this nonsense." And the student replied, "If you're going to behave this way, I'll just beat me up and be done with it." Hearing what Simon Brad had just said, he grabbed him by the collar and exclaimed angrily, "You rascal!" The next moment, a professor appeared on the scene and said so to Brad, who nervously exclaimed, "Professor Hongpeng, Professor Simon asked me to fight with him." Having launched her subject into flight with a single blow, the professor said menacingly, "I was sure I had given you an order to bring the students to me." Looking at the subject with a menacing look, the woman added, "Please be so kind as to explain to me what is going on here." Ada Brad replied, "Yes, Professor," in a frightened tone. The next moment she said, "Come back and take the most beautiful rack you can," to which he nervously replied, "Beautiful, you mean?" Seeing the pose of the man, Simon thought that in order to maintain this pose, he must use both endurance and darkness, and it must be very difficult. The next moment, rolling her eyes at her student, Professor Hongpeng asked Simon if he was injured, to which he replied, "No, I'm fine. He gave me a protective bracelet before the fight." Then, starting to feel the guy, the professor added, "I think your face is crippled. I was sure it was fine, but here." Continuing to feel Simon, the girl exclaimed that it looked like she was wounded here too. The next moment, Simon said, "Enough is enough." Iris heard his name and pretended to be silly, saying, "You caught me." Then the guy said, "Of course, the professor wouldn't touch me just like that, but what about the task I gave you?" To which you replied that you did a perfect job with it. "I removed all the corpses of the new slugs. But what a relief your wise decision helped us avert a crisis. You ordered me to memorize the images and voices of the professors in case we needed to leave Kaizen during the priest's investigation. Even though you made the decision for me, it helped you as well." Which Simon answered correctly, and I could not have imagined that I would need it in this way. Squeezing into Simon's arms, Urs happily said, "How am I to you? Am I not now another good comrade in your battalion?" After that, Simon replied, "Yes, thank you for saving my life, but maybe you can let me go if someone sees us like that." To which she replied, "I can't, Commander. I haven't finished checking your wounds." As she unbuttoned Simon's shirt, she added, "Let me examine your body." When she saw that he did not respond to her request, she asked if you were okay. Then Simon pushed Urzabet away and said, "Stop. Let's deal with the assistant first." After that, the girl said sternly, "I am terribly disappointed in your behavior. Stay like this for 20 hours and only then can you return to," what he exclaimed. So the professor heard the punishment, Simon thought. "Isn't 20 hours too long?" Then the girl added, "Starting tomorrow, behave naturally and don't mention what happened today to anyone, including me." To which he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand." After that, Urzabet added, "I mean, pretend that nothing happened for days. Just thinking about what happened makes me so angry that I want to tear you to pieces. And if you ever fight Simon again, ever again, next time I won't be so kind to you." When Simon returned to his friends, he saw that Kami had run out to him, shouting happily to Simon, to which he replied, "I'm sorry I was late." And she replied, "Something happened, and the professor's assistant didn't show up either." Then Simon said, "No, I'm fine." And she looked at him in surprise. The next moment, the guy added, "Yes, I asked the assistant if I could take some for my research on the dead, so he helped me." To which Kami happily replied, "Wow, you're working hard on the draft theory. And how did it go?" The girl replied that we had prepared all the firewood, so all that was left was to light the fire. And then she added, "Really? Then let me do it." Sitting in front of the fire, Malin thoughtfully said how interesting it was to put the wood in squares like this, to which she was told that it was not necessary, but it was the most common way. After hearing the explanation, Kami asked why you put the leaves on first, and Simon replied that if you try to set fire to the tree right away, it will take a long time for the fire to burn, so the leaves can be used as kindling for the fire itself. Then Dick asked, surprised, "We need to use leaves. But what if there are no fallen leaves on the island?" Then Simon answered, "Then you can use mushrooms, pine cones, or birch bark." The next moment, when they saw Hongpeng coming out of the house, the students exclaimed, "Professor!" To which she replied, "Are you all ready to go? There's a different bunch of monsters, but the basic design of the mascara is the same for all of them. Can you show us the noose look you caught?" Approaching the beast, Hongpeng said, "Let it be an animal or a monster. First, you need to let the blood out. Remove the skin and then clean it of its organs. It is quite easy to release the blood. You need to cut the veins and arteries near the neck like this. You also cut off the front paw and take out the tendons like this. When you're done, cut out all the bones." While the professor was talking and Maylene took notes. After completing the development, the professor said, "Well, this is how you need to develop a monster. Then I will teach you how to clean the fish, which is much easier." To which she answered, "Well." Taking up the fish, Hongpeng said, "First, you cut off the head and peel off the scales with a dull, stray knife, then cut open the body and take out the insides, and you're done. Much easier than a demon would be. Well, now that we've finished preparing, let's fry. Oh, you definitely need to take some spices with you to the island if the smell of the monster scares you away. You can add spices to open it. Also, meat can contain parasites and bacteria, which can be dangerous, so you have to cook it well before eating it." Maylene confidently exclaimed, "Yes, Professor." And Dick asked if she was being too enthusiastic. After offering the students alcohol, the teacher heard Professor, "You are the best," and then said exactly that. "Simon, where did Brad go? I told him to stop and try the meat if he helped me with the teleportation." Hearing the professor's question, the boy replied that he was not feeling well today, so he said he would go home early. The next moment, noticing that Kami was leaning on him, Simon said, "I think she's fallen asleep. I'll go put her to bed, Professor." And she replied, "Yes, go ahead." As Simon carried the girl inside, the professor exclaimed happily, "And now Malin and I will continue to drink." To which the girl replied, "Professor, isn't that too much to drink?" And then Dick added, "Professor, I'm thirsty too." After putting the girl to bed and wrapping her in a blanket, Simon said goodnight to Kama. The next moment she grabbed him and pulled him into bed, and then her instincts took over. Seeing that she was already reaching for his throat, Simon exclaimed, "Wait!" And immediately after covering her mouth with her hand, the girl said upset, "You can't bite Simon." Immediately afterwards, the girl fell asleep again. Seeing the girl's strange behavior, the boy was shocked to hear that Kami had just been there. She held back only for my sake. After putting the girl back to sleep, he said goodnight to Kami, and then went to the others. The next day, when the students arrived at class, they heard Professor Jane Olivia say, Today I have an important announcement for you. Starting from this moment in 2 days, you will practice on the island in the survival assessment. Hearing this, Simon happily thought at last survival on the island. Looking at her assistants, the teacher added, "While the assistants are handing out the reference materials, let me briefly talk about the assessment. All 961 freshmen from Class A to Class N take part in this event. When the assessment begins, you will be teleported to a random location somewhere on the edge of the island. The evaluation will last a total of 4 days, during which time your task will be to see as much as possible on the island and move to the center of the island. However, survival alone will not be enough to achieve the goal. This time, we will have a point system. You can earn points for hunting monsters that live on the island. The rank of monsters varies from 1 to 4, and depending on the type of monster, they can bring you from 1 to 20 points or more. When the evaluation is over, your score and rank will be based on the points you earn, and we will use a special artifact to calculate the points. It is easy to use if you bring this artifact as close as possible to the slain monster. As you can see, it automatically recycles the magical power of the slain monster and shows the numbers on the mana tongue, and the corpse of the slain monster will be transformed into a mana pearl. Hunting is not an option but an obligation, if not for the sake of points, then for the sake of your own nutrition. Hearing this, the students exclaimed in surprise, "We can eat monsters! We can eat monsters!" After that, the professor added that by returning to the rules of the battle with other students, this is also one of the ways to earn points. If your barrier drops to 0, your evaluation will end and you will be transferred to the safe zone, in which case your bracelet will release all the collected mana. In other words, defeating your opponent in a battle can give you the opportunity to earn all the mana accumulated by the enemy. And lastly, in the center of the island is a mansion built by Kaisen. This building is the only place where battles are prohibited. All attacks in this area will be cancelled, and those who enter the mansion at least once will receive 200 points after completion of the assessment. When the students heard about the bonuses for reaching the mansion, they were surprised to hear 200 points for defeating a dozen monsters. Interrupting the students' surprise, Jane Olivia said the important rules are easy to understand, but there are a lot of insidious details, so read the guide carefully, and then the remaining time will be devoted to a lecture by a guest who will tell you about the ecology and location of the island. The next moment, a man walked into the classroom and awkwardly said, "Hello, my name is Edward Bacca." Seeing who came to them, Dick jumped up from his seat and exclaimed, "Edward?" And Simon asked, "Professor Jane really has incredible connections." When Dick heard his friend's question, he exclaimed excitedly, "Dude, how can you not know who Edward is? He's a legend. He's discovered more than a dozen ancient ruins, the best of the best treasure hunters." The next moment, the guest embarrassedly exclaimed, "God, I never thought I would be giving a lecture in Kaizen, but I have achieved something. In fact, all my current success has come from my father. To be honest, I was born into a poor family." Hearing the professor's cough, Edward Back added awkwardly, "Oh, I'm sorry to talk. I'm so proud to have visited all corners of the Dark Alliance, or to be more precise, the entire continent, which also includes the Holy Federation. Simply put, I am an expert in the field of survival. I don't have cool dark magic powers like you, but I was able to survive to this day thanks to the training of a pioneer." Having placed a map on the board, the man continued. "The island on which your test will take place is called Kira, surrounded by several islands of different sizes. I, of course, visited each one, so I was able to appreciate the vegetation and monsters of Kira. The book I'm holding in my hands has a detailed description of the island, so you can consider it your textbook, but more importantly, this book will be your expert advice. And now I will tell you all about the island of Kara. Here are all my warnings about where to be on the island. Does anyone have any questions?" Noticing a raised hand, Edward Back asked, "Yes, miss, with brown hair." Rising from her seat, the student said, "You just said that the island was divided into small islands." At the same time, while the others were listening to the lecture, Simon noticed a strange photo in the textbook and said that he was the one who did not have a name, to which Fur replied, "Wait a minute, kid." Hearing the voice of his deputy, Simon mentally said, "Wow, Fur didn't think you were here." To which he replied, "The photo you are looking at now. Show me closer." "What a horror, what is he doing here?" To which the guy replied, "Isn't he just a monster?" In response, the skeleton said, "This is an ancient dead man who used to be a general in my battalion. You remember the sin your father committed, don't you?" The boy replied, "Of course he fought necromancers to protect my mother because she was a priestess." Then Fur added quite correctly that the Dark Alliance left in the past was desperately trying to catch our battalion. Then we had to retreat due to the furious offensive of the Alliance. The dead defended us from attacks and allowed us to escape, and the guy in the photos here was the one who helped us. The monster depicted in the book's photo is called Vikram. He was the general of a battalion of our giant troop. Unlike the dead, he was loyal and devoted to the battalion, and that is why he decided to sacrifice himself for everyone, risking his own existence. I thought he was dead for sure then, so I could never imagine that I would see him alive again, and on an island under the control of Kaizen. After a pause in his story, Fur saw the thoughtfulness on the boy's face and asked him what was wrong. Then he thoughtfully replied, "No, there's just something wrong here. Isn't it too good to be true that my father is dead on the grounds of my school?" To which the skeleton replied, "I agree, but maybe it's just an unusual coincidence. If you go to the other islands that are connected to the island of Kara, you will reach the port city. We lost Vikram in a battle in that port, so it is very likely that he is the one who answered the boy, and now it is clear how he could have gotten there. Since he is my father's dead, I would like to take him in, and there should be no questions about it," Fur answered him happily. "Of course not. He was indispensable in the battalion. If you can get him, he will be a great helper for you." Simon replied thoughtfully, "Okay, we have nothing to lose anyway. I'll get in touch with him." The next moment the skeleton noticed, but a lot of time had passed, and its personality and thoughts could change, just like in the case of Erzsébet. "So you'd better take me with you. I'll talk to him personally," to which Simon replied, "I don't think that's possible. Read before teleporting to the island. We will check all your belongings and storage for prohibited items. Optional for survival any food." Hearing about the rules, Fur grumbled and added how annoying they were, and then Maylene said to the boy, "Simon, are you planning to take spices with you?" "And what did he say?" "I'm thinking about it." And then he said, "Let me think of a way I should stop by the ruins tonight and talk to Erz." Seeing the girl's reaction to the commander's words, the skeleton pushed away from Erzsébet and said, "Come as soon as you can. Erzsébet is already going crazy," to which he nervously replied yes. At the end of the lecture with the invited guest, Professor Jane Olivia said, "For today, everyone prepare well for these 2 days before going to the island for certification." At the end of the lesson, Cammy ran to Simon exclaiming, "Simon, let's go eat," to which he replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, go without me today. I have something to deal with." At the same time, catching Dick, Maylene said, "At this rate, you're going to be on Professor Jane's watch list," to which he exclaimed, "I want to get Edward's autograph." Then Simon added before saying goodbye, "See you later, have a nice meal there," to which Kami replied, "Okay." At the end of the lecture, leaving the audience with Professor Buckbeck, Edward Buckbeck said, "Please give me 5 hours. No, just 2 hours as a professional treasure hunter. I can't just go back without exploring this mythical island of Roque," to which Jane answered him for 6 minutes and 40 seconds. "No one is allowed on Roque Island without official permission from Kaizen, which is why I've allowed you to stay for 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Now, for 6 minutes and 23 seconds after hearing this, Edward Back wondered how she could be so uncooperative. The next moment, the man added, "If the problem is how long I'm here, maybe I can extend my stay somehow, and Professor Bakil just asked me to teach a class, so maybe I can do that too." When I saw the expression on the professor's face when he asked me, I was afraid that I would not be able to speak. The next moment, turning to one of her assistants, Jane Olivia said, "Tell Professor Bakil to come to my office right away," to which the student nervously exclaimed, "What reason do you have to give me?" Then the girl said angrily, "Tell him to shut up and be at my place in 10 minutes, or I'll come to him myself." She understood me. The next moment, other assistants arrived at Jane Olivia's and informed the rector that there was a problem. Hearing this, Edward Bacca was frightened and thought I had said something I shouldn't have said. Hearing the problem, the professor exclaimed, "What a stupid magic circle is overloaded because of the preparation for survival. You say that this is your excuse on the day of survival. I expect you to have the same problems at that moment." The adventurer was scared and thought scary. Then the assistant exclaimed, "We will fix everything right away." Having received all the information, the teacher said to gather all the participants of the teleportation in my office by 6 and Edward. Bowing to the man, the girl said, "It seems that your return will be delayed for 10 minutes for some reason. I apologize to Kaizen," to which he replied that everything was fine, and then thought she had given them a delay of only 10 minutes. The next moment, the girl added, "I'm going to check the status personally, and you please stay here while I wait," to which he nervously replied, "Yes, of course I understand." Left alone, Edward Back sat down on the ground in disappointment and said, "God and Kaizen is such a stubborn people," and then heard, "Oh, greetings. I'm a student from Class A in which you have just given a lecture. It was so interesting to listen to it." Rising from his seat and picking up a pen, Edward Back said happily, "How wonderful, just wonderful. What's your name?" Seeing the man's guess, Simon replied, "Oh, I didn't come for an autograph. I came to ask questions about your lecture, but I'll take your autograph if you don't mind." Hearing the reason for the student's arrival, Edward Back said disappointedly, "Of course," the boy said, "among the monsters from the materials you handed out, only this one has no name. Do you know something about it?" Looking at what exactly the student was interested in, Edward Back replied thoughtfully, "I wrote everything in a row, so I didn't give descriptions for every photo. I didn't think I missed it. Unfortunately, I was not able to find out much information about this monster. At the time I took a picture of it because it seemed interesting, but I haven't seen anything like it since." When Simon heard the definition of the creature from the book, he asked in surprise, "What you mean by curious?" To which the man replied, well, it was rather foggy that day. And that monster roamed the island, it was just gigantic. However, as soon as I took a picture of him with the Manhwa camera, he became normal in size. This photo was taken when he took his normal form. He became a little smaller than you. Recalling the same incident with the strange monster, Edward Back spoke with a voice so gigantic that it could have covered an entire island. At the same time, hearing his henchman's words, which Hector told everyone gathered behind the next door, the boy replied, tell them that in these attestations of survival on the island, we will get rid of Simon Valenti by any means necessary. As long as he is here, we will never overtake Class A or get the highest score in Class A. The rector is interested. Now, gaining control of the class is more important than anything else, to which the henchman answered absolutely correctly. Immediately after his response, the subject thought that even if he was overreacting because of someone who was not even comparable to him, perhaps there is some kind of hereditary enmity between the Valentia and Moore families. At the same time, wandering at night in the Forbidden Forest, a guy in a dark robe said, I hope I'm not wasting my time. It was Heron Koch who recalled the same moment after his defeat in the battle, and Simon who told him, I don't know what grudge you hold against me, but you will never defeat me with forces that do not belong to you. Gritting his teeth at this mention, Simon Valentia said menacingly. He rolled up his sleeve to examine the tattoo of the reinforcement and said in his mind, in the last combat certification, I barely made it to the middle group, but this strength has almost reached its limit, and I'm slowly losing it. I need to somehow win Professor Bachel's favor in this survival assessment so that I can... The next moment, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a bright light that appeared in the sky. Looking up, Heron saw an angel who smiled slyly and said, I want to offer you something you can't refuse. Standing in front of the magic circle to move to the island of Kami, I said a little nervously, and what if I'm the only one in our group who fails this certification? To which Simon replied, don't worry, Kami, you'll do great. The next moment, Dick joined the conversation and asked, by the way, ladies, are you really going to hunt and develop monsters? In response to this, Kami nervously replied, I've been practicing fishing. And then Maylene added, I'm going to find food, but if I have no choice, I'll have to hunt monsters. And then Simon added, won't that be hard to do? Provisions will not be provided at a certain time and place, and so will artifacts be available only during this survival. Won't many other students also hunt for them? To which I heard, yes, but what else is left? Provisions will help me a lot if I get them. And the answer was yes. The next moment, Maylene heard Dick say that she would kill anyone who tried to get near the provisions, and maybe even burn the provisions themselves, and she exclaimed irritably, it sounds like you want me to kill you too. And then the announcement was made, we are starting the teleportation, so under no circumstances leave the teleportation circle. Seeing Hector next to him, who was looking sternly at Simon, Dick said, hey, Simon, it looks like you're going to have to face him again. Good luck to you, Simon. To which he replied with a heavy sigh that I had done him a favor. And then Kami said good luck to everyone and finally added Maylene, so let's all survive and meet again in Keeson. Simon, you don't get too heroic and try to get to the center, just avoid low scores, okay? After completing the teleportation and finding himself in the wilderness, the boy was surprised to say, wow, this is a real jungle. Seeing Simon's mood, Fear said in surprise, you're too happy, you haven't forgotten about our main goal. To which he confidently replied, of course not. I remember finding Vikram and earning points in this survival game. When Simon saw that the skeleton was doing something, he asked what it was, and the boy replied with my first snake of the day. After getting the first points for the monster, the boy happily said to Fur, don't you think this will be fun? Lifting the first victim above him, Simon joyfully exclaimed, here is my finest hour, to which a strange man replied. At the same time, when I found myself on the island of Malin, I was scared and thought, seeing a lot of animals around me, I knew where I was going. At the same time, other students began to climb trees to prevent interaction with the island's monsters. Trying to pull herself together, Maylene thought, but I can't move with these insects right in front of me. Seeing a couple of students in a crate near her, she added thoughtfully, Hector and Malcolm Randolph. I think he was special student number 10. They're already fighting over the provisions. So come on, girl, you can pull yourself together and deal with it. At the same time, when the students noticed a guy wandering around the island with the materials and skeletons they had found, they were surprised to think he was a local. He looks as if he knows the jungle well. Maybe he's a former treasure hunter, but whoever he is. The students rushed to Simon and thought he needed to be lured to their team. As they approached Simon, they began to echo each other. Hey, do you want to join our team? We're going to win. Make a team with us if you don't mind. We're better than them. What do you mind? We're the best little team ever. After hearing many offers to join, Simon confidently said, sorry, but I plan to be on my own on the first day. Seeing that Simon has prioritized the search for the army commander, Fur noted your desire to find Vikram. I understand, but doesn't it lead you far from the center? And you shouldn't forget about the certification. Hearing this, the guy replied, it's okay. Tomorrow I'll catch up with everyone. To which the skeleton added, How are you going to do that? You've already reached the beach, which is in the opposite direction from the center. Going to the place where the assistants were dismantling the provisions, Simon confidently said, I have a plan. When he saw Ada's student on the beach, Brad was surprised to hear what he was doing here. Unless you want to fight me again? When Simon heard the man's offer, he turned around and said, No, I have to decline. I just got the wrong place, forgive me. Heading towards the opposite side of the beach, Simon followed the footprints and said, He was here not long ago. He must have been here somewhere. Having noticed the right artifact on the web, the guy said this bracelet, and seeing the object, Fur exclaimed happily, You've been looking for it, so get it for me. Hearing the deputy's request, the guy looked up and said, Just a second, I need to check if there are any observers nearby. Noticing the flying camera in the sky, the skeleton asked in surprise, Oh, is this a magic surveillance device? To which Simon replied that it was not pointing in our direction. Putting the bracelet on his hand to use it, the guy confidently said it was time for us to meet Fur. Once free, the skeleton joyfully exclaimed, Boogaloo, finally I'm back. After which Simon pointed to his spatial repository and said, Now jump into this space. To which he replied, I had just come out and you asked me to go back in. And in response, I heard you say that you need to act quickly before there is no one around. Soon there will be surveillance devices here. The next moment, Simon heard someone's stern voice say, Yeah, I got you. And he looked back to see Brad walking toward him, saying, So you wanted to jump into the space while the assistants and professors were busy on the beach, right? This will be more than enough to disqualify them from certification. The next moment, changing her voice, Elizabeth added happily, sending an airy heart, This applies to all students except you, Commander. How do you like my transformation? Isn't it perfect? Fur said, This is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. And the boy replied, I'm sorry, but I had no other choice. The day before the start of the island's survival, when I met with Brad, Simon said you would grant me any wish I wanted if I won the fight right. So from this moment on, I want you to be my pawn. Hearing the boy's demand, Brad exclaimed in surprise that how dare a freshman ask a professor's assistant for such a thing? And Simon replied that, If you don't agree, I will have no choice. Professor Hongpeng did not know the reason why we fought that time, and what she would say if she knew how it started. I don't think it will be a simple punishment for you. Hearing Simon's remarks, Brad said, Well, what do you want? And he replied, First, lend me your bracelet, and then stay invisible until the survival certification is completed. When the man heard the request, he asked if he was going to replace me, and he was surprised to hear how he knew. And then he added that while I was working as an assistant, I had seen all the tricks of the students, and it was a common practice to replace the identity of an assistant using his authority at school. After handing his bracelet to Simon, Brad said, I'll do everything you said, but if you're discovered, I won't help you. To which the guy replied, Don't worry. After completing Simon's task, the girl said happily, I obeyed all your orders, so please praise me from the top of your lungs. Fur interrupted, Stop it, Elizabeth, or my bones will rot. Surprised by the girl's behavior, Simon asked What are you doing here? There were other assistants with you. To which she confidently replied, Don't worry. I told them I would check if the student got back as I told him, and they let me go. My professional acting fooled everyone when they heard the skeleton say, Please don't make that expression on your face when you see this person. After that, the girl happily exclaimed, And now you are going to meet Vikram. I also want to go, to which Simon nervously exclaimed a categorical no. Now you're Brad's replacement, and if you disappear, the school will suspect something. Fur and I can handle it, he added. That's right. Only men do that. And now go back, you're just spoiling everything. To which Elizabeth replied offended, You're so mean. The next moment, bowing her head, the girl sadly walked back and said, Okay, if you want me to, Commander, I can't resist. I'll go back. I also wanted to see Vikram. But you can't go against the commander's order. I'm not going to cry as an adult dead man. Seeing Fur's behavior, he said, If you care so much about her, you should reward her, encourage your soldiers for their services, and it is the direct duty of the commander to reward them for their services. Without Elizabeth's help, this operation would not have been possible. I think that's enough for a reward. I think you already understand perfectly well what she adores more than anything else, he answered, I know. Immediately afterwards, the guy asked if she could return to her usual form for a while, to which she surprisingly replied that she was fine now. Taking on her usual appearance, the girl was surprised to ask him something wrong, to which he replied, I'm not just a guy. Approaching the girl and hugging her tightly, Simon said, You're doing great, We made it all happen because of you. The next moment, having pushed the girl away from him, Simon exclaimed in embarrassment, Now transform back into Brad and return to your position. Better not to give others any reason to doubt. I'll tell you how it went when we get back, and I'll wait for the answer from the subject. After saying goodbye to the girl, the guy went on his way to do his business, and after making a bed for himself, he made his speech, and now, going inside, he confidently said to sleep. Hearing this, Fur asked in surprise that you were already going to sleep. But it is still very early. Why don't we search the immediate neighborhood? To which he replied that if I go to bed early tonight, I will wake up early tomorrow. Fur, please stay on your tie today. Seeing that he had taken it off, the skeleton exclaimed in surprise, What are you doing? Hey, do you hear me? What are you doing? After hanging his tie on a nail in his construction, the boy said, Follow me at night, to which he exclaimed, You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. I'm the master of the battalion. How dare you use me like that? It's a real shame. To which Simon replied happily, The dead don't need sleep, right? So wake me up and let the dawn come. Hearing Captain Fur's request, he insultingly exclaimed that he would use me as an alarm clock the next morning. And waking up with the sun, the guy stretched and said good morning to Fur. When he heard the greeting, he replied insultingly, I will never forget this humiliation. To which the guy replied, I'm sorry, but I promise I will join the battalion when I earn more money. Hearing the commander's promise, the skeleton replied, Well, that's a pretty good reward, but what are you planning to do so early? To which he replied, I'm going to go straight to the center. Ordering his skeletons to pull his construction, the boy said, Hey guys, you have a strong grip. We'll lift this thing together. Hearing the commander's plan, Fear asked him directly in the center, Are you talking about the estate now? And he answered yes. The island of Kira includes a large central island with 4 small ones that surround a large creek, which is narrow, so people draw the islands as united parts, and all 5 islands do not form the island of Kira. It is composed of only one central part, and that's why the correct name for this area is Kira Island. Now we are on one of the outer islands, and there are several waterways connected to Kira Island. They may look like rivers because the islands are quite close to each other, but in fact ions are parts of the ocean. And so if we follow the spring, we will immediately go towards the central island. Hearing this, the skeleton said in amazement, No wonder you built such a small house. It was your plan from the very beginning. Peeking out of the bushes and noticing people near the bridge, Dick said disappointedly, Well guarded? I knew there was little chance. What should we do now? To which his friend replied, Wait, Dick, look. Pointing to the river, the guy added something along the river. Looking at the river and noticing his friend at the Dick Dam, Simon shouted out in his usual style. Walking along the river, the guy confidently said, At this rate, we'll get there pretty quickly. And then looking at the shore, he added in surprise that it looked like other students had already gotten there before me. Hearing his friend's question, Simon pointed to the shore and said, You can see them there. The next moment, noticing Simon's raft, one of the bridge guards nervously shouted out, Something is floating here on the dam. Block his way so he can't swim across. Let's attack. Noticing that the defenders had lost their vigilance, Dick joyfully shouted Boogaloo, and ran to which his comrade asked in surprise what. Then Dick added, Because of that guy on the dam, they let their guard down. Now is the best time to run. Running across the bridge, he added, Just ignore their actions and run at the same time. Noticing that the breakthrough was not only along the river, the guard shouted out, Look, they are running across the bridge, catch them. At the same time, Simon noticed that fireballs were flying directly at him and thought, I don't know who launched this, but it's definitely someone quite capable. Throwing lily leaves into the water, Simon jumped off the attacked raft. When one of the students saw what Simon was doing, he exclaimed in surprise that he was running for water. Hearing the cries of his comrades, Dick confidently exclaimed, No, he's jumping on the lilies. To which they were surprised to hear him say that he was jumping on the lilies. Then the guy added plants that float on water. He always has crazy ideas. After completing the movement by jumping on a birch tree, Simon used the return skill, gathering all his skeletons near him. The guy joyfully exclaimed, Well, all the boys are off. The bridge guards were completely at a loss and said, This is the first time I've seen skeletons used in this way, and before I knew it, I was too. The next moment, noticing that one of the enemies had crossed the bridge, the guard shouted, Hey, catch him! And Dick happily shouted, See you later, you fools! Hearing that one of their comrades had just been thrown somewhere, one of the guards shouted in surprise against us, and everyone decided to unite. Heron, you better not move either. When he heard the order from his friend, the guy said angrily, You guys deal with this without me. Following Dick and Simon, Heron Coke added, I'm busy with other things. When Simon got far enough away from the bridge, he said how well he had done, and Fur answered him correctly. You did a good job with them, boy. If the bridge had been the only passage, those cunning kids would have grabbed it for sure. Heading to the center of the island, the guy added, Now I can start searching, but it's not so easy to find the traces of Fur. Then the skeleton answered him. It can't be helped. He doesn't leave traces behind him. Maybe if the kids start fighting in the forest, they can attract Vikram's attention. He becomes giant when he is scared or angry, so if that happens it will be quite easy to find him. And it would be a good idea to wait for him in this hidden area. The guy replied that you're right. If all the students are fighting somewhere here, there will be a lot of different events that he can consider a threat. Yes, we need to go through here if we want to continue moving forward, but it's quite high. It must be here somewhere, and hearing the commander's thoughtful tone, the skeleton asked what exactly you were looking for. In response, Simon recited the reason why the island is called Kara, and then saw one of the skeletons pointing the way. Going in the direction indicated, the boy noticed goblins near him and said, Here are the inhabitants of Kira, to which the deputy was amazed to see so many of them. Seeing the number of monsters, the guy said in disappointment because there are so many goblins living here. The island is named after them. In the description of this area says that it is easiest to cross the canyon, but there are really a lot of them here. The next moment, noticing someone in the bushes, the boy looked back and saw another student who nervously exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I don't want to attack you. I thought you wanted to go through this Kira settlement. Then why don't we team up? To be honest, no matter how cool you may be, it will be quite difficult to pass here alone. You are a special student number 1, right?" To which Simon replied in surprise that we would. Then the student added, "I came alone in case I scare you. The others are behind me." When Simon heard the request from his classmate, he confidently said thanks for the offer, but "I'll go alone." To which he replied in surprise that seriously, it was obvious that the professors were testing our ability to work together, and going there alone would be just plain crazy. To which he said, "No, I'm sorry. I have my own plan." As Simon walked away, he heard Fear say to him, "It's not a bad idea to walk together, is it, boy? You'll use them and then throw them away." To which he replied, "I thought so at first, but if I have a way to go alone, I'd rather not take any chances." Returning to his friends and telling them everything, the boy heard him say that he could handle it himself and that he was crazy. And then the girl added, "Wouldn't it be better to catch him now?" In response to their thoughts, they heard, "Forget it. It will be a waste of time. Let's just stick to the plan. After all, time is running out. I don't think we'll lose the game, but if we're already in the forest, it's better to split up. So let's take the positions we've been allocated to earlier." And I heard a good answer. Having taken up a combat formation, the team of students followed the command to break through to the goblins. Trying to somehow make their way through, the group suddenly heard the ground tremble and exclaimed in confusion what the sound was. The next moment, noticing that a monster was running straight at them from behind, one of them shouted out what the golem was doing here. After tramping through the goblin settlement, Simon did not notice how his golem accidentally ran into the leader of the settlement. After launching it somewhere in space, the boy looked back and saw the goblins in a state of disarray and thought in surprise that, what has suddenly happened to them and why are they so upset? After crossing the canyon, the boy disassembled his golem and thought, "I managed to collect 127 points from all the monsters over the past 2 days. Not bad, considering that this is only the result of hunting monsters, but it's not enough to get to a high rank. I need to prepare for fights with other students. I'll have to fight at least 2 or 3 of them." Noticing that fireballs were flying at him, the boy dodged them and mentally added a dark flame like Malin. The next moment, seeing the force of the fireball that had demolished the tree, he mentally added that it was quite dangerous, and then heard Malin, not even surprised, say, "It was you, Simon." To which he exclaimed, "I was wondering how you were doing and whether you were able to get food for yourself." And she answered that from the very beginning, we were almost always together. As co-teammates and classmates, we worked together and relied on each other. Hearing the girl's words, Simon nervously said to Maylene, "You don't have to do this." But she interrupted him and said, "Aren't you interested?" Having created a magic circle, she added, "Who of the 2 of us was stronger?" Seeing the girl's intentions, Simon exclaimed in surprise to Maylene, "Are you really going to fight me?" To which she confidently replied, "Yes. This is probably my only chance to give my best in battle." Such a chance does not come along very often. After being attacked by his girlfriend, the guy nervously thought something was definitely wrong. But doesn't it look like they are trying to push us together and make us fight on purpose? No matter how much she wants to beat the others and get to the top of the list, it's hard to believe that she seriously attacked me like that. Continuing to fire at her comrade, Maylene exclaimed, "You're just going to stand there and watch." Dodging the girl's attacks, Simon thought destructive force and a rather powerful ability. No matter how you look at it, she is an outstanding student. However, even so, it is possible to be fully armed right down to the teeth. That doesn't mean I don't stand a chance against her, he added mentally, grabbing his bow. When it comes to attacks, Malin is the strongest in Kaisen. Her destructive fire powers are a powerful defensive technique in themselves. An inept attack would simply melt away against her barrier of fire magic. However, if the bet is able to achieve the goal in a certain place, drawing his aunt's bow with an arrow of darkness, Simon shouted menacingly, "Do not forget that I know you as well as you know me." Seeing what he was about to do, Malin fired another fireball and exclaimed, "Do you really think that will help?" The next moment, an arrow hit the girl, slowing down her pace of attack. After being hit, Maylene angrily exclaimed, "Don't underestimate me, Simon." Running away to break the distance, the boy noticed that she was following him and said, "Wow, she even uses magic battle. It will not be easy." At the same time, while catching up with the boy, Maylene thought, "Simon, you must think you have a chance if you could get to me. However, when I finish casting my Dark Flash skill, you will be finished." The next moment, the girl came under fire from different sides, which interrupted the casting of her skills. Turning her gaze to her opponent, she thought, standing right in front of me, "Simon doesn't shoot a bow. Those arrows came from 3 other directions. That is, there must be 3 skeletons that he controls somewhere." Noticing one of them near her, The girl mentally added that this meant that he was not avoiding the battle, but was preparing these archers in advance. Continuing to implement his plan, the guy pulled on his bow and thought, "Your weakness is projecting an attack over long distances." Knowing this, I set up attackers on 3 different sides. Angered by this development, the girl gritted her teeth and thought, "Don't underestimate me. I know your weakness is better than anyone else. You're not the only one who knows how to build a strategy." Having cornered the girl, Simon saw that she had used the ice wall and said that it seemed to be the end. I had to get out while I still had time. And then I heard the angry voice of my opponent, Simone. "Do you really think that this is the end of it? And are you really going to end your first battle like this? Right here and now, let's wrap up this issue." Nervous from the girl's infusion, Simon thought, "Why does she want so much?" I pressed her hard enough to escape. Suddenly, feeling the ground tremble, he heard Fur's voice shouting, "Boy, run away, it's him!" Unable to understand his deputy's warning, the young man asked in surprise what he was talking about. As soon as a giant hand appeared from the ground, the skeleton added this to Vikram. After the general appeared on the battlefield, Simon rushed to the side of the girl at that moment and thought in confusion why he suddenly did this. Why did he burst in my dark flame is about to blow him to pieces? He seriously thinks it's worth giving up and calling it a day. If I cast it right now, if I do it here, then I'll do it then. When she felt him grab her and knock her down, Maylene thought, "Why am I even fighting Simon right now?" Having knocked the girl to the ground, the guy tried to bring the girl to her senses and started shouting, "Maylene, we need to run away, Maylene!" Noticing that she was not responding, the guy threw the girl over his shoulder and began to run away from the reach of Vikram's arms. Using the repulsion of the darkness, he quickly moved out of the danger zone. Saving his friend from death, Simon mentally said, "Right now, in front of me is the former general of the giant army of the Vikram battalion." After landing hard on the ground after a jump, the guy dropped the unconscious girl in his arms. When he saw her rolling toward the cliff, he heard Fear say that the boy was trying to escape. Prioritizing the rescue of his friend, Simon grabbed the girl's hand when she had already fallen off the cliff and breathed a sigh of relief that he had made it. After saving the girl from danger, Simon asked Fur what happened to Vikram, to which he replied, "I think he ran away, now it's quieter." Pulling the girl's goiter higher to make it easier to pull it out, the guy accidentally noticed a feather around her neck. Reaching out to pull it out, he wondered what kind of pen it was and where it came from. As soon as it started to rain at the end of the battle, the guy would tell us to find some place to rest. At the same time, while unconscious, Maylene had a flashback in which she grabbed her dress and heard, "Because of the terrible deficit in your abilities, it seems that I can no longer rely on you." Trying to convince her friend, the girl confidently exclaimed, "No, I can really be better," to which she was told that you are no longer an heiress. A new descendant has already been chosen. Waking up after a nightmare, the girl grabbed her head and said, "What a terrible dream." Looking at what she was wearing, the girl was surprised to think that these were not my things. Looking around, they exclaimed in confusion that we were in a cave. Noticing Simon sitting by the fire in front of her, she heard that you had already come too. Seeing him sitting half naked, Maylene exclaimed in embarrassment, "Simon, your things." When she realized that she was not wearing her clothes, she angrily exclaimed, "Where are my clothes?" Pointing to the wet uniform he was drying over the fire, he said, "I'm sorry, I thought if you stayed in wet clothes you would get sick." Hearing the excuse, Maylene suddenly exclaimed, "What kind of pervert are you?" To which he replied, "Maylene, not so loudly, there may be monsters in this cave." He began to bow in front of the girl and exclaimed guiltily, "Calm down. Nothing happened, I swear, from the very beginning, and until the very end I was with my eyes closed." To which she exclaimed in confusion, "I can't even understand what you're talking about." Using the emotion of facepalm, the girl sat down next to the guy and asked him what happened. After listening to the whole story from A to Z, Maylene asked him in surprise if he meant what happened, to which he confidently replied yes. The next moment, the girl stood up from her seat and said, "Okay, then go ahead and turn around," to which he replied that you saw something and added, "Turn around so I can change." While the girl was getting dressed, Simon was nervously thinking, "Oh, I could have said I would wait for her outside." When he finished changing, the girl sat down next to him and asked him seriously why he was more worried than me, because I was changed when I was unconscious. And he replied with a heavy exhalation that he was not worried. "You're probably hungry, don't you want some food?" To which the girl replied, "Of course, thank you very much." After taking the food from the guy, Maylene added, "Thank you for saving me," to which he replied that you are welcome. The next moment, looking at Simon in surprise, she asked, "But why did you do that? I didn't think you would save me after that because I attacked you first after all, although you know I didn't mean to kill you." Raising his head to the sky, Simon spoke confidently at the end. "When you cast the dark flame, I could tell you were hesitant about whether it was really necessary." Hearing her friend's words, the girl looked down and said, "I just can't stand it." After releasing all the mana spheres from her bracelet, she added, "Take all my points except one. This is my gratitude for defeating me." Seeing what the girl had just done, Simon exclaimed in confusion to Maylene, "What are you doing? I thought you were planning to get to the first place too, didn't you? To which she replied, yes, but you know I still have 2 days left. Smiling happily, she added, and this time is more than enough for me to achieve my goal. After reviewing the results of his savings, the guy thoughtfully said that I now had 260 points in my account. By the way, Malin, I can ask you something. Hearing the boy's request, the girl looked in his direction and said yes. With a sly smile, she added, of course you can ask me anything, as long as it doesn't involve any perversion. And I heard a nervous tone in response. Sitting down next to Maylene by the fire, Simon asked why you want to be number 1 so badly. At the same time, somewhere in the thick of the forest, hearing the dialogue of their friends, which sounded like this, yo, Malcolm, stay on top of it and check everything carefully, okay? I will, Heron. The rest of the students were surprised to think that we were walking with one of the special students. But then why does he obey the orders of some scoundrel? Deciding to set the pace for the team, the girl approached the group leader and asked him, hey, Heron, we've been here for 3 days now. Isn't it time to go to the estate? To which he replied, God, stop whining. If you don't like it, you can leave my team. After hearing the order from Heron, the girl nervously asked what team was it? Since when did we become part of your team? And in response, she heard that the leader of this team was Malcolm. Oh yeah, hey Malcolm, what do you think about that? Hearing that he was being addressed, special student number 10 replied, of course you are the leader. You are the only one who deserves to be the leader, Heron said, and added confidently, you heard me right. Confused by the answer of the special student, the girl replied anxiously, I still don't understand anything. Tell us what you did to Malcolm. To which Heron replied, you think I did it? He volunteered to help. Just think about it. Is there such a black magic in the world that can subdue people? Well, let's imagine that there is such a thing, but a freshman like me is not able to use this curse correctly. And in response, I heard the girl say this in a confused tone. After that, Heron Coke added, if you're still worried, come closer to me and I'll tell you a secret. You're wondering if I used black magic or not. To which she replied, okay. The next moment, the girl approached the boy and asked him, hey Malcolm. And at the same time, Heron grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her close and whispered something in her ear. Immediately after letting her go, the guy said, now everything is fine, isn't it? I told you everything. Even the things that don't concern black magic. And now tell us who is the leader in our group, and then the leader of our team. You are Heron, said humbly. Hearing how quickly her friend's opinion had changed, another girl exclaimed in fright, what the hell? And then Heron added, it would have been much faster if you had admitted it from the beginning. I'm very angry, so get down on your knees and apologize. Obeying the leader's order, the girl bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, Heron. I don't know what I said. I was a complete fool. How could I not recognize your leadership qualities? Seeing the change in the girl's behavior, her friend exclaimed in confusion, what's wrong with you? What did that rascal do to you, Heron? Once again, when he heard that his friends were beginning to resist him, the guy said, it's so annoying. You shouldn't waste your feathers on them, but these fools annoy me. Hey Malcolm, just deal with them and that's it. Seeing that the job was done and the obstacle was removed, Heron said, you have wasted my time. At the same time, at the campfire in the cave, Simon asked Maylene why you were so obsessed with this first place. In response, he said, I just want to defeat someone, that's all. When Simon heard the reason, he asked if you were talking about Serna Eindark, and that she had answered correctly. The next moment, Simon added, well, I guess my reaction is pretty predictable. Even though you're not paying attention, I'm sure you noticed I already have a hunch. As soon as we formed the group, I mentioned Serna without knowing anything about her. When she heard this, she said, oh yeah, I remembered, so… Then the guy, remembering the expression on his face, added, you really had a terrifying smile then. Hearing the comrade's words, the girl looked up and said, I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be the official heir to the Ivory Tower. Hearing this, Simon exclaimed in surprise that you were serious. Then Malin added, the decision was made when I was very young, so everyone in the Ivory Tower spoiled me, and I remember being a pretty proud little kid. I was just a kid and didn't realize what a heavy burden the heir apparent was. I just enjoyed the way the elders bowed down to me. Once upon a time, the master of the Ivory Tower adopted a girl, who was probably Cern. That's how the master specifically took her as my direct competitor. And precisely because the reason was so obvious, this decision was met with great negativity. An adopted daughter after all these years, a shameless attempt to steal the inheritance, so everyone said, because Cern was not part of the bloodline, it seemed that my position as a descendant was completely secure. However, as everyone could see later, the girl turned out to be a genius. Not even a monster, if I may say so. It took her only a week to transform the darkness when it took me a year. No matter how insidious and false the tasks were, she immediately solved them by guessing at the level of deduction about something she had not even studied. Of course, the Ivory Tower values pedigree more, but against the background of Cern's talent, everything just faded. Everyone began to anticipate that when Serna grew up to become a Tower Master, she would be able to regain her former glory. That's how I was left behind by the adults who kept comparing me to Serna, and I became the fool who let Serna shine. The elders even went so far as to reform the laws to tower over Cerna's official legacy. And after that, the elders of the servant's family and even my parents stopped expecting anything from me. When Cerna turned 17, she was taken in through a special arrangement between Kaisen and the Ivory Tower. After hearing his friend's life story, Simon asked what happened to you then, and she happily replied, suppressing other emotions. I studied on my own and passed all the entrance exams. Hearing this, the boy added, so that's how you wanted to fight me, because now I'm the #1 student and I'm superior to Cerna. Of course I have problems with skills, unlike her, but you decided that by getting closer to Cerna's place you would defeat me. When Malin heard her friend's question, she replied, I will never give up. Everyone tells me it's impossible, but I will get back what she took from me, and I will do it at any cost, no matter what it takes. Oh, you know exactly how all the excellent students got to this island. After hearing the question, the boy answered, yes, I know. And then he said that if you meet Cerna, avoid her under any circumstances. I say this because I lived with her for several years and observed her. It really doesn't look like a living person. After spending the night, Malin woke up to find a plate of food and a piece of paper with a message in front of her. After opening it, the girl read it. I'm sorry I had to leave early for personal reasons and I believe you will succeed. I'm rooting for you. And then said, it doesn't matter. I wasn't planning to form a team with you anyway. And yet, Simon, be careful. After a while of traveling, Simon noticed a familiar girl in front of him. Looking at her, he exclaimed in confusion, what are you doing here, Ellen? But a few minutes before the event, when Simon arrived at the place where Vikram appeared, he wondered why Vikram appeared here when I fought Malin yesterday. Do you think the noise provoked him, or maybe he is too sensitive to fire, as Fur thinks? He asked him if something was wrong, to which the subject replied that there was nothing wrong. Vikram grows in size because of anger. Hearing this, the guy asked if it means that he could be angry with me, and then the skeleton added correctly, but the problem is that the Vikram we saw yesterday is slightly different from the Vikram I know. I have a pretty bad feeling about this. Having noticed his friend the priestess behind the trees while exploring, Simon immediately ran after her shouting wait, but she ignored his request and continued to run away. Continuing to pursue the old friend, the guy thought she had returned to the sacred faction, and what was she doing here anyway? Running out into the clearing after being blinded by the sun, as soon as it dawned on him, he heard a cry for help from one of his students, followed by a spear in his back. Looking up, Simon saw a horrific picture of about 50 students lying dead in the open. There was another student not far from him who clung to a tree, scared and exclaimed, why are you doing this to us? What do we deserve? The next moment, chains appeared and grabbed the guy by the neck and dragged him away. Pulling him out of his seat, they chained him to a cross and fixed him to the ground while he cried out, save me, stop him, don't stop him. As soon as the cross and the rest disappeared, Simon heard someone's voice saying they were all whiners. They were not really dying and all the painful memories would be erased anyway. Seeing a girl sitting nearby in a tree, Simon exclaimed in confusion, why are you doing this? To which the girl thoughtfully replied, why you ask? When Simon received a reply from Cerna Eindark, he was shocked to hear that it was just for fun. And it was only for this reason that you brought me to this place. Then the girl jumped down from the tree to approach Simon and said, isn't this the third time we've met you? Some would call it fate, but let's get to the point. Why the rush? I've always wanted to talk to you, Simon Valentia can. I'd rather call you the commander of the 7th Battalion. Hearing the girl's words, the guy immediately froze on the spot. Immediately after Cerna, Eindark said, well, how is Fur? It looks like Erzsébet is not with you at the moment. Oh yeah, maybe she reincarnated as someone on this island, you know? Noticing that the guy was quite angry with her, the girl said, oh, don't worry so much. We are currently inside my barrier, so the observers cannot see or hear us. And then the guy asked how you know so much about the battalion. Then Cerna replied, in that case, let me give you a quiz on where we met for the second time. Hearing the question, Simon hesitantly answered in the magic circle of teleportation right before going on his missions, after which the girl added that the only first years who used this magic circle were the two of us. When he heard this, the guy asked nervously, and that's when you started following me, to which I actually answered much earlier. The Ivory Tower was closely inspecting the ruins that Nephthys had sealed, and that's why we set up an alarm spell in case the ruins opened up. And not long after that, we suddenly heard an alarm, and when we ran to the place, oh my god, who did we see there? Then you became the commander of the 7th Battalion of the Dead. After hearing the story, the boy asked, but how do you know about Erzsébet? And the girl replied, it's obvious, isn't it, Arnish? I went to the village where Erzsébet lived to follow you, and I never took my eyes off you. After you left the city, I read the memoirs of the people who lived there, the Lord of the Guard of the members of the Information Guild of Dancers, all of them. Or rather, I met someone else, Ellen Zill, who you let go after that incident. You do realize how great a crime you have committed. You left the priestess alive. To which he replied, clenching his hand into a fist, Ellen does not belong to any branch. And since we are on a break, I prioritized peaceful resolution of the conflict instead of causing problems by killing someone from the Sacred Federation. After hearing Simon's words, Serna Aindark said, "Wow, what a sweet speech. I think that for you, this is just the least of all the problems when you came into contact with fire. So you became a real criminal who committed a crime of the highest degree, namely treason." Hearing the girl's words, the guy shouted out with his hands outstretched and said, "Don't make me laugh, then go and report me to Kazan and bring me to court. Why did you have to bring me here and talk all this nonsense?" And I replied that it was the most appropriate time to discuss business. With a sinister smile, the girl added, raising her hand to her chin, "Join us in the ivory tower, Simon." When he heard the girl's proposal, the guy thought that joining the ivory tower was an interesting offer, and I should try to talk to her. Having finished his thoughts and created a plan, Simon said, "If you want to kidnap me, make a formal offer after I graduate with the power and wealth of the ivory tower. You have enough advantages to lure me away." Hearing Simon's words, the girl confidently replied, "I don't need a Kaizen graduate." To which he replied, "What do you mean?" Then Serna added, "After all, Kaizen is just a school. You've never wondered how ordinary school children came to rule half this continent. Take the neighboring kingdom of Dresden, for example. 4 out of 5 generals of Dresden were students of Kaizen in the past, and 17 out of 20 knights also previously studied at this school as ministers of general foreign affairs and defense. Even the prime minister, who is the right-hand man of the kingdom, also studied at Kaizen. Who do you think they will be loyal to if Dresden or Kaizen is threatened?" Having caught the gist of the girl's question, Simon thoughtfully replied, "I see. That you need someone who will obey only the laws of the tower like this." Hearing the boy's guess, Serna Eindark happily replied, "You're not a fool. I like that you catch on so quickly. Testifying and being executed for treason or joining the ivory tower, I don't think you have a choice here. We are known as well as Kaizen, and Malin is a classmate of yours, and we will support you if you need it, regardless of whether it is monetary or political. Why did such an offer suddenly come because of my own strength or the strength of my battalion?" When Simon heard the answer to his question, let's say, through the combination of these forces, he bit his lip in anger. The next moment, he confidently said, "I'm sorry, but I can't trust you in the ivory tower. And is there any guarantee that the ivory tower won't take my battalion away from me?" Hearing the boy's question, Serna confidently replied, "I don't think you should worry about it once you show your abilities. If it will relieve your worries, I am the heir to the ivory tower, and I promise you that we will not take your battalion away from you." Stretching out her hand to the boy, the girl added, "Well, now that all your fears are dispelled, why don't you answer my question, Simon Valentia?" Sighing after the girl's words, the guy thought, "I let her talk too much. Calm down, Simon. Do everything very slowly. There is nowhere to rush at your own pace," Serna said. With an ominous smile, the guy added, "I guess you're not very well versed in political matters, are you?" Hearing this, the girl was surprised to ask what he was talking about, and he replied that threatening your opponents by revealing all your cards is not a good habit. If you are so bossy, you must have realized that you shouldn't strain yourself because everyone else just answered yes or no to your orders. I think that no one could resist you except those two, right? And that's because hiding all the tricks is a weakling habit. You can keep silent all your life about being a battalion commander, and you know why. The ivory tower is divided into those for Kaizen and those against Kaizen. You and the current tower master are against Kaizen." Hearing Simon's knowledge of the ivory tower, Serna replied in surprise, "Maylene wasn't stupid enough to share information like that. You have a good knowledge of the situation." Hearing this, Simon remembered Dick's words to him, who had told him to remember that if you didn't want to talk about Serna in front of Maylene again, you'd become another one of her victim again, and then mentally added, "Thank you, Dick, you're my savior," and then said, "In any case, the reason you want to take over as battalion commander, the reason you're building up your power now is because you want to separate from Kazanov, but report me to the current commander so that I can be executed by Kazanov. Who do you think will get my battalion after that? It will definitely go to someone from Kazan. This is clear as day. And you also can't kidnap me and take the battalion by force to fight the #1 personally chosen by Nephthys herself. It's as stupid as declaring war on Kaizen." Trying to interrupt Simon's information offensive, the girl said, "But, you know, there are other ways. I can kidnap you along with the battalion without anyone even noticing," Simon said confidently. "I'm sorry, but I have to disappoint you. You're not going to get that opportunity." Seeing that his subject substitute had appeared behind the guy, the girl thought in confusion that but how did he get here? The next moment, grabbing his weapon, the boy added, "You also just said that under the dome of your barrier, the observers cannot see us correctly, and that was another of your big mistakes." Hearing the boy's remark, Serna released her skill and said, "This could also be quite interesting." While noticing the strangeness around her, said in surprise that the feathers were feathers. Preparing to use Plan B, the girl added, "Why don't I play along with you, Commander?" Seeing what was surrounding him, Simon nervously said in his head that feathers were Cerna's special skill. This is the continent where we are now. Only a few selected people received powers that are not connected to darkness by light or pure magic. I need to dodge the attacks as much as possible until I figure out what kind of damage they are doing. Pointing his sword in the direction of the flying feather, Simon tried to block the attack, but his weapon broke easily. Under the attack of the girl's skills, the guy grabbed his throat and said what it was in a confused voice. Seeing the opponent's reaction to her skill, Cerna Aindark asked in surprise that you really thought it was an ordinary feather. She looked at the tree where the feather she had released was stuck, leaving a small crater, and added, "It's my power, these feathers. They contain a variety of emotions." The next moment, having smelled a terrible stench, the guy covered his nose with his sleeve and said this smell, after which the girl added that, judging by the way the tree releases poisonous chemicals against insects, it looks like pests are gnawing on it. The emotions that I can put into feathers are not limited in the choice of admiration, anger, joy, the feeling of victory. Any emotion is within my control. When it comes to people, I can make them grovel before me with just one feather. So, what if you look at the offer to experience it for yourself? Seeing that their opponent was quite serious, Fur asked what we were going to do now, to which the boy replied that there was nothing to be done. Of course, we will fight against it, and then send our subjects to the enemy. Having defended herself with her feathers against Fire's attack, the girl said in surprise, "I never thought I would be here fighting against an ancient dead man." While she was concentrating on fighting the main enemy, the skeletons tried to strike from behind, but she dodged them by jumping out of the way. As soon as she was in the air, she was attacked by spiders, and Cerna Aindark said, "Wow, I see you have enough strength to call yourself a commander." The next moment, using her feathers, she easily finished off a couple of dead spiders that attacked her. Seeing what was happening on the battlefield, Simon nervously thought she had repelled the attacks of so many dead at once. Those feathers contained something more than ordinary emotions. At the same time, having created a considerable number of magic circles behind her, the girl said haughtily, "How annoying you are." As soon as many circles appeared in front of his eyes, the guy confusedly said that he was casting several spells at once. Having come under fire from fireballs, the guy mentally added, "All this dark fire, how could she have caused such a fire as a freshman? It's just impossible." The next moment, when he found himself behind the girl's back, Fur exclaimed that it tickled. Immediately after the blow, the skeleton brought the girl down from heaven to earth in the literal sense of the word. She managed to land softly near the ground by creating a pillow of feathers and stay on her feet, after which she heard from Fur that I was really impressed. Once again, he threw himself into the fight and became closer to the girl, and he added a level of skill that was much higher than the other students. "But you are still just an ordinary, inexperienced girl." As soon as he swung to strike, the girl wrapped her feathers around him and counted 20 feathers. Touching the head of the ancient undead, the girl said confidently, "Usually my powers don't work on the dead, but luckily you're an ancient dead man. Because you have existed in this world for a long time, you have become more human." After dealing with the deputy, Cerna Aindark confidently said, "Well, Commander, your best card was saved. So, what will be your next step now?" To which he replied in surprise. As Simon watched his subject's feathers fall off, he said, "This will only remain in your wet dreams." The next moment she heard Fur's voice exclaiming, "Of course I have feelings. However, this does not mean that I can be stopped by some insignificant feather that can control emotions. My will is unattainable and unshakable." When she saw the skeleton freed from her skill, she thought in confusion that how could it be freed from the emotions in 20 feathers with the help of will alone? Preparing for a serious battle against the girl, Fur said menacingly, "That's it. Now I won't feel sorry for you." Using his skill, Fear demonstrated his true strength, after which Simon nervously exclaimed, "You can't kill her. She's a descendant of the Ivory Tower." To which he replied, "You're such a panic. You are looking at a monster that is unimaginable and she will not die from it." Hearing his subject's words, the guy looked up and said in surprise that she had wings. "That this is Cerna Fur's true ability. You can use the skill you just cast once more when I distract her." At the same time, the girl pointed to the cracks in the barrier and asked if we would continue to fight like this. Paying attention to the cameras that had arrived, the boy exclaimed to Fur that we could be seen. "Better get back to the space." Hearing the order, the skeleton nervously exclaimed, "Now, getting caught in their eyes is not the worst problem. This girl's feathers can completely destroy you." In response to this, the guy said, "I'll leave the space open if I get into danger. Then you can decide for yourself whether you should intervene or not." After Simon's suggestion was made, Fear replied, moving to the vault, "Well then, be careful, boy." As soon as the barrier dissipated, the guy asked, "Well, the last option you mentioned is no longer relevant. Now we are being followed by Kaizen, and you're right. Well, in that case, how about using the fourth option of my skill?" Releasing the feathers in the boy's direction, Cerna said, "I was disappointed and contacted you even though you had already dropped out of the evaluation. and I will certainly erase your memory. You're going to have the hardest life in Keeson. You will meet a series of unpleasant events and fail all your exams. You will fake your test results and all your friends will start criticizing you. No one will want to accept you after the professors turn their backs on you. And just as you are being expelled from Kaizen students, I will find you, which is a logical and wise plan, right? After dispelling the clones of the girl, Simon said, "You're quite annoying, but you've dealt with the others, I'm right. Some of them don't want to follow in Cerna's footsteps. Your approach will only create more enemies." When she heard the next remarks from the guy she was trying to win over to her side, she exclaimed irritably, "God, who are you to lecture me here? I am the heir to the master of the ivory tower." She flicked her feathers at Simon and said confidently, "I am the one who will divide this continent into 3 parts in the future. It will also mark the beginning of a completely new era." Having intervened in the fight between Simon and Cerna and simultaneously burned the girl's attack to the ground, Lorraine said in surprise, "I think I just heard some interesting information about who is going to be expelled from Kaizen." Once she was in front of the guy, she added, "Don't forget that I'm protecting Simon." After burning the feathers that surrounded her in a radius of several meters, Lorraine added a menacing Thai mongrel from the ivory tower. When she heard the statement from the girl, Cerna was surprised to hear that she was defending herself and that such certification was a common occurrence. Hearing the remark from her rival, Cerna replied, "God, I always wondered where you got your character from, questioning me like that, or who gave you the right to be one of the students when others can mistake you for a Class A resident." In response, Lorraine said, "Maybe you didn't understand me because you didn't study enough. Stop beating around the bush and tell me straight up what you were doing here, what you started in response to, and what will happen if I don't." Angry at the girl's impudence, Lorraine said, "I'm going to make you answer." And then I heard that it sounded quite interesting. Deciding to engage Cerna in a battle to get information, Lorraine told Simon to stand back at a safe distance until I deal with her, to which he replied, "But Lorraine." Before he could finish speaking, the guy heard, "Run away, or you might end up between us." When she saw the magic circles created by Lorraine Cerna, Aindark was surprised to hear that only dark arrows were used. "It's pretty cute that we have no hurry," and at that very moment Lorraine is already behind her. As soon as she managed to get close to her opponent, she immediately struck, raising a rather strong blast wave. After the girl's attack, Cerna said, "Wow, you scared me when you saw what just happened." And Simon thought, "If I had stayed there, I would have died for sure." Looking at the moat that remained after Lorraine's attack, the girl said, "So this is how we're going to play so rough." Noticing that she was hovering in the air, Lorraine grabbed a huge boulder and shouted, "Come on down." After cutting the giant stone into small pieces, Cerna asked what would happen if I refused to follow the instructions. In response, she said, "Stop pretending today. I need to deal with you." Hearing her opponent speaking to her, Cerna folded her arms in front of her and said sarcastically, "Your language is too dirty for an aristocrat. I also can't understand why you kicked Simon out. I think he would have enjoyed your amazing performance. Oh wait, he could. You wouldn't have shown such disgusting behavior if he were here. You wouldn't dare in front of the guy you care about so much," she said, and Lorraine was really angry. And then she used the summoning gate ability. Noticing the spatial cut that appeared, Cerna Aindark was surprised to hear the power of opening the gates to the demon realm. "I wonder what kind of chaos will come to the world when they find out about your conspiracy with your mother." For before she could finish speaking, a magic projectile flew right by her. Interrupting her speech, the girl looked at the demon Lorraine had summoned and said in surprise that you were really serious about us fighting like this. It didn't look that impressive from the outside. In response to her opponent's words, Lorraine, continuing to fire with the help of the demon, said we were destined to fight against each other. "This is because we ourselves must become managers of the Kaizen and the Ivory Tower at some point in the future. If our slaughter begins in the future, millions of innocent people may die, and that is why it is better for us to settle this issue while we are still both students." At the same time, watching the battle of the girls from the outside, Simon nervously asked how they were doing, to which Fur replied that he should not get carried away with such primitive battles, boy. "You're also a battalion commander. It won't be long before you reach their level, and even more than that, you can achieve more." Hearing his deputy's words, Simon nervously thought something to himself. Hearing Simon's answer, the skeleton replied, "No one forbids you to think so, but you can really catch up with them soon if you gradually develop," to which he replied, "Fur, I understand. Well then, let's let them sort out their relationship while we go about our business." Hearing this skeleton asked you this about finding Vikram. "Yes, good point, boy." Standing not far from the girls who were fighting with each other, the boy thought to himself, Vikram must surely react to such a noise at least somehow. Feeling the trembling of the ground under his feet, the boy thought, "I knew it," and then said to his subject, "Fur, get out," to which he replied, "I understand you." As soon as Simon threw his subject's alter ego toward the monster that appeared from the ground, Fear shouted out, "Hey Vikram, it's me!" Fur, the battalion master, heard the monster speaking to him and exclaimed in surprise that it was Fur. The next moment, the guy shouted to his subject Fur, I'll open up the space, we only have about 2 minutes, to which the latter replied, I understand. When the skeleton got out of the spatial vault, he faced his comrade from the past and said, What are you doing here? The Vikram battalion was reborn. Join us as he began to repeat the battalion over and over again, becoming more aggressive with each repetition. Seeing the reaction of the monster standing in front of him, the skeleton exclaimed in frustration, Damn! And noticing the reaction of his subject, Simon asked what was happening to him. In response to this, the deputy replied, What a scoundrel! I'll say it's not Vikram. Hearing the news about the monster standing in front of him, the boy exclaimed in surprise, I mean, not him. In response to this, Fur said bluntly that this is not Vikram but a fake, and that's all I'll say. Even so, a very carefully prepared fake. After hearing the report from his subject, the guy said, Well then, go back to the spatial storage, to which the latter replied, Well. Seeing the monster angrily shouting battalion is pain, I don't want to experience pain anymore, and attacking him. The guy, saving his life, nervously shouted to him, This fake is attacking me, to which the skeleton replied, And how do I know that? Get down, boy. He's trying to crush you at this rate. He'll continue to grow. You have to do something about it. Noticing that the enemy did not follow him, but moved on, Simon nervously said, No, not there. The next moment he headed for the battlefield. Noticing the skeleton, he exclaimed, Where are you going, boy? To which he replied, We need to stop Vikram. Once we got out into the open, Simon raised his hands to attract attention and shouted out that we were in trouble. Going downstairs to find out more information, Lorraine asked him what happened, and he replied that a giant monster had gone into a rage and was heading for the students, and we had to stop it somehow. So help me with this. Upon hearing the bad news, the girl nervously shouted out where he was headed and where he was going, and heard him pointing in the direction of the southern island. At the same time, the conversation between the pair of students was interrupted by Serna Aindark, who exclaimed, You're quite an interesting person. Preparing to launch feathers at the girl, she added, Who told you that I would let you go? To which Simon exclaimed to her, Oh, Serna, I'm sorry, but could you help us too? Hearing the boy's request, the girls exclaimed in confusion that this was nonsense. Why should I help you? To which he replied, Let's just say I'll be indebted to you. As soon as she heard the guy's words, she immediately remembered how he had told her earlier, Serna, you're pretty bad at politics, aren't you? Your way will only increase the number of enemies. She remembered the boy's remark and huffed and said, I just can't believe I'm thinking about such nonsense at this time. At the same time, after leaving the battlefield, Simon said to Lorraine Nephthys, Did you say something to me? To which she replied, For example. Hearing his friend's answer, the boy thought it looked like Nephthys hadn't told Lorraine about the battalion, and then said, I mean, our class had a special lesson on the monster that was raging now, and it was in the materials the teacher handed out in class. But the teacher said that he met him by chance, and that he knew nothing about him, and he replied that it could be a fake monster that was not on this island from the beginning. After flying some distance and catching up with the monster, Simon exclaimed, noticing it on the horizon, and there it was. At the same time, the monster was chasing the students who were trying to run away from it, screaming in fear. One of the students fell to the ground, caught on a root on the ground, and found herself in a hopeless situation. Watching the monster's fist pointing at her, she said, No, I don't want to die. But at the last moment, she was saved by her assistant Brad, who blocked the monster's attack and thus saved the student. Seeing that her life was saved, the girl scaredly exclaimed, Thank you so much for saving me, Brad. The next moment, the man approached the girl and embraced her as if in a dance, and romantically said, It's quite dangerous here, why don't you move away from the monster? To which she replied, confused, Yes. As soon as the girl walked away, Elizabeth nervously thought, Stop, Brad doesn't behave like that. And then she heard through the receiver, Come on, Brad, you've learned something about this monster. In response to the command's question, the man said that Brad's assistant is a monster, quite sensitive to human noise. He chases after students who make a lot of noise. Hearing the report from the transmitter, I realized we'll let the students know about it. By the way, you've been quite active lately, which is unusual for you. Well done. Yurts nervously wondered what this pile of muscle was doing to earn such a bad reputation. Having finished his thoughts and activated the transmitter, the man also added some more important information. We need to prevent contact with the monster as much as possible, to which I heard in response, and why it was at the same time approaching the monster, Lorraine exclaimed, Hold on tight, Simon. As soon as the enemy was within range, she opened fire on him, making large holes in his body, but it was in vain. When Simon drew his friend's attention to the monster, he exclaimed, Just look at his wounds, they were almost gone. He has incredible regenerative abilities, and at the same time, having approached the monster at a dangerous distance, the students fell into its range. With a wave of his hand, the enemy managed to knock the guy off the hellhorse Lorraine, but he was saved by Serna, who attacked the monster with her skills and said disgruntledly that neither physical attacks nor even the feathers of truth worked on him. At the same time, arriving at Simon's house, who was on a feather bed created by Serna, Lorraine asked Simon if he was okay, and he replied yes, everything was fine, And then each student heard the voice of an assistant announcing the announcement from the action committee. An unidentified monster attacks students on the southern island of Kira. Students who are on the southern island will be randomly moved to other islands without fail. Upon hearing this, the guy said, happily, just fine. A little while later, the announcement voice continued after the teleportation. Students will be immune to dangers for 5 minutes. For those who refuse to be teleported, please press the sign on your bracelet. After that, Lorraine said, Simon, you need to go back and continue the certification. As the girl finished speaking, she noticed that Simon had already pressed the button to refuse teleportation, and she asked Simon what he was doing, to which he replied, I'm sorry, but I have a reason to stay. At the same time, somewhere on the ground, Brad's assistant shouted out to the boy, holding out his hands to Simon. At the same moment, the guy said to Lorraine, I'll be back soon, please buy me some time. And she replied with a sigh, You're just saying that. Handing the boy something, the girl added, I think you have a plan, but you'd better take this with you. This is a mana communicator. There is not much mana left, so use it only if necessary, to which he jumped off the feather pillow and exclaimed that he understood you. Landing directly into the arms of the reincarnated Ertz, Simon heard Fur's god just a horrible sight at the most horrible time for this, to which Fur answered quietly. Climbing off the girl's arms, Simon said to Ertz, I'll make this brief, this is a fake Vikram, and we need to deal with him right now before he does more damage. To which she replied, I knew something was wrong. However, it will not be easy. How can we defeat the monster that continues to grow and regenerate? To which Furier exclaimed, Don't worry, the boy and I already have a plan of action. But boy, you are really ready to do it. Hearing the question from his deputy, Simon, preparing to fulfill his plans, confidently answered, of course. After receiving a confident answer from his captain, Fur gave him his sword and said, Well, let's do it, boy. Let's turn your crazy plan into reality. A few minutes before the events, Lorraine Simon, on his horse, asked his deputy how we could deal with this monster at the rate he was going to continue to wreak havoc. Hearing the guy's question, the subject replied, I have one way. I just didn't mention it because it's almost impossible. And he said, I don't care, even if there's a small chance of speaking Fur. Then the skeleton reported it includes the use of my sword, hearing some conditions for victory. Simon asked in surprise, What of your sword? The next moment, the substitute said, My sword has the power of destruction. In other words, my life form is directly connected to the sword, which blocks regeneration and recovery. No matter what the regenerative abilities of the opponent are, my sword can completely destroy any living being. However, there is a problem with this. When you hear your subject's words, you can't show yourself to others in front of their eyes. I'm right. In response, Fur said exactly that, and my sword is ghostly. It is made of a part of my body, which is why no one but me can pick it up, let alone control it. And then the boy asked what would happen if your body part was separated. Since you are a skeleton, you can simply separate your arms from your body or show only the upper part of your body in the form of a sword. On the one hand, it will seem that I am just holding a sword, but in fact you will be holding it. Hearing this, the skeleton replied, It can work. I doubted it before, but you are really crazy. Let's try to carry out this crazy plan, Simon replied. I will take it as a compliment. The next moment, activating his transmitter, Simon said to Lorraine, Can you hear me? To which she replied, Yes, I can. It seems that things are pretty sad. The monster is moving back to the center of the island. Then the guy added, All right, I just came up with a plan. And when asked what he had come up with, Simon confidently added, I have a sword that can stop regeneration, but I need to use it myself, so you can immobilize it for 5 minutes. Pass this information on to Serna, and she will also hear the request from her friend and respond in kind. The next moment, turning to her rival, Lorraine asked if she had heard that, to which she replied in displeasure that, How dare you order me around and believe what he said? When Lorraine heard the girl's question, she confidently replied, Yes, I trust him in any case. Having gone around the enemy, the girl shouted out to go around him from the other side, to which Serna insultingly exclaimed that, What a stupid thing to do, after which she began to remember Simon's owl telling her, Serna is your path. It will only create more enemies for you. At the same time, approaching the monster to inflict fatal damage on it, the boy Simon shouted out to Erds, Back me up, to which she replied, Good job. As soon as a couple of fighters jumped on the monster, the guy immediately prepared to attack with his sword. When he landed, he drove it into the monster's body to fulfill his plan. As he walked forward, dragging his sword, he heard the commander from above and replied well. Continuing to cut the enemy along his body, the boy heard from his assistant that he needed to continue attacking to reduce the number of attacks, to which he replied, I understand. The next moment, when he noticed that the enemy had created another additional arm right out of his body, Simon exclaimed in confusion that the arm was from his stomach. Noticing the danger that suddenly appeared on his way, Ertz exclaimed, I'll take care of it. Rushing forward, the girl blocked the enemy's extra arm so that he could not harm the commander. Holding back the enemy's third arm, The girl noticed the danger that was coming to the guy and shouted to the commander in front of you. After receiving the warning, Simon suddenly saw a splash of blood, and then Lorraine appeared in front of him, cutting off the monster's arm and shouting, "Keep running!" As he was putting his plan into action, he thought, everyone is helping me now, so I have to do it, no matter what it costs me. At the same time, while restraining the monster's other arm, Serna Aindark mentally wondered how he was doing it. He runs with an injured leg, fights the fear of falling, and with great willpower heads straight for the monster's jaws. The minds that the necromancers of the Ivory Tower will never be able to break are the same. But will they ever be able to match him? Continuing to cover the distance to win the D-Giant, Simon thought tiredly, "Oh shit, my legs are getting tangled." Suddenly, he saw a feather in front of him and heard Serna's voice saying, "You can't give up right now." When he felt some touches behind him, he was surprised to hear Serna say that she was there, and she replied, "Didn't you say you would solve everything? And I'll put my shoulder behind you, so run." After receiving support from his comrades, Simon made an attack on the enemy and heard from his deputy Boogaloo, "We made it, boy." "Your crazy plan was a success," the boy said, falling down. "I know it's pretty good." Recalling the moment when the boy defeated the giant monster Serna Aindark, I thought I could not help but accept it. No matter how good the Ivory Necromancers are, they simply cannot outshine his Simon Falentius. She followed the falling guy and heard his body collapse, to which Simon said no. Having saved the boy from danger, Serna Aindark said, "Don't worry, I used the remaining feathers to slow them down so they wouldn't hurt anyone." And then I heard Lorraine's words of gratitude. Surprised by such frankness, Serna said unhappily that I was actually helping Simon, so why thank me? You annoy me, but at least deal with the rest. At the same time, when Heron Coke found Simon unconscious near him, he happily said, "This is a stroke of luck, and I thought that Malcolm had failed with his hypnosis, and that it was all for nothing. However, if I can make a mark here," clutching the feather that the girl gave him in his hand, the boy thought, "I can join Serna." Just as he was about to harm Simon, he saw his classmate in front of him, and then Hector exclaimed in surprise, "Oh hey, you're here too, Em. Maybe you could join my squad, how about that?" Turning his gaze to the unconscious guy, he added, "Let me just finish him off and then take whatever you want. Money, everything. If you want to hear about the rumors that you defeated a special number 1, I'll tell you all about it, because it's a good deal, of course." Noticing that he was gathering darkness in his hand, Heron Coke nervously exclaimed, "Wait, what are you doing? We are not enemies." As soon as he had time to use his skill, he received a powerful blow from Hector. Flying somewhere in the bushes after the impact, the boy heard Hector's arrogant tone saying, "I don't need to make a deal with you," followed by the girl's nervous voice calling out to Simon. Without even looking back at the girl, the guy confidently said, "You can have it." Approaching her friend and lifting his head, Lorraine nervously asked Simon, "Simon, are you okay?" But at that time, Hector had already gone about his business. At the same time, heading toward the forest, Heron was angrily repeating in his head, "Damn it, I had such a good opportunity, but it went wrong. Do you really think I'm going to give up that easily? I'm going to see this through and get Professor Buckheel's attention." Suddenly, the guy tripped over something on his way and fell to his feet, and looking back, Heron exclaimed, "What the hell else could have happened?" Looking closely at the object he was caught on, the guy managed to see the dead monster and exclaimed, "Damn, I scared the hell out of you." Looking around and noticing a guy in front of him sitting on one of the carcasses of a slain monster, he said, "A high-ranking monster. And who is his?" As soon as his gaze fell on the guy in front of him, he reached for the pen and thought happily, "This is my chance. I don't know why he left everything in such a mess, but it will be useful if he can kill high-ranking monsters." Coming closer, Heron prepared to launch a feather at the boy to conquer him. The next moment, he fired it at the target. When he noticed that it hit the target, he said it was ready. As soon as all the preparatory stages were completed, the guy confidently shouted out, "Hey, get ready!" When the boy looked back at him, Heron said, "Wow, you look pretty scary." And he replied, "What do you want?" Then, moving closer to his new subject, Heron said, "Who are you? Tell me your name." And Kayan Edwalt replied. Hearing the name of the subject, the guy said in surprise, "Kayan, this is the first time I've heard such a name." "Well, it doesn't matter, Kayan. We need to catch Simon Falentius. Even though he has lost consciousness, something is preventing him from completing the case. If you draw the attention of those who are with him, I will finish it myself." "Well," to which I heard you respond by aiming at Simon Falentius. Hearing the question from the subject, the guy answered, "Yes, the special number 1, that's Simon. I already told you." At that moment, reaching for the feather around his neck, Cajun heard, "Don't ask stupid questions at all, just follow my orders if you understand. Then let's go." Pulling the feather out of his neck, the boy said, "You've already believed it." Seeing him pull out his control quill, Heron said, "You were pretending. Wait a minute, listen to me. I'm sorry I brought up orders. Maybe we can come to an agreement. I'll give you all the points, just leave me Simon." To which Kajan replied that it makes no sense. If you're aiming for Simon, you'd better give up the idea. When he heard Kajan's advice, Heron said in surprise that you were saying the same thing. And what had he done to you? And who was this Valentia anyway? When he heard the question from the boy, Kajan scratched his neck and replied, I don't know. I'm just his roommate. The next moment, grabbing Karen by the collar, the guy added menacingly, I haven't had a neighbor I like for a long time and I can't have him expelled, to which he shouted out in confusion. Without letting him finish, Kajan said unhappily, if he is suddenly expelled from the student body, they might put some noisy punk in my place, to which he replied, what are you talking about? And then there was a sound of a dull thud. At the same time, in the fire mansion of the central mansion of the island of Kara in the neutral zone, standing in front of the window and looking out for her friend Kami, Simone said nervously. Seeing and hearing the concern from her friend, Maylene handed her friend a cup of hot drink and said, don't worry so much, everything is fine. Simon and Dick will be here soon. Here's the cocoa. After thanking her for the drink, Kami heard from her friend that the mansion was giving 200 points for everyone, and they should definitely come here. Hearing Maylin's words, Kami spoke anxiously. Although there are so many students here, she answered that she did not know if it was Simon. He would be able to do it. She will definitely think of something and come running here, just like she did at the dual evaluation, to which her friend happily replied the very next moment the girls heard the announcement. So let's calm down. Paying attention to the one who was attracting attention, Kami asked this girl is a special number 7 Elisa Celine, to which Maylin answered correctly. The next moment, Elisa added an hour to the survival challenge. So I'm asking everyone to come out and help defend the mansion, because you've been outside all this time, so you've earned points. And if those who are left go inside, you'll be behind them in points. We're all here to win, so if you'd be so kind as to help, Maylin said, her tongue hanging out in a grudging manner. The daughter of the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Dresden is clearly a political prodigy, and I've heard from my father that they give a lot of points for capturing a bridge. The next moment, approaching the girl, Elisa said, Maylin, I think your help in protecting the mansion will play a big role in the group's first place, and I'm not interested in what she said. Hearing the girl's answer, Elisa replied, so that's what it means, and I thought we were on the same side. I don't like this approach. The last time I asked the vice president to show me the exam results, she just crumpled them up, muttering something about half the points, and then Maylene said to her that you were still upset, which I completely understand. When Elisa heard the girl's remark, she replied that there was nothing surprising here. Selfish people think only of themselves. Hearing the remark about herself, Maylene happily replied rather that it was you who was too self-centered. You really think that all people will follow you on the first command. Don't even think that everyone will obey you. As soon as Maylene's remark was made, Elisa was surprised to hear that it was really good. Then, we would miss this moment. As soon as the 7th number left them, Kami nervously asked how Maylene Elisa was from the special set. Should she have provoked her like that? And she heard that everything was fine. At the same moment, Kami saw through the window that someone was approaching the mansion. Looking at the 3 students, the girl exclaimed, Maylene, look, there's Simon. Looking out the window to see her friend, she exclaimed in surprise, wait, why is he with Serna? I warned him to avoid her. Kama thinks that Serna is manipulating him, to which she responds with a surprised, but yes. Looking closely at the behavior of Simon and a couple of girls next to him, she added that they looked exactly like friends. When Maylene heard her friend's remark, she exclaimed in confusion that friends are friends. At the same time, noticing that a trio of strong students were approaching the mansion, Elisa Celine shouted out a special number 1. We have a proposal for you. We are not planning to attack you. We'll let you 3 through, and in exchange, you'll help us stop those guys. Hearing the girl's words, the boy asked in surprise. In response, Elisa Celine added, I'm talking about the other students who are behind you. When Simon heard the conditions, he was surprised to hear what was wrong with them, and she answered, everyone in the mansion gives 200 points. They are afraid of other competitors. When she heard the reasoning behind her deal, Serna Aindark exclaimed, this is ridiculous. Who do you think you're talking to here? When she heard that they also refused her deal, she waved her hand and said, so be it. Using her ghost fleet summoning skill, Elisa Celine called out to this ship, Elisa's ghost. Seeing the size of the ships that had just appeared in front of them, Simon exclaimed in amazement, wow, she stored them in a spatial vault, to which Lorraine replied, no, it's just summoning magic. They move with the help of spirits and black blood magic, and she is a hopeful necromancer. The next moment, the girl prepared to defend herself and shouted, I order you to tear to pieces all those who dare to enter the mansion from now on. The points that fell from the defeated will be equally divided among those who defended the mansion. I guarantee it, Elisa. All the students who are ready to defend the building in an attack. Noticing that Simon had summoned his monster, the students who were about to storm in shouted out to the golem, there's a special number 1 there, he's close behind, grab them all. As Simon approached the enemies, he activated his skill and shouted, let's see how this tastes. Using bone spears, Simon neutralized a large number of defending troops, forcing them to go on the defensive. The next moment, the boy heard Simon Valentia shout from behind him, and for the first and last time we were on the same side, he thought to himself, Why is he suddenly annoyed? The next moment, Hector used his toxic breath to attack Simon's golem. When he approached the stone structure and tried to physically attack it, he said in confusion that he had no armor. At the same time, Simon pulled the cannonball out of his golem and exclaimed, "Damn, what a scoundrel." At the same time, preparing for another volley at his opponent, Hector exclaimed, "I think it will not be enough." However, the next moment the guy's attack was interrupted by a clot of blood flying directly to his face, after which Simon said from the window of the mansion, "Simon, I'll cover you," to which he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Kami." When she saw the guy approaching the building, Elisa Malin shouted, "Get the hell out of here to catch number one." Having destroyed the girl's ships with the help of dark flames, Malin asked who ordered it. When she saw the girl interfering with her plans to restrain the students, Elisa exclaimed, "What are you doing?" In response to her efforts, the girl heard that you have already forgotten what I told you earlier. People are not puppets. Again, attacking the air fleet of Special Number 7, Malin added, "If you go against my friend, so I'll stand in your way and get my friends back," she exclaimed angrily. Having organized maximum support for her friend, Malin shouted out to Simon, "Don't stop so close." The next moment, Simon Valentia's notification came through Group A, entry to the mansion confirmed. Seeing that her friend had finally arrived inside the building, Lorraine happily said to him, "You were delayed at the entrance," to which he tiredly replied, "There were some difficulties." The next moment, also inside the mansion, Serna said in disappointment, "God, it seems that I was the last one to arrive here." Serna Aindark Group C entrance to the mansion confirmed. After hearing the alert, she added that thanks to those guys she got there safely. Hearing the girl's words, Lorraine said, "You could have easily entered by yourself. You have enough strength. Why do you have to cripple other students?" Serna replied, "What are you talking about? I'm just using my skills honestly. If it bothers you, then complain to your mom. Maybe then I'll be expelled." To which Lorraine replied offended, "Do you think anyone will do that?" Watching the girls bicker with each other, they said, "Oh my god, even if I said I wanted to stay at Kaizen, you'd expel me. What a load of crap. Do you really think I'd fall for that?" Simon thought about how difficult they could be, and then said, "Please, calm down." The next moment, coming down from the second floor of the mansion and running up to Simon, Kami grabbed him by the hands and joyfully exclaimed, "Thank God, Simon, you're okay. You're not hurt anywhere." Hearing his friend's words, Simon mentally said how relieved he was and then said, "Thanks to you, everything is fine. Thank you." The next moment, appearing behind Simon's back, Serna Aindark asked him if he had forgotten anything important, such as a huge debt to me, to which he nervously replied, "I haven't. You'll forget it here. However, I did not say that I would fulfill any of your wishes." To which she replied, "I know, although it must be something similar." The next moment, Malin arrived at the group of students and shoved Serna and angrily exclaimed, "Hey, I warned you," which she replied, "Oh, how rude." Pointing at her rival, Malin added irritably, "I told you to stay away from that, and what are you two doing here anyway, huh?" When Simon heard his friend's question, he awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, I just went out for a while." But before he could finish speaking, Serna jumped on Malin with a hug and exclaimed, "Oh, Malin, what are you doing here?" To which she replied, "Oh, leave me alone." In response to this, she heard, "Why are you so rude, Siri? I just wanted to be friends with you." To which Malin replied, "I'll be damned. I have goosebumps. Leave you alone. And you used your feathers on me too in a disgusting way. Why did you attack Simon? It was all you and no one else would have done that. And even if someone else had, I would still insist that it was you," Kami asked nervously, looking at the conflict, "if they had a fight." To which Simon replied, "No, they were just messing around after that." Serena replied, "But Siri doesn't know anything about that." In addition, Siri's ability is not to create something out of nothing, but only to amplify existing emotions. The reason Malin attacked Simon is that Malin is hiding a secret interrupting her rival. The girl exclaimed irritably, "God, just get off." Watching Malin beat Serna, Simon heard how much it hurt Malin. "You are so rude." Maybe it was the magic of ice that froze you so much that she answered, "Shut up, die, disappear from this world." The next moment, Special Number 10 burst through the door of the mansion and angrily exclaimed, "How dare you do this to me?" Interrupting the fight between the girls from the ivory tower, the guy added, "Because of you, even a fool who doesn't know his own class has overtaken me." When she heard the accusations against her, she replied, "I don't quite understand what you're talking about. It's not as if he is without a certain level, but you have descended to his level." Gritting his teeth in anger, the boy approached the girl and hit her in the face, shouting, "Anu, lock up! Who else would dare to mock people like that if it's you?" Malcolm Randolph split his lip with a slap and added, "You're going to get a good beating from the ivory tower today." Grabbing the guy by the shoulder to stop the fight, Simon sternly said, "Hey, that's enough. Here, neutral territory is forbidden to fight." After hearing Simon Malcolm's remark, Randolph angrily exclaimed, "What business is it of yours if it's neutral territory? You should also hold a special number 1. Before he could finish speaking, Lorraine caught his eye and asked him angrily what he needed to do. Realizing that he had nothing to catch here, Malcolm left the mansion and exclaimed angrily, "Oh shit." And the next moment, giving the girl his hand, Simon asked if she was okay and she replied, "Yes, thank you." When Simon heard the answer, he said, "Well then, after hearing from Cerna, you wouldn't say that it's the same thing, would you, Simon? Are you one of those who thinks things through in advance?" I assumed it was true, and in response, Simon just got very nervous and didn't say anything. Then, tapping the guy on the shoulder, the girl added, "If you want something in exchange, then tell me a special number 10. Immediately afterwards, Cerna Aindark, who went about her business, blew air kisses to Malin and called out to her, "See you later, Kusaki." A few seconds after Cerna left, Lorraine said, "I'll go see you then too," to which she heard Simon and Cammy say, "Yeah, thanks for the help, Lorraine. See you later." After saying goodbye to the girl, Simon looked around the team and asked if everyone was already here and where was Dick, to which Kami replied that he hadn't arrived yet. The next moment, when they heard someone enter the mansion, a group of friends said, "We've all been waiting for you, but there are no more than 10 people left." Seeing Malin in front of her, Elisa Salem said angrily, "My ship is a ghost, how dare you?" In response, she heard the girl say, "You can test my patience as much as you like." Seeing what had just happened in front of her, Cammy asked Malin in surprise, "Did you have a fight with Special Number 7? Hearing this, Simon shouted out in surprise, "Special Number 7, to which Malin replied, "Nothing like that." The next moment, an announcement was made that there were 10 seconds left until the end of Survivor Island. Upon hearing this, Kami nervously exclaimed to Dick, and her friend added the same thing. 1 second before the end of Survivor Island, an announcement was made that Dick Hayward's Group A had arrived at the mansion. Survival Island is over. We ask all participants to stop the fight and return to a safe place. Then Maylene exclaimed, "Hey, where have you been?" To which Dick confidently replied, "Why rush when there are shells flying from all sides? I was hiding in the bushes and waiting for the perfect moment." And then I heard the following notification. Mandatory teleportation will be performed for students outside the mansion. Do not go beyond the teleportation circle until the circle is completed. When Simon heard that they were about to be teleported, he shouted hooray for finally going home, to which Dick replied, "Not home, but to the dormitory." The next moment, Hector entered the mansion, and Simon Valentia spoke. "That monster in the south of the island, you killed it like that." In response to the question, the guy said, "You can think of it as you wish." Having received no concrete answer, Hector strode angrily out of the mansion. After a while, once in her room, Cerna heard from her interlocutor how Simon Valentia was doing with his conviction, to which she replied that he was not falling for threats or intimidation. Then the interlocutor added that he was a special number 1 for a reason. "I think we'll start preparing Plan B next week," to which the girl replied, "Judging by the rush, you're already impatient to take over as Commodore, Uncle." Hearing the question from his ward, the man asked, "What are you talking about for the sake of the future of the Ivory Tower?" And Cerna replied, "Oh, I was just kidding. The advice comes from me as an expert in this field, and the one behind the Ivory Tower. I will take full responsibility, so don't go to Plan B. If you hear that the future of our tower is at stake, think twice. If they will not become our allies, then only our enemies. We must bring them closer to us before they become too strong." Hearing her uncle's remark, Cerna Aindark sat down on the couch and said, "There's nothing so hard about it. It's even a little funny. Let's just see what Simon Valentia will do next." A few days after the Survival Island evaluation, everyone returned to their normal lives as quickly as if those days on the island were just a dream. Battle of the Cyclops grade, Dual grade, Survival Island grade. The harder the exams became, the more furious the other students became. And things didn't go as expected. When Simon went to practice with Professor Aaron, he heard a failure. The next moment, the teacher said, "You did well. Don't worry too much," to which he asked what he meant. In response to this, the teacher said, "Yeah, let's hear you say the first one again," to which I said, "Yes, Professor." In an attempt to recreate Professor Simon's ability, I shout out bone armor. Seeing that the student had managed to create bone armor, the professor spoke about bone armor, a body protection technique that is created from the bones of the skeleton and is most often used in defense. But depending on the situation, its applications are unlimited. This technique will be useful for you in battle. When Simon heard this, he exclaimed happily, "So the force of the blow will be different," to which the professor replied, "Of course, let's try it." Attacking the skeleton with the shield and feeling the difference, Simon exclaimed joyfully, "It's not exactly black blood magic, but I've become much stronger." Hearing this, Aaron Deja said, "This is because the natural power of the skeleton and black magic are replaced by physical strength, a kind of exoskeleton. Tell me what the peculiarity of bone armor is." By raising his hand up, the student responded, and the effect varies greatly depending on the shape of the assembly and the skeleton used. Also, the style of using bone armor differs depending on the necromancer who uses it, which is why I need to understand which style suits me. Upon hearing the answer, the teacher said, "Absolutely right. Now I will tell you the difference between partial and full armor. Usually, 2 full skeletons are required for a complete one. In addition, you need to take into account the mobility of the joints, considering the balance of the entire skeleton with the body, after which Simon added, and therefore the reason why I failed. After that, the teacher added, that's right, you didn't take into account the balance because full bone armor is much more delicate, and the task of controlling it is much more difficult. Compare the control of a few bony arms with the control of the bones of the whole body, and it is clear without hesitation that it is more difficult, right? Immediately after, Aaron Day added that one should not give up even if one fails once. Gradually, one can come to success. To which he replied, thank you, teacher. Looking back at his student, the teacher added, by the way, it seems that next week there will be a new mission, so I heard it right. When asked if he had already decided on a mission, Simon imagined a situation where he needed a considerable amount of money and would look for a mission with a decent pay. He answered awkwardly, I think I'll decide when the list appears. Then, the professor said to his student, then I will give you one piece of advice. If you do not find the mission you are interested in, you can choose it later. I don't think you realize how much you influence other students by being number one. Try to use your position. Well, the lesson is over. It's time to go back to the classroom. And Simon followed the professor and exclaimed, okay, I'm coming. After a while, arriving at the stands with announcement signs with missions for students, Simon said interestingly, as if there was nothing special there, to which Fur added disappointedly, nothing. After looking through the mission sheets again, he added irritably that there was absolutely nothing there, no matter how you look at it. There was no mission where the captains could have a battle. Then, the skeleton added, damn, the only thing that raises questions is that black letter. The boy looked at it and said that a body was found torn to pieces on the side of the Holy Federation, and then the substitute added, yes, but it's too risky. After that, Simon added, and besides, our professor won't let me concentrate on a task where I can make good money this time. Disappointed with the tasks on the board, the guy laid down on the bench and thought absolutely nothing. No work for good money, to which Fur replied that he was too picky. For 500 gold pieces, they would rather call a professional than find a student. But the problem is that you earned a lot of money from the first mission. In response to this, the guy said, I think I'll have to wait, just like Professor Aaron said. And then he was right to wait for the right opportunity. After a while, the students again witnessed the professor coughing up blood heavily and then saying, oh, excuse me, help me please. To which the assistant replied, come on, professor, go rest. I'll take you to Group A for a 15-minute break. Seeing what is happening to their teachers, one of the students said that it seems that the professor's condition has become much worse, and he heard the same thing in response. Immediately after, Maylene added, to be honest, it's a little strange to say this, but I like the way the assistant professor teaches better. At Kaizen, everything is determined by skills and abilities, which is why, if you think about it, Professor Lang simply does not have the strength to compete with her. Is it right that the professor himself relaxes, and the students are forced to compete harder and harder? And I heard that it all sounds quite simple on the surface. Looking at his friends, Dick said unhappily, but if there is no one professor, all his assistants will be out of work. And what is so simple about that? It's not the professor that needs to be replaced, but the entire regime, to which the girl replied, hey, be quiet. Do you even know where Professor Lang taught before? In response to this, the guy said, but the assistant Francesca is quite capable in toxicology, and I really like her classes. But if Professor Lang Strauss leaves, then Francesca's assistant will follow him. And Malin clutched her head and said how hard it was. Then Cami put forward her theory, saying that if she became a professor, Professor Lang would be able to take care of her own health and we would have a great class in toxicology. And Dick said that was unlikely, because in reality, at Case Western, teaching assistants are more like teaching assistants than a real professors. And then Maylene exclaimed, hey, be a little more polite. There are elders. Then the guy exclaimed with displeasure, but the point is correct. Of course you can get to the position of professor, but still, maybe only Ms. Neftis can help. And then he heard Francesca's angry voice behind him saying, you'll be discussing this for a long time. You've had a break, and I think you've talked enough by now. I could hear you all the way down the hall, so be careful. And I heard a guilty excuse in response. Taking the teacher's seat, Francesca's assistant happily said, well, let's continue our lesson. There is a well-known saying about poisons. Everything is poison without a poisonous substance, and only the dose of toxins determines how poisonous a substance is. Any substance can be poisonous if it causes at least a small amount of harm to a person. And this raises a reasonable question. If everything is poison, then spices are also poison. But people don't die from spices. So what is the reason? Raising her hand from the audience, Jamie Victoria confidently exclaimed to the professor that the dose of poison was not fatal. After hearing the answer from the class, the assistant answered correctly. Any poison must have a certain dose of toxins to be fatal, which is why if the amount of toxins is not lethal, the substance can also be used as a medicine. Then why doesn't the medicine become poison? Jamie asked, to which she replied confusedly that it was because the percentage of toxins was too small. Then the teacher continued, because a lethal dose can be enough to kill you, for example. If there are 4 tons of tomatoes, you will die from the toxins in these fruits. However, if you eat 4 tons of anything, you will die one way or another, which is why the basis of the fight against poisons is to determine the lethal dose and the purpose for which it is used. Since the size of monsters varies, the calculation of the dose is of great importance. And today we will learn the 3 laws of calculating toxicity. Hearing the words of the assistant, Maylene happily said, "Oh, how I love Miss Francesca's classes are just the best." Of course, I grasp everything on the fly. When Simon heard that he had been addressed, he replied confusedly, "Oh, I'm sorry, you said something to me." In response to this, the girl added offensively, "You've been quiet throughout the lesson, and it's because we were scolded." To which he replied, "No, it's nothing of the sort." At the end of the lesson, when he went out into the corridor, he heard a student, Simon, looking back in the direction of the voice. The boy noticed a familiar assistant and asked her, "Hi, something happened." And she replied, "You've already chosen a mission for this weekend." In response, he said, "I don't think so yet." To which the girl happily added, "Great. Professor Jane calls you to his office about the mission." When you arrive at the rector's office, the guy notices that an envelope with the words, "You have been assigned a mission," is handed to him. Upon hearing the news from Olivia, Simon nervously exclaimed that the mission had been nominated, to which she replied that the client wanted you to personally fulfill it. Taking the envelope in his hands, the guy asked if I could read it already, and he said, "You can look at it." Opening the envelope, the boy saw the task of guarding the Elements Level D reward of 1,000 gold placement of the outskirts of the Blue Harbor, details of the client's careful protection during the exhibition of the dead. When he saw the reward for the nominal mission, the boy was amazed and exclaimed in his head, "Wow, 1,000 gold, but level D." The next moment, the professor said, "Of course, just because it's a suggested mission, you don't have to do it if you've already found a mission." To which he exclaimed, "No. I agree. Of course I agree." And then the guy thought excitedly, 1,000 gold pieces, I'm rich." In response, Rector Jane said, "Well, that's great. I was thinking of sending my own security there, and you agreed to that." And he exclaimed in surprise. Then the professor added that it is very important for a modern necromancer to research and analyze current trends. "Well then, good luck with your mission on your return. Please fill out all these documents." Seeing the pile of papers he would have to deal with upon his return, Simon asked in confusion what he meant by reports and professor's reports. "It seems like professional papers, yes." In response, the student replied to Kazan that he was self-taught or that I would expect you to come. Upon hearing this, the assistant who brought the student smiled awkwardly and said, "Simon got caught." The next moment, Jane Olivia added sternly, "You are the only one from the academy going to this exhibition, so be careful to be our representative. The main thing is not to do anything against your own will." To which he replied, "I swear." After a while, having arrived at the right city, Erzabet joyfully exclaimed hurrah for the Blue Harbor, after which Fur ominously added Boogeyman Newtown new victims. Hearing the reaction of his subordinates, Simon nervously said, "I beg you two not to do anything unnecessary. Follow the instructions, rest and have fun." To which Ertz joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you." And then the guy added, "By the way, can you swim? Or are you dead and all that? Doesn't salt water harm them?" In response, the girl said, "It burns a little, but it's quite tolerable." The next moment, she added excitedly, "I just can't leave here without taking a dip." And I replied, "I understand. Have fun. I'll be back as soon as it's over." Turning his gaze to his deputy, Simon said, "I'm going on a mission for you too." To which the latter replied with understanding. Heading to the place where he could meet the customer, Simon mentally said to himself, "Wow, the longer I look around, the more beautiful it gets." When he got to the right address, he said, "I have arrived at the right place." Opening the gate, the boy said, "Hey, there's someone here." Waiting for someone to come out to him, he began to look at the letter with the order and then suddenly heard Kaizen shouting, "Kaizen is here." Opening the gate for Simon, the little boy happily added, "Wow, hello, come in, the uniform is just incredible." When Simon saw who was meeting him, he happily said, "Hi, you live here?" And he replied, "That's right, my name is Shuni." The next moment, he added that Shuni was indeed coming to see the Count, to which the boy confidently replied that I was the Count. When the boy heard who was standing in front of them, he awkwardly said, "Oh, I'm sorry for such disrespect." To which the Count happily replied, "It's okay. You can call me by my first name in private. It's even more comfortable for me." Following the Count to his house, Simon wondered how such a young child could be the Count of Blue Harbor and be willing to pour 1,000 gold into a D-rank mission. Maybe his parents just died very young, and then he heard from Shuni, and here is the exhibition hall. When Simon saw the kid running up the stairs, he nervously called out to Shuni, "Wait for me." The next moment, the Count stumbled and went nose first to the ground, but at the last moment, Simon managed to catch him to prevent a collision. After the rescue, the Count happily said to Simon, "You're so fast. Can you keep it up?" And he nervously replied, "Yeah," and then thought, "That's going to be hard." Heading further into his exhibit hall, the Count of the Lands added happily, "The exhibition was originally scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but for my own safety, I'm showing it earlier. There was no chance for error, and Kaizen's student replied, of course, thank you. As soon as the doors opened, Simon was able to see all the exhibits with his own eyes and then thought, this is the next generation of the Blue Harbor Dead exhibition. Looking around to get a good look at everything, the guy said, I don't even know where to look. Walking a little further and noticing a giant skeleton in front of him, the boy added a dinosaur skeleton as the main exhibit. It seems that the problem with his balance has not been solved. The upper part of his body was fixed with ropes. Imagining the consequences of what could happen, Simon said anxiously, oh my god, if you bring a skeleton like that to life, everyone might go crazy. At the same time, climbing on the back of one of the skeletons of a horse from his exhibition, Shuni joyfully exclaimed, let's go ahead and hit the road. At the same time, Simon noticed that the skeleton's eyes were glowing and rushed to the Count, anxiously thinking he was under the magic of the summoning. Seeing that he was in danger, the boy rushed to the Count to prevent bad consequences and almost caught him. When Simon found himself on the skeleton's back and was taken away as a child, he wondered how such a geek could have been hired as a guard. At the same time, Shuni, flying in the air because of his subject's ability, joyfully exclaimed to Uncle Finchy. Putting his nephew down on the ground, the man sternly added that he needed to be careful here. There were a lot of moving dead, to which Shuni replied, I'm fine, uncle, I'll introduce you. Pointing to Simon, the Count said it was Kaizen's strongest guard, the #1 freshman who had been taken on special terms, Simon Valentia, to which he awkwardly replied, congratulations. Holding out his hand to the hired guard, the man said, my name is Finchy Nickyman, and I am also a necromancer, to which he replied, I'm Simon Valentia, nice to meet you. As soon as they shook hands, Simon noticed that the man's hand had turned to slime. The next moment, Finchy Nickyman laughed and said, I'm kidding. So the freshman came to make money like that. I don't know what kind of wind blew you here, but you need to take your job responsibly, because I'm right. When Simon heard the man's remarks, he bowed before him and said guiltily, I beg your pardon. I beg your forgiveness for my mistake, your lordship the Earl. Seeing that he began to bow and apologize, Shuni nervously exclaimed, hey Simon, why are you doing this? It's my fault. Standing in front of Simon, the kid nervously exclaimed, hey, don't scold my uncle's guards. To which he laughed and said, what's the use of scolding? Just give the new guy some advice. So you're the #1 special one of the Kaizen Academy. And after receiving the answer to his question, my uncle said sternly, well, the expectations of you are high. And here's another piece of advice from me as a former student of Kaizen. Not everything they teach you at the academy is true. It used to be a tradition, but the Kaizen training system is too outdated. Hearing this, Simon interrupted the man and said, excuse me, Mr. Finchy. Smiling happily, the guy asked if you were really a Kaizen graduate. Hearing the question from the boy, the man nervously replied, I am from the Allen State School of Necromancers. To which Simon replied, yeah, that's what it is. The next moment, Sir Finchy added to him, time will pass and you will see other schools. Allen Sierra Moiran. The best students from these schools come to Kaizen to study on exchange. But in general, the students of these schools have a broader profile compared to Kaizen. They do not start fights and are friends with each other. To which I heard in response, wow, just an amazingly broad profile, this is important. But if that's the case, why do they come to Kaizen for an exchange? Feeling again that they were trying to get him, Finchy mentally said, what a nerve, and then said, well, where there are strengths, there are weaknesses. And isn't it better to delve into one science more deeply? Somehow he got out of the situation and said, well, enough of this talk about students' ability to build a career after graduation. That's what's really important. Hearing the offer from the man, Simon put his hand on the Count's shoulder and said, thank you. Please don't go there alone. Looking at the guy with a frightening look and a tight smile, Simon thought, I don't want to get into trouble again. Arriving at even more exhibits, Finchy Nickyman said, due to the island climate, the Blue Harbor has gained its own ecosystem different from the continent. Especially the main characters of the exhibition are objects created with the help of the island's unique dead bodies. The exhibition shows 100 works, 20 of which I created myself. Since the main focus is on studying the dead are not easily subdued. Hearing this, Count Shuni said Uncle became famous for his studies of the dead in the Blue Lagoon, to which his personal bodyguard added, I think there is no need to forcefully connect the tail of this stoneworm skeleton to the bone. When Simon saw the bone attachments on one of the skeletons, he noted that it could only increase the load on the joints, or it would be better to cover it with protein or chitin. Hearing Finchy's offer, Nickyman exclaimed, yeah, I got a rookie, everything has its own reason. To which he nervously replied, oh, sorry. Then the man added, how am I supposed to protect the premises? To which he replied, yes, well, then it's clear. After giving a tour of the secondary exhibits, Finchy Nickyman led the boy to a separate room and said, now it's time to show the main character of this exhibition. After letting everyone in, the man spoke, not as an impregnable dead man. It was created from an underwater kraken monster. The base is a deep-sea monster kraken. Since most of its body consists of bones, I was able to restore its skeleton. And this is not even an adult. No one has ever managed to catch an adult kraken, but it should not be underestimated. Even though it is not an adult, it has incredible speed and strength. The next moment, Simon raised his hand and exclaimed, "Mr. Finchy, tell me how much it would be worth if you suddenly decided to sell it." To which he thoughtfully replied, "It's an interesting question coming from the Kaizen Academy." In response to this, the guy awkwardly added that it was just a personal curiosity, after which the man replied, "I don't know, because it's the result of scientific research, not a product for sale, and I didn't create it, so it's hard to calculate. However, if I had to, it would probably be about 10,000 gold pieces." Sometime later, when Simon went out to take a breather, he heard the kid say, "Hey kid, can you hear me?" And the kid came to his senses and exclaimed, "Oh yes, Fur." Starting to shake his commander, he exclaimed, "Hey, what's wrong with you? There's no progress in the training of bone armor at all, and by the way, something happened in that exhibition hall." When Simon heard the question from his subject, he put his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, "I wouldn't say I saw an impressive dead man." To which he replied, "How impressive was he that you were so angry?" The next moment, the guy started waving his hands to show the worm and said it was like this, constantly moving. The next moment, he sighed heavily and added, "I think it will probably be sold because I keep failing and failing. I'm sorry. By the way, I was a little curious about Fur." And he replied, "What are you so interested in?" Then Simon asked me about bone armor. "I am currently training on ordinary skeletons, but can I train on the battalion skeletons?" And the answer was not that it is impossible in general. However, it is forbidden until it is released on regular skeletons. To which he replied in surprise that it was true, but why? In response to Fur's question, he replied that bad habits would appear, and the next moment Elizabeth appeared next to them and exclaimed joyfully to the commander. Approaching Simon, she added, "Commander, you said you had to attend an event tomorrow night. Can you tell us what it is?" Recalling Shuni's words, the boy replied, "It's a banquet hosted by the Old One family, attended by the immediate family members and aristocrats." Then the girl said thoughtfully, "I wonder if it's aristocrats. There will be a lot of dignitaries there. But if it's the aforementioned Kaizen, I don't think there will be any problems with clothes." With a sly smile, Elizabeth added, "I just need to fix one detail." Sometime before the exhibition started, standing next to his security target, Simon heard a "long ago, sir," to which Shuni replied in kind, "Auntie." Then the young lady smiled happily and added, "I am so glad that the Kaizen student will be guarding us today. Such an honor." To which Simon replied, "It is all thanks to the Count's offer that I am much more honored, ma'am." The next moment, my aunt asked him what was so special about this exhibition, and he replied, "I think it would be better for Count Schooner to tell you about it because he is the organizer." Turning his gaze to the boy, he added the Count's right, to which the latter joyfully exclaimed, "Of course, this exhibition will feature a completely new kind of dead, and a completely new kind of dead." At the same time, while inside the building, one of the guests was pleasantly surprised to hear that he thinks incredibly deeply for such a young age. In response to this, the guest's companion added rightly, "Making the Count the protagonist while leaving himself in the shadows, etiquette changes accordingly to match the guest's countries of origin. He knows exactly what role Kazan's role is as usual, and doesn't recommend anyone." To which she replied quietly, because Sir Finchy can hear. Having made the remark, the guest smiled happily and mentally added that it was good that the Count had chosen a worthy bodyguard. At the same time, when there was free time from the guests, the Count said, "Well done, Simon, where did you learn such manners?" In response to the question, the guy confidently answered, "Since childhood my father taught me it. It was quite difficult, but I'm glad it was useful." And Shuni added, "You did a good job. I think all the guests have already arrived, so you can go and have fun at the event." To which he replied, "Well, thank you." As Simon walked into the hall with the guests, he looked around and said, "It seems that all the members of the Old One family are gathered in that direction. I wonder where Mr. Finchy is now." At the same time, a man somewhere outside the building said, "I heard you." In response to his words, a reply came from the bullet in his hands. "I'm going according to plan. I think I'll arrive in the harbor the day after tomorrow." After hearing the report, the man spoke well. "Everything is going well here. All the family members have already gathered in the banquet hall," to which he was told, "No problem, you say. But we have heard some interesting rumors that a student from the Kaizen Academy had arrived in the Blue Harbor." In response to the words of his accomplice Finchy, Nickyman confidently said there was no point in worrying about it, even if it was Kaizen, one freshman who would do nothing. "However, if you are concerned about it, I will take care of it, but it is strange that you are only now realizing this." In response to Finchy's words, the bullet said, "Shut up, Necromancer. It doesn't matter who our enemy is, we will destroy every flea." Smiling slyly and adjusting his mustache, the accomplice added, "But of course the money is up front." To which Finchy replied, "Don't worry about Finchy's word. Everything on this island belongs to us." At the same time, looking out the window, Simon mentally said, "Today's bone armor test also failed. I'm worried that we haven't really made any progress during this time. The next moment, as soon as the opening ceremony was over, the guy felt someone pulling on his suit and said, "Simon, can you hear me?" Continuing to draw attention to himself, Shuni asked you what was bothering you. "Why are you walking around so gloomy?" In response to the question, he said, "It's nothing, just a failure in school." When the Count heard this, he was surprised to hear that everyone was studying so hard, and he replied, "Yeah, and I'm trying to keep up with the rest of them." Hearing the reason for his bodyguard's gloom, Shuni said that he meant it, and the next moment, looking out the window, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "Look, it's raining." At the same time, somewhere on the seashore, Erdz assessed the weather and said with disappointment, "First, fog, and now rain." The next moment, she heard someone shouting to her, "Come back inside. It's still dangerous today, there's sea fog, so swimming is forbidden." As soon as the girl came back, one of the guards exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, look what's there," and then asked him where exactly. Looking in the direction his friend was pointing, the man exclaimed that it seemed to be just rain, but he was not answered, and there was definitely something moving. As Erdz began to look into the distance herself, she heard something moving. "Wait a minute, it's really a ship," and then someone screamed out in fright that it was pirates. At the same time, approaching the island, the pirate captain said the Blue Harbor is not a beautiful island. If all goes well, he will become our baby old one and his family members will be left unharmed and tear everyone else into small pieces. After a while, when the pirates landed on the island, they immediately headed for the Shuni estate. Seeing the chaos in the city, the guests of the event exclaimed that they were breaking through. How did they even get here? "Commander, do something about them while watching what was happening," the Count said to Simon, holding onto the boy's suit in a frightened tone. Turning his gaze to one of the guards who was trying to communicate with the soldiers over the bullet, shouting out to the guards, Commander Simon confidently said everything was fine. Trying to communicate with the salads, the commander repeatedly said, "Come on, answer me," but it was unsuccessful. The communication balloon was lying bloody somewhere on the front line. When the guard commander did not receive a response, he said, "Damn, the signal is not coming through." To which Simon replied that it seems that the reason for the lack of response was different. Hearing his bodyguard's words, Shuni nervously exclaimed, "Simon, what are you talking about?" Imagining what exactly happened to the soldiers, the guy confidently said it was over. The next moment, one of the guests approached the commander and said, "Commander, we can't reach Mr. Finchy, or he's already fighting pirates, or there's some problem." To which even the best necromancer in the Blue Harbor replied, "According to Kaizen's student, it looks like something happened to the base. We will somehow build a line of defense with the remaining soldiers and then find a ship so that the Count and his guests can go." Hearing the proposal from the commander-in-chief, Simon asked if leaving the island by ship was more dangerous, as pirates at sea are much stronger, and they had definitely blocked the channel, right, Commander? To which he replied correctly. The next moment, the soldier who arrived with the report said that communication with all guard posts and barracks was also unavailable. All the military power of the Blue Harbor Island fell. If pirates can move so quickly and accurately, they are definitely not ordinary pirates. Hearing the reports on the situation on the island, Simon thoughtfully said the guard posts, the naval power, the strongest necromancer on the island, were all paralyzed at once. That leaves only one option. It was a carefully planned plan. Perhaps someone turned out to be a traitor. I don't know if it was one of the guests, or maybe the traitor asked the infantrymen in fright after hearing Simon Shuni's words. Then Simon added, "Unfortunately for us, the probability of betrayal is very high. The deployment of naval forces is constantly changing, and the fact that the strike was so accurate, someone clearly passed the information to the attackers." In a panic, one of the guests shouted out, "It's all over, I don't want to die," after which the commander shouted to everyone to stay calm. The next moment, he gathered his remaining soldiers and announced the readiness of the 3 vines, to which they responded with precision. After the formation of his soldiers, the commander approached Simon and asked, "If you could help us in our situation. Every person is important." When he heard the guard commander's request, he replied, "I would be happy to help you. But I came here to protect the Count," Shuni said, tugging on the boy's suit. When he bowed his knee to the customer, the Count added, "I ask you on behalf of the head of the Blue Harbor and as a customer," to which he replied, "I am listening to you, Count." Putting his hand to his chest, Shuni confidently exclaimed, "Forget about my safety. Take care of the people of the Blue Harbor." In response to this, Simon said to Shuni, "I have a bad feeling that there may be people inside who have come for you," to which he replied, "I know, but the safety of the citizens is much more important now. I can even pay you extra if necessary." Bowing before his bodyguard, the Count added, "I only ask you to save the citizens of the Blue Harbor." Upon hearing the request from his customer, Simon confidently replied, "Your order will be obeyed, Count." As soon as Simon accepted the offer to cooperate with the guard, the commander said, "We will divide into 3 parts. The naval forces will take the surviving soldiers and rescue the townspeople." And then one of the guests said, "In that case, I will take the Count under protection and take him and his guests to the estate." When the commander heard this, he asked Mr. Finchy if everything would be fine. and the butler added that everything would be fine. Since the mansion has its own means of defense and there are several former knights among the guards, we should be safe, to which the commander replied, "Thank God." As for the student Kaizen, hearing that it was about him, Simon said, "I'm going to the harbor. The most important thing now is to catch their captain, and the rest of the pirates will be easier to deal with later." Leaving the courtyard of the mansion, the boy headed in the direction indicated and shouted out to Fur, "Can you hear me?" When he didn't receive a response from his subordinate, he thought there was no connection with him. Maybe he was caught before me. The next moment, on his way to the harbor, Simon heard the boogie of a lightship, which they call the Marines. Beating one of the soldiers of the Blue Harbor, the pirates gleefully shouted, "You idiots do not know the difference between war and a simple attack. No matter how many prisoners there are, you still need to fight back. Believing in all good things has softened your brains. Weaklings cling too much to their world." The next moment, the guy heard Simon say, "Hey, can you hear me?" To which he replied in surprise, "Fur, how bad is it?" In response to the question, the skeleton replied that one pirate ship had arrived, and they were not a particular problem, so I dealt with them. The only problem is that they are cracking down on all ordinary people for no reason. You would definitely want to save them all, I'm right. If you really want to do this, then remember the basics of bone armor that your professor taught you, and use it on the inhabitants. After hearing the advice from his deputy, Simon was surprised to hear that it would be much harder than practice. However, if you are confident in yourself, you will succeed, Simon said, calling the skeletons to him, and Fur answered in agreement. The next moment, looking at the pirates who invaded the city, the boy mentally said, "Pull yourself together, Simon. We need to save the civilians. I simply cannot allow even more casualties among ordinary people." Activating his bone armor skill on the woman the pirate was approaching, he mentally added, "We will save them all." At the same time, one of the pirates had already swung his sword to kill the woman and child. However, at the last moment he felt that his weapon had stopped for some reason, hitting something hard. Confused by the strange development of events, the pirate exclaimed in fright that what the hell was that? The next moment, a right hook flew right into his face. Having escaped from the enemy's attack, the woman said in surprise that she did not quite understand what was happening, but it seemed to help. Seeing that his comrade had just been laid on the ground, another pirate heading for a civilian exclaimed, "How dare you insult our people?" But the next moment, the enemy's foot also suddenly reached for his comrade's face. When he saw one of the pirates beating his own, the attacker shouted out, "What are you doing?" and was told that it was not me. My legs were moving on their own. Seeing the result of the bone armor application, Fear joyfully exclaimed, "Booga, it seems to have worked. Well, now it's time to take advantage of this battalion, Simon. Don't even think about worrying about bad habits." Having received the order from his deputy, Simon called his skeletons and confidently shouted them all forward. While performing the machinations of equipping the inhabitants with bone armor, Simon was surprised to hear in his head that it was much easier than with ordinary skeletons. Once I imagined the big picture, all the bones immediately fell into place. Now it's clear why Fur forbade me to do this before. So now we are at the stage where there is no need to practice in advance. And I am right. The next moment, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically, with the residents and soldiers gaining the upper hand over the invaders, shouting, "Nice to meet you. Now show me your strength. Where are you going?" At the same time, a couple of women who were beating the soldier together angrily exclaimed, "You dirty rat! Why the hell did you touch me? Get out of my sight!" Lifting one of the pirates above him and spinning him in different directions, the young boy joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, Mom! Look, I'm so strong." Having also dealt with a couple of pirates, my grandfather happily asked if they were all right. Seeing Simon heading in his direction, the man added, "Wow, that's it now. So you put this look on me." As Simon approached his grandfather, he nervously said, "Don't overdo it," and he replied as if I were a new 20, after which one of the soldiers exclaimed, "That's right, that's the Kaizen uniform. I saw you at the reception." When the other residents saw who came to their aid, they joyfully exclaimed, "Kaizen helped us. As long as we are wearing this armor, we are not threatened by injuries, I am right." Hearing the residents' question, Simon answered, "Well, you could say that," and then looked at the other pirates who were nearby and added, "Well then, let's all go into battle to beat these scoundrels." At the same time, the captain of the pirates, looking at the loot, joyfully said, "It's wonderful. It's just unsurpassed." And he knew that the lands where the rich live are the richest. Examining the gem in his hands, he added that it was the first time he had ever seen an emerald of this color, and then suddenly heard the frightened voice of his subject exclaiming to the captain, "We need reinforcements immediately." The locals started attacking in response, and he said, "What's the difference? It's just the remnants of the navy." In response to the captain's words, the subject replied, "By the way, no." Then he nervously added, "Well, that one." The townspeople themselves, sir, sellers, tourists, cooks, and everyone else who was there. After hearing the report from his subject, the pirate captain got up from his seat and angrily exclaimed, "You've gone mad, and what should we do? Beg for mercy?" To which the subject replied, Ah, Captain, they are helped by a necromancer. Hearing the reason for the sudden change in the situation, the captain looked at his subject in surprise. At the same time, while the city was continuing to clean up, a message was heard from one of the townspeople. 2 pirates ahead. Leave them to me. Hearing the report, Simon shouted out to a friend running from the side of the alley, to which the Yomi responded with an understanding. The next moment, one of the pirates who had arrived from behind shouted, "It's the kids! Quickly grab them," he said, and several residents attacked him at once. Starting to beat the pirate, one of the women exclaimed, "Hey, you're okay," to which Simon replied, "Thanks, I didn't think you'd go that far." The next moment, an old man arrived and happily told them, "Hey, look here, I threw all the bombs into the sea. The townspeople have been evacuated," and he replied, "Thank you for your help." After that, the grandfather exclaimed that all that was left was to show the pirates who was in charge, and the young boy happily added, "Let's give them a good fight," to which Simon sternly replied, "No. I'll deal with the pirates myself, and I'll ask you to evacuate with the others." Hearing the order from Simon, the townspeople responded with, "So many as you plan to do it. Yes, you are from Kaizen, but it is too dangerous, right? Let's fight together." In response, Simon said, "I have come to Judah to protect you all." And then he removed the bone armor from the inhabitants. And the old man exclaimed sadly, "Oh, I was so young." Gathering his skeletons together, Simon said, "If any of you are wounded, I will not be able to look the count in the eye." Hearing the reason for his decision, the townspeople exclaimed, "Well then, be careful out there," to which Simon replied, "Thank you." Moving on to deal with the remnants of the enemies, Simon reached the shore where the pirate captain was, who saw the boys and said that they said that Kaysen would help in the battle, but that probably doesn't mean that you will protect them. When Simon heard the pirate captain's words, he asked if there was a traitor on our side. Hearing the question from his rival, the pirate drew his sword and exclaimed, "Do you really think I'm going to tell you?" Putting on his bone armor, Simon asked, "You said you couldn't feel the black magic of blood, and I'm right. For the first time I see someone who uses aura," to which the pirate replied, "And you seem to know what aura means to a necromancer." When Simon heard the enemy's words, he said, "You know, this is a rarity," and was answered with a rarity of words. "You necromancers are to blame for this. You decide who is bad and who is good without any consideration, and you destroy pure magic and aura wizards just because they don't look like you." To which Simon replied, "I personally have not done that." Rushing into the fray, Simon shouted at the pier, "Shut up, aura, this is what can save us all." Crossing his arms and facing me, the captain exclaimed, "I'm annoyed even by your look." Noticing his opponent's movements, Simon asked in surprise if these movements were not how Baldwin handled the sword. After hearing the question, the pirate made a few more swings of his sword and exclaimed, "What are you hiding? I am a hereditary knight. In the world of necromancers, my family barely survived, but I did not give up. And I proudly carried my story, trained my body aura and skills, and so I became a Knight of the Ale. Among all 200 students, 198 of them were necromancers who discovered the core. Do you know what it's like to be treated like some helpless old man? They only care about achieving goals and gaining power. Do you know what kind of nonsense they talk?" That's when I felt a surge of hatred and resentment. After the accident, I left everything and went to sea. After listening to the pirate's story, Simon was surprised to think that he was unemployed and a robber. After thinking about everything I said, "Well, what can I say? Your story is really quite sad." The next moment, when his golem was finished, Simon added, "But that doesn't excuse your sin." Having dealt the enemy several blows, the guy managed to knock him to the ground. After spraying the pirate with poison and striking him in the face again, the boy added, "As you said, knights train in fencing to strengthen the body of the spirit and aura, regardless of whether they have a core. And that's why I never thought that knights' aura or fencing was something in the past, but I've held on to them. This is what can be called outdated." After the battle in the city, Simon arrived at the captured pirates and heard, "I just wanted to look at a beautiful girl and she turned out to be a real monster. Horrible, take it away." The next moment, interrupting the pirates' conversation, Simon said, "Your captain has been caught, so consider your hope for a brighter future gone. You know that piracy is a serious crime. If you answer my questions, I can reduce your punishment by identifying which of the Blue Lagoon members you are in cahoots with." Not receiving an answer to his question, Simon said unhappily that it seems that the matter will not go away so easily, to which the pirate replied, "Yes, I knew you would start bothering me with questions. I did not plan to become a pirate, you idiot. You do not know life at all, boy." Not having received the information he needed, Simon said to his skeletons, "Go ahead and work." When the skeletons began to force something into the pirates, the boy said, "Although I am a student, I am still a necromancer." After drinking every last drop of what they were given, he exclaimed, "What did you give us?" When Simon heard the pirate's question, he smiled happily and said, "What do you think is poison? It will spread through the body in 15 seconds and will cause a painful death in 5 minutes." The next moment, taking a test tube with a green substance from his pocket and showing it to the hostages, Simon said, "If you tell me who the traitor is, I will give you the antidote." Having not received an answer to his question even after that, Simon said, "Well, if you don't want to, then fine, guys." Unable to contain his fear, the pirate screamed out in fright, "Nicky Man Finchy, a necromancer," along with the captain, after which Simon asked what was going on. Then the hostage exclaimed, "Do you think I would lie when my life hangs in the balance? Give me the antidote." Hearing who the traitor was, Simon mentally said, he was definitely a key figure in the harbor, and it would not have been a problem for him to determine the location of the Marines and their forces. But why would he betray the Blue Lagoon? Why would he betray his own territories? Thinking about the reasons for these actions, Simon nervously thought, "No way." The next moment, he dropped the test tube from his hands and it smashed to the ground. Seeing this, the pirate exclaimed in fright, "I told you everything, you rascal." Then Simon answered him that it was not actually poison, but a common laxative, to which he replied in confusion. After that, he heard, "In 2 hours, everything will be fine. Don't worry." Immediately after these words, the man heard a grumbling in his stomach. At the same time, in the mansion, trying to protect their count, the maids heard there was no point in resisting. "If you cooperate with us, we will let you go." The next moment, she felt something attached to her waist and screamed out in fright. Immediately afterwards, Simon's shout was heard telling the attackers to attack. As soon as he approached the enemies, one of the pirates was behind him and was about to strike when the maid shouted behind him. Instantly reacting to the danger, Simon knocked the enemy out. When the danger was over, the maid, lowering Shuni to the ground, asked Simon, "Are you all right, Count? Are you hurt?" And the boy replied, "I'm fine as a count." In response to the question, the small count replied, "I'm fine too." After which Simon added, "Really, then we need to get out of here as soon as possible." Taking Shuni's hands, he added, "My bad feeling did not disappoint me." While evacuating the staff from the mansion, the guy heard Simon say the last thing he replied to was that he would not get hurt thanks to this armor, so hurry up. When almost all of the staff had left the building, Simon called out to the Count who was approaching him, "Shuni, you're next." As soon as the Count began to approach Simon, one of the pirates appeared right in front of him and exclaimed, "I finally found you. Count, you need to come with us." Before he could grab the boy, his body suddenly stopped obeying him. The pirate, shrouded in bone armor that prevented him from moving, exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell was that?" When the danger was over, Simon called out to Shuni, "Come here." Before the boy could take a step, a voice came from somewhere and spoke in the form of a fierce dragon. Immediately afterwards, the pirate in front of Simon turned into acid, which also ate away at the floor beneath him. Grabbing the Count of Finchy's mansion, Nickyman said, "I told you before, remember? And how did you, the so-called guard, abandon your ward?" Seeing that their subject, the Necromancer, appeared next to the Count, the rest of the staff joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Finchy, we are saved." At the same time, slowly walking towards Simon Finchy, Nickyman said, "Gentlemen, you don't have to worry, I'm already here." To which Simon replied in surprise that he didn't. "Let the Count go immediately." To which the man replied, "I don't think that's possible. I simply do not trust you, so I refuse." How a guard could leave his client and go somewhere else does not guarantee his safety. Before he could finish his thought, Simon interrupted him and said, "Why did you betray the Count?" Hearing the boy's words, the staff began to talk in confusion. "Finchy Nickyman betrayed us? It's impossible. Maybe the boy has mixed up something at the same time." Simon added, "The pirates told me everything." Marines and harbor residents also heard everything. Hearing the accusations against him, the Necromancer replied insultingly, "At least you have proof." And then he heard Uncle Finchy. The Count, grimacing in pain, added, "Let me go." In response to his request, he heard, "Forgive me, but no." The next moment, Finchy Nickyman threw the glass pills of gas on the ground, blocking Simon's view, and was able to escape with the Count through a hole in the ceiling. As soon as the enemy left the battlefield, Simon shouted out to one of the staff members to be a butler. "I'll handle it. Please tell everyone you can about the betrayal," he replied. "Simon, sir, please save our Count." After a while, when Finchy arrived at one of the ships in the port, he threw the hostage on board. The next moment, using a necromancer skill, he said appear when the dead individuals turned into skeletons, he added to the departure. When the Count saw that skeletons began to appear around him, he was frightened and asked Uncle, "Why are you doing this?" To which he replied, "I'm still Uncle." Then the guy nervously asked me if I had done something wrong, to which he replied, "No, you're not to blame. The root of all evil is your father." Hearing this, Shuni asked what you meant. In response, Finchy Nickyman replied, "I'm talking about the death of my sister, your mother, and it all came from your father. Although I came from a poor family, I inherited the talent of a genius. I showed such promise that they said I was definitely Kaizen's special #1. Many families wanted to take me in, but the citizens of Blue Harbor wanted it most of all. They organized the wedding of my sister to the eldest son of the Old Ones, and I became a special necromancer of their family, with their full support. However, after a while I not only failed the entrance exams to Kaizen, but was not accepted on special terms, which caused the Old Ones to mock me, They were so invested in a loser to think about it. I studied hard for the sake of the Aldwan's reputation and my sister's. I got into Alland and wanted to transfer to Kaizen, but I didn't. When he received a letter from his sister Finchi Nikiman, he saw that it said, "It's hard here, Finchi. I'm tired. Take me home." As a result, this was the last letter I received from my sister. I realized that the more I failed, the worse she was treated, and I realized that all her suffering was because of me. And knowing this, I could only ask her to be patient while waiting for news from Kaizen. All I could do was turn corpses into weapons, but this realization which I was striving for did not help me save my sister. And do you know what your father was doing while grief was eating me up inside? He was having fun with a lady from another city right at my sister's funeral, and her death was justified by a sudden illness when her sister's body was not yet cold, as a man could do in general. And it was then that I swore to myself that I had to destroy your family, that I would take everything from them. Nephew, do you remember how your father died? And what he said in a frightened voice because he was sick? Hearing Finchi's answer, Nikiman smiled ominously and said, "Now you see I am an enemy of your kind, an avenger for my sister. Now that all the representatives of the Aldvans are here, I can wipe them off the face of the earth. I'm going to inherit Blue Harbor and all your wealth, which sounds pretty great, doesn't it?" When Shuni heard about his uncle's plans, he shed tears and exclaimed in fright, "Nothing will happen the way you want, because Simon will stop you." Hearing the remark from his Count Finchi, Nikiman looked up and said, "Oh, that's the number 1 from Kaizen." Of course, it's a strange choice to give the first place to such a simple-minded person. Who would have thought? Naftogaz is losing its grip on who it is hiring and what is so good about this academy. Well, now is the time to return what is rightfully mine, your wealth, and the Aldwan inheritance. "And then I'll deal with that kid," Shuni said to Simon, "and Simon won't die." The next moment, when he heard someone shouting, Finchi Nikiman got to his feet and started looking around. Trying to find the source of the sound, the man thought he had caught up with us, which is logically impossible. But then who was it that at the same time on one of the ships that sailed up to them, the voice of the pirate captain was heard, who added, "Here you are, Count." Seeing his ally arrive at his ship, Finchi Nikiman asked him angrily what he was doing here. In response to his question, he heard, "I think it's obvious, isn't it?" Immediately after a short negotiation with the Necromancer, the captain shouted to bring me the Count without a scratch and kill anyone who gets in the way. Having given the order, the pirate captain mentally said, "Of course I knew that the Necromancer would betray us at any moment, but this moment came much earlier than I expected. However, this is just a small bipod, and we need to deal with it quickly enough." At the same time, looking at his subjects, the pirate thought they couldn't even use black magic, so it would be over soon enough to catch them, just a matter of time. Starting to get nervous because of the difficult development of events, the pirate captain Urs nervously thought about what we were going to do. At the same time, the pirates heading for the Necromancer trader joyfully shout out that there is only one enemy ahead. Let's deal with him as quickly as possible. Seeing Finchi's enemies coming toward him, Nikiman just grunted and took a test tube with a substance from his pocket. When the pirates froze in place, waiting for the consequences, the man had already tipped the test tube and swallowed the entire contents to the last drop. Not knowing what was happening to the trader, one of the pirates exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? What the hell is going on with him?" Having received new tentacles from his back made of slime, Finchi Nikiman exclaimed menacingly that it was the first time he had ever encountered a necromancer or something. The next moment, the man easily dealt with his enemies, piercing each of the attackers with his tentacles. Having dealt with a considerable number of enemies, the necromancer shouted out, "You really thought it could work?" To which he heard in response the frightened voice of one of the pirates, "He was a monster." Seeing what had just happened to their comrades, the pirates asked the captain what to do with this creature, to which he replied, "You'd rather die by my hand than by his in battle." After sending the rest of the pirates into battle, Ertz nervously wondered what he had done to his body. Turning her gaze to the Count, who was not far from the enemy, she mentally added that she needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. Before the girl could do anything, she felt weak and fell to her feet, saying confusedly what was wrong with me. When Finchi Nikiman saw this, he asked what the effects were. Standing over the powerless body of the pirate captain, he added how it feels to be dead. "You know, corpses smell very different, so I added a special mixture for the dead to this smoke. It has no color or odor, and the result comes over time. Judging by the fact that the effects are just beginning to appear, you are a strong opponent." Interestingly, according to my research, a volume of more than 4 whole 76/100ths of a milliliter should completely neutralize all effects. Looking at the girl transforming into her true form, Finchi said what we can see with our own eyes right now. "Unfortunately, you have to die for the sake of my research, but here's your rather interesting body." Pointing a tentacle at a girl to finish her off, the man exclaimed, "I would love to explore." Feeling some kind of explosion on the ship that interrupted his attack, the Necromancer nervously exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" When he saw Simon appearing near him after the explosion, Finchi Nikiman gleefully said, "Here you go. You're walking into the hands of death." In response to the enemy's words, the boy said, "Well, we'll see." Once on the deck of the ship, the battalion captain confidently told Urs to grab Shuni and run. At the same time, seeing the enemy in front of him, the skeleton joyfully exclaimed, "Boogaloo, well, my time has come," to which Erzsébet shouted to him, "Fur, don't come any closer. The smoke from the substance for the dead spreads. Even a small dose will make you weak." After unsuccessfully attacking the girl who revealed his insidious trap, Finchi Nickyman said, "You have some pretty interesting friends, kid." When she saw the tentacles crawling under the deck of the ship, she nervously shouted out to the battalion commander. After blocking the enemy attack from below, Fur reported that the entire ship seems to be poisoned by the smoke she's talking about, and that Erzsébet and I will soon be weak. At the same time, approaching the hostage, Erzsébet said, untying the count, "Stand still, I will release you," and he asked who you were. In response to his question, the guy heard, "I am Mr. Simon's assistant and you don't move." Having suffered a slight wound from the enemy, Simon mentally said his tentacles were also poisoned. Immediately after, he told his friend to find a way to defeat him. Hearing his commander's request, Fear confidently exclaimed, ready to cut off the tentacles. By shortening the enemy's limbs, the skeleton added, "I'd rather die than use it." Not receiving a response to his words, Fur nervously shouted out, "Hey, can you hear me?" As the skeleton approached the hole in the deck, he heard the man say, "Oh my god, I'm fine." Noticing the tentacles of the enemy approaching his commander, the deputy shouted out to run away as fast as possible. At the same time, when Finchie's severed limbs were returned to him, Nickyman said in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen such an intelligent dead man, and he's still able to suppress regeneration. And why would such a powerful dead man serve such a weakling?" Hearing the question from his opponent, Furier exclaimed insultingly, "You're a walking inferiority complex." Trying to somehow escape from the pursuit of the enemy's tentacles, Simon shouted out, "What was that method you were talking about?" In response to his question, he heard, "You have to dress me. Neither Erzsébet nor I can protect you at the moment, so use my power and defeat this monster. Except that I am an ancient dead man. Combining with me will entail a heavy blow to your psyche. One step past, and your consciousness will collapse, turning you into a vegetable. So are you really ready to take such risks?" After thinking a bit about his subject's words, Simon confidently exclaimed, "I am ready to defeat him." Having received the consent to the merger, Fyra joyfully said, "This is the answer I expected from you." Activating the merger with his subject, Simon plunged into a deep pool of consciousness, and then mentally said that Fyra's consciousness was incredibly large, and then heard, "Concentrate, boy. Don't let your subconscious consume you. Focus. Preserve your will in the consciousness of another entity and accept its challenge to become one." Feeling that the merger went just fine, the skeleton happily said Boogaloo, which was expected from Richard's son. Perfection is in every detail. Seeing that Simon had adopted a different account by merging with Finchie's subject, Nickyman said haughtily, "Do you really think that the skeleton will help you somehow, no matter how strong it is in this fog?" After being attacked by Simon, who was able to cut his tentacles, the man said in his head in confusion that it had happened. Having lost one of his limbs, the Necromancer clutched his bloody shoulder and exclaimed how much my arm hurt. "But how are you capable of such a thing?" He replied, "Give up. If you continue to try to resist, your head will be the next to go." After hearing Simon Finchie's warning, Nickyman said, "I admit it. People have been calling me a genius since I was 17, but I have never met a force like yours. If you are the #1 special person, then it's clear why I didn't get to Kazan at all." After hearing this, the guy said to him, "Do you really think that you should be talking about training now? You shouldn't be thinking about Kazan, and about how hundreds of civilians lost their lives and Shuni's family because of you." In response to this, Finchie Nickyman said, "For a necromancer, death is like a peaceful sleep. Since my sister's death, others have ceased to be worth anything to me. However, the way you control this skeleton is simply amazing." The next moment, noticing a magic circle on the body of the enemy who had just ripped off his clothes, Simon shouted out that it was a magic circle. At the same time, Finchie Nickyman exclaimed, "Eternal truth, your skeleton or my monster? Who do you think is stronger?" Not understanding what was going on, Simon asked what you were up to, after which Fur added, "This can't be happening back there." Paying attention to the battlefield, from which it suddenly began to rain blood, Erzsébet asked what was happening there, and the Count added to his uncle. Trying to see what was going on, Shuni shouted to his uncle, to which the girl, holding the boy close to her, replied, "No, don't look there." Seeing what had just happened before his eyes, Simon mentally said that he had just killed himself, to which Fur answered him, "Wait a minute, boy." Paying attention to the skeleton that suddenly appeared not far from them, he added that someone was approaching us. Seeing the monster that appeared in front of them, Simon mentally said, "This is not even an adult. There is no information about whether an adult kraken has ever been caught," and then said, "This cannot be an adult." At the same time, being part of the monster, Finchie Nickyman exclaimed, "You see it, Simon? I've passed you. I've passed Kaysen. I am the one who became part of the great Kraken monster. I am the most powerful monster in the world, destroying all the corals and everything on the surface," he added. "You are just a servant to Kaysen." When the boy was in the water and slowly sinking to the bottom, Fur shouted to his commander, "Pull yourself together, boy. If you pass out, it's all over." The boy replied, "I hear you, Fur." As soon as he heard Simon's answer, he indignantly exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you going to let me do this?" And Simon replied, "No way. I will go all the way to the end to win. When you reach out to your opponent, Finchy Nickerman will shout out, 'You won't get a second chance.'" At the same time, drawing his sword, Fear said, "Listen carefully, I am explaining the principle of true power only once. A true king will not simply poke his sword at everything that moves on the right, but will know how to control it and wound his opponent even from a great distance at the moment you feel that distance. Stretch your imagination and slice through space with a single swing of your sword." Heeding the advice of his deputy, Simon was able to fulfill the difficult order and cut off a pair of tentacles from the enemy, while the latter looked at the lost limbs and said in confusion, "How is this even possible?" Seeing the boy approaching him again, the enemy was about to take revenge for his humiliation, but he did not. Before he could do anything, Simon struck again, cutting the Kraken's body into two. Having eliminated the threat, the boy jumped up and said to himself, "I can't breathe." As soon as he began to lose consciousness, Count Shuni followed him to rescue him from the water after the battle. Grabbing Simon, the boy headed for the surface as soon as he emerged, but the girl saw him and exclaimed nervously. Wrapping a piece of wood with her web, she added a catching axis. When the wood chipper was near him, Shuni threw Simon in the floating prop and grabbed onto it himself, then heard, "Mister, are you okay? As you are the Count." Approaching the girl with Simon, the boy replied, "I'm fine. I don't think he's wounded. He fainted from fatigue," to which Erzsébet replied, "At least he's alive." Once on the wrecked ship, the Count, noticing monsters around him, scaredly exclaimed that there were spiders, to which the girl replied, "Don't worry, they are our assistants. The ship is sinking because of what the Kraken did, so we will move to the boat that the spiders got and escape," to which he answered well. Waving to the monsters, the boy happily added, "Well done, spiders, you're a miracle." Taking Simon in her arms to carry him to the boat, said to Fur, to which he replied that it was nothing. Then the girl added, "You're also good," to which he replied, "That's a shame. I had a seawater injury all over my body once, and what's wrong with swimming in the sea?" Hearing her friend's mutterings, Erzsébet joyfully reported that bathing is pleasant once you get used to it, and it will be easier when you shake off on the shore. And now, it's time to return to the Blue Harbor. After a while, when Simon began to regain consciousness, hovering over him, happily asked him if he was awake, to which he replied confusedly that he was. "Do you know who I am?" To which he awkwardly replied, "Yes, I do." Hearing that he recognized her, the girl headed for the exit and exclaimed, "Well, he played a great Shuni," and Simon came to his senses. Upon hearing the good news, the kid looked into the room and exclaimed, "Simon, you're really okay." When he saw the visitor in his room, he said to Shunya, "You saved me," to which he replied, "No, you saved us all." By the way, someone from Kaysen arrived, and Simon was surprised to hear that it was probably because it was the last day of the mission that I had to return. Hearing the words of his commander, Fur said you should rest more, and he replied that if I returned late, it would be bad for me. Turning his gaze to the girl, he asked what kind of outfit you're wearing, to which she happily replied, "Well, I can't call you a commander, so you will be a gentleman, and here I have found suitable clothes. It suits me." And what I heard in response was that it suits me very well. Grabbing Fur's head, the girl awkwardly exclaimed, "Hey Fur, he said I look good in this outfit," and he replied, "Yes, very nice." And then Shuni exclaimed, "Simon, the carriage is ready, get dressed and hurry." Once in the carriage with the Count, Simon heard someone from Kaizen say that he was preparing a teleporter to the meeting place. "By the way, Simon, do you remember what I said earlier?" After which he asked what it meant. Then Shuni added, "You saved me and all of us." The next moment he heard the townspeople shouting to Kaizen's student, "Have a safe trip. Thank you for saving us, and God bless you for saving Havana. Coming to us once to unwind at the same time," the Count added, "with your help, and Urz's to catch the pirates was a breeze. Urz sent one of the pirates' ships abroad and got them into trouble, and you dealt with the captain, and then Uncle Finchy showed up. We also decided to reveal all the atrocities that our family did to my mother, and thanks to you, I will fix a lot of things. I am very grateful to you, Simon, and that's why I was thinking about an award for you for quite a while, and I heard this in response." When Simon felt the carriage stop, he asked Shuni if we shouldn't be heading to the meeting place, the exhibition hall of the dead, and he replied that he decided to stop for a while. When he got out of the carriage and headed for the exhibition hall, the boy happily exclaimed, "Simon, how are you? Now we are going for overdraft." When he heard where they were going, the guy asked confusedly, "Overlord, what did you just say? I didn't hear you." Then the Count confidently repeated, "We are now heading for an overbid. I think you'll like this reward better. You remember that it was only 1,000 gold pieces at first," and Simon replied, "Exactly. So you'll give me overlord for 1,000 gold pieces?" Usually prices start at 10,000. Won't that be too cheap? In response to this, the Count replied that the creator and organizers of the exhibition agreed that this gesture would mean nothing, that the descendants of the Oldwin family and the people of Blue Harbor are sincere in their intentions. Hearing Shuni's words, Simon bowed his head and said, "Thank you. I will accept this gift with honor." Hearing Fur's joyful shout when he was parodying Rafiki and Simba, Simon awkwardly said in his head, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad you look happy." After receiving the reward for his help, the boy stood on the magic circle to move and heard Simon say, "Blue Harbor, and I will not forget your kindness. No matter what happens in the future, we will support you. We will always be happy to see you." Hearing the warm words from his customer, Simon happily replied, "Thank you, Shuni. I will never forget these days. We will see each other again for sure, and I hear you take care of yourself." After a while, when Simon arrived back at the academy via teleporter, he stretched and said how much I missed this air. The mission period is not over yet, so now is the time to do it. Looking around to realize why there was so much noise, he noticed a huge crowd with leaflets and a lot of other small things. Trying to realize what was happening, he mentally said what was going on here, what kind of festival was going on, and immediately afterwards a student wearing a bear mask approached him and asked, "Hi, are you a freshman?" When Simon heard the question, he replied, "Well, congratulations," and then held out a postcard and added, "Good morning, here you go. I'm a member of a dungeon exploration club. If you're interested in that, you can read about it." When Simon opened the postcard, he was surprised to find out that the Dungeon Exploration Club was a dungeon crawler, and then read on the letter that it was dangerous, but fun, and that there was other information about the club. While Simon was looking at the postcard, Dick came up to him and threw his arm around his shoulder and said, "Hi, Simon. You're early today," to which he replied, "Yeah, you're early too," and then added, "That's because I was for the whites." When Dick saw the piece of paper in his friend's hands, he exclaimed happily, "You also got a brochure from the club?" To which he replied, "Yeah, what's that?" Hearing the surprise in Simon's voice, his friend happily added that, "You don't know, this is the time when all the diligent seniors unite for the upcoming season of hobby clubs." Looking at Dick, who had gone off somewhere else to talk about the incident, Simon said, "I see you're having a lot of fun here." Then Dick poked his hand into the brochure and said, "Look at the points for club members. The more members in the club, the more financial support we get, and the easier it is to achieve good results." And he heard back, "You want to get extra points in the subjects." After hearing his friend's stories and noticing how many students were already being dragged to clubs, Simon asked if it was that complicated, and was told that it was. The next moment, patting his friend on the back, Dick added, "Well, don't be sad, special number one," and then heard why you suddenly remembered that I am special number one. Will it have any effect on him? To which he added, "Rather not that you are special number one, and the fact that you are more supported by the professor," after which he quickly ran away, noticing that the seniors were already approaching him. Seeing that his friend had just run off somewhere, Simon exclaimed in confusion that, "Hey Dick, where are you going?" Then he heard a freshman behind him. A freshman. The next moment, a burly guy jumped out of the crowd and shouted out to the first-timer, "Endurance is strength. Join our fitness club." Immediately afterwards, a girl appeared and exclaimed that you are talking about intelligence being superior to strength. If you are smart, then strength is secondary. Join our club of practical black blood magic. After another guy came along and exclaimed that all you do is dream about real power. Don't let them fool you. Come to our transformation club. Our practice is real. The next moment, another agitator shouted, "Enough is enough. Let's get our swords in the way." But before she could finish, she suddenly fainted, and Simon nervously exclaimed, "Hey, you're okay." Seeing that this was happening to everyone, he added, "I have no idea what's going on, but we need to get out of here as soon as possible," and then heard Simon Valentia. He looked back and saw the guy who added, "I am the leader of the Curse Research Club." Falling to his knees and lowering his head to the ground, the boy added, "Please come to us. I will die without you." Grabbing hold of Simon's leg, he added, "I'm going to die because of Professor Buckle. Don't I support him? He's just heartless." To which he replied, "I'm sorry, but you'd better let me go." The next moment, another girl appeared in front of Simon and said, "How low can seniors stoop? I'm the head of the garden club. We're studying the blood system." Approaching Simon, the girl added, "You've just returned from a mission. It seems that you had a hard time because of the lack of mana. Join us, and we will help you cope with this problem. Your new blood type is absolutely unique for our research field, and I assure you that I will do my best to help you." When Simon heard the proposals, he was nervous and thought it was certainly a bit scary. The next moment, someone else flew down from the sky wearing a cloak and a crown. When the guy came to, he said what had happened, and then he heard it was you, Simon Valentia. "Consider yourself lucky. I am Andre, the third prince of the Kingdom of Dresden." He also handed over his brochure to the club's leader, an aristocrat. "We are the ones who will rule the Dark Federation in the future, the best of the best, and it will be an honor for you to join us." As soon as a couple of students destroyed the copy, the real Andre appeared and said, "You're meddling where you don't belong." Hearing the prince's words, the girl indignantly exclaimed, "You're meddling where you don't belong." Offended by the fact that he was not listened to here, Andre added, "Do not interfere, commoners. It is rude of you to interrupt those who are higher in rank than you." Listening to the elders' quarrel, Simon thought sadly, "I just want to go check out the overlord." Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the phrase, "Then let's do the following." Standing over Simon, Andre said, "The decision will be made here. Since we have a special number one here, shouldn't we give him the right to choose?" To which the girl added, "Not very pleasant to hear, but true." "Well, then I'll introduce myself again. We have received a report on your blood type SM1. You are a special artifact in our field of hematology. SM1 is characterized by the compounding of dark powers by absorbing blood. If you use this feature wisely, you can use more darkness and prevent the depletion of powers. Even if it's only in theory, I believe it's worthy of application in practice." After that, the girl mentally added, "And if you join us?" The girl remembered the words of her professor who told her that the appearance of SM blood alone would turn the world upside down. And next to her name in the research on this blood, "I would like to put your name." In addition, the research would have been easier if it had been my subject in the circle of your career in hematology is about to begin. After listening to her opponent, the leader of the Curse Club said, "I heard you even wanted to call it a study, but there's nothing to study yet." To which the girl exclaimed, "How dare you?" Then the guy added, "Let me offer you something in exchange for this high-profile plan. We caught a rare dead baron. You want to specialize in summoning magic, so I suggest you study curses as an elective, and we also deal with curses with the intention of using them in other ways. If you join us, we will provide you with a dead baron and teach you how to handle it." The next moment, he mentally said, "Come to us, please," and remembered the words of his professor who told him to do whatever you want, but to make sure that Simon Valencia, a freshman, was with us. If this is too hard for you, then our story ends right here. If you screw up, you'll lose the role of my student. And then I thought again, I don't want to be thrown out. Having pushed his opponents away, Prince Andre shouted out to the cheeky rats researching experiments, and what is their point? Pointing a finger at Simon, he added, "Listen here. Our aristocracy is who moves the continent, while still being a student." After which, Simon asked the students. Then the prince added, "The eligibility criteria for the aristocracy club are very strict. Your parents must be at least barons, or have wealth and power equal to their rank. Among the newcomers is your classmate Elisa." Hearing this, Simon thought, "Elisa, that's right. She's special number 7. I saw her on the island." Then he said, "But I don't have any power from my parents. I have some land, but it's not enough and it's in the village." When Andre heard this, he said, "Don't be afraid. The fact that you are number 1 is a condition for joining our club." To which he replied, "Of course." Then the prince threw up his hands and exclaimed, "Power is all that people have. Power decides what the point of all these showdowns is now, if not to seize as much power as possible with the rest of us. Is joining the aristocracy a step towards the future, or is there something more important than power in this world, Simon? Please help me." Seeing that a couple of students decided to kick the ass of the bully, Simon bowed and said, "Excuse me, I've just returned from a mission, so I'll think about it for a while." In response to this, the students exclaimed, "Yes, well, think long and hard," after which Andre exclaimed, "There is no point in doubting we are the best here, so don't fall on your face." Then the leader of the curses exclaimed, "Please save me." Upon arriving at his dungeon, Simon exclaimed to his subject, "Earth's quit." As soon as the girl threw the stone in the air, Overlord immediately took it, and the girl exclaimed, "I'm so impressed. I didn't think he would be so fast." To which Simon replied, "I'm sorry, it's still a little hard to control him. However, it looks incredibly like an octopus, but it is made entirely of bones." Hearing this, Erd said thoughtfully, "I don't think the Kraken's claws were that strong. No matter how strong Fear's attacks are, it's like fighting a normal octopus." Simon said, "This is an improved version created by injecting large amounts of mithril after cryogenically processing the Kraken." Hearing this, Fear said it looks like the work of the gods mithril is a light, dense, and elastic material. Thanks to it, the dead can move with ease. Thanks to him, our legion gained incredible power, to which Erz gave a surprised look at you. "You look like a sad fur." Then the skeleton added, "But this hides a fatal mistake," after which the guy asked why. In response, the substitute said the level of defense of the main body is almost 0. Even if you try to restore it by other methods, it is useless if the attack is to the head. It cannot be restored from the very beginning. The Kraken is a creature that cannot be turned into a skeleton, but due to the transformation by force, the regenerative properties have disappeared. Using a Kraken in full force in battle can entail a lot of mistakes if you want to take control of unique dead, then be prepared for the consequences of that unique dead. Surprisingly feels good. Then Ursabeth said, "What if we protect Overlord's body with spider silk or armor, for example?" When he heard this, the boy was surprised and exclaimed, Protect the body of the feet. Thank you so much, Urs, for giving me an idea for what to do and for surprising me with what to say. Opening the spatial pocket, Simon added that if an external attack poses a threat, I will simply transfer my body to another dimension and thus, only the legs will be visible. Trying to fulfill his plan, the guy said with difficulty, "Move your feet, why don't you listen to me?" As soon as the monster obeyed, all its tentacles flew into the village, and then Fur said, "Everything is Ronim here." Being in astral space seems to break up the train of thought. As I said, the transformation into a skeleton by force weakened his mental power. In response to this, Simon said, "So I have a lot of research in front of me," to which Fur said, "But isn't that cool?" Looking at the kraken crawling up, he added, "Maybe you should try to pull it back down in one piece or it will fall down," to which Simon replied, "I've tried several times." After completing the inspection of the kraken, Simon walking through the academy square could hear, "Aren't you interested in the Potion Brewing Club? Artifact Research Club, come join us. Interesting Toxicology Researchers Club, join now and get a free apparatus." Thinking about the suggestions, the guy mentally said, "Hobby clubs means. Not that it's stupid, but I'm not drawn to anything at all." The next moment, hearing someone's heavy breathing behind him, Simon fell to the ground and said, "Oh my God, what's the occasion?" Hearing the question of a special number, one guy said, holding out a letter, "If you don't mind, please take it. See how you have free time. You don't have to join anyway. No one really comes. You don't have to pay attention to anything. Just think. It's really okay if you don't come. It's fine, really. Bye-bye." Hearing the words from the guy, Simon thought, "This is interesting." The brochure said Club of the Special Dead Mutation. Then he added in his head, "Special Dead seems to be the first club associated with the draft of the dead." Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a blow to the back, and it was Maylene who joyfully exclaimed, "Hey Simon, what are you doing here?" Seeing him fall to the ground, the girl exclaimed, "Oh God, everything is fine," to which Simon replied, "I just came back from the mission yesterday. I got a wound," and Dick added, "Maylene, you are so blinded by grades," to which she exclaimed, "Shut up." After a while, when they got together, Maylene was surprised to see the number of invitations and flyers piled up, to which Dick added, "A season is a season." Taking one of them in her hands, the girl added, "I understand that funding and results are quite important, but isn't it still too much to expect that half of the students will drop out by the end of the year when they move to the second grade?" To which Dick replied that there was no particular problem. The funding reduced by results will still be small, so it's a good idea to recruit a lot of people. And that is why you should carefully study the club before joining it. If after joining you realize that you have chosen the wrong one, you will not be treated in the best way. It's better to go to a popular club than to a small and strange one. Then Mailing added, "It's understandable, Kami. You chose a club." And she replied, "Yes, I did. I joined the Hematology Research Club, and then Malin added me to the Pure Magic Research Club." When Simon heard the name of the club, he was surprised to hear that it was pure magic. So the magic circle was drawn with pure mana, not darkness, and Kami replied that it was ancient magic, old methods. And then Malin added, "Being an heiress from the Ivory Tower, I'm interested in pure magic. It's the source of darkness. I think studying it will give me some inspiration." Then Simon asked Dick, "What about you?" To which he replied, "I have my own club. I called it Rochester's Startup Support Group, and in response to that, he heard that there should be at least 3 people who joined." Then Dick added that the funding is still on me, but the money will be flowing soon, to which Maylene replied, "That's a tricky one, Simon, but you picked something." When he heard the question, he answered nothing so far, and his friends exclaimed in amazement that, "We thought you had become an aristocrat with that boy Prince Dressen." By the way, being number 1 is a special condition for entering the university, but there are many benefits. For example, you can make friends with sophomores. When Maylene heard this, she said, "There's going to be another power struggle, and it's disgusting," to which Dick added, "But for those who have nothing, it's a good way out, right?" Then Maylene replied, "Whether you leave or not is still a dependence on others, and what you heard is easy for you to say from the Ivory Tower at the same time picking up one of the brochures." Kami exclaimed to Simon, "What is this?" And he replied, "And on the way they shoved it in." Looking at the inscription, Kami added the Club of Researchers of Special Dead. "You like this kind of thing?" To which he replied, "Yes, I do, but I'm not in the mood to join anything. Maybe I should ask what kind of club this is when I arrive at the address Simon said it was here." Seeing the guy next to her, the girl exclaimed, "Hey, if you came to the club building, you should join us." Seeing a person in front of him, Simon mentally said a mile away that she was a senior student, and then said, "Hi, I'd like to know more about the club," to which she replied that she would. Seeing the brochure in the guy's hands, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "You mean this club? That club? Our club? You want to enter into a mutation?" To which he replied, "No for now, just to find out the details." Grabbing Simon and shaking him, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Hooray! I'm super excited to meet you, newbie. My name is Wenya. You are silent from how delighted you are with our club." So right you got to the best club to Kazan. I wish he had answered. But wait, I just wanted details. Upon arrival at the club room, the girl informed us on the spot. Upon entering, Venia, spreading her arms, happily announced that this was our space. Simon looked around the room and thought, of course I knew the clubs in Kaizen were big and impressive, but there are so many workbenches here that the room seems smaller. However, for a meeting place, it looks pretty good, and then he heard the frightening voice of the guy who gave him the club's brochure again, and he came after all. Seeing that someone else had come to the club, Wenya asked, Dio, what are you doing here? Today is the last day of recruitment. We need to gather people on the street. In response to this, the guy said, well, I typed up a flyer and gave it to one of them. And then the girl grabbed him on the shoulder and exclaimed, I found a freshman. I need another freshman. Sit down and rest, and the interview will be later. Staying in the din room, Simon began to look at the equipment and was impressed to see an automatic strapping machine and a cold processing facility. The next moment, there was a knock on the door, after which it opened and two guys came in saying sorry. When Simon saw two more, he was surprised to hear one of the guys say, Hi, you're Toto. And one of the guys replied, Hi, Simon. When he heard them greet each other, one of the newcomers asked if they knew each other, to which he replied, Yes, we study in the same group, but this is the first time we've ever spoken like this, because there are so many people there, so we haven't done it before. My name is Toto Amoria, and I'm a little familiar with conscription, so I'm going to specialize in it in the future. The next moment, another guy introduced himself and said, Fitzgerald Engels, I am also interested in the prize, to which I heard Engels VA is the same famous family. When Simon heard this, he was surprised to hear the elders say that they would wait for their interview, and then the three of them could relax on the couch. Toto said to Simon, I didn't know you were coming here, and he replied, I haven't decided yet. And then he added, I thought you already knew the rumors from Dick. The founder of this club is the same. After that, Fitzgerald Engels added a special fifth number by sophomore and current student council member Wenya Vanilla. When Simon heard the girl's name, he nervously exclaimed, Vanilla? Wait, if Vanilla, to which he was answered exactly like that. There is a brand of dead people called Vanilla Group, and the granddaughter of the brand's founder is the founder of this club. Upon hearing the new information, Simon said, If it's true, then it's true. Recalling the trader he had bought from, the boy was upset, thinking that all my money would go into her pocket. The next moment, Fitzgerald Engels said, I've heard of your golem, but it probably won't be effective in future duels. The tactics have already been revealed, to which Simon replied, I think so too. When he heard the answer, the guy was surprised and said, It's strange. Usually others are offended by this, but if there is room for improvement, shouldn't you just accept it? I was already thinking about what tactics to choose for the next fight. Then Fitzgerald Engels, adjusting his glasses, said, Then try to make the golem look like a real one, as if it were a real one. By winning the mental war, you will win the battle itself. Hearing Toto's advice, he happily exclaimed, That's exactly your trick. It's a killer shot. To which he awkwardly replied, Please don't call it that. After that, Amoria said, If we melt stronger, we will regain the title of the detachment. Then Fitzgerald Engels, drawing attention to Toto, said, By the way, you are the one who is talking about you. The dueling squad's score is low, and he replied with a trembling voice. Then Fitzgerald said, Well, then I advise you to quit right now and ask Professor Backle to teach you curses. To which Fitch replied, That's too much. When he heard the remark in his direction, he was surprised to ask, No, I didn't mean that you should leave everything behind. You need to see Kaizen first. And what kind of nickname is that? To which Toto replied upset, Enough, I can't choose any other specialty but the draft, and I'll stay on it. I realized that after seeing Simon's dueling score, to continue studying at Kaizen going through all these obstacles is awesome. Hearing his friend's words, Fitzgerald Engels adjusted his glasses and confidently said, Cool is important. The next moment, the front door opened and the club leader called out to the new first-year recruits, apologizing for being late. Standing in front of the recruits, Wenya spoke before starting the interview with each of you. Pointing to herself, the girl joyfully exclaimed, I'm glad to welcome you, freshman recruits. My name is Wenya Vanilla, second year, specializing in recruitment. My dream is to conquer the whole world. Hearing this, Simon thought about not even going to the next year. While the girl was greeting him, exclaiming that she was glad to meet him, Dio pulled out a letter with the inscription, Run away. Kicking the boy behind her, Vanilla said, This helpless boy is Dio Patel. He is my lackey. Of course there's another one, but he's not with us today, so you can skip them. Then raising his hand, Fitzgerald Engels said, I have a question. And Wenya answered with a super question. Then the guy said, I wonder how you're going to conquer the world. No hero in history has ever been able to do it with magic. Even the great Nephthys is not able to defeat the Holy Federation controlled by the Seven Saints. To which she replied quite aptly, I don't want an armed uprising. I'm going to take over the world with the help of the dead. When Fitzgerald Engels heard the answer, he asked what the dead could do for him. And she replied that the dead were cheap, highly efficient labor in the world, and there was nothing like it. Of course, there is a certain fear and instinctive disgust of the dead, and the problem of their appearance still exists because of their aggressiveness, and the dead became subject only to necromancers. However, imagine what would happen if they were used in the private sector of the economy, to which I heard a good answer. Well, this is the way to achieve world domination. No one in the world will give up cheap and high-quality force. Then Wenya added, "You're right, the bespectacled recruit. I will make the people of the Federation love the dead." Conquest by force is not conquest at all. Hearing this, Fitzgerald Engels approached the table and said, "I'm impressed. I'll sign up for it." And the girl happily exclaimed, "Super welcome." And Simon thought, "If I'm going to run away, I'm going to run away now." The next moment, Toto said to Simon about the leader, to which he replied, "Yeah, she's a bit of a bummer." Immediately after his friend's words, Toto added she was so beautiful, and then Simon mentally added it was time to run. Amoria ran to the table with the letter and exclaimed, "I'll sign up for that too." And Wenya added a super signature right there. Looking at the picture of the club, Simon mentally said, "They're all weird, sure, but here I can create my own dead and be on the same page with like-minded people." This is not often the case, is it not? When two have already filled out applications. Wenya, pointing to Simon, said, "Great, now you are a blue-haired recruit. Sign up soon, we will start the interview. The condition for joining us is the ability to control the special dead, so show it to us," after which Fitzgerald Engels said, "I will begin." After demonstrating his dead man, the guy heard about the same chimeric base of the siren. "It must be extremely difficult to control a magical dead man in your first year," and he replied, "I have a 5-minute limit." The next moment, Wenya added, "I've heard about the problems of controlling such dead people. People can go crazy," to which he replied, "It's not that big of a problem." And then the girl added, "Of course, he's a necromancer as expected." After hearing the praise of the club leader, Fitzgerald Engels added, "Let me demonstrate." The next moment, his monster began to release one element of different magic from each of his hands. Upon seeing this, Wenya was surprised to hear an impressive 6 magic spells at once. "This is definitely a success, you passed for sure," to which he replied, "Thank you." The next recruit is the kid, and when he heard that he was the next to demonstrate his strength, Toto exclaimed, "Yes." When he summoned the dead, the boy heard the dogs, and Simon thought it was not the magic of summoning the dead, but rather some kind of taming with the help of dark blood magic. Walking up to the animals and petting them, Wenya said, "Oh, these dogs are right." Then Toto said that the dead man is a parasite, true to its name. It lives in the body of an animal, eating the heart and creating a core. Instead, the object is hypnotized by paralysis hallucinations and becomes dead without even realizing it. Hearing this, Wenya added that this is the most important thing when turning an object into a dead man for the first year. "I think they will obey orders very well." "Well, you've passed the test." Hearing this, Toto awkwardly said, "Thank you." Then the girl said the last one, to which Simon replied, "Of course." Closing his eyes and opening his spatial pocket, Simon mentally said, "Come out." Trying to communicate with the Kraken, he nervously added that it was not like that again. After some time of effort, bone tentacles flew right into the wall, and seeing the sudden appearance of Wenya, she exclaimed in fright at what it was. "I've never seen such a dead man before. Those legs are a clam, right?" After examining the candidate called by Simon, Vanilla joyfully exclaimed, "My God, I have never seen anything like this. An unconditional pass, not even negotiable." To which he replied, "Thank you." Looking at the tentacle, Dio asked if this dead man had only legs and a body, to which he replied that the body was in a spatial pocket. And at that time Wenya, looking at the skeleton, exclaimed, "Wow, this is a mix. An impressive golden section, perfect. If you use a Kraken as a basis, its main body is defenseless, but if you put it in a pocket, the problem of control will not be solved. And the fact that the call took so long was the root of the problem." Well then, don't you want to meet the master of the spatial pocket? Having completely removed his dead man, Simon heard from Dio that you created a Kraken, to which he replied, "No, he received it from the Blue Harbor exhibition," and then heard that it would not be possible to modify or update it. The next moment, Wenya interrupted the conversation and said, "I also wanted to be on that show. It's a shame I couldn't, and it's a shame we can't work on this dead man without his creator. So they say, it's the conscript's fate to watch his creation being destroyed, but it's a waste of time and money to destroy such a thing. And that's why the problem can be solved by a space pocket," to which I heard, "But we won't be able to leave the territory of the island of Locke during the semester." Then the girl confidently answered that you don't have to worry about it. Very soon the master of the spatial pocket will arrive on the island. You may have heard of Kellen Eclipse. Recalling the words of the shop owner who said that if we are talking about a spatial pocket, Kellen's latest work, one of the most prominent young masters of the next generation, is a pocket with a capacity of 4,000 UB, after which he said, "So I heard." Pointing to himself, Simon said, "He created a pocket for me. However, the teacher, how will we be able to meet him?" To which Wenya replied, "Don't worry. Kellen is in partnership with Vanilla Group tomorrow after class. Everyone be free. I will arrange a meeting. Sitting in an elemental magic class, the professor said, "Now I think you understand what I'm trying to tell you." And then Dick asked for an announcement, and now I have an announcement for you. Hearing this, he smiled awkwardly and said with Simon, "I knew it." Then the teacher added the first known results of your midterm exam. The results of the exam and the rating are scheduled to be announced today. The rating was calculated solely on the basis of exam grades, and the report cards were not taken into account. Secondly, we reveal the evaluation table for the following duels. The program is also in the report card, so you will learn about it one by one. Now that half of the first semester has passed, I think you understand how you will apply black magic in the future. And by developing your own style, you will develop a clear strategy for your further growth and development. And that's the only way you can make it to the next exam. Hearing this, Simon thought terribly. After the announcement, Jane Olivia added that in the remaining time you can find out your grades and go about your business. To which the students replied, "Well, Professor." Looking at his results, Simon was surprised to say, "Wow, the first time the average score was about 37, and now it's 65. Approaching her friend, Maylene asked Simon, "How much do you have in your draft theory?" Hearing this, the guy nervously exclaimed, "No, you're not the first one." To which she insultingly exclaimed, "Why would I be the first to ask? Go ahead and say that the score is so low that there will be problems." To which he nervously replied, "I understand. I have 87, and now it's your turn." Then the girl replied, "I lost 85. Hearing this, Kami joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, congratulations, Simon in the Kizan, only to the stars, and you can strive." To which he replied, "Thank you, Kami." After which Dick exclaimed, "Hey, Maylene, let me see your scores." When Dick received his girlfriend's results, he exclaimed, "Wow, everything was over 90 except for the prize." And then Kami said, "The average score is 92, that's cool, Maylin." And then Dick added, "There's no mistake in the ranking. With such an average score, second place is a great place to be," and Kaizen said, "The exam score is not some bullshit in Kaizen. Practice is much more important than theory. If you add up the scores of all those who are strong in real combat, they immediately fall into the top 10. Which is why if you are going to raise your score at least a little, you need to act unconditionally." When Dick heard this, he said, "You can't even argue, Simon, who's against you?" To which he replied, "I'll see." Seeing that he was going up against Malcolm Randolph, the guy remarked that this time it would be hard. When Simon arrived at the meeting place with the girl, he heard her exclaim, "Kellen's here. We're here." Taking off his hat, the man spoke to the long-lost missus. Barely able to contain her laughter, Wenya replied, "We haven't seen each other for a long time." And he asked, "Oh, and this is a student here." You asked Simon Valencia the right question, and he answered it exactly like this. Grabbing the guy's hand, Kellen said happily, "Oh, nice to meet you. I was surprised to learn that the carrier of my best invention was the #1 in Kaizen. I am so honored." To which he replied, "I am honored and happy to use the pocket." After greeting the guy, the man put on his hat and said, "I remember your question, miss, about ordering a separate space pocket." And Simon said yes. Overlord is a dead man, but his body's defense is quite weak, which is why I'm only going to use his tentacles outside the pocket. Now the connection between the pocket and my mind is not that strong, so we'd like to solve this problem. To which Kellen replied, "Wow, quite an impressive method of use. What's the deadline?" Thinking about the timing, Simon said, "Honestly, I have an important exam soon, so I have 4 days left." To which the man replied, "I can stay here as long as I want." Reaching into his hiding place, the man said, "Oh, excuse me for a second." When Simon saw how many jewelry pieces he had thrown out of his bag, he asked what they were. In response, the man said it was a work in progress. I would never make such a spatial pocket, as the works did not have a clear plan, although they were based on a certain idea, but there were problems with their realization for various reasons. First, you need to create a completely isolated pocket, and you don't have much time. Picking up one of the rings poured on the table, Kellen Eclipse added, "And that's why I'll add one of these works to your order." At the same time, somewhere in the basement, a guy picked up a test tube and said the poison was memory erasing, and he even managed to make it. They don't teach that in toxicology. After all, I am right, Heron Coke. Pointing the stick at the boy's face, Malcolm added, "You planned all this out of fear of my revenge, afraid that Cerna would leave you and there would be no one left of your class. And I saw how you befriended the scoundrels who betrayed me. And you believed them, but you didn't even think that you could be betrayed. You're going to pretend that nothing happened, and I'm supposed to forget it like an obedient dog. But I don't forget things like that, so there's no way," Heron said. "Have mercy." Hearing the hostage's request, Malcolm angrily shouted out, "Shut up if you wanted to save your own skin." The other students who were also witnessing this would not have been able to get into it right away, and they turned their heads away. Crouching down to level with Heron's eyes, Malcolm said, "Hey, do me a favor and help me become a regular student." At the same time, while preparing to fulfill the order, Kellen said that before starting work, we should agree on some conditions. First, a special spatial pocket should not be used for any other purpose than the main one. Secondly, unlike the usual one, The performance of this one is higher, which can cause overloads. I cannot calculate this risk for 100%. Do you understand this? To which Simon replied, I understand and accept if the risk is caused by overload and not by the original defect. Hearing this, the man said, well, in this case, before he could finish, Wenya interrupted the conversation and shouted out Kellan. At what price shall we stop? The teacher thought nervously, seeing the girl's behavior. You can't do business like that. After thinking about the price, Kellan said, you shouldn't worry about the price. The fact that I'm making a pocket for Kaizen's special number 1 will be the best reward for me. Hearing this, Vanilla joyfully exclaimed, super duper Kellan, you are the best. Which he added, in which case I suggest we agree on 500 gold to start with. Depending on what materials and magic I use, the amount could go up to 1,000. Hearing the price, Simon mentally said from 500 to 1,000 gold pieces. At the moment, my pocket costs 5,000 gold, so this price for a special pocket is quite low, and there will most likely not be a big price increase. Having finished his thoughts, Simon shook the man's hand and said, okay, then we have a deal. On the way home from the meeting, Fur asked him, do you think this Kellan can be trusted? And he replied, I didn't tell you who Teacher Wenya is. Teacher Wenya is the granddaughter of the founder of the Vanilla Bean Group, and if she personally recommended this person to me, then he can be trusted. In addition, Kellan is known as a producer of spatial pockets, so he would hardly dare to deceive Kaizen's student. The only thing you need to worry about is whether we will meet the specified time, after which the substitute will add it all through your opponent correctly. When Simon heard the question, he said exactly the same thing the last time we crossed paths on Malcolm Randolph Island, special number 10. Dick said that there are 3 main dark alliances and one of them is Randolph's gang, and Malcolm Randolph is the son of the boss of this group. Hearing the new information, Fear said, so the boss's son? And then added that almost 80% of the high school students, judging by their bets for fun, believe that Malcolm will win, and it rarely happens that there is such a difference in the rankings between the number 10 and number 1 specials. If I'm afraid I might lose. That is definitely the reason why Malcolm Randolph can win. It's time to go back and practice with the Overlord. When he saw that Erz's subject had arrived, the boy was surprised to hear that the spider had been waiting for something. When the priest saw what the spider had drawn, he exclaimed, nervously. At the same time, Erzabet was running away from the pursuit and was suddenly attacked, but he still tries to hide his identity. Observing the enemy's behavior, the girl mentally added, even though I sent the spider to the commander. Dodging a tree that had just been launched at her, Erzabet mentally added, I don't know how much longer I can hold out. As she continued to run away, she nervously exclaimed what it was. Using her web to restrain him, the girl exclaimed that he was doing this. When she saw that he was caught in her web, she said, I'll catch him. But before she could finish, she noticed that the guy was no longer there. The next moment, he appeared right in front of her eyes. Before she could react, he punched her in the face. After being hit, Erzabet went flying and crashed into a nearby tree. However, this was not enough for the enemy. He immediately rushed to complete his work when he saw that the enemy was again in front of her and prepared to attack Ertz. Looking at the attacker, she added, but I'm a girl. Watching the hand approaching her, she added, well, not in the face. Having received another blow from the enemy who destroyed her disguise, the girls grabbed the enemy by the throat with a web and shouted. The next moment, she heard someone in the forest shout her name and wondered if it was the priest. Seeing that he left her and headed for Simon, the girl shouted out to the commander, be careful! After which he managed to put up only a block from his hands and then instantly merged with fire. After looking at the attacker who had attacked him and recognizing his friend, Simon asked what you were doing here. The next moment, the skeleton told his commander that it was close. Boy, a little more and your head would have flown off, you know, to which he replied, yes, a neighbor from the dorm. The next moment, Kajan asked if he knew the girl and he replied, why are you asking me that? Hearing a question from his Simon, Kayan replied that she calls herself a priest if she is really a priest and you are with her. Then I will destroy you according to the orders I have been given. When Simon heard what his friend had just said, he was surprised to ask what order. Drawing the sword of fear to confront the enemy, he exclaimed, I want to know. When he faced his friend in a battle, the guy shouted, come on, answer me. After the fight was over and they stood in front of each other, Kayan asked if I looked like him. When Simon heard the question from his roommate, he said menacingly, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Answer the question normally. In response to Simon's words, Kajan said, I am not a priest. Being in a losing situation where his arm was wounded and a sword was drawn near the furnace, Kajan added, now the decision is yours. Kill or save. Do as you wish. When he heard the proposal from his friend, the boy mentally said, I need to think about it. If you look at Ursabet A's injuries and Kajan's fighting style, the latter's style is completely focused on martial arts, while the priest we saw together focused on dark magic. Of course, it is possible that Kajan could have turned to another style of magic to confuse me, but then he was specifically targeted at me. Having decided to save the boy's life, Simon asked him what he was doing in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing the question from his opponent, Kajan exhaled and said, I'm looking for the priest who broke into Kaizen. While searching the forest for the priest, I came across this girl who said that she was the priest, to which Simon added a final question. Why are you looking for a priest? To which he confidently replied, well, that has nothing to do with you. It was an order from Nephthys Archibald, and when he heard who he was obeying, everything fell into place. Picking up Nephtys's order letter, Simon thought in surprise, the seal of Ms. Nephthys means that the candidate worthy of trust whom Nephthys had mentioned was Kajan. After providing all the evidence that he was not a traitor, Kajan took out a test tube with a regeneration potion and asked if he was satisfied, to which he replied, I'm sorry I suspected you, but didn't you also suspect me, and why did you stop fighting then? He replied, well, when you called her name, I recognized your voice immediately, and when I started to fight with you, she got scared, which means that you are together, and if you were together with her, I would have killed you. And if you were a spy from Efnil, you would have cut my throat without hesitation, and that thing around your neck. Taking out the watch that Director Kayan had given him, he confidently added that the Nephthys artifact was an original, imbued with her power, which the priest could never have faked. Unable to understand what he was talking about, Simon asked what this was, and the man replied that you will know when you are really close to death. For now, just remember that the next moment Simon heard Fur address him, saying, Hey boy, can you hear me? This guy, he knows about our squad. If anyone else finds out about this in case and it will be bad, you can kill him right now. To which Simon replied, leave it to me in case of trouble. Codrin is a Nephthys man, I guess. The next moment, everyone witnessed Kayan pouring a healing potion on his hand. When he saw what started to happen to the wound, the boy was frightened and thought, wow, that looks painful. As soon as the healing process was complete, Simon said to him, I'm sorry, Kajan. To which he replied, it's okay, it happens in battle, you don't have to apologize. Then the boy added, by the way, Kajan, I have a few questions that I'm interested in hearing the answer to. Could you answer them? And what you heard in response? When Simon learned the answers to his questions, he was amazed to hear that the Information Guild was the son of the president of the Guild Association, and he confidently replied that he was. Then the guy added again, and you were able to beat all the professional necromancers with the invincible myth. You're a genius, Kayan replied. I'm not. I'm just a monster created by the guild, and there's a reason for that, but let's not talk about it. In any case, now I am a student of Kazan. This priest moves only at night, so I try to track him at the same time. Then Simon asked, wait, Kajan, aren't you studying for a fee? And he answered that I had received an assignment from Nephthys last year, and if I graduate, I won't be able to stay in Kiesan, which is why I'm studying for a fee. I think that's all you wanted to know, Simon. You should go. When Simon heard the advice from his friend, he was surprised to ask why it was suddenly because I was stronger than you. As soon as Kajan heard this, he immediately began to rub the back of his head awkwardly while saying, I would confirm this, but the question is not who is stronger or weaker. The question is whether you and your friends are safe. You should focus on your student years and enjoy this time. After refusing to instruct his friend, Simon added that what the priest wants is my life, and because of me, all my friends are in danger. I have a reason why I personally want to catch him. The next moment, Kajan replied, well, I thought so. If you had let me go as soon as you heard me, you would have remembered the words of Nephthys. Aren't you Richard's son? Well, then I have a proposition for you. Your dead look pretty useful. How about using them to form a united front? Let your dead man cover the forbidden forest and tell us when that noisy guy is not around. Hearing this, Simon asked the noisy guy in surprise, wait, you mean Dick? All right then, since we are allies, I will also tell you something about myself, to which I heard no, you shouldn't. For a member of the Information Guild, knowledge is the biggest risk. After a while, the boys returned to the room and opened the door to hear Simon come in and say, hey, why are you guys together? Simon answered with Kajan and we met on the way. Kajan, you're leaving now. I'll leave your clothes in the laundry, to which he replied, that would be great. Seeing the relationship between his roommates, Dick exclaimed in frustration, hey, why are you suddenly acting like friends? Kajan said, I want to be friends with you too, to which he replied, I asked you to be quiet until I fall asleep. After a while, when Simon found himself in front of Professor Aaron at the academy, he heard what you were doing here and replied, hello, Professor. I came to ask you for help when I heard Aaron Day's request and thought it was déjà vu or something. The next moment he said, you mean the bone plate? To which he replied, I managed it on the last mission, after which they both exclaimed in turn. And then the professor said, what do you need? Then Simon said, I want to understand how to use the new overlord I got. When the teacher heard the question, he said, if we're talking about him, you mean the one that was exhibited at the Blue Harbor exhibition? To which the boy joyfully exclaimed, yes, Professor Aaron, I knew you'd heard of him. It's a completely new kind of undead, with 6 limbs and a soft, unprotected body. But the latter is compensated for by the fact that the limbs are fitted with mithril, which strengthens the bones and makes them into real spears, or piercing the enemy directly like a sword. And since it is mostly a mollusk, it is quite difficult to control. So I was hoping that you, Professor, would help me with this. To which he replied, God, first of all, calm down. Everything will be fine. When Simon found himself on the lawn, naked to the waist, he said, Professor, where did my clothes go? In response, he heard, now let's move on to the attack, and then exclaimed in surprise that the attack was so fast, and then the professor added the only thing you can use is Overlord, try to block the attack. In response, the guy said, oh, Professor, wait a minute. The next moment, a bone flew into the guy's head and his legs were blocked by the professor's bone armor. Realizing that he had to act, Simon thought it was much more serious. First, you need to determine the speed and pattern of the attack, as well as the direction and strength of the impact. Seeing that the student managed to defend himself with the help of the Kraken, Aaron set a good block in this case. Double the strength of the attack. The speed and pattern are symmetrical. You know what you're doing. Having managed even after the task became more difficult, the guy happily thought, wow, it was quite simple. The last stroke was perfect. Relaxed by his success, Simon missed an attack and a bone flew into his forehead, after which the professor exclaimed, if this were a real fight, you'd be dead by now. Focus on the details. Sometime after the training was over, Simon was lying on the ground and felt it was fun. You can start as you like, but I'll have the final say. To which the student replied, Professor, what do you mean? In response to this, he said, come to me again tomorrow. Keep practicing control over your disobedient monster, and I will eventually gather more information about such evil spirits. Shouldn't training benefit both parties? After returning to his dungeon, Simon heard from Fire that training with this break was impossibly boring. You won't be able to achieve the full Mile of the Dead just by pumping up your summoner's skill. Putting his hand on the monster's head, he added, my advice to you, boy, is this. Free movements of the Overlord, after which he demonstrated how he moves of his own accord. Dodging the tentacles of the mollusk, Erds exclaimed in fright, hey, wait a second, Fur. You at least warned me. Seeing his subject move, Simon mentally said something radically different from what I was used to using his limbs in such an unusual way, and even a slight flick of the tentacles carries a threat. Seeing the boy's reaction, Fur smiled slyly and said, Bugaga felt these movements. And now let's move on to the body, after which I heard Fur warn me in advance, I beg you. When Simon arrived at his club with the Kraken, he asked what you've been doing with him all day, to which he tiredly replied that he was training. And then Wenya added what was wrong with you. This is not just a training session but a kind of concentration camp. The connecting part of this tentacle is already worn out. Besides, Overlord has to be in a humid environment. Look at him. He's so dirty and doesn't even look like himself. This kid can't be used as easily as the regular dead since his body was created artificially. Keeping him in his original form is a must. After hearing the girl's scolding, Simon replied, well, what should I do? In response, the girl replied with a wonderful body first. Before she could finish speaking, Fitzgerald Engels entered the room and said, hello, everyone. When Wenya saw him, she asked him if he had come to repair his chimera, and he answered yes. The next moment, Vanilla said, guys, I'll bring the components, and you wait and see if they're here somewhere. While the girl was looking for the materials, Engels said to Simon, your match will not be easy, to which he replied, you know about him, you were in the same class as Malcolm, right? In response, he heard be careful. This guy is quite sensitive because of what happened in the survival assessment, and he is ready to kill his opponent this time, no matter who it is. Malcolm can see all the fake parties you've organized before. When he heard the warning, he asked how I could defeat him. In response, I heard that there was already one option. At the same time, Malcolm heard the first-class leader walking along with the secretary. Once inside the clubroom, the guy heard the prince say he could sit down. Taking a seat at the table, Malcolm received his tea and said, thank you very much. The next moment, looking at the person who served him the tea, he was surprised to think, wait, you're serious? This girl is not a maid. She is also a student of the academy. The next moment, the prince said to Malcolm Randolph, do you know why I called you here? To which he replied, I'm sorry, I have no idea. As soon as I am here, the reputation of the aristocrats will be tarnished, and you have a good tongue, that's for sure. And all because you're the son of a fairly well-known gangster, and theoretically there should be no connection between us. The next moment, with a sly smile, Andre said, but you can be proud of yourself now. I will give you a chance to join our club. If you have a brain, you'll realize that only fools who don't want to change their lives refuse this opportunity. This is a great chance for gangsters like you, who are usually treated like trash. Not everyone gets a chance to get in touch with the leaders of the Dark Alliance. I wonder how your father will react to this news. When Malcolm heard about his father, he asked what I should do, and the prince replied that there was nothing special. Your opponent in the duel will be Simon Valencia, the special number 1. He did not want to set foot in my club, and as you know, we do not consider it an answer. If we had other prominent personalities in mind, this would not be so disturbing, but he is number 1. His refusal was the first in the last 20 years. Grasping the arm of the chair tightly, the prince added angrily, For 20 years, this tradition has been very important, and the misfortune of his refusal fell on my reign. There is already chaos outside the club, even after graduation. I won't be able to meet with former presidents normally, to which Malcolm asked why you want revenge. Then the prince ominously replied, no, it's just a tradition. There's a saying in Kaysen that says to be afraid of aristocrats. If you disappoint them, things will go badly, and if you make them angry, the world can end. Even if it seems that everything is going to end well now, it can be very hard. And this old saying is true. The prince's handing Malcolm a golden moment only serves to confirm the reality. When he saw what he was given, the boy nervously exclaimed that stealing an artifact from others during an evaluation competition was a gross violation of the rules, and the prince replied that he would steal it. This is more of an initial contribution. In front of hundreds of students, you will use the power of this artifact to break your opponent into pieces and duel at the end. You will draw the sign of my royal city. After accepting the artifact, Malcolm said, I'm not used to this, but I'll definitely do it in front of many people. I will prove that aristocrats are still alive. At the same time, Fitzgerald Engels spoke of Malcolm's special skill of bifurcation. This is black magic, the essence of which is to create clones that are perfectly similar to him, except that his clones can hear, see, and smell. This combat skill is so well honed that it is almost impossible to distinguish the real Malcolm from the clone, compared to the fact that freshmen can control an average of 3 to 4 skeletons at a time. Then Simon said unhappily, he's going to create an army of thousands. So if we were sophomores, it wouldn't mean anything. But in the first year, it's a big difference. After that, Fitzgerald Engels added, and from what I've noticed, it's better to use 3 black magic techniques against Malcolm. The first is the magic of cancellation, and the second is the recognition of magic. And the third is a broad-acting magic that can cover all of this. It is difficult to defeat him with just a theory of summoning and magic, and your aura is likely to be the first to give up. After thinking about the recommended techniques, Simon nervously replied, none of these points apply to me, to which he replied, why? Turning his gaze to the Kraken, Fitzgerald Engels added that if the problem with the pocket is solved, there will be no magic of a broader spectrum better than this, to which Simon replied that it was. The next moment, putting his hand to the mollusk's head, Engels added by the way he had wanted to say earlier but had forgotten that its tentacles were different. Hearing this, Simon said to me in surprise, they seem to be the same, to which he remarked, taking one of them in his hands. There are no differences. If you look closely, you can see the barely visible traces of lines. You can immediately see that the creator left them here for a reason. They are difficult to replace, but they are definitely traces of a change in the length of the tentacles. Connect with his thoughts and extend your hand, to which Simon surprisingly replied well. Having connected with the Kraken's consciousness, he said, stretch out your hand. When Fitzgerald Engels saw no result, he said, hey, he doesn't follow the command because he doesn't want to or he just ignores you. And he said, he ignores me when you can't follow the command. Then Simon said again, let's try again. Stretch out your hand. Don't give up. Keep going. The next moment, Wenya came back into the room and said happily, hey guys, I brought the ingredients. And then I heard a clam tentacle stretch out its hand. Seeing what had just happened, the girl was surprised and asked, wow, what is this here? He is greeting me. After which Simon said in surprise, the tentacle became longer. Then Fitzgerald Engels asked me that I was right. At the end of the experiment, Simon happily exclaimed, thank you, Fitch. I think I've realized something very important, it seems. To which his friend replied, yes, I have. Then the first number nervously added, when I have money, I'll definitely buy you something as a thank you. To which he replied, oh well. Then Wenya asked, what do you have here? A strong male friendship? Yes, I brought the ingredients we might need. And Simon replied, thank you, teacher. The next moment, the girl happily added, by the way, you're coming with me to Rochester. To which he asked in surprise, what now? In response, the girl added that this is how I was informed that your space pocket was ready. After a while, seeing the customers near him, Kellen happily exclaimed, Miss Simon, I've been waiting for you. To which Wenya replied, Kellen, you're really done. In response, the man said, yes, the work was tiring, but I'm glad I made it to the deadline, and then I heard where he was. Pulling the box out of his inner pocket and opening it, Itchlips said everything and found an exclusive spatial pocket for Simon. Handing the goods to the boy, the man said, when you put on the ring, let it get used to your finger and then open your hand twice. When he saw that he started to follow the instructions, Iclips added, and also squeezed it twice. As soon as everything was done, a spatial pocket opened up in front of Simon. The next moment, Kellen said, I made it so that the Overlord's tentacles could enter. Let's check it out. To which Simon replied, well, go ahead and crawl. Looking into the pocket behind the Kraken, Wenya said in surprise, wow, there is a light inside. To which Iclips replied, yes, simple functions are preserved, so I suggest leaving the main part open at first to understand the structure of the entire pocket. The main purpose of this pocket is to capture the will of the owner. Keep in mind that the space 5 meters around you. After hearing the man's instructions, Simon activated his pocket somewhere in the air and said something incredible. "It's great. My thoughts are whole. I don't feel like they're confused." To which Kellen replied that if you look in this space, you can see a small magic circle under the overlay. The two spaces are connected by a magic circle to allow the lower tentacles of the Overlord to hang freely, after which Simon added, "Wow, it seems like he understands how to use it himself." The next moment, Eclipse said, "Now, Simon, I'm going to tell you about one of its amazing features. Think of a ring while pressing your left foot on the floor. It feels like you're stepping on something." When he heard the question, the guy said as if it were a button, and then Kellen said, "Now raise your head. If you see these virtual circles, try to activate them by directing a black aura inside. It will be sent there automatically. This is the same basic function. And now, you can create a black flame in circles with an aura." To which he lit the flame and said, "Yes, I can." Seeing the result, Kellen said this state is called detection mode. If you lift your left foot off the ground, the control mode will end, and by keeping these 3 modes under control, you can open up to 6 pockets at once. When the students heard the number, they were amazed to hear that there were 6 at the same time, and he answered that he was. If you want to open your pocket with a circle, you can say the code word "door open," after which the guy asked if he could try. After receiving permission, Simon shouted the door open. After activating the command, Kraken tentacles appeared from each pocket. When he saw the result, the guy happily exclaimed, "Kellen, you're a genius. How did you create such a space?" He replied, "From the very beginning, it was a project to open multi-pockets. I don't know how, but now it's a special pocket for overlords. I am glad that the dead see the world, but as I said, this pocket creates separate spaces. So here are the risks. First, you may feel only a slight warmth. Oh, why are my hands getting hot? If you open too many pockets too often, the temperature will get higher. If you ignore this and continue to use your pocket, you may lose a finger or even an arm. But if you use it wisely, you won't be in trouble. And even using 4 of the 6 pockets shouldn't be a problem," to which Simon answered clearly. After announcing the warnings, Kellen said, "Since you are using it right now, another effect of invisibility is applied. It saves you from all kinds of problems and inconveniences in life, so it is still a question." Hearing this, Simon exclaimed joyfully, actually a lot at first, and then mentally said, "If this is it, so I think I can only win on my own." The next day, the guard's voice was heard in the arena. "Enter in order, follow the rules, and let me see my son for a second." In response, the girl said that it was impossible for outsiders to enter the territory of the damage, to which the man added, "Don't be so strict, I just want to see my son." In response, the girl added that it was impossibly unauthorized, after which someone shouted out to the 2 passers-by to stop them. Looking up at where the 2 men were flying, someone shouted out that they were necromancers, but the next moment they were immediately caught. When a couple of offenders fell to the ground, Jane Olivia said sternly, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your kids. No matter if they are sons or daughters, they are completely safe. And as for the necromancers, they are from Kaizen. Even if you tell your son this now, nothing will change according to the rules of dual evaluation." Holding 2 selected potions in her hands, the professor added menacingly that the disqualification was unacceptable. After escorting the guests from the entrance, the teacher said, "I hope you enjoy the show." The next moment, the teacher heard Jane say thank you very much. A few seconds later, Molly Dresden, the youngest princess of the Kingdom of Dresden, arrived at the entrance, and Jane Olivia said, "Princess, you have arrived," to which she replied, "Yes, I look forward to the events in Kaizen every year. By the way, I heard that tonight there will be a special number 1, to which Olivia replied to her, "Princess, even so, shouldn't you think about your brother?" In response to this, the girl said insultingly, "I have nothing to do with him. He created a cult called an aristocrat. He is the same fool as he was in the palace. Let's not talk about him. What about the special number 1? Do you think he'll make it through the duel, though?" And the professor said, "You can expect it. After all, he is personally under my protection," to which the princess asked in surprise if he was. The next moment, bowing to the young lady, the professor said, "Well, I'm off to do some business, and if you have any questions during your stay in Kaizen, please contact me immediately," to which Molly replied, "Oh yes, thank you, Jane." Looking in the wake of Professor Jane, the princess said in surprise, "I can't believe she said something like that. It seems the problems are serious." Like Jane said, "I'm looking forward to it." Seeing the filled stands, Simon nervously said how many people had come, to which Dick replied that it was less than expected. "For the record, all of them came to watch your match, and it's the only one worthy of attention today," to which my friend replied, "Hey, why are you so nervous?" Then Dick added, "You're the kind of guy who only gets cheered up by nerves, and only by snatching victory with your teeth can you change the general opinion and claim a special case for yourself." Hearing this, Simon asked offended, "You bet money, but don't lie. Tell me how much and who." In response to this, the guy replied embarrassedly, "Of course, don't even think about betting on a dark horse. I mean, on your best friend. It's only natural. Isn't it upsetting to me that you don't trust me?" After which Kami said unhappily to Dick. Resigned to Dick's words, Simon said, "Okay, I believe you. so I won't let you waste your money in commies. I can imagine how nerve-wracking it was, but thank you for coming, to which she nervously replied, we're friends. And this, Simon, you are like no other, like no other. Trying to collect her thoughts, she nervously exclaimed as if she were trying harder than anyone else. Hearing this, Simon replied, thank you, your support has really helped me. I'm definitely going to win. And then noticed his friend nearby. Dick asked, by the way, Maylene, would you like to say a few words as well? In response to the request, an answered try. Damn it, Dick, you really don't have a shred of intelligence, he replied, offended. Why are you mad at me? Upon entering the arena, the opponents shook hands and a conversation ensued in which Simon asked if you had already been beaten in the manor, and a new one was in order. In response, he said, I will never forget the bastard who disgraced me, and there are many other people besides me who suffered at your hands. Hearing this, Simon was surprised to hear that indeed, and then noticing the coin, he thought of the coat of arms of the royal family of Dresden. He added that he was a nobleman or something, although you don't have to answer. I already know that. The next moment, the judge announced that we were going to start judging the match between Simon Valentia, a student from Class A, and Malcolm Randolph from Class M. Both participants should be prepared. The match begins. Upon hearing about the start, Malcolm exclaimed, you have no idea how long I've been waiting for this moment. The opponent slammed his stick on the ground and shouted Simon Valentius, after which many magic circles appeared all over the arena. Seeing how many clones appeared around him in such a short period of time, Simon was surprised to think of the unheard-of speed of formation. As Fur said, this can be considered his main weapon. Seeing the situation in the arena, Dick nervously thought about using the doppelganger. The rumors were true that he had entered for this technique alone was no exaggeration. Pointing all his clones at the boy, Malcolm shouted, let's see how long you can hold out without ranged magic attacks. The next moment, summoning the tentacles of a kraken, Simon easily destroyed all the enemies that were heading for him. When the threat was eliminated, he confidently said, you were talking about long-range attacks. After losing all his clones, Malcolm Randolph cried out in curse and then created new clones. Seeing that he continued to create doppelgangers, Simon thought the trumpet was not a medium of magic in this case. I will hit his main body. Seeing him running through his magical pockets, Simon mentally added, the rascal is targeting my magic circle. At the same time, watching from the stands, Dick joyfully exclaimed, well done, Simon, kick it, and then heard someone's voice behind him say, it's not black magic. It is quite an interesting style of fighting to pull something out of space and hide it back. Surely there will be a beast of burden inside. Now I understand why Jane said that. Looking back, Div was speechless. Right behind them sat Princess Molly, who happily commented, you are definitely worthy of my remembering your name, Simon Valentia. And somewhere else in the stands, an assistant said to Professor Bakil, watch your face. The professor replied with a grudging smile, saying that both talent and potential have their limits, but this goes far beyond them. After that, I joyfully said this is just amazing. And I heard in response, aren't you depressed for the whole month because the student Simon doesn't fight with curses? Hearing this, Bakil stood up and said, of course I am angry and disappointed, but one way or another, this genius will come under my leadership. Hearing this, the assistant thought the first person to take an interest in Simon was Professor Aaron. Not even a hopeful at the same time in the arena being in a difficult situation, Malcolm exclaimed, oh, lucky rascal. Taking the secret weapon out of his pocket, he mentally added, I'll be screwed if it's revealed that I stole them. But what does it matter now? Having again created a large number of clones for the attack, he confidently shouted, I will finish you off with one blow. Noticing that the enemy had changed his tactics, Simon thought that now he was trying to hide the main body, wanting to divert attention and sneak attack. But even if it is, before he could finish his thought, he saw a bomb thrown right in front of him. Realizing what was about to happen, Simon nervously exclaimed, oh shit. As soon as the explosion sounded in the arena, the stands fell silent and only a few students shouted out to Simon in fright. The next moment, someone from the stands said that after such an explosion, even a special person would not be able to survive, and he heard in response that he was not special. There he is, I can see him. And hearing the shouts from the stands, Malcolm exclaimed in surprise. Immediately afterwards, someone's joyful exclamation was heard, as expected from the special number 1, and the enemy thought it was impossible that he had escaped the firepower of the explosion. As soon as the dust settled, the stands exclaimed in amazement, look at that, not a single scratch on it. Watching his opponent approach him, Malcolm mentally said, do I really feel fear? No, it's just impossible. I am the one who causes horrors. Noticing that the skeleton's tentacle stopped right in front of his nose, the guy nervously exclaimed, I've already calculated the range of your attack. I'm out of reach of your nasty gizmos. The next moment he felt something grab his throat. Malcolm groaned and cried out in confusion. When the tentacle lifted him into the air, he screamed like a melted man and then flew into the arena wall. After sending the enemy flying, Simon said, I'm about to reach my limit. Slowly approaching his enemy, the boy heard laughter. Immediately afterwards, Malcolm's ominous voice was heard saying, "Did you really think you won with that?" However, the real battle should begin only now. When the princess saw what had just happened in the arena, she angrily exclaimed where it came from. Looking at the armor of one of the students, the girl mentally added, "How the hell did this treasure get into the hands of the son of a bandit?" At the same time, Malcolm ominously shouted Boogaloo and now look closely, activating the seal Andre told him to make. The boy heard the same Dresden sign. Gritting her teeth in anger, Princess Molly thought to herself, "What a stupid brother." At the same time, having gained the upper hand after using everything he had, the guy haughtily exclaimed, "Look, Simon Valencia, I got a gift from a person who was offended by you." When he heard his opponent's words, he thought that it was unfair to hate me just because I had rejected his offer. The next moment, Malcolm added that it was impossible to call it retribution, but consider your actions a boomerang. Hearing this, Simon called the two skeletons and exclaimed, "Interesting enough? Then let's make a bet." Dressed in bone armor, he confidently competed to see whose costume would be cooler. Hearing his opponent's words, Malcolm rushed at him and angrily shouted, "Don't be a fool!" Under attack, Simon mentally said, "I have to concentrate all my energy on attacking without being distracted by defense. At this rate, it will turn into a battle of attrition until the first death." In the Blue Harbor, I used bone armor to increase my physical strength, prioritizing defense. This time, however, we will take a different route and then rush into the enemy's building. Feeling something grip his body, Malcolm exclaimed, "Do you really think you can beat me with your tricks? You rascal, you really thought of running away from me with your tail between your legs." When he tried to strike, he suddenly felt his arm stop a few centimeters from the enemy and refused to move further. Trying to subdue his body, the guy confusedly exclaimed, "What's my hand for?" Slapping himself in the face, Malcolm exclaimed in confusion, "Catfish, my hand is not listening to me." "Listen, you bastard, what did you do to my body?" When Simon heard the question from his enemy, who was doing all the work himself, he answered, "It's just a little thing. I just thought you can't beat me with armor alone." After that, with a bit of sarcasm and mockery, he added, "And that's why he gave his suddenly came out with two." The next moment, Malcolm's hand struck his own face again. At the same time, watching the battle, Cammy said in surprise, Malcolm began to move strangely, and Dick said to her, "I understand. Simon is particularly good at two things, playback and controlling the T-esque, and he used it to precisely immobilize Malcolm with bone armor." Having suffered serious damage even with all the reinforcements and tricks, Malcolm angrily exclaimed, "Damn you, you rascal!" When he looked up and saw Simon coming toward him, he thought he was defenseless and would never survive the attack. "No matter what tricks you use, I will definitely win this battle." Pulling out all the bombs he had, the guy shouted, "I'm going to make you regret putting bone armor on me." In response to his opponent's words, Simon sighed heavily and said, "Why does your every move exactly match my expectations?" The next moment, using his tentacles, Simon threw the enemy into the air where all the bombs exploded near him, and he fell to the ground, after which the judge shouted the fight over. Simon Valencia from Class A won. Returning to the waiting room, Simon saw the prince and exclaimed, "Congratulations, senior," to which he replied with a grudging smile. Heading to meet the guy, he angrily added, "Do you have any idea what you just did?" To which he replied that he had passed the test with a duel. Slamming his fist against the wall and leaving a dent in his nose, Prince Andre angrily exclaimed, "How dare you barbarically beat a Black Knight, the symbol of the royal family of Dresden? I don't care if you're stronger than Malcolm or not, but if he was wearing the armor of a Black Knight, you should have assessed the circumstances correctly. You might think you didn't realize that Malcolm was 100 times stronger than me, and you not only didn't play along or refuse to fight, but you won. Is it really so hard to step on the throat of your lousy pride at least once? You fucking psycho." In response to this, Simon confidently said simply, "The most illogical thing I have ever heard. We are now in Kaizen, so please behave like a senior academy student. Of course, you can give the armor of the Black Knight to anyone, but it is the duty of the student of Kaizen to defeat him in a duel. As for your accusations of insulting the royal family, even if you are a prince, you should not throw such words in all directions," to which he angrily exclaimed, "You're a kid. But how dare the rootless aristocrat lecture me?" Before he could finish, he heard a girlish voice behind him saying, "Stop it." Appearing during a quarrel between the boys, Princess Molly threateningly told her older brother how low you're going to go. Then Prince Andre nervously asked Molly how long you had been in Kaizen. "Could you have warned me about your visit?" To which she replied that I had my doubts. "However, you did steal the treasure and handed it over to the bandit's son and presented it as the will of the royal family. The blame for the humiliation of the royal family lies on your shoulders," he said, frightened by this misunderstanding. At the same time, looking at the family showdown, Simon thought Andre's younger sister was a princess. The next moment, Molly added, "You know what punishment a Black Knight who loses his armor through your fault will receive, and you have made us a laughingstock in front of the vassals of other countries." I will definitely tell my father about everything that happened here. Hearing this, Andre grabbed his sister's hand and exclaimed, Molly, have you forgotten who I am? I'm Andre, your older brother, as if you don't know what your father will do to me if you tell him. I beg you not to tell him about this. In response to her brother's request, the princess sternly told him not to behave like that. Pointing to the girl behind her, Molly said, this student's father works as a gardener at the royal court. You use this as a reason to threaten her, where it was so strange that a member of the royal family could not even take care of the people, to which they exclaimed, no, it's not like that. Taking her brother's hand away from her robe, the princess added, I will personally apologize to Mrs. Nephthys for what happened and tell her everything without concealment. You know how much Ms. Nephthys values her students? I would rather die than watch Dresden turn into the Thalgern Empire. Rushing after his sister to persuade her not to talk about anything, Andre exclaimed, yes, Molly is right. Why make a big deal out of it? Let's just pretend that before he could say anything, the girl looked back at him with an angry look. The next moment, she gave her impudent and tactless brother a delicious slap in the face. After the older man's admonition, Molly said, you never got your head around it, and it's too late to keep quiet. You've done a lot of exercises. Be grateful that I volunteered to clean up the mess for you. If you understand everything, then cover your mouth and keep your head down. The next moment, she approached Simon and bowed and said, I apologize on behalf of my brother and the royal family, Mr. Simon Valentia. And he awkwardly replied, don't be sorry, princess. After apologizing, she added, in the future, my brother and Dresden will not bother you. A week later, when Dick found himself in a ring of enemies, he said, guys, I'm really glad to have met all of you. It was the happiest time, thank you. To which Malin angrily exclaimed to him, please shut up. Let's go back a week after the evaluation. While restoring his kraken, Simon heard Wenya say, Simon, you've been to Professor Aaron's classes. To which he replied, yeah. And then the girl added, what are you studying lately? Thinking about the question, he answered, well, lately there are zombies. To which the club members were surprised to hear him say that he was a zombie. Immediately after jumping up from her seat, Wenya asked Dio if the same was true. Hearing the question, the guy grabbed his head and nervously exclaimed, no, the burden of the trauma came back to me. And then Wenya added, that sounds so interesting. I would love to attend his classes again. When Simon heard this, he was surprised to hear her say that at the end of Professor Aaron's special course on zombies, there is an evaluation, which is quite frightening for many people, especially the evaluation part. However, after the end of the first year, at the same time, Dio was standing behind the girl with a sign that said, run away.